looked at Lucas with an interested look in his eyes. Haha. More than that, I can't believe you said my acting was awkward. This was the first time in my life that I've heard those words. He was speaking frankly. Atsuru was well aware that his acting skills were in no way clumsy. His profession often required him to perform espionage or information gathering, and when he performed those tasks, he inevitably had to hide his identity and blend into crowds. He'd even entered and studied in a women's university without anyone realizing. He was surprised, but Atsuru was still relaxed. I know that you're strong. Notice already told us to be careful, so you must be strong enough that even a hunter would be in danger. Your attitude is quite proud despite knowing that. Cuckoo. There was a confident smile on Atsuru's lips. The control room is already under our control. By now, the control of the portal should also be in our hands. Lucas paused at that. What about the people there? Their resistance was too much. We couldn't restrain them. We didn't have the time. Some of them should have been civilians. So what? Should we not touch them? I guess you wouldn't know, but everyone in this base is already prepared to die. Right, they were all prepared to die at the hands of demons, not by their own kind. This man knew Luca's power. He didn't know how strong he was, but he knew that he was at least stronger than him. Nevertheless, his attitude remained relaxed. He was confident as though he was protected by some kind of absolute field, but no matter how hard Lucas pondered, he couldn't think of a reason for that, so he decided to check for himself. Crack. Atsuru's neck was sucked to Lucas' hand. It all happened in a flash. This what? In the instant it happened, Atsuru reacted. When he felt the unknown power, he used 5 different evasion techniques that could be used in an instant. 2 of them were absolute survival methods that had saved Atsuru numerous times in the past, but none of them worked. By the time he came to his senses, his throat was already being held tightly in Lucas' hand. As I expected. Kuka, no matter what, you wouldn't kill a human, right? Did Notisub tell you that? Of course. Lucas loosened his grip. Atsuru, who fell to the ground, looked up at Lucas as he coughed. He looked distressed, but in his eyes was a hint of elation as if he had expected such an outcome. You talk like you know me well, of course, because he said it himself, Notisub. It had only been less than a month since Notisub had arrived, and yet he was already being worshipped fanatically. Of course, it wasn't like Lucas couldn't understand. The charisma of an absolute could be likened to a curse or brainwashing. Atsuru was a famous titled hunter and one of the most powerful humans, but that was all. What one needed to resist the temptation of an absolute wasn't a strong body but a strong mind. If someone was able to distinguish right from wrong despite being overwhelmed by fear, then Notisub's influence as an absolute would be limited. This meant people like Najong Chial, and all of them probably had bad endings. Most of the East Asian hunters, including Atsuru, would regard everything Notisub said as the absolute truth. Even if they were told that family members were demons, they would smile as they choked their children to death. The reason was simple. You were rotten from the start. What? A man like you didn't need to be instigated by Notisub. I guess this is close to your true self. Don't you feel happy now? You can finally show the self you've been hiding all this while. Therefore, he would be able to kill even those who should be protected. There were people like this, those who caused Lucas to feel deep skepticism. He knew that humans were a chaotic race. He also knew that good and evil coexisted within every human, some more than others. But apart from that fact, it wasn't a good thing for Lucas to dwell on this ugliness. Gurgle. If he was exposed to too much malice, then the darkness hidden deep in his heart would begin to surface. It would make him look back on the path that he'd walked so far. It would make him wonder if it was the right path. Of course, he wouldn't be shaken. His belief wasn't so easily shaken. However, the situation itself would cause Lucca's mood to drop. His mood would be the exact opposite of when he taught Min Ha-rin and Leo. Haha, you know me well too. Atsuru laughed without understanding the situation. Lucas looked at him while thinking, what a disgusting creature. Squelch. Atsuru blinked dumbly as his brain took a while to register the terrible pain that came from his shoulder. It felt like it was on fire. Cuck, there was a hole in his shoulder. When and how? Atsuru stumbled without understanding anything. Lucas approached him as he groaned in pain. I can't kill humans. Did Notisub say that? Does he think he has the right to determine my actions? Curiosity became displeasure, and displeasure became anger. My head felt like it was on fire. Dozens of voices rang out in Lucca's head. The ego, which was the absolute, the part of him, which had been the most wary since he left the coils of mortality, was constantly whispering to him. This voice was subtly making suggestions, talking about how he should follow the rules, which would mean he would stop suffering from such situations. He knew how intense that temptation was. You, Irk. Atsuru, who took a step back, could not maintain his balance and fell on his butt. Pock, Lucas kicked him in the chin. Atsuru fell backwards with a short cry. Then Lucas gently stepped on his injured shoulder. Kuok, even his scream was disgusting. If Notisub's goal this time was to piss Lucas off, then he'd succeeded, regardless of whether this fact was good for him or not. You guys seem to have misunderstood something, and among them, you misunderstood the most important thing by far. Mother of Kur, I'm going to kill you. Lucas didn't respond. Instead, he simply stepped a little harder on Atsuru's shoulder. Naturally, there was another loud scream. Atsuru grabbed Luca's leg with his other arm, but Lucas didn't seem to care as he continuously applied pressure. Your biggest mistake was that you still thought of yourself as a human. Bandages were important, especially for warriors who used martial arts. This was because they used them to secure their wrists, something incredibly important to do. Of course, they weren't as good as wrist guards made of state-of-the-art materials, but they were still better than other wrappings. Cuck. Leo carefully bandaged both of his arms, ensuring that they were tight and secure. Seeing this, Gerard smiled. Are you going to fight me with your bare hands? I thought you might have gotten hold of some good equipment, but it seems that wasn't the case. I don't intend to rely on equipment. For a warrior, the body is the greatest weapon. Haha, is that some kind of Eastern philosophy? I'm not sure I can agree with that. Gerard drew his sword. As he held it in front of him, white energy began billowing around the blade of the sword. Sword Kai. This was a type of power that could only be utilized by first-class swordsmen who were close to reaching the stage of master. Leo's expression hardened slightly. He could see it for himself, just how good of a hunter Gerard was. You're right-handed, so in remembrance of the old days, I'll only cut off your left arm. This cruel murmur was said so quietly that only Leo was able to hear him. From his tone, Leo knew that Gerard was serious, but it didn't intimidate or frighten him. Gerard was extremely prideful. After declaring that he would cut off his left arm, it was clear that he would keep his word. This meant that at a critical moment, he was more likely to aim for Leo's left arm. Now that he knew this, he would be able to avoid the crisis to an extent. I have to avoid head-on confrontations. While thinking this, Leo took a stance. He knew that he had no chance of winning if he used the martial arts or subsidiary techniques he learned. Warrior King Fist. But there was a chance to win if he used the technique his master had taught him. Leo took a deep breath. This duel will be officiated by Matthew Costa, and it will be stopped if I feel it has ended. Keep in mind that the two duelists must agree to the fight clauses. They heard the voice of the referee, Matthew Costa. He was in a room beside the duel ground, which was separated by a glass wall. Leo and Gerard just nodded because there was no way he would hear their voices unless they shouted loudly. Then the duel can begin. The portal management room. This was a room created for the management and maintenance of the portal and could be found in every branch. People might think that simply opening and closing the portal was not an important job, but that was not true. If they allowed entry to those who weren't their allies, it could cause their enemies to attack from within the base. Therefore, the ones who were allowed to work in the portal management room were those who the administration had complete trust in. They would never have expected even until the moment they died. Du Dampy couldn't help but have this thought as he looked down at the corpses with a stiff expression. They were human corpses, not demons, and they had been killed by none other than him. I killed my own kind. As soon as he thought this, he couldn't help but feel strange, like animal blood had been spilled all over his spotless white shirt. Although they were of different nationalities and races, they were still comrades who once fought against the enemy known as demons. It could not be denied that they were allies. More importantly, most of the humans here were civilians. Nevertheless, he had not shown them any mercy. What did they think as they died? Du Dampy had deliberately revealed himself to them just before they died, and he watched as their eyes widened in shock. These poor people would never have expected to die at the hands of a fellow human. When he recalled the fear and disbelief in their eyes, a thrill of pleasure once again surged through his body. Nevertheless, while he enjoyed their reactions, he didn't allow them to raise the alarm. This mass assassination had occurred silently. After all, with even the control room under their control, the situation in the Russian headquarters remained as calm as usual. They would never know that the dozens of people in the control and portal management rooms had all been exterminated. Du Dampy manipulated the portal's control panel. When he was done, the portals of the East Asia branch headquarters and the European branch headquarters were connected. Now, when the order was given, the portal would be triggered, and hundreds of selected hunters from East Asia would appear in this base. Woo-woong. Just as he had that thought, he felt a vibration in his ring. He was wearing one of a pair of couple rings, and if Kai was injected into one, the other would vibrate. The range was short, and it was impossible to communicate outside of the vibrations, but it was good enough for situations like this one. Before opening the portal, Du Dampy took a deep breath. If he opened this portal, this base would become a mess. It was impossible to tell just how many people would die, and it would not be a fight against the demons but against fellow humans. The defeated side and the victorious side would end up with numerous scars without gaining anything. There would be countless people who died for nothing. He could already smell the heavy scent of blood. He could also feel his heart pounding, but it wasn't anxiety or fear. With a smile, Du Dampy opened the portal. Lucas now knew the role of those who came to this base. Keek, Atsuru's face looked hideous. Blood vessels stuck out from his face, and he grit his teeth so hard that his gums bled. The voice that came from his throat didn't sound human. Half demon one Atsuru. He didn't get this title because one of his parents was a yakai energy. Yakai energy was something that appeared only in Japan, and without sufficient willpower, one wouldn't be able to control this power. Atsuru had probably accepted the yakai energy on his own. Perhaps he obtained the cells of a great yakai and transplanted them into himself, or maybe he ate its heart. However, as a result of this, Atsuru had failed to truly make the yakai energy his own. Crack. Lucas stepped on Atsuru's chest, destroying his heart. Red blood spurted from Atsuru's mouth, quickly forming a puddle on the floor. His irritation didn't subside. He felt that if he was pushed further, he wouldn't just end at killing Atsuru or the intruders but every human in this world. He couldn't do that. Lucas forced himself to calm down. The images of Min Ha-rin and Leo Freeman came to his mind at that moment. His raging emotions calmed down a little. It was then, Kikikai. Atsuru got up from the ground. This was impossible. His life had already ended. His heart had been destroyed, and there was no living being who could have survived without a heart. However, his movements were unstable. There was a strange, creepy feeling as if he was a broken doll that was forcibly being made to rise. Atsuru's mouth then opened. "It seems you didn't like my greeting, madman." His voice came out stiffly, but it wasn't the voice that Lucas paid attention to, madman. There were very few beings in this universe who knew that title, and it was obvious who among them was capable of controlling Atsuru. Notice up, that's right. He nodded before looking down at himself. He could tell just by looking at the traces. Atsuru had been killed cleanly. There wasn't even the slightest trace of hesitation in Luca's actions. "I'm surprised. I heard that you were an absolute who loved humans, but you're far less merciful than I expected. This universe has the law of reincarnation. Since I didn't kill his soul, this can't be considered harsh." "I see. So that's what you were thinking, whether he would kill humans or not, and if he did, whether he would hesitate. Those were probably some of the things Notisop wanted to find out. Nevertheless, I thought you'd be more tolerant considering the fact that you consider yourself the savior of humanity. Enough of your bullshit, Notisop. I'm not in a good mood right now. So tell me why you dared to show your face." Notisop didn't seem affected by Luca's harsh tone. "Originally, I wasn't going to show myself this soon either. It was true. He never intended to reveal himself to Lucas until the right time came. He didn't even want to give him the slightest hint of his existence. But the situation has changed. A meeting is being held." What a for no three-party discussion. Lucas' brows furrowed at Notisop's unexpected words. "Who are these three parties? You'll naturally find out when you come." Shuck. At that moment, a small ripple appeared in the air which then split open to reveal a portal. No, it was a much more sophisticated power than a portal. It was much closer to the space-time movement that the demigods used in the past, an ability that only transcendent beings would be able to use. "You want me to go in there, right?" It was so kind of him to open a passage for him. It was ridiculously beyond suspicious. Lucas almost let out a laugh. Naturally, he thought it was a trap, but he couldn't help but think that Notisop's attitude was a bit strange. As if he'd read Lucas' thoughts, Notisop spoke. "It doesn't matter if you don't come. No, in all honesty, I'd be happy if you didn't come. But if you miss this opportunity, you will probably regret it." Says who, me? The answer came from behind him. Lucas could not hide his shock. The surge in his emotions was so sudden that he could not hide it. This was natural. This voice, no. In a sense, it couldn't be said that he'd heard the voice. Instead, it was as though the speaker had imprinted the words directly into his head. Lucas turned around. Then he became speechless. Standing there was a being with a body that seemed to be made of light. Overall, the shape was that of a human, but they had no features or hair on their body. Moreover, the body was so perfect that it appeared to have been sculpted by a master who poured his soul into his creation for numerous years. Lucas looked at this being with a complicated expression on his face. He couldn't remember how long it had been since his emotions had fluctuated so much. "Long time no see. How long has it been since we last met?" "It's already been too long to count." Hoo-hoo, God chuckled, the being who was the one and only creator of the multiverse. Lucas was surprised. This was his third time meeting God, or to be more precise, after he had become an absolute and began saving humans in countless worlds, God never appeared before him. Of course, this wasn't strange, but Lucas couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. He thought they would at least meet again after he'd completed his first mission. "I told you, I'm always busy." God spoke, reading Lucas' thoughts. It had been a long time since Lucas had this feeling. With his current strength, even the rulers were unable to read his mind. God's small performance proved that it was really him. He was still a crafty guy. God laughed for a moment as he read that thought as well. "But I have been paying attention to your actions. It's been very interesting. Few absolutes have risen as fast as you. I don't think you came here just to compliment me. Of course not. 4 absolutes have entered this universe at this point. I'm here to explain a small advantage that is applicable to you." Advantage, more importantly, Lucas Troman, I have special advice for you. It wasn't a trap. He could be certain that God wouldn't join hands with Notisop just to deal with him. And Lucas knew that if he missed this opportunity, he would never be able to know about the small advantage he had or hear the advice. How long will it take? Well, could he not tell? Lucas felt conflicted. His biggest issue was the current situation in the base, and what was about to happen. If he went with them, all of the European hunters, including Nina, might be wiped out by the time he returned. After thinking for a moment, Lucas opened his mouth. A small white table floated in a completely black space. Except for this small table, the only thing that could be seen in this space were the two beings who sat at it, facing each other. Seti had her chin in her hands and looked bored. Then the blue-haired man who sat in front of her opened his mouth. You don't look so good. Is something wrong? Shut up. Seti responded in an annoyed voice, her bright red eyes standing out in the darkness. By the way, the bored expression disappeared from Seti's face. That alone caused the atmosphere to become cold. I dislike your arrogant attitude. Do you want me to kill you before I kill Lucas? I don't mind. It was a strangely confident response. Seti was surprised for a moment before she glared at Notisip with narrowed eyes. You don't. Just as she was about to say something, the space fluttered briefly before a new being emerged. It was a pale, blonde-haired man. This man expressionlessly looked around the table. Then he made eye contact with Seti. The two's eyes passed each other naturally, as if they were just observing a stranger. Lucas then looked at Notisip. He must have sensed his gaze, but there was no change to his expression and he didn't look over. Is this everyone? There should be one more. There were 4 absolutes in this world at the moment. There were 3 people at the table. One was still missing. Ledip refused. But considering that guy's personality, it's not strange. God, who was also sitting at the table, suddenly spoke. The 3 absolutes were startled at the same time. They hadn't realized that God was sitting there until he spoke. He chuckled. Won't you have a seat? Letter 1D62A, letter 1D427, letter 1D4F7, letter 1D633, letter 1D44ED. Calm. Lucas sat at the table while thinking. Ledip, that should have been the name of the other absolute who entered. He'd never heard the name before, but it would be foolish to conclude that he was weak because of that, because no one dared to count the number of absolutes in existence. Lucas decided to remember the name Ledip, this space. This was not the universe in which they had been originally. He could tell that much. However, it couldn't be viewed as a completely new universe altogether. This was probably a personal space. It was a small universe that only special beings among the absolutes could possess. It wasn't something that could be determined by power or position. Among the absolutes, only those who had a special aptitude for creation, or who were given such rights by God, were allowed to own a personal space. Of course, every ruler had the power of creation. The flow of time is the same. He had to check the flow of time because he was no longer in the same universe. Flow of time was different, then decades might have passed by the time he returned. Personal spaces were no exception to this rule. Of course, God wouldn't make such a mistake. Then tell me about the advantage. When Lucas raised his head and said this, Seti looked at him like he was crazy. She couldn't believe that he'd talked to God like that. Naturally, this wasn't to say that no absolute did, but this was her first time seeing it. Could he really talk to God like that when he wasn't even a... But what amazed her even more was God's attitude. Aren't you guys frustrated? He didn't seem to care about Lucas' attitude. What do you mean? It was Notisip who asked back in a calm voice. Exactly that. You must be anxious to fight each other, but all you can do is stare. Then I'm not frustrated. He spoke in a relaxed manner. It's a good thing to progress my plans slowly. Plus, my first move seems to have worked quite well. After saying that, he turned to look at Lucas. It was a blatant provocation, something that was unexpected. After all, he didn't seem the type for such half-hearted tactics. Lucas remained silent. There was no reason to respond. Nevertheless, you should still pay attention. A lot of things will change after this discussion. Because of the advantage that you mentioned earlier, including that, I'll only explain it once, so listen carefully. God nodded. As you know, the allowance of the universe you were staying in is extremely low. Now that so many absolutes have entered and Kai has disappeared, it is in an even worse situation. It's saturated. They knew. It was like being locked in a room with thin glass walls. These walls would shatter instantly with only the slightest use of force. Knowing that the absolutes had to pay attention to not make any large movements, or in other words, use their power. What would happen if they broke the glass by mistake? Then all the life inside would disappear without knowing how they died. Every being in the world except the absolutes would disappear. What are you trying to say? What if there was a way to exercise your power without worrying about the universe's capacity? What did you say? Their voices overlapped. That was how surprised they were. At that moment, Lucas felt as though God's eyes were on him. You should know, a way to the laws of the universe or the world. No, he was definitely talking to him. Lucas muttered softly. Luminium? It was a long time ago, but I guess you still remember. A special metal that the demigods had used in the past to bypass the restrictions of the laws of the world. By consuming it, the demigods were able to temporarily avoid the restrictions for their indiscriminate slaughter. Illuminium tricked the laws. Seti and Notisip seemed to have never heard of such a material. They must have traveled through countless universes, so why did they not know about it? Your home universe was unique. Maybe that's why you became a singularity. Even when you were just a mortal, you encountered situations that most absolutes could never imagine. God answered Luca's thoughts, and now that he thought about it, he had never encountered any material that had similar properties in his time as an absolute. Are you saying that something like that exists in this world? It's a bit different from aluminium. It's not tricking the laws of the world, it's simply transferring the burden for using your power to a world that was already destroyed. A world that was already destroyed. Right, God nodded. I'm talking about a false world, or a world that was worse than trash. That was how the vast majority of absolutes viewed such worlds. They were empty worlds that had nothing on them. The existence of such a space was a contradiction in itself, but it was true that false worlds existed. It was said that even the rulers did not understand the existence of these worlds, and that only God knew the truth about them. Of course, that wasn't very important at that moment. Using our power wouldn't affect the universe. This would mean that he could not only use his external force as an absolute, but also his own power and tongue. If that was the case, I could kill Notisop. Notisop's expression hardened. Even if they used their powers to the fullest, the universe wouldn't collapse and the damage would instead be sent to a false world. Frankly speaking, that wasn't an attractive proposition for Notisop. He was also an absolute, so naturally, he disliked the thought of causing a universe to collapse, but he would still be able to bear it reluctantly, especially if he could get rid of the madman in the process. But Lucas would never make such a choice. His purpose was to save the humans. He wouldn't do anything that broke his belief. Lucas wouldn't abandon the humans. No, he couldn't abandon them. The madman is in a dangerous situation. He grew stronger at an unusually fast pace, but this caused his foundations to be unstable in many ways. Because he gained power too quickly, he didn't have the time to properly digest it and make it his own. A tower which was built in a hurry was prone to collapse, and that was exactly what Lucas was like. He only had to break his center. In Lucas' case, his belief was protecting humans, and if he caused that belief to crack, he would self-destruct, which was exactly what Notisop wanted. But if he was able to use his full strength, things would be different. I don't think I'd lose a head-to-head battle. If he fought, he would win. Every absolute thought like that. Power and rank were only secondary. If they weren't so confident in themselves, they would never have become absolutes in the first place. That's why the rulers were so amazing. They were able to cause these noble absolutes to feel reverence and desire towards them. Things would get annoying if Lucas could use his power without restriction. This wouldn't affect his victory, but he didn't want to take any risks. In other words, Notisop was desperate to find the thing God was talking about. It was fine. This advantage would change nothing. If it didn't go as planned, he didn't mind flipping the table. Notisop's eyes shined darkly. Notisop didn't notice that God was looking at him. God smiled cheekily before saying, "Now then, I'll give you a hint about it." Suddenly, a word appeared in Lucas' mind. Hybrid. Is that the hint? Lucas pondered upon the meaning behind this word as God continued. Each of you received a different hint. It could mean the thing directly, refer to it indirectly, or be a related clue. I hope you will rack your brains hard to figure it out. Is that the only hint? Lucas couldn't help but ask back in a strange voice, hybrid. That alone was too little to be a clue. Right, it's not enough, haha. You have the biggest advantage here, Lucas. What? God smiled and turned his head. It was clear that he didn't intend to tell him any more. Lucas also couldn't afford to reveal his advantage, whatever it might have been. He decided to think about God's words later. That's the end of our discussion. You may leave. Hearing that the meeting was over, Notisop was the first one to rise to his feet. He bowed to God and left without saying anything more. Seti was the same. However, just before she left, she made eye contact with Lucas once again. When Lucas was about to follow them, God spoke. Wait. When Lucas narrowed his eyes, God simply shrugged. Relax, I'm trying to give you some advice. Why are you making that face? Then tell me quickly. I don't have time. God laughed at that. Hey Lucas, don't you ever think of your home universe? It's been a while since you left. It wouldn't be strange if you felt homesick or something like that. There are always some sentimental guys like that. Well, most of them get used to it after a few thousand years. Lucas knew the way God talked. He would always speak in a roundabout manner without getting to the point easily. He knew that, but Lucas wasn't in a very relaxed situation at the moment. Get to the point. Answer my question first. It's related to what I want to tell you. His tone was soft, but Lucas could tell that he definitely wouldn't speak if he didn't give him an answer. In the end, Lucas would be at a disadvantage as more time passed. Therefore, holding back a sigh, he answered the question. My homeworld is always in my heart. There are people waiting there for me, and I promised them that I'd return. If it was possible, he would have loved to return to his homeworld at that very moment, but he knew that it was impossible. At least for now. Therefore, while he engraved it in his heart, he tried not to think about it. He forcefully dulled the feelings he had and buried them deep within his heart, but God had rudely dug them up. Is that answer enough? It's enough. Then what's your advice? There might be someone you know in this universe. What? Lucas frowned. This universe that God mentioned wasn't the personal space. Instead, he was referring to the universe he had just come from, where Minha, Rin, and Leo were. The universe where the great game would soon take place. He knew that. He knew, but he didn't understand. God smiled. My hint was a bit vague, so I'll make up for it with this. The words he said next were definitely the most shocking things that Lucas had heard in nearly tens of thousands of years. In this universe is a being from your homeworld. The fight was supposed to end quickly, or at least that's what Gerard thought. He didn't look down on Leo Freeman. He fully acknowledged his combat capabilities when facing other humans. In the first place, he wouldn't have even looked at him twice if he thought he was trash. Leo was Gerard's stress outlet, and this outlet naturally needed to have a certain standard. That's why, to some extent, he acknowledged Leo's strength. Nevertheless, he had never been worried about this confrontation, because he believed that his strength was beyond Leo's. However, Gerard grit his teeth and swung his sword again. Whoosh! Just like with his previous attacks, Leo avoided this one as well. The tip of the sword only barely touched the lobe of his ear. Some blood spilled out, but it was a minor injury. What the hell is this martial art? The attack just then had been light. Nevertheless, considering the average range of a sword, it wouldn't have been strange if his entire right ear was sliced off, but it wasn't. It wasn't even really cut by the sword. A small wound only appeared on the spot where the sword grazed his ear. How many times had this happened by now? Meanwhile, Leo once again widened the distance between them. He had many large and small injuries on his body, but anyone could tell that none of them were serious. Huff, huff. Gerard panted. His eyes became cold. At some point, his initial goal of cutting off his left arm had disappeared. Now his sword was just filled with bloodthirst. I was wrong. He didn't think that Leo would avoid head-on confrontations so thoroughly. It had to be a strategy that he'd prepared from the start. But now that he thought about it, Leo knew his combat style. He'd seen him hunt demons dozens of times, so this was natural. On the other hand, Gerard didn't know much about Leo. They had fought several times, but he had easily won all of those fights. He never had the time to observe Leo's fighting style. Gerard knew that he wouldn't be so tired if he hadn't fought with the thought of easily cutting off one of Leo's arms. No, that wasn't all. Leo had also provoked Gerard from the start. He didn't use facial expressions or words. Instead, he ticked him with his actions and tactics, but there were other problems as well. Crunch. Gerard grit his teeth as he quickly narrowed the distance between them once again. This time he stabbed forward. It was fast. The force behind his charge made it impossible to ignore this lightning-fast attack. Whoosh! Leo ducked, avoiding the attack. There wasn't even a moment of hesitation. This admirable feat caused Gerard's expression to crumple even further. It wasn't an illusion, after all. Leo was getting faster. Puh, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The fact that he'd shown such a frivolous attitude despite the presence of the people in the audience showed that Gerard's self-control had disappeared. At first, he thought that he'd simply slowed down. Since he was already tired, this was a natural judgment. In fact, the constant attacks had truly worn him out. But that wasn't it. Leo was growing faster quicker than he became slower. How? Leo certainly had more stamina than he did, but the difference shouldn't have been that large. All of his injuries might only have been minor, but the constant dodging should have sucked away his concentration and stamina like a swarm of leeches. In addition, Leo had been on the defensive since the start of the fight. Those defending would naturally consume less stamina than the attackers. As long as they didn't get severely hurt, the attacking side would definitely consume more power. However, those who focused on defense would naturally lose focus faster. It was much harder to withstand the pressure of continuous attacks than most expected, especially if it was a life-and-death battle against a superior opponent. Anxiety and a sense of crisis would inevitably rise. They would increase their breathing and heart rate, exhaust their concentration, and sap their stamina. But at that moment, it was Gerard, not Leo, who was growing tired. If it continues like this, he might lose. The moment he realized that, Gerard closed his eyes. He calmed his mind and organized his thoughts. And finally, after stabilizing his breathing, he opened his mouth. I know what you're thinking. After my attack just now, I revealed an opening. It wasn't fatal, but it would have been enough for you to deliver a fair amount of damage. The opening hadn't been intentional, nor was it a trap. It was just an inevitable opening that appeared after his attack, and Gerard would have been injured if he chose to make use of it. However, you didn't attack. He'd thought about the reason, and he could only think of one conclusion. You intend to finish the fight with one blow. A single blow. Leo was intentionally holding himself back in order to land a blow that would decide the outcome of the fight. At that moment, his mind should have been as dry as a desert. It might have even been worse than he imagined. And for Leo, that opening must have been like a sip of water. That opening must have been extremely tempting to him, as it was the first true opening Gerard had displayed. Nevertheless, he endured it. He starved himself to the limit. He was waiting for that one opening that he could use to win. In a way, it was pretty terrifying. A hungry wolf was more dangerous than a full tiger. Leo had compressed his desperation into extreme concentration. Gerard gulped slightly. Realizing this fact didn't mean that he could reverse the situation. Instead, it only made the pressure greater. From what I can see, the fight was already over. Gerard turned to look at the stands. At the start of the duel, there had been numerous people cheering for him and jeering at Leo, but as the fight progressed, they gradually became quieter, and now they were completely silent. He didn't know it, but Min-Ha-rin was the only one whose eyes were sparkling. When such an atmosphere formed, Gerard knew that he had as good as lost, so he took a stance. His aura rose as he held his sword with both hands. At first, he didn't intend to kill Leo. At most, he would cut off an arm or even just a tendon, but he'd changed his mind. I'm prepared to kill you. Not I'm going to kill you, but I'm prepared to kill you. The words were similar, but the meanings were different. The latter meant that Gerard was prepared to risk his life for his goal. If Leo died, then disciplinary actions would definitely follow, even if they'd both agreed to the fight clauses. The image that he'd worked so hard to construct would also be severely damaged. But that didn't matter. This resolution is a tribute to you, Leo Freeman. Cut off an arm, cut a tendon. He was no longer an enemy who could be confronted with such a half-hearted resolve. He was a man who he had to use all of his might and determination to kill. At that moment, the image of the supporter Leo Freeman disappeared from Gerard's mind. Leo immediately noticed when Gerard's aura changed. He let out a small breath. Contrary to his appearance, he was exhausted at that moment. He had conserved his stamina, but he had used up a lot of his mental strength. Rock Shield. It was one of the 4 forms he'd learned from Lucas. It was a technique that raised his defense to the extreme by surrounding the entire body with Kai. It was a self-defense technique that only first-class experts could use. The self-defense technique would only be complete when the entire body was covered without any gaps. And naturally, this meant that the Kai consumption of this technique was severe. However, if the technique was only used to cover parts of the body, the defensive capabilities would still be amazing, while the energy consumption would be reduced significantly. By utilizing this technique, Leo was able to avoid any major injuries while making Gerard greatly consume his stamina. Gerard intends to finish it with a single blow. In other words, if Leo could dodge or block this attack, it would be his victory. SSSS. Kai raged around Gerard's entire body. Then he charged forward. Like the last time he intended to stab, his charge was neither fast nor slow. In fact, it could have been said that he was moving at an easily avoidable speed. However, as he faced this blade, Leo's expression became stiffer and stiffer. He felt pressured. It was as though 1,000 pounds of iron was resting upon his shoulders. Leo grit his teeth. The Kai coming from Gerard's body was binding him. Force bind. This was a technique that could only be used by swordsmen who were on the verge of reaching the master rank. Leo knew Gerard was a genius, but he never would have imagined that he was able to use force bind. This was probably Gerard's last hidden card, and it was likely that not even the members of Gerard's team knew he was capable of this. Cuck, malice erupted in Leo's eyes. The option to avoid it had disappeared, so he would have no choice but to block it. However, Gerard's attack contained a terrifying murderous intent. Gerard really intended to kill him. If he faltered, he would die. He's aiming for my heart. The reason for not aiming at his skull was simple. He could avoid by simply forcefully twisting his head to the side. Perhaps Gerard thought so as well. His force bind wasn't perfect. This was proven by the fact that Leo could still move his head and arms. It was just his torso and feet that were frozen. If I use all of my Kai and use Rock Shield, no, that wouldn't work. To block this attack, he would have to use all of his Kai, and if he were to try to launch his attack in such a condition, he wouldn't be able to do much damage. This meant that he only had one option. Gerard was surprised. Leo was definitely preparing to block his attack. Then, at the last moment, he suddenly stretched out his fist. This sudden offensive was not a planned move. It was a reckless and foolish decision. No matter how tired Gerard was, he had put all of his remaining Kai into this sword attack. The sword Kai around his sword was clearer than ever. It would be a confrontation between a sword and a fist. You fool, clang, the area around them was suddenly filled with bright light. When the sword and fist clashed, it created a flash that blinded the spectators for a moment. Bang, the clash didn't last very long, and in the end, Leo was the one who was pushed back. His face was pale. The two made eye contact for a moment. Crack. Then a cracking sound was heard from the sword. At the same time, Gerard dropped his sword to the ground. Clang. When the sword landed on the ground, it shattered and the pieces scattered. Gerard could no longer hold his sword because of the pain in his wrist. It was either broken or sprained. Holding back the pain, he glared at Leo. Leo was swaying as though he would collapse at any moment. It was clear that he'd put all his energy into that last attack. If he went to punch Leo at that moment, he would definitely have fallen. After all, his right wrist was damaged, but his left hand was still fine. Leo was clearly past his limit, but Gerard didn't move. I lost. A swordsman's sword had broken. Nothing more needed to be said. If the opponent was a demon, then it would have been a different story, but Leo was a human. And although the fight clauses had been applied, this also counted as a conclusion. Gerard opened his mouth. I'm stronger than you. Right? My strength, speed, experience, and Kai are all superior to yours. That's right. Leo agreed with him in a cool voice before spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was natural. Unlike Gerard, who had absorbed most of the shock with his sword, he had withstood it with his body. Gerard continued looking at Leo's whole face, which had become pale. But you have more patience than I do. And that martial art, it's not the martial art you used before. Is it a new martial art? Right. What's the name? Warrior King Fist. Leo answered his question before continuing after feeling that his explanation was a bit lacking. I was told that the stronger the opponent is, the more the true value of the martial art is displayed. That is truly a unique martial art. After saying these honest feelings, Gerard lifted his hand. Then he turned his head to the referee. I lost. Leo Freeman wins. The referee declared the result of the duel with a surprised voice. A brief smile flashed across Leo's otherwise emotionless face. After hearing those words, his body relaxed and his vision darkened. Slowly, Leo's body fell to the ground. The atmosphere in the stands was frozen. What the hell? Gerard lost? Unbelievable. Most of them didn't doubt that Gerard would win with ease, but as the fight progressed, this thought slowly changed. Nevertheless, they still didn't think he would lose. But Gerard is the one standing at the end. Right, Leo passed out. But Gerard admitted defeat. Most of the hunters were agitated. They all looked down at the duel ground with confusion. Well done, junior brother. Only Minha-Rin clenched her fists and cheered for Leo's victory. What was so good about remaining standing? As a former swordsman, she understood perfectly. The moment Gerard's sword broke, it meant that he had lost this duel and Leo had won. Nevertheless, Gerard's attitude at the end was a bit surprising. I can't let this continue. It seemed that she was the only one who cared about Leo. Just as Minha-Rin got up from her seat to go get him, the door opened and a ground of people entered the room. Confusion filled Minha-Rin's eyes. These were people that she was familiar with, which made it even stranger. They weren't supposed to be here. What's going on? There's a lot of people here too. I see. These people all seemed to be hunters and they were all fully equipped. What was stranger was the fact that they had never seen any of their faces before, at least not in this branch. Realizing this, one of the hunters spoke. Who are you guys? I guess they haven't realized yet. The man at the front of the group looked around before nodding. Aha, this is the duel room. Maybe they didn't hear the noise outside because of the sound barrier. Then they wouldn't have known what's going on. After thinking this, the man laughed. We asked you who you were. The attitude of the hunters in the room grew cold. One of them stepped forward as he spoke. The man at the front then smiled playfully. The president of the European branch. What? Quit your bullshit. Saying such words couldn't even be considered a joke. Instead, those words ignited the atmosphere in the room. Some of the hunters even rose to their feet. Taking their angry gazes calmly, the man Kim Go-hyuk added, the man who killed. That was something past a joke. With a stiff expression on his face, one of the hunters approached Kim Go-hyuk. His entire body was exuding a tremendous amount of murderous intent. Pot. The figure of this hunter, who was walking, slowly disappeared. He reappeared behind Kim Go-hyuk, and in his hand a kukri one covered in kai appeared. The man swung his kukri at Kim Go-hyuk's waist. Pock. But soon after, the hunter felt a great shock to the back of his head. He didn't even notice the attack. He simply fell to the ground like a broken doll without even getting the chance to scream. What the hell, just now? Most of the hunters there didn't even see Kim Go-hyuk move. Noticing this, Kim Go-hyuk couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. I heard that the quality of European hunters was really poor, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. At that moment, one of the hunters in the stands looked at Kim Go-hyuk and stuttered. Heavenly Dragon Kim Go-hyuk. It seems one of you punks managed to recognize me. Kim Go-hyuk said those words with a proud voice. Then he looked around with a satisfied expression on his face before it suddenly changed. There's a familiar face. He was looking at Minha-Rin. Her expression hardened as she met his gaze. I heard that the white flower had been freed from slavery, but she didn't go back to her country and instead stayed to wallow in this pit. Lee Jong-hak was the same. Are there lumps of gold buried in this place or something? Minha-Rin tried to hide the tension she felt. This wasn't her first time meeting this man. They were from the same country, and they were both most active in the East Asia region. She was a titled hunter who'd made a name for herself, and Kim Go-hyuk was one of Asia's greatest heroes, so it was natural for them to be acquainted with each other. However, the same branch, the same country, none of that mattered to this man in front of her. Although there were only a few people who cared about their nationalities nowadays, Kim Go-hyuk had always made Minha-Rin feel uncomfortable. She'd felt that way from the first time she'd met him, and she felt the same now. On the other hand, she liked the human dragon, Lee Jong-hak, and the earthly dragon, Kano Aya, much more. Is what you just said true? Minha-Rin asked in a slightly strange tone. She was asking whether Nina was dead or alive. If Nina was really dead, then this matter would no longer be so simple. There might be a war between humans for the first time in decades. Kiki. Just as Kim Go-hyuk smiled, a middle-aged man beside him stepped forward. Let me continue from here. You step back. Minha-rin also knew who this man was, Sword Saint of Mount Hua. He was one of the top hunters in Asia and was a swordsman who was said to be approaching the peak of the master rank. When Kim Go-hyuk shrugged his shoulders and stepped back, the Sword Saint continued in a calm voice. I'm sorry to come to my European comrades for such an unpleasant matter. I'm Jong Ho, a swordsman from Mount Hua. By Mount Hua, he means. It's the Sword Saint. Those who heard this prestigious title couldn't help but falter a little. I will tell you straightforwardly. Nina Rednikova, the president you were following, is a traitor who colluded with the demons. We're here to purge that witch and any who followed her to do evil. The atmosphere in the room became even colder. Everyone had disbelieving expressions on their faces, but someone stepped forward. Don't be ridiculous. This man with a cold expression was Matthew Costa, who had officiated the duel today. He was one of the few European titled hunters and had the highest status among the hunters in the room. When he made his appearance, everyone naturally stepped back and let him take the lead. Our president is a witch. She colluded with demons. Stop using such a clumsy incitement tactic. It's not incitement. It's a fact. Kim Go-hyuk spoke in a cold voice. Do you have any evidence? There should be a man named Lucas here. Minha-rin's eyes shook when she heard that name, and Kim Go-hyuk's eyes curved slightly when he noticed it. By Lucas. Are you referring to the man who often goes in and out of the president's office? Why are you talking about that man? Jong Ho sighed. He is a demon. Who told you that? Our new president. I don't have any more time to explain. Please trust me. We have seen enough blood today. What did you say? No way. Matthew's expression distorted when he belatedly realized what Jong Ho's words meant. You guys, no way. Up, Sword Saint. You already told them enough. Step back. Kim Go-hyuk waved his hand. Jong Ho seemed hesitant, but he slowly stepped back. Now, the best conclusion I can come to is that you didn't believe us. And now you should accept the consequences for that, shouldn't you? Kim Go-hyuk, please show mercy. Kim Go-hyuk ignored Jong Ho's words. I honestly don't care what happens to you weaklings, so let's sort this out quickly. Then he looked around before nodding. There are some good ones here. That one, and that one. Kim Go-hyuk pointed his finger 3 times and nodded in satisfaction. He pointed to Minha-rin, Matthew Costa, and Gerard, who was still in the duel ground. Crack, Matthew's eyes widened. This was because Kim Go-hyuk had just crushed the head of the hunter, who lay stunned at his feet like a watermelon. It was the hunter who had attacked him with a kukri. His blood splattered. Kim Go-hyuk licked some of the blood that splattered on his lips before saying, "Kill everyone except those 3. Gerard was watching the situation from the duel grounds. When the Asian hunters appeared, he recognized the man standing at the front of the group. It was the heavenly dragon, Kim Go-hyuk, but why was he at the European headquarters? He couldn't hear their conversation very well. It might have been different if he was in his peak condition, but at the moment he was exhausted. However, a cold shiver soon ran down his spine. Crack, blood splashed. He wasn't sure who it was, but he knew that someone had just died, just as Gerard's expression hardened. Pot, an Asian person leapt into the duel ground in an instant. It was a woman who had a cold expression on her face, and there were throwing knives between her fingers. Pupuk. Cuck, Gerard was puzzled inwardly. He didn't understand what he was doing. He felt warm blood roll down his skin. He felt pain. Even without looking, he could tell that there were throwing knives stuck in his body. 3 knives had been stuck in his shoulder, left arm, and thigh. Why did I? He'd protected Leo. Was it guilt? Was he trying to atone? No, such human emotions didn't exist in Gerard. From his perspective, he would even throw a newborn baby off a cliff if he had a good enough excuse. But before he could think about it, his body had moved. He didn't know why. Letter 1D62A, letter 1D427, letter 1D4F7, letter 1D633, letter 1D44ED. Calm. He just didn't want this woman to kill Leo. So first, he decided to focus on that fact. Gerard looked at the woman while checking his condition. His left arm couldn't move. It seemed that the knife had struck a tendon. His right wrist was also sore because of the previous clash. This meant that he couldn't use either of his hands. Well, he didn't have any weapons anyway. Leo had smashed his sword to pieces. Most of his kai had been used up, and his stamina was almost completely exhausted. And to make matters worse, Gerard was sure that he'd been pointed at just a moment ago. I don't think I've been in such a bad situation even when fighting against demons. The woman pulled out more knives. Gerard looked at her and smiled. He felt that he might die today. God disappeared after saying what he wanted, and Lucas knew he had no way to pursue him. He didn't have the time. A being from the same universe. They were in this world. Who the hell could he be talking about? No, more importantly, how could such a thing even happen? In order to leave one's universe of birth, one had to break free from the yoke of mortality. One had to become an absolute. Lucas' past struggles showed just how close to impossible accomplishing such a feat was. It wasn't something that was possible merely with talent and hard work. You had to be born at the right time, carry destiny on your back, and survive dozens of life or death situations before you had even the faintest possibility of becoming an absolute. Lord or Lucifer. Lucas couldn't help but think about the two beings who'd had a high chance of becoming absolutes, but they were already dead. The possibility that they'd come back to life, none. Their cores had become one with Lucas. Apart from them, he didn't think there were any other possibilities. His head was a mess. It would take time to unravel the tangled threads, time he didn't have. Lucas had something to deal with first. Just as Lucas left the personal space, the dark space suddenly brightened. If it was said that the space he stepped out from had no light, then this space was entirely made up of light. It was a space that was so bright that it blinded him for a moment. This was a dimensional gap. And standing there was Seti. When Lucas appeared, she opened her eyes slightly and said, 3. That's the hint I got from God. A light flashed in Lucas' eyes at the unexpected word. It was true that he wanted to hear it, but he never thought that she'd be naive enough to tell him. Seti looked at Lucas with a slightly strange expression. In her mind, she was still remembering the way he talked to God. He was indeed a madman. That name was perfect for him. Don't be mistaken. I just thought that telling you this would be a good balance. Balance? Seti snorted. Although she had entered a temporary alliance with Lucas, she wasn't willing to let him know more. She had already given him this much, so he would have to rely on himself for the rest. As soon as she turned around, Seti's figure disappeared. Lucas looked at the spot where Seti had been standing for a moment before looking away, thinking that it was time to return. 3 in hybrid. There was only one more clue remaining, but the mystery seemed to deepen instead. Right now, those two words didn't seem to have much of a connection. Haha, of you 3, you have the greatest advantage, Lucas. God's words once again reappeared in his mind. He didn't know what he meant when he first heard it, but now he thought he might have an idea. Lucas couldn't help but think about the mysterious black-robed man. He was a soul who lived on this plan and could even be called a balance. However, after the appearance of the demons, he lost his authority and became a simple specter. This being who existed before the birth of this world, and who could even be called the god of heaven and earth of this world, might know something. Whoosh. Lucas returned to the European headquarters. Atsuru's body was still on the floor, his mouth agape. He was dead, and Notisup's influence had already left his body, but it still seemed like he had something to say. With that thought, Lucas left the room. PCHK. He stepped on something unfamiliar. When he looked down, he realized that it was a piece of flesh. He could feel an unpleasant warmth coming from his shoes, so he knew it hadn't been long since they'd died. The corridor, which had been clean before he and Atsuru entered the room, was now covered in red. The disgusting smell of blood filled his nose, and there were so many corpses that it seemed like a terrible battlefield. Hey. Suddenly, a group of hunters appeared. The group consisted only of Asians, and when they saw Lucas, they tilted their heads to the side. What's going on? There's still one left. Where was he? I checked this area before. It doesn't matter. We've found him now. The man in front of the group smiled. You must be stiff because you haven't realized what's going on. When you're done coming to terms with the situation, raise your hands and kneel down. Then we'll see Sen. The man's tongue suddenly felt stiff. See Sen, send. What was going on? He suddenly felt cold sweat over his entire body. His pupils and body shook like a thin 3 in heavy winds. He couldn't calm down. Instead, the shaking became worse. This was wrong. This thought suddenly came to him. If you asked him what was wrong, he wouldn't be able to answer. But it was wrong. Something about this situation was wrong. Bang, there was a sound similar to a balloon bursting. When the man turned around to see what it was, he froze in horror. The heads of all the hunters who were standing behind him were missing. It was as though they'd been rubbed out by an eraser. The fact that their bodies still stood there without any blood spilling made the scene even more terrifying. Hi Hiek, the man collapsed. His head subconsciously turned to look at Lucas. Lucas looked down at the man, whose eyes were filled with fear and horror. He wasn't sure how this action appeared to the man, but it caused him to immediately kowtow on the ground. Please spare me. He didn't have any pride in the face of death. He was a human who wouldn't even live 100 years. Was it unreasonable to expect such a weak creature to hold on to their pride? No, it wasn't. Despite being human, there were those who would carry their pride to their graves. Did they not fear death? Did they have no fear? That wasn't the case. Lucas was certain. There was no human who wasn't afraid of death. There may have been large or small differences between them, but in the end, everyone was afraid of death. There were only people who revealed this fear and people who concealed it. This man was the former. Lucas felt disgust well up inside him. This man had killed people here. He had ended their lives. It didn't matter how many he had killed personally. In the end, he had committed murder. But now, when he realized his death was imminent, he bowed his head without hesitation and begged to be spared. How disgusting could one human be? Bang, he wouldn't accept such sickening begging. The man's head burst open. Even before his blood and brain matter gushed out, Lucas had already turned away from him, just as he was about to walk away. Kijik kick, making a strange sound, a corpse rose to its feet. The body had only one eye remaining. With this one eye, it looked at Lucas. Let's make a deal, Lucas. Even the corpse's vocal cords seemed to have been damaged. Letter 1d4 5 6, letter 1d4 2 7, letter 1d4 f7, letter 1d4 c7, letter 1d6 5a, letter 1d6 5 6d. Lucas had seen this phenomenon once. The same thing had happened to Atsuru earlier. This meant that Notisup's consciousness had entered the corpse. Lucas didn't answer as he swung his finger slightly. Kim Go-hyuk wasn't fighting. After all, the only ones here were a bunch of weaklings. The few strong hunters who guarded the base had either been subdued or killed. Nicholas, that man wasn't bad. As he thought this, Kim Go-hyuk yawned. F-whoosh, a fireball flew towards Kim Go-hyuk. He swung his dagger lazily as if it wasn't worth paying attention to. Again, Kim Go-hyuk wasn't fighting. He was simply accepting his junior's whining. "You, what the hell are you doing?" He asked in a genuinely puzzled voice. He looked at Min Ha-rin. He could see her calm temperament while objectively noticing her pretty face and well-balanced body. That doesn't matter. White flower. A first-class swordsman whose sword unleashed streaks of white light reminiscent of flower petals which matched her title. That was the Min Ha-rin he remembered. He could still remember watching her fight. Her talent for swordsmanship was remarkable, so he'd kept an eye on her. In 3 or so years, another dragon might have appeared in Asia, or so he'd thought. But now, why did you learn magic? His voice became filled with irritation. Min Ha-rin didn't respond as she began casting another spell. For the first time in a while, Kim Go-hyuk became angry. Crack! He closed the distance between them quickly before lifting Min Ha-rin by her neck. Min Ha-rin struggled, but Kim Go-hyuk's hand was like a clamp around her neck that did not let go. She'd seen Kim Go-hyuk move. After all, her eyes were well trained. Nevertheless, she couldn't respond. She had barely trained her body during the last month. No, even if she had, it would be the same. Suddenly, Kim Go-hyuk lifted Min Ha-rin's shirt. A white stomach with no blemishes was revealed. Min Ha-rin's face flushed with shame, but Kim Go-hyuk didn't pay any attention to her as he kept looking at her stomach. There wasn't a speck of lust in his eyes. Instead, there was curiosity, then anger. This anger then morphed into contempt. With a sneer, he threw Min Ha-rin at a wall. Unable to do anything, Min Ha-rin's body struck the wall heavily. Her back felt like it had broken. She didn't think it had, but the pain was immense. She looked up at Kim Go-hyuk, who seemed to be simmering with rage as he gripped his dagger tightly. "You don't have a danjian, cough, cough." Min Ha-rin struggled to catch her breath. Kim Go-hyuk continued in a disbelieving voice. "And you have a mana room now. I don't know how that's possible, but haha, I'm not sure what to say about this." He laughed loudly, but anyone could see that it wasn't out of happiness. Kim Go-hyuk was visibly annoyed. It felt like seeing someone uproot a steadily growing tree and fill the hole with dog dung instead. No, it was even dirtier than that. Shit, that was really f-king stupid. Kim Go-hyuk walked up to Min Ha-rin before looking down at her. Despite the pain, Min Ha-rin still glared fiercely at him. If this were any other time, seeing such a gaze would have filled him with joy. He might have even derived some pleasure from it, but not anymore. Kim Go-hyuk wasn't interested in broken toys. Pock! Min Ha-rin's face suddenly turned to the side. He'd kicked her in the face. He hadn't put his full strength into it. Considering Kim Go-hyuk's power, this could have been considered a light slap. If he had wanted to, Min Ha-rin's head would have been torn off and sent flying like a football. This was simply to vent his anger. However, the pain was so sharp that she lost consciousness for a moment. Min Ha-rin's lip was torn and bleeding. Kim Go-hyuk clicked his tongue before grabbing her by the hair and slamming her head to the ground. "Pock, seriously, you just did what you wanted without even trying to hide it. Who the hell do you think you are? What made you abandon the way of the sword?" Min Ha-rin's face looked terrible, but her voice was still firm when she spoke. "It was my choice." She spat out some blood before continuing. "You have no right to intervene." This wasn't what Kim Go-hyuk wanted to hear, but it seemed that no matter what she said in this situation, he wouldn't get what he wanted. He smiled. "You talk really well despite your appearance. If I had a mirror, I'd love to show you." He picked her up again, then he kicked her in the stomach. "Cuck, where's the white flower I remember? It would have been better if you drank nonstop for an entire month than do this. Look at this. You don't even have abs anymore." Pock, he kicked her again. This time he added more strength. Min Ha-rin's eyes rolled upwards. This was a natural reaction when getting kicked in the stomach with military boots, especially when considering the fact that Kim Go-hyuk was a superhuman being with great experience when it came to violence. For a moment, she couldn't breathe. It felt like her guts were trying to climb through her throat. This is danger O's. She'd almost lost consciousness. Min Ha-rin coughed up another mouthful of blood. "That shock went directly to your intestines." Kim Go-hyuk was genuinely sad. He couldn't believe that his junior, who was growing up so well, had fallen so far. His heart hurt so much that he could barely even look at her. "Magic is garbage." Kim Go-hyuk spoke in a tone as though it was obvious. Despite the pain, Min Ha-rin raised her head and glared at him. That was all wizards were. Of course, you could only choose that path if you had the right aptitude, but Min Ha-rin was talented. She had the potential to reach or even surpass him in the future. And yet, this stupid girl had torn that potential apart with her own hands. How could he not be upset? In the end, I guess there are only 2 people in this room worth sparing. After saying that, Kim Go-hyuk turned his head to the dual grounds before clicking his tongue. No, he's dead too. A man was standing there. He was covered in blood, as if all the blood in his body had been drained. Gerard appeared to have died standing because of the sheer willpower in his body. He sighed deeply. SSSNG. Kim Go-hyuk drew his dagger. Now that he was done venting his anger, he had no reason to keep her alive. Just as he was about to approach Min Ha-rin and end her life, Kim Go-hyuk hastily retreated. Whoosh, an enormous fireball passed through the spot he'd just been standing. With a glance, he realized that it was a spell. What the hell is this output? If he had remained in that spot, he would have been burnt to ashes. He turned to where the fireball had come from, but there was no one there. Bang! In the next moment, Kim Go-hyuk avoided some kind of attack with a transfer technique. The reason he called it some kind of attack was because he knew he was being attacked, but he couldn't tell exactly what the attack was. But he knew one thing for certain. If he'd remained in that spot, he would have been dead. Aegu, when did you arrive? Kim Go-hyuk's lips curled upwards. A blonde-haired man was standing in front of Min Ha-rin. It was the man he'd passed in the hallway before. It was Lucas, that man. The Asian hunters who had been fighting slaughtering the European hunters until now all gathered around Kim Go-hyuk when Lucas appeared. They had all seen the spell just now, and they realized that Lucas was a formidable being. This guy, SSSK. Kim Go-hyuk licked his lips as he looked at Lucas. This was the first time he was getting a proper look at him. He had light blonde hair and a skinny build. More importantly, he didn't have any special aura at all. If he saw him on the street, he would walk right past him without giving him a second glance. That was why he felt slightly apprehensive. The fire spell and the unknown attack which he had just narrowly escaped from had come from this seemingly ordinary man. What about Atsuru? Dead. Kim Go-hyuk let out a soft exclamation. It seemed that their prediction that he wouldn't kill humans was wrong. However, this didn't mean they didn't stand a chance. Noticeup had told them that Lucas was strong, but he couldn't use his full power, and that he was a wizard. Only magic at 6 stars or above could truly threaten Kim Go-hyuk. However, 6-star spells and above usually had a large range. There were still a few living European hunters, so he wouldn't use such spells easily. This was proven by the fact that Kim Go-hyuk had been able to avoid Lucas' 2 attacks. Ma's tur. Gasping for breath, Min Ha-rin called out to Lucas, relief clear in her eyes. Kim Go-hyuk sneered. Master, so you were the one who cut off the white flower's path. What the hell were you thinking? Even if she didn't receive any guidance, she wouldn't have any troubles reaching Lee Jong-hak's level, but she was trampled on before she could even bloom. Well, as the president said, you are an amazing guy, but you make the wrong choice. Shuck, Kim Go-hyuk twisted his body, but he was still unable to avoid it. Crack. He clenched his teeth tightly. He felt intense pain, but more than the pain, he felt surprise. Tuck. His right arm fell to the ground and blood spurted from the cross-section of his severed arm. What's going on? The hunters behind him exclaimed in shock. None of them had been able to see Lucas attack. Kim Go-hyuk, you're an amazing human, why do you say that? Were you trying to kill me with that attack? Kim Go-hyuk forced himself to sneer and bluff, but contrary to his expression, his back was covered in cold sweat. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. When I look at you, it makes me want to forget my original obligations and let myself get carried away by childish emotions. Kim Go-hyuk's expression hardened. He finally realized the meaning behind Lucas' words. You bastard. Do you see me as some kind of rat? Lucas didn't pay any attention to him as he looked down at Min Ha-rin. She had injuries all over her body as well as signs of one-sided assault while she was defenseless. I don't think it's time for you to care about your disciples. Don't think you've won just because you cut off an R. Shuck. Qak. This time the pain was too severe for him to suppress. His right leg had been cut off neatly at the base of his thigh. Losing his balance, Kim Go-hyuk was forced to fall onto the floor. He glared up at Lucas with bloodshot eyes. You F-king bastard. Who the hell do you think you are? Lucas looked down at him and spoke softly. I'm angry. Kim Go-hyuk was unable to fight. After losing an arm and a leg, even standing was difficult. Even humans with superhuman capabilities like them were no exception. Now his strength was less than a tenth of what it was. Jong Ho's judgment was quick. He gave a brief command to one of the hunters. Stop Kim Go-hyuk's bleeding. Yes, he drew his sword. The Plum Blossom Sword Method was the representative sword technique of Mount Hua. So naturally, Jong Ho had also learned the Plum Blossom Sword Method. 24-14-7. He had mastered 3 techniques in the method. This was natural. After all, he devoted his entire life to learning the Plum Blossom Sword Method. He didn't think he would lose to anyone else. SSS. Jong Ho's sword shook. The first question was which method would be the most effective, but the answer to this question came easily. The Phantom Sword, one of the best techniques of the Plum Blossom Sword Method. His sword flashed dangerously like a flickering candle flame. The distance between Lucas and him was 5 steps. In other words, he was within the range of the phantom sword. SSS. The flickering gradually became faster. It fluctuated as though it had been struck by a fierce wind. Following these movements, the sword began to appear as though it had multiplied. It was meant to confuse Lucca's eyes as though the blade was a flower in full bloom. No, he had to make it confusing. Juck. Cold sweat dripped down Jong Ho's wrinkled face. The sword's shadow multiplied continuously. Dozens of afterimages were created by the phantom sword, and each one appeared real and unreal at the same time. And within these illusions, the real sword lay in wait, but the sword didn't move. No, it couldn't move. The reason for this was simple. He couldn't see any openings. There was an easy way to tell if the phantom sword worked or not, and that was by looking into your opponent's eyes. If their eyes were a little hazy, Jong Ho would know that they had been entrapped, and in the best-case scenario, they would even stumble as if they were hypnotized. But Lucca's was different. It has no effect at all. He bit his lip. Even though he was experiencing this scene for himself, he couldn't help but feel disbelief. This was something that not even President Cha Gung Hwan or the human dragon Li Jonghak were capable of. Lucca's gaze was locked onto the tip of his sword. This showed that this man didn't know how to deal with the phantom sword. In truth, this was not surprising. It was natural for a wizard to not know about sword techniques, and if they knew nothing about the plum blossom sword method, they would naturally pay attention to the tip of his sword. It was usually the wisest choice when going against a sword technique for the first time. Therefore, those who experienced this technique for the first time would naturally fall into the swamp of phantom swords. And even if they belatedly realized that something was wrong, they would already have trouble seeing through the illusion. But Lucca's was different. He didn't use any tricks, and it was clear that he was looking at the tip of the sword. Nevertheless, his eyes remained cold enough to send chills down his spine. Anyone could tell. Lucca's mind was still firm and stable. It felt like his technique had been used on a rock or a lake instead of a human. He was afraid of that. Jong Ho retracted his sword. Since it was clear it didn't work, there was no reason to continue exhausting his kai to use the phantom sword. He kicked off the ground as a flash of light flowed from his sword. It was the 4th step of the Plum Blossom Sword Method's 7th technique, Shadow of the Plum Blossom in a Chaotic Era. Cuck, he wasn't given a chance to execute it. Jong Ho felt a burning pain in his side as he was sent flying. He seemed to see yellow because of the impact that felt like being hit by a truck. The power of Hyperbolt was considered weak among 6-star spells, but it was a different story if it hit a vital spot. Above all, Jong Ho had not taken any defensive measures because he didn't even notice the spell's approach. Huck, Pro, protect the Sword Saint. The hunters moved in unison to protect Jong Ho. Some of them rushed towards Lucca's. Jong Ho's eyes darkened when he saw this. Why, you can't. You can't defeat him. Jong Ho wanted to shout these words, but he was still not able to control his body due to the shock he felt. Whoosh. A terribly cold air that brought a chill to one's bones suddenly swept across the room, and the 5 hunters who'd rushed towards Lucca's froze in place. Crack, then blades of wind shattered their bodies. What just happened? Letter 1d6 5e, letter 1d6 2f, letter 1d6 2f, letter 1d6 6 7, letter 1d4 8 6, letter 1d6 2 2. Calm. They were all hunters who had at least 10 years of experience. They were veterans who had experienced everything, and there were even a few among them who had slain high-ranking nobles. None of them would have thought that at that moment they would die so vainly. Without being able to do anything, they became powder without even knowing how they died. This doesn't make sense. One of the hunters muttered in a terrified voice. That was probably the reaction of everyone who saw that scene. But there was one person who was different. You used some kind of strange sorcery. The H-Warring leader, who had been silent before, spoke to Lucca's while removing the sword from his back. Did it look like sorcery? That's the only way you would have been able to defeat Kim Go Hyuk, an Elder Sword Saint, so quickly. As expected. At first, I was still unconvinced, but now you finally revealed the truth of your nature. You really are a demon. The H-Warring leader sneered, but that won't work against me, because sorcery won't work in front of my H-Wanjudido 1. Bang! The H-Warring leader shot towards Lucca's like a cannonball, the force of his charge so strong that it caused the floor of the duel room to shake heavily. Kai oozed from his body. He was the most domineering hunter. People often referred to the H-Warring leader as a human tank. This was because he wielded a H-Wanjudido the size of his body and left nothing but blood and meat paste in the places he passed through. His H-Wanjudido was engraved with special symbols that nullified magic, demonic energy, and other supernatural forces, and converted them into his own Kai. If a large amount of energy was converted, it was impossible to estimate just how powerful he could become. Clang! The H-Warring leader's expression hardened. His H-Wanjudido stopped a short distance away from Lucca's, unable to move further. It was as though an invisible wall was blocking his H-Wanjudido. His wrist also throbbed as though he'd struck a large piece of iron. What strength with his power, even a lump of steel would be split in half. In other words, the invisible wall in front of Lucas was harder than steel. His eyes met Lucas' indifferent gaze. Cuck, the H-warring leader had never felt so humiliated in his life. His muscles swelled explosively. Hup, then he swung his H-Wanjudido again. This time he unleashed consecutive attacks. Even if he couldn't see it, he was sure that it would crack if he focused on the same spot. Clang, 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 how many times had he hit it? The H-warring leader couldn't help but ask himself this question. He'd probably hit the wall more than a dozen times, but it was still blocking him. There didn't seem to be any change at all, so he couldn't tell if it was working or not. This damn it, stand back, H-warring leader. Army Nun GM Ryo HWA murmured as she stepped forward. White light shone from her eyes. God's eye. It was for this reason that she was called a nun. She observed Lucas with this innate magical power. A demon. Was this man really a demon? She wasn't just judging by his appearance. She could also not find any traces of demonic energy in his body. What she did find was an immense amount of mana and he's the same as Notice Up. Her instincts caused GM Ryo HWA to stop that line of thought. Then she bit her lip and said, he's not using sorcery. Then what is it? A spell. What? GM Ryo HWA continued. It's just a magic barrier. Bullshit. The H-warring leader shouted in disbelief. Barrier was a 4-star spell at best. He refused to believe that he and his H-Wanjudido could not break through a simple 4-star spell. No, GM Ryo HWA is right. Jong Ho muttered as he forced himself to sit up. He didn't know how, but he was certain that this man was a wizard. Kim Go-hyuk had a very cynical view towards wizards, and while Jong Ho wasn't that extreme, he also didn't think much of wizards. The stronger a warrior was, the more likely they would have his thought. Wizards were rare talents whose power was indispensable for humanity. This was a fact that couldn't be denied. However, they were extremely vulnerable to direct combat and could not play a decisive role in battle against high-ranking nobles. In the first place, the powers the demons used were very similar to magic, but they were able to use power much stronger than magic without much of a cost. Statistics, history, and Jong Ho's own experience told him that, but Luca's appearance had shattered every concept he'd formed in his mind. They weren't fit for close combat. There was a limit to the things they could do. Their power was worse than the power used by the demons. Was there anyone who dared to say those words while looking at Lucas? Jong Ho couldn't even begin to guess how powerful Lucas was, but he knew that the threat of death he was sensing was heavy. Even if a duke was standing in front of him, he wouldn't feel so helpless. Cuck, Jong Ho bit down on his tongue. He forcefully restrained his will, which was about to be broken. Suddenly, don't move. One of the Sword Saint's disciples shouted in a frightened voice. He was also a member of Mount Hua and had displayed tremendous talent from a young age. However, Jong Ho's expression became harder than stone when he turned to look at his disciple. The frightened disciple was holding an unconscious European hunter in his hand. If you move, I'll kill him. Jong Ho clenched his fist so hard that blood seeped past his fingers. He'd been restraining himself ever since they came to the European hunters. When fighting Nina, when killing their own kind, and even when Kim Go-hyuk wantonly slaughtered everyone he saw for pleasure. But he could not hold himself back anymore. This was simply the act of throwing away the last morals he had and truly becoming trash. What the hell are you doing? Jong Ho's voice cracked as he roared. Ma, master. He stumbled towards his disciple, who stared at him in surprise and hit him on the back of his head with the hilt of his sword, knocking him out. The disciple fainted to the ground immediately, never expecting that his master would strike him. Huck huck, he felt Luca's gaze turn to him. Catching his breath, Jong Ho spoke desperately. We can't defeat you, but we also had our own circumstances. I hope you can understand we didn't have a choice. As he said this, Jong Ho smiled defeatedly. If you go, you'll die. Jong Ho remembered the words of one of his old friends, Bo God Na Jong Chial. Even when his mind and body had been severely weakened by continuous torture, he said those words with sincerity. At first, he hadn't believed a word he'd said. He thought that Na Jong Chial had simply been tricked by the demon, so he decided to come and see for himself. And now that he could see him face to face, he realized. Lucas wasn't a demon, but he wasn't a human either. Senior, it's too early to give up. If we all work together, we still have a chance of winning. Hearing the despair in Jong Ho's voice, the H-warring leader hefted his sword and spoke with determination. His attitude wasn't wrong, but it simply made Jong Ho's mind feel heavier. There were some opponents who could have been overcome by youthful vigor, and there were some who couldn't be overcome at all. Lucas was the latter, and the reason for that was simple. The difference in power was too severe. That's why he was confused. Why is he still keeping us alive? If he wanted to, he could kill all of them within a heartbeat. I have no intention of killing you. Jong Ho flinched. Although he knew it was unlikely, he couldn't help but feel that Lucas had read his thoughts. What did you say? Lay down swords and go back to where you came from. Why are you letting us go? Because I made a deal. By deal. Jong Ho's expression suddenly distorted. You mean with our president? Lucas nodded. Jong Ho's head felt light at that moment. Only then did he realize what their role was. They were simply bugs in a battle between unbelievably powerful existences, simply chess pieces on a board whose life and death depended on the movement of their fingers. That was all that they were. He felt miserable. Lucas looked at Jong Ho, who had lowered his head slowly in realization. The reason I'm not killing you isn't because of the deal. What are you talking about? Then Jong Ho heard a voice in his head. I'm sparing you because you spared Nina. That is all. Jong Ho remained silent, but countless thoughts flowed through his head. He was sparing me, in return for sparing Nina, President Nina Rednikova. It was correct that Jong Ho had spared her. However, he hadn't done so with good intentions in mind. He just thought that Nina would be worth more as a hostage, so he persuaded Kim Go-hyuk to not kill her. If they used Nina's life to threaten and subdue them, it would be easier to take over the European branch with fewer casualties. Did this man not know that, or was he saying that despite knowing that? Jong Ho didn't continue thinking about it. Instead, he suddenly looked around for some reason. Just a few moments ago, Lucas killed 5 hunters. He didn't even leave them proper corpses. Instead, their bodies shattered into pieces of ice which were scattered across the floor. The sight had been so terrifying that he had subconsciously believed he would die in a similar manner. What about Kim Go-hyuk? The heavenly dragon had fallen from the sky and now had to crawl on the ground. He stared at Lucas with a crazed smile, but Jong Ho could tell that it was false bravado. He'd stopped bleeding, but he'd lost too much blood. His injuries were so serious that it wouldn't be strange if he fainted or died at any moment. Jong Ho suddenly had a thought. What about the rest of them? You are the only human in your group. What does that mean? Lucas spoke with a cold voice. It means you are the only one I will spare. What did you say? Cuck. The remaining hunters burst into an uproar at those words. Jong Ho, on the other hand, bit his lip hard. It appeared that they still hadn't realized the difference between them. That man just had to move a finger and they would all die. In a way, he envied their ignorance. Jong Ho closed his eyes for a moment. It wasn't something one should do when there was an enemy standing in front of one, but it wouldn't make a difference. He already understood that he couldn't avoid any attacks whether his eyes were open or closed. He didn't have to think for long. When he reopened his eyes, Jong Ho's heart and mind had calmed down once again. I refuse, I see. Lucas glanced at this man, who willingly threw away his only chance at survival. In truth, he wasn't surprised. To put it bluntly, he'd expected Jong Ho to make such a choice, and in all honesty, it didn't feel good to give him the choice despite knowing that. After all, it made Lucas appear no different from Notisub. From Jong Ho's perspective, he might even be considered a hypocrite. Nevertheless, Lucas respected his choice. Farewell. With that word, everything ended. All the chaos, fighting, and conflict that engulfed the underground base disappeared in an instant. Instead, pure white light covered the dual room, the floor they were on, and the entire European headquarters. Min-ha-rin blinked, not understanding what was happening. The light only lasted for a brief moment, and when it disappeared, the Asian hunters were gone. Ah. What the hell is? The surviving European hunters naturally turned to look at each other with blank expressions on their faces before gathering together. Then they looked at Lucas, their eyes filled with a mixture of awe and fear. Ignoring their gazes, Lucas walked over to Min-ha-rin and examined her injuries. Can you stand? Min-ha-rin forced herself to stand up. Her body still throbbed from the pain, but she had the energy to at least stand up. Yeah, good. Lucas nodded slightly before his gaze turned to Leo, who, in his unconsciousness, didn't know anything that was going on. It seemed that the time had come for him to leave the European branch headquarters, but before that, there were still some things for him to do. The damage to the European headquarters was severe, but the worst of the damage was to the humans. The total number of casualties reached 2,000, and among them, more than 500 people were killed, with a similar number being seriously injured or completely unable to recover. The rest of the population also suffered large or small injuries. The key figures in the European headquarters were the ones who suffered the most severe damage. They were all titled hunters. And their influence wasn't limited to external force. This was especially so after considering that there weren't many titled hunters in Europe in the first place. The more famous a hunter was, the more followers they had, because in this hopeless world, people wanted something they could depend on, and strength was the most effective method to attract them. When Lee Jong-hak went missing in the past, thousands of people who followed him wondered whether they should move to a different region or not. Now the famous hunters of the European headquarters had been reduced to 3. Nina, the president, Ludwig, the vice president, and Nicholas, the head of the knights. Ludwig and Nicholas had received permanent injuries. Their dangians had been destroyed, meaning they could no longer hold Kai, and their tendons in both arms were severed. Even if they recovered, they would never be able to fight as they once did. But the one who suffered the most was the president, Nina Rednikova. To put it simply, she was barely alive. A Catholic archbishop and multiple doctors came out of the hospital room with solemn expressions on their faces. The hunters who were waiting outside immediately surrounded them. Ho, how is the president's condition? The archbishop sighed. Death was averted. She will have no problems surviving, but I'm afraid the aftereffects will remain. Aftereffects. Her eyeballs were directly cut out, and it seems that they used a cursed weapon because my divine power can't heal it. Oh my God. The hunters collectively collapsed at those words. Some even began sobbing. The archbishop looked at them sorrowfully. To be honest, Nina's injuries were much more severe than he made them seem, but now wasn't a good time to talk about that. Nina Rednikova. The influence that her charisma had across Europe was unimaginable. Because of her, the head of the Iron Blood Division, countless hunters decided to come to Europe, and yet such a European treasure had been irreparably damaged. For a hunter, losing their sight was the worst possible injury. Nina would not be able to fight bravely or lead hunters on the front line ever again, and only they could understand the helplessness and despair this fact would cause European hunters to feel. Lucas went into the room with Nina. Seeing this, the archbishop hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should stop him, but in the end he shook his head. He knew that this man had saved their headquarters using great magic. When Lucas opened the door and stepped into the room, he saw Nina sitting on the bed with bandages around her eyes. Nina, master, Nina's voice shook. Lucas sat on a chair in front of her. Yeah, it's me. As he responded, he inspected her body. One of them was her eyesight. However, there were countless other wounds on her body. Nina was silent for a moment before suddenly speaking in a bright voice. Kim Go-hyuk was definitely strong. I thought he was just strong for his age, but that wasn't the case. Aside from him were the Sword Saint, Army Nun, and H-Warring Leader. None of them were easy to deal with. She chuckled. But I'm glad you saved us. Nicholas and Ludwig also seem to have survived, and the damage to the European branch is serious. But when I get out of bed, I'll be right. Do you really think that? Lucas asked, interrupting her. Nina fell silent, then her head slowly lowered. Why do we fight each other? When she finally spoke again, complex emotions could be heard in her voice. This isn't the time. We're in such a desperate situation that it's hard to see the end even when we put all our energy into it. So why are we still fighting ourselves? Since the advent of the demons, humanity had united as one. At least that's what most hunters thought. However, those who held high positions, like Nina, could see the truth. Even in such a situation, humanity failed to unite. Humans still pressured or opposed each other. The fact that catastrophic beings like the demons had appeared hadn't changed that fact. Europe resented Asia for treating them like shields. Asia tried to think of a way to escape North America's influence. Oceania was not interested in anything but their own survival. Africa had become a land of death that suffered the most damage, and North America watched the situation of the world from their safe haven. Most of the large and small disputes had disappeared, but in their stead, other disputes had become much larger than before. Master told me, humans are the most beautiful beings in the universe, the only ones capable of accepting or overcoming the poison of evil, that the more desperate the situation became, the more strongly we would bond together and unite. Nina's voice shook, and it felt like she was about to cry. I thought so too. I believed you, but. Finally, it seemed that she was unable to contain herself as she began sobbing. I can't now. I used to only see the good side, and I felt great pride to be human, but I've finally seen the bad side that I was trying to ignore. A human like Kim Go-hyuk had appeared, as if testing Nina's will. His mindset and actions caused Nina to wonder if he was even a human like she was. Of course, the underlying cause of all of this was Notisip. It was this man, who had forcefully taken over the position as head of the East Asia branch, who incited the Asian hunters. Letter 1D456, Letter 1D5FB, Letter 1D663, Letter 1D42B, Letter 1D656, Letter 1D5F1. Com. But Kim Go-hyuk didn't need incitement. Notisip gave them an option and an opportunity: die as humans or abandon the humans, and Kim Go-hyuk laughed happily while choosing the latter. He showed his true nature without hesitation, as though he was waiting for such a chance to come. It was impossible for her to know just how much blood he'd shed. No one had told Nina about how much damage the European headquarters had suffered, but she knew instinctively. She knew that the damage was so severe that it was probably impossible to recover from. Hundreds of people had died and thousands were injured, not at the hand of demons but their own kind. Master, I know I shouldn't, but I right now. The bandages around Nina's eyes had become wet. She shed tears of blood as she poured out her true feelings to her master. I hate humans more than the demons. Nina cried for a long time before falling asleep. The archbishop, who returned to see this, blamed Lucas, because he had stimulated the patient in a time when her mental stability was the top priority. After apologizing to the archbishop, Lucas returned to his room. He hadn't comforted Nina. He was the reason those hunters invaded the European hunters, and as a result, he was responsible for the tragedy that happened here. God had suddenly appeared at that time. If he hadn't followed him, he might have been able to minimize the damage. At least he would have been able to prevent many of the casualties. No, Noticeup's operation was also hampered by God's appearance. He didn't care about the devastation caused or the deaths of thousands of humans. All he cared about was Lucas. Don't be burdened by those you couldn't save. Such an argument burdened his mind and ate away at his belief. He knew that, but he couldn't stop his heart from feeling heavier. Lucas forced himself to think about something else. In any case, the European headquarters was currently in a very precarious situation. In its condition, it would not survive a second attack by the Asian branch. It might have been greatly damaged in their assault, but the Asian branch was at least 10 times larger than Europe. That wasn't all. Because of this attack, the European headquarters had lost the deterrent factor to control the demons in the surrounding area. The supplies from Asia will be cut off. That would be another fatal blow. Most of the land in Europe was already dead, and there was a limit to how much one could sustain oneself on dead land. In less than a year, most of the hunters in Europe would move to other regions. Then the protection in Europe would naturally become lax, and soon afterwards, the demons would be able to easily take over the territory. Humanity would once again lose a vast territory. North America. Neil Prand. He was the president of the North American branch, which was the strongest force in the world, as well as the current president of the Hunters Association. His influence spread beyond the Hunters Association and reached the entirety of the human race. He was also a man who was associated with Lucas. In fact, he was the first human Lucas saved after coming to this world. Neil's transformation power was far greater than that of the human dragon Li Zhonghak, Bo God Najong Chial, or Min Ha Rin. It could be said that his power was one that appeared every 100 no, every 1,000 years. He was a person who was destined to change the fate of mankind. Lucas had tried to make him his first disciple before Min Ha Rin, but he'd failed, because Neil had one big problem that he could never fix. The blood hadn't been completely cleaned from the hallways, but this was to be expected as it had only been a day since the attack. Lucas headed to the communication room. The communication room, control room, and portal management room could be said to be the three most important rooms in the entire base. So naturally, when the Asian hunters launched their attack, they took control of these rooms first. Matthew Costa, who was organizing the communication room, couldn't help but pause slightly when he saw Lucas enter. He had been the referee in Leo and Gerard's duel, and he had fought fiercely against the Asian hunters who showed up afterward. So naturally, he'd seen Lucas, who appeared just before he thought he would die, easily take care of the situation. Therefore, Matthew's feelings towards Lucas were very complicated. He'd heard many rumors about who this man might be. Some said he was a secret executive of the Hunters Association, some said he was the president's relative, and some even said that he was the mysterious vice president. There were many rumors. Of course, even now that Lucas had showcased his strength, his true identity remained a mystery. They didn't know how to treat him. Many of the hunters in the European headquarters blamed Lucas. The Asian hunters had attacked their branch looking for a man named Lucas. And that's how they came to know that he was the reason for the attack. Matthew was rational. He thought that Lucas might be the reason, but the real instigator of this event was the Asia branch's new president. But he didn't reveal these thoughts to anyone. The European hunters needed an outlet to vent their anger and frustration. So in a sense, Lucas was a good scapegoat. They hadn't overstepped any boundaries yet, but it was clear that it would gradually get worse even if they were only talking behind his back for now. However, it was not possible to stop the flow of this tide, because he couldn't tell just what the hunters would do. In fact, some of the hunters in the communication room were looking at Lucas with fierce gazes. Matthew coughed. Among those present, he held the highest position. Letter 1D62A, letter 1D5FB, N letter 1D45F, E letter 1D44E, letter 1D485. What are you doing here? I would like to communicate with North America. Matthew couldn't help but frown at those words. This wasn't to say that it was impossible. After all, the branches around the world had naturally established communication lines between themselves. The problem was that North America had never had a good relationship with Europe. This was because during the conflict between Asia and North America in the past, Europe chose Asia. This was a choice that Europe couldn't help but make. Because there was more certainty of being protected by the neighboring Asia than by North America, which was across the ocean. But there is a high chance that the request will be ignored. Lucas had a close relationship with President Nina, so it was possible that he also had connections in the North America branch. And if he did, it would be of tremendous help in the current situation. They won't refuse, as long as you send them the password I tell you. Frey Blake. Frey Blake. Matthew tilted his head to the side in confusion, but Lucas' expression remained unchanged. Seeing that he gave it out without hesitation, it might be a one-time use password. After thinking about it for a while, Matthew finally decided to do as he wished. Chichichi. A noise sounded from the hologram desk, which sat in the center of the communication room, and for a while, it was the only sound that could be heard. Ha, pretending to be a big shot. Some hunters laughed outright. Matthew turned to look at Lucas with an embarrassed expression. This was because their voices were clearly audible to everyone in the room, but Lucas' expression remained unchanged. If they haven't responded after so long, there is a high chance that they chose to ignore it. Just as Matthew was about to turn off the hologram desk, the screen brightened, and the face that appeared stunned Matthew as well as every other hunter in the communication room. Who, that person? It was a man with an amazing physique. He was wearing a black suit that looked like it would rip if he flexed his muscles even a little. He was a man who seemed to contain unlimited power within his body. His short blonde hair and cold blue eyes gave everyone who saw him a glimpse at his personality. It was Neil Prand, president of the Hunters Association. The man who stood at the pinnacle of millions of hunters looked at Lucas for a moment before speaking. Should I say it's been a long time? He knew him. Looking at President Neil's expression made Matthew's already complicated feelings even more complex. He thought that at best, it would be a branch head or even just the head of communications at a random branch. He never would have expected it to be a direct line to President Neil. Matthew shuddered. What kind of person was this man in the hologram? He was the most powerful man in the world. The former president of the United States wouldn't have as much power as Neil currently possessed. Even ChaGung-hwan, the Asian president, and Nina, the European president, were mere fireflies before the sun when compared to Neil's power and influence. Their position in the association might have only differed by 2 or 3 levels, but the difference in their individual powers was unsurmountable. Just as Matthew wondered if he should leave the room for a while, Lucas spoke. There is something I want to talk to you about. How surprising. I would have thought you never wanted to see my face ever again. He muttered with an expression that looked anything but surprised before nodding. Fine, I will leave the portal open for 2 days. Tuck. With those words, the communication ended. Is he asking me to come over directly? Lucas frowned slightly. The current situation was so critical that even a single day couldn't be wasted. It would have been better to talk and negotiate through the communications room, but if he wanted to talk face to face, then he had no choice but to comply. After all, this was urgent. You. Meanwhile, Matthew couldn't help but stutter as he looked at the man standing beside him. Who the hell are you? Leo lay on a hospital bed while staring blankly at the ceiling. The last thing he remembered was his fight against Gerard. It had probably been the most painful and desperate fight he'd ever had, but in the end he won. It was Leo who won in the end. The moment Gerard admitted defeat, that fact became set in stone. With the great joy and satisfaction that came with victory, Leo lost consciousness, and when he opened his eyes again, Gerard was dead. When he first heard it, his entire face had become pale. Did he kill him? No, that was impossible. Unlike Leo, who fainted, only Gerard's sword had been broken. His body was in a much better condition. In addition, Gerard looked different from how he had when he fell unconscious. His entire body was covered in blood, and there were numerous knives embedded in his body. He had died from excessive blood loss, and he died standing. But what truly confused Leo was where Gerard was standing. He had his back towards him as though he was protecting him, and died facing an enemy who had probably stood in front of him. Afterward, Min-Ha-rin filled him in on what happened. She told him that Asian hunters attacked the base. As a result, the key figures in the European headquarters were either killed or severely wounded, and the damage done to the base was irreparable. Too many things had happened, and in all honesty, he still wasn't sure how to feel. Just as Leo sighed for the umpteenth time, he heard a knock on the door. After giving a brief response, the door opened and the first thing he saw was glossy black hair. It was Min-Ha-rin. When she entered the room and saw Leo, she smiled softly. Hey, junior brother. Hey, senior sister. How are you feeling? Fine, I'm glad. Min-Ha-rin sat on a chair beside the bed and silence fell in the room for a while. How is the situation in the headquarters right now? Should I be honest? Yeah. Not very good, she sighed. The president, vice president, and even the head of the Knights Division. The 3 people who could be called the core of this base all suffered irrecoverable damage. I see. Min-Ha-rin turned to look at Leo. Unlike her, who had only been in Europe for a short period of time, Leo had grown up here, so it was natural for him to feel great sorrow and confusion. Master is going to North America today. North America, yeah. I think he's going to meet the president of the association and discuss a way to deal with Asia. Leo nodded. I will be going with him. I might not be in the best condition, but I think it would be a good learning experience. That's why I came to ask what junior brother would like to do. If you allow me to, I'd like to join you. Leo expressed his opinion with a calm voice. Then Min-Ha-rin's expression became serious. You know why the Asian hunters attacked the European headquarters, don't you? Yeah, they came looking for a man named Lucas. According to them, Lucas was a high-ranking demon noble, Nina was a witch who was colluding with him in the dark, and everyone who sheltered him was evil. From Nina's perspective, this argument was so far-fetched that it wasn't even funny. A few hunters seemed to believe that claim. When Min-Ha-rin said those words with a solemn voice, Leo spoke out with disbelief. That's impossible. That rumor is just ridiculous. Master doesn't even have the slightest hint of demonic energy in him. If they thought a bit more rationally, they'd realize. The situation can no longer be considered rational. Leo had no choice but to fall silent at those words. The European hunters always risked their lives when they went out on missions, and because of its position on the front line, the hunters in Europe tended to have a closer relationship than those in other regions. Their colleagues and teammates were annihilated overnight, so it was natural for them to look for someone to blame. However, the Asian hunters who attacked them were already dead. So naturally their resentment fell to Lucas, who was thought to have attracted them in the first place. I won't hide the fact that I'm Master's disciple. It's going to get harder, it's going to get dangerous, and I might even die. Min-Ha-rin rubbed her stomach. She had already been healed, but the pain of Kim Go-hyuk's attack was seared in her mind, and there will probably be more misunderstandings like this one in the future. But if we want to help Master, then we'll have to deal with similar we might have to deal with even worse situations than this one. Leo, can you handle it? Are you okay, senior sister? Min-Ha-rin was surprised by Leo's sudden question. You might end up fighting the Asian hunters. Haha, Min-Ha-rin couldn't help but laugh. This is because Leo's care for her really comforted her. She stroked Leo's hair gently, just like she did with her siblings. I'm fine. Min-Ha-rin was probably the only person who'd seen Lucas power up close. She'd seen him kill a demon duke, so she knew that Lucas wasn't a demon. No, she didn't believe in Lucas just because of such a logical reason. Lucas had taught her for a month. Being taught by someone meant getting to know them, because the way a person taught had a certain degree of subjectivity, and through his teaching, Min-Ha-rin was able to get a glimpse of the type of person Lucas was. Lucas wanted to save the humans. He wanted to save the humans more than anyone else, and he was planning something huge in order to do that. She didn't know what the exact plan was. However, she was convinced that it would benefit her, the hunters, and the entirety of the human race. And Min-Ha-rin wanted to help Lucas with his plan, even if it was just a little. It was different from simply hunting the demons or demon beasts. At that time, she simply swung her sword like a machine. She didn't want to die. And in order to just see the sun rise on the next day, she killed the demons. But she knew that her actions didn't have much of an effect on the bigger picture. Could she change anything by simply killing a demon noble, a few dozen demons or demon beasts? She couldn't. Another noble, another demon, or another demon beast would simply take their place. Nevertheless, Min-Ha-rin continued to do it. Because she couldn't see the way or find the answer, she simply did the only thing she could think of. But Lucas had shown her the way. He was moving towards the ultimate goal, not of driving out the demons, but of freeing the entirety of humankind from their misery. She was truly happy and honored to be able to join such a great cause. Unlike before, when she simply killed demons and demon beasts, she felt different. Her spirit was uplifted. For Min-Ha-rin, it was like she'd been reborn the moment she decided to step off the path of swordsmanship and become a wizard. Since then, her body and mind were constantly under tremendous pressure, but the heaviness in her heart had disappeared. She felt free. I will continue following Master. Me too. Leo looked up at Min-Ha-rin as he spoke. I feel the same way as senior sister. I know you can handle it. Min-Ha-rin smiled as she stroked Leo's hair once again. She was confident that Leo would walk a similar path to her. Then, after a moment, she asked a question that had been bouncing around in her mind for a long while. By the way, what shampoo do you use? I use soap. Huck. Beijing, China. There was a commotion in the city where the Asian headquarters were located, and standing at the center of this commotion was a handsome man with a stern expression, a man who had finally reappeared in this base after a few months. Li Jonghak, the human dragon, has returned. The hunters grew excited as soon as they saw Li Jonghak, but Li Jonghak simply walked past them coldly. Before, he might have even stopped and said hello to them for a moment, but now he did not. His expression was as hard as stone. He seemed so angry that he might explode at the smallest provocation. Maybe it's because they noticed this, but those who went up to greet Li Jonghak stepped back and cleared the way for him. Like this, Li Jonghak entered the base. His firm, determined steps were leading him to a specific place. At that moment, he remembered Kim Go-hyuk's words. He'd asked him about Lucas, and Li Jonghak hadn't answered. Nevertheless, Kim Go-hyuk learned that Lucas was at the European headquarters, and later the Asian hunters attacked the European headquarters. They had only given one reason. Lucas is a demon. Li Jonghak clenched his fist. He wasn't. Nina had told him what he'd done, and Li Jonghak also had his own ideas of what he might be. He was neither human nor demon. His thoughts and hypocrisy were completely unacceptable to Li Jonghak, but it was undeniable that he'd helped mankind tremendously over the years. That's why he couldn't believe it. The dozens of hunters who'd gone to attack the European headquarters were all dead. Among them were the Sword Saint, Army Nun, Warring Leader, and, above all, the Heavenly Dragon, Kim Go-hyuk. The European hunters would not have been able to stop such a lineup. It was obvious who killed them. Lee Jong-hak stood in front of the president's office. He'd already heard about what the man behind this door was like, so after taking a deep breath, he opened the door and stepped in. "Nice to meet you." He didn't even knock. In a way, he was showing his displeasure. Nevertheless, the man responded to Lee Jong-hak's appearance as though it was natural and expected. He had bright blue hair, which was a color that didn't quite suit his Western features, but his appearance seemed to have a strange balance. This was the man who'd overthrown Cha Gung-hwan to become the president of the Asia branch, Notisip, and it was his first time seeing him in person. "Are you the new president?" "That's right." Notisip nodded without pointing out the blatant lack of respect in Lee Jong-hak's tone. Instead, he looked at him with a gaze filled with interest. "The human dragon, Lee Jong-hak. You truly are a human worthy of being called the greatest hero." His words made Lee Jong-hak feel like a giant snake's tongue was licking his body. The man's eyes also seemed to shine with a mysterious, magical light. Just looking at him caused Lee Jong-hak's palms to become covered in sweat. He's different but similar too. However, Lucas was more. "I know what you want." Notisip's voice interrupted Lee Jong-hak's thoughts. "Exterminating the demons is not difficult for me. I have the power to completely erase them from existence." This wasn't a lie. Lee Jong-hak recalled the miraculous scene he'd witnessed in Germany. A stream of water that he'd sent from thousands of miles away had annihilated every demon without injuring a single human with incredible precision. It was literally the power of God. Notisip smiled as he continued. "Unlike Lucas, I'm no hypocrite. I will not hesitate to save all of you. I will even swear on my name. After I get rid of that man, I will destroy all of the demons on this continent." "What do you want from me?" Notisip's answer was simple: "Obey me." It was around 5 p.m. when Min-ha-rin and Leo headed to the portal management room. By then, all of their preparations had been completed. They were scheduled to leave at 6 p.m., but their master always arrived ahead of the scheduled time and waited. This was not a very comfortable situation for disciples, so they hurried over this time around. Fortunately, Lucas wasn't standing in front of the portal when they arrived. Instead, they saw a man they'd never seen before. It was a man with gray hair and a cold expression on his face. This was their first time seeing him, but for some reason he felt familiar. "Ah." The man opened his mouth when Min-ha-rin's mouth widened in realization. "It's me, Master." Lucas nodded. Only then did Min-ha-rin step closer to him before saying, "Your appearance, did you change it with magic? It's the illusion spell. When you reach 5 stars, you will be able to learn it." Min-ha-rin was amazed. She knew that illusion was a 5-star spell. But even if she reached that level, the complexity of the magic formula and the extremely high mana consumption meant that she would have to be at least 6 stars in order to use it so naturally. Of course, she knew the being in front of her wasn't a 6-star wizard, but someone who could be called the creator and teacher of magical science in this world. Then she realized that she couldn't feel any mana from him. "When I have this appearance, I use the pseudonym Frey, so you can call me that." He was using an identity he'd created before so that there wouldn't be any problems when he went to North America. "Yes, understood." Min-ha-rin nodded. She could guess why he changed his appearance. The hunters in Asia would be looking for him everywhere, so it would be best to hide his appearance whenever he had to do any activities outside. Lucas looked at his 2 disciples carefully before turning to look at Min-ha-rin. "What did you tell Leo?" "I told him everything." "Good." Then there was no need for him to say anything more. Lucas simply tapped Leo on the shoulder. "It will be a tough journey from now on. I can handle it. I believe you can." Leo smiled brightly at those words, and Min-ha-rin laughed slightly because she'd been told the same thing. The North American headquarters was located in Manhattan, New York. Standing in front of the portal, Min-ha-rin felt a little anxious, like a child who was about to go to an amusement park for the first time. She'd heard a lot about North America, but this would be the first time she was going there. It was probably the same for most hunters. Heaven, utopia, another world. North America was called countless names, and none of them were negative. And as soon as she stepped through the portal, a huge light covered her body. She felt the strange, floating feeling that came with portal transportation, as if heaven and earth had been overturned and all the directions had been jumbled. Maybe it was because the distance was quite far, but she felt more nauseous than she usually did when traveling by portal. Min-ha-rin forced herself to fight the urge to vomit. Finally, the sense of weightlessness disappeared. She felt herself land on solid ground, but her vision was still blurred. Whispers. The surroundings were quite noisy. What's going on? When her vision cleared, Min-ha-rin looked around, and it was the first time she'd seen such a sight in her life. Dozens of people in suits were aiming cameras at them. Then above them, she saw the view of the city. Min-ha-rin subconsciously let out a cry of admiration. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but wonder if she was dreaming. The sun was high in the sky, unlike Russia, where it was already dark, and the city that stood under the brilliant sun did not have smoke billowing out of it nor the abandoned or dilapidated buildings that she was used to seeing her entire life. Instead, she saw a forest of skyscrapers that reached the sky and a sunlit river that flowed beside the city. On this river floated a pure white yacht. Sochi, in Russia, was a relatively well-preserved and redeveloped city. But Manhattan was so beautiful that it couldn't even compare. The portal was in the middle of a large square, which allowed her to take in all of these sights at once. This fact shocked her greatly. After all, hunter bases were usually constructed in hidden locations, for example, underground. Click, click. Then bursts of light began flashing from every direction. Leo shrank slightly. It wasn't magic, it was simply the flash of cameras. The European hunters are finally here. Ah, there's also the White Flower, a titled hunter from Asia. What is her relationship with them? There is such a handsome boy. Who is he? What the hell was going on? Tense, Min-Ha-rin turned to look at her teacher. Lucas stood with the same expression he always had on his face. Even though the appearance was different, it was easy for her to tell that it was the same person. Her confused mind calmed down a little. Suddenly, "Please wait a moment. Let me through." A woman with a stern voice appeared. She was an extremely beautiful woman dressed in fancy clothes. She wore a red dress and high heels, with a luxurious-looking overcoat hung lightly on her shoulders. She reminded Min-Ha-rin of the Hollywood stars who existed in the past. The woman put her hand on her hip as she spoke to the reporters. "You will get the chance to interview them in a moment, so please calm down for now. Let me talk to them first." The reporters murmured under their breaths for a few moments, but they still reluctantly stepped back in the end. It was only then when the woman turned around and addressed Lucas. "Are you Frey?" "That's right." When Lucas nodded, Min-Ha-rin couldn't help but look at him. It was the first time she'd ever heard him speak so politely. It seemed he truly intended to hide his identity. Doesn't seem like much, so why would the president want to see such a man? The woman murmured this in a soft voice, but it was still clearly audible to all of them. Min-Ha-rin and Leo glared fiercely at this woman for her rude remarks. As if she noticed, the woman's blue eyes turned to Min-Ha-rin. Then she smiled. "What's with that look in your eyes? Is this man your lover?" When Min-Ha-rin remained silent in shock, the woman laughed. "Smile. It was a joke. This is your first time in America, am I right?" When Lucas nodded, the woman spoke with a pitying expression. "It must have been quite the surprise. Look at how tense you are. Relax your shoulders. This is a place for humans. Well, considering that you came from Europe, I suppose it's natural." As she said that, the woman looked at Frey, Min-Ha-rin, and Leo's attire, one after the other. Min-Ha-rin immediately realized what the feeling she felt at that moment was. It was something she'd been feeling ever since this woman spoke to Lucas. Min-Ha-rin hated this woman. "Ah, silly me, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Joanna. I'm an American hunter who came to pick up our European guests on orders from our president, Joanna." When she subconsciously asked back the name she heard, Joanna giggled in a satisfied manner. "Oh my, it seems I'm well known even in Europe." She wanted to deny it, but she couldn't. Joanna was a hunter who was not only famous in North America, but in the entire world. However, Min-Ha-rin saw Lucas frown slightly. "In any case, please adjust to the pace. It's been a long time since we had hunters from Europe here, so I called the reporters. You don't have to do much. Just smile and answer a few of their questions." "Ah, you don't have to answer anything you don't want to." Lucas couldn't help but wonder if this was Neil's scheme. After saying what she had to, Joanna turned around again and headed to the reporters with sparkling eyes. Lucas finally looked around, taking in the scene that Min-Ha-rin had been amazed by. It was a beautiful city, but they didn't overdo it. They had enough economic power to pursue glamour while also remaining confident in their safety. I didn't expect it would be this much. Although their presence was weaker than in other regions, North America wasn't completely free of the demons. After all, at one point, North America was also facing dark times. However, the hunters in the region, under the command of Neil Prand, managed to drive the demons out of most of their territory. It had been decades since then, and the utopia built upon the ruins had become a true paradise. Perhaps Min-Ha-rin and Leo felt like they were in a completely different world. Then Joanna returned. She glanced at the three of them for a moment before speaking. "By the way, I forgot to ask for your names. Could you give a brief introduction?" Lucas opened his mouth first. "I'm Frey. Are you a hunter?" "Right. What job do you have?" "I'm a wizard." Joanna snorted at that. When Lucas turned to look at her, she apologized without seeming the least bit sorry. "Ah, sorry. It's just that there are many self-proclaimed wizards running around these days. I've seen far too many people who don't even have a hint of skill." When Lucas remained silent, she added, "Of course, I'm not referring to you. After all, you came from the front lines in Europe, so you couldn't be completely useless." Joanna narrowed her eyes. "It's just that I can't feel any mana fluctuations in your body. You wouldn't happen to be calling yourself a wizard after reaching only 1 star or 2 stars, right?" Her voice was soft, but the mocking tone in her voice was unmistakable. Then a man in a suit standing beside Joanna bowed to her as he said, "Wouldn't any wizard look like nothing in front of you, Miss Joanna? You are one of the few archmages in North America. HMPH, you don't need to flatter me." While Joanna waved her hand and said those words, it was clear from her expression that she enjoyed the compliment. Lucas simply looked at her without responding, and Min Ha-rin and Leo simply stared at her with strange expressions. Press conference. This was something that Min Ha-rin had never experienced in her relatively short life. She sighed. She didn't even realize when it had ended. The constant flashing of cameras and the rapid spitfire of questions caused her mind to grow numb. After a while, she couldn't even remember the answers she gave. If it weren't for Lucas, she might have said something wrong. "I'm so tired." It was different from the fatigue that came with hunting demons. It felt like her energy had been sapped. When she looked over at Leo, she noticed that he was also tired, although he didn't show it. "I just want to rest for 5 minutes. And water." She wanted to drink water so cold that it would make her bones ache. "What are you doing? There's no time to relax." But the witch didn't seem to have any intention of letting them rest. Joanna gave her a look as if to ask if she was tired from just this much. "We'll be traveling by car, so you can take a rest on the move." Car? Was she talking about a vehicle? At that moment, a black limousine entered the square and gracefully pulled up in front of them. Min Ha-rin's jaw dropped subconsciously. Smiling, Joanna boarded the limousine with elegance and grace before saying, "Get in." "Ah yeah." Lucas, Min Ha-rin and Leo boarded the limousine. The moment her butt touched the soft seat, she felt like she would sink into it completely. It would only be a small exaggeration to say it felt like her body had become one with the seat. There were also vehicles in Asia, where she had been most active. However, those had mostly been military vehicles or trucks used to transport personnel or supplies. She'd seen damaged cars a few times in ruined cities during explorations, but she had never seen such a clean-looking car like this limousine in her life. "It feels like I'm floating." There was almost no noise, and the ride was smooth. There was even a small refrigerator in the car. Joanna took some canned drinks from the refrigerator before handing them to them. "Take it." She didn't like this nasty woman, but her conscience didn't allow her to refuse, so she simply bowed her head slightly and accepted the can. It was a brand of cola she'd never seen before. When she took a small sip, the sweet taste and slight fizz of carbonation made her taste buds tingle. It was delicious. Leo's attention seemed to be locked onto the scenery outside. For Leo, who was born in Britain and never left Europe, the forest of skyscrapers that he could see outside the window was literally a new world. "Where are we going?" It was Min Ha-rin who asked. "To the headquarters." "I thought the headquarters would be nearby since the portal was located in the square. But I guess it's not. North America is different from the other regions." "Right?" Min Ha-rin muttered softly before taking another sip from the can. Joanna looked at her with a slightly solemn expression. "Hunters from Europe." Europe was supposed to be the front lines where hunters fought against demons constantly. So because of that, she thought the European hunters would be a skilled and powerful group. This expectation was even greater ever since she heard that this hunter was a guest of Association President Neil Prand. So why was it only this much? A woman, a boy, and a self-proclaimed wizard. Min Ha-rin was a rookie hunter who'd made a name for herself in Asia. But there was one thing she found strange. "I heard that the white flower is a swordsman, so why can I feel mana fluctuations?" Min Ha-rin had the scent of a wizard. At first, she thought it was just an illusion, but now she didn't think so. This woman was at least a 3-star wizard. She had done something to cover it up, but it was impossible to trick the eyes of an archmage like Joanna. In the first place, she had put aside her busy schedule to come greet them. After all, there was no way for her to refuse an order that came directly from the president. Because of this, her expectations had been quite high before she came here. She never would have expected these three to be the guests she sacrificed her valuable time for. Even though the president said to be polite to them, she thought it was stupid. There was no need to be polite to low-rank hunters. Joanna's eyes turned to the gray-haired man. She could only think of one thing as she looked at this man. Unlike the other two, who were excitedly taking in all the sights, this man had remained calm from the start. However, he's obviously bluffing. Without a doubt, this man was the most pathetic of the three. His identity was a mystery, but unlike Min Ha-rin, who had made a name for herself, or Leo, who clearly had a good foundation, she couldn't feel anything from this man. It was unpleasant. He didn't seem to have any mana, yet he dared to call himself a wizard. It was as though he thought it was easy to be a wizard. For people like this, she felt it was best to destroy their mana rooms so that they wouldn't be able to use spells for the rest of their lives. It was at that moment that an interesting idea popped into her mind. "Hey, Frey, was it? What rank are you at? You can take a guess." It was the same answer he'd given before. Joanna sneered. "Ah, is that so? Then I think you should be at least 5 stars. Although she usually felt that 3 stars was the limit of most average wizards, Joanna deliberately raised her guess. In fact, it didn't matter whether she said 3 stars or 5. In the first place, she couldn't feel any mana from this man. So either this man didn't have the talent at all, or he was a measly 1 star, and his mana was so pitiful that she couldn't sense it. You can think so. Joanna's eyebrows raised at that. This man had just admitted to being a 5-star wizard. She had to forcibly stop herself from laughing. There was still some time till they arrived at the headquarters, so she decided to kill time. She wondered just how far this man could bluff. Then Lucas turned and looked Joanna in the eyes for the first time. In that instant, Joanna felt like her entire body had become frozen for some reason, and without realizing it, she grabbed the hem of her dress. "Don't act recklessly." It was a murmur that was close to a whisper. It was so soft that it seemed one would not be able to hear if one wasn't paying attention. Nevertheless, Joanna heard Lucas' voice as clearly as if he was shouting. Lucas continued, "There won't be a second time. Hup." She felt an indescribable pressure, like an invisible hand was gripping her heart. For a moment, Joanna couldn't breathe. Her pupils shook. She stared at Lucas with wide eyes, but he had already looked away and was now staring out the window once again. And not another word was spoken until they arrived at the North American headquarters. The North American headquarters was housed in an extremely tall skyscraper. Even if they titled their heads 90 degrees, it was hard for them to see the top. Joanna coughed slightly before opening her mouth. "This is the headquarters of the North American branch. It's also called the Pilsky Tower." After saying that, she glanced at Lucas. Joanna's attitude was different from before. When they entered the building, Min Ha-rin looked around the first floor before muttering, "It's so peaceful." It reminded her of a shopping mall. There were restaurants, coffee shops, clothing stores, and even arcades. People sat at tables that were scattered throughout the floor. Their expressions showed no tension at all. "I don't think they are hunters. You have good eyes. These people are not hunters." Hearing Joanna's words, Min Ha-rin tilted her head to the side. "Ah, then are they civilians who work with the association?" "No, they're just ordinary people. The public can enter the North American headquarters." Pilsky Tower is the North American headquarters, as well as one of the top tourist attractions in Manhattan. Public access is permitted up to the 50th floor. Min Ha-rin's jaw dropped at those words. The Hunter headquarters was a tourist attraction. It felt like her common sense was being challenged. However, this was not uncommon in North America, where attacks from demons were rare. Joanna led them to an elevator on the left, which had an ID scanner. It seemed that this was an elevator that could only be used by hunters. Then, a man who appeared to be a security guard approached them and gave Joanna a wireless earpiece. "Joanna, you're here." Joanna didn't respond, instead simply collecting the earpiece and stepped into the elevator. Click, a long finger pressed the button of the 125th floor. It was very high up. Joanna suddenly became silent, and it seemed that she was listening to something from the earpiece in her ear. When they reached the 60th floor, she spoke again. "Come to think of it, have you eaten?" "No." "Good, I'm a bit hungry, so let's eat first. We still have some time to spare." They didn't have time to spare. Min Ha-rin complained inwardly, but she didn't say anything. After a while, the elevator came to a stop, and Joanna stepped off first as she spoke. The 125th floor is the resting area for hunters. It has a restaurant, a lounge, a library, a karaoke room, a game room. They're a bit small, but there is also a golf course and a movie theater. It seemed that there was no end to the surprises. She didn't expect the resting area to have so many facilities. Probably only North America was like this in the entire world. Looking at Min Ha-rin and Leo, who were glancing around the floor, Joanna continued. "Each region hides information about American hunters as much as possible. Do you know why? I don't. It's because most people wouldn't want to leave if they came here. Of course, we would not stop hunters from coming. After all, this is a world where the land mass is large but the people are scarce. People were also a resource." This was basically what Joanna was saying. Then they saw the restaurants. There were many different varieties. Western, Chinese, Japanese, there were even Korean restaurants. Just the slight smell that drifted from them caused their mouths to water. The chefs in these restaurants were definitely top class. When they finally sat at a table, Min Ha-rin and Leo tried to decide what to eat. Then Joanna tapped Lucas on the shoulder. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" Wondering what she was up to, Lucas turned to look at Joanna, but she avoided making eye contact with him. It seemed what happened in the limousine was still fresh in her mind. Did she want to talk about that? No, she didn't have the guts to do that at the moment. Did she set a trap for him? That was even more unlikely. Maybe she really just wanted to talk. Lucas got up from his seat. "You guys eat first." "Yeah." Min Ha-rin and Leo looked curious, but they chose to listen to their master. Lucas and Joanna headed to a lounge a short distance away from the restaurant. The glass walls in the lounge gave the customers a clear view of the city. There were many chairs there, but Joanna didn't take a seat. It seemed the conversation would end soon. "The president contacted me. He said to have you meet him alone." Joanna pointed to her ear as she said this. "Alone?" "Yeah." He knew Neil's personality, so he wasn't surprised that he wanted to meet him alone without Min Ha-rin and Leo. It seemed he wanted to have a private conversation. "You can go to the 177th floor. "Well then, that's all." Then, as if her task was complete, she turned around and tried to leave. "You're not going to accompany me. The 177th floor is the president's private room. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter, myself included. I'll take care of your companions, so you can come back here when you're done." Lucas followed her with his eyes for a moment, then he headed to the elevator and pressed the button for the 177th floor, Neil Pran's private room. As the elevator went up, it stopped on another floor. A man entered from the 159th floor. It was a middle-aged man wearing a biker jacket and jeans. He had long hair that reached his shoulders, and his beard grew from his sideburns to his chin. But as soon as Lucas saw this man, he became speechless. He was surprised. Letter 1D4 letter 1D427 letter 1D45BR letter 1D452 letter 1D5E letter 1D41D. You could even say that he was shocked. The man yawned tiredly as he raised his hand to press the floor button before lowering it again. Seeing this, Lucas quickly regained his composure. His eyes narrowed slightly. Only the button for the 177th floor was currently pressed. In other words, this man was also going to the 177th floor, to the private room of the association president that unauthorized personnel couldn't enter. No, that wasn't the problem. Looking at this man's back, Lucas spoke. "Hey, what?" The man answered bluntly without looking back. "What's your name?" Only then did the man turn to look at Lucas. His eyes appeared calm and disinterested. "Letip." Ding. With the sound of arrival, the elevator came to a stop. When the elevator doors opened, the first thing he saw was a long, straight hallway. Red carpet was laid along the hallway, and there were even luxurious artworks displayed on both sides. It felt like an art museum. Letip was the first to start walking down the hallway. He didn't seem to have any power in his body, but that in itself seemed a bit contradictory as he stepped forward without hesitation. Lucas looked at his back. Letip. Lucas couldn't help but mutter his name inwardly. This man was the last of the three absolutes who entered this world. The moment he met him, he realized, but on the other hand, he wouldn't have realized if he hadn't met him. Letip gave him a strange feeling. Unlike Seti, who openly released her aura to attract Lucas, or Notisop, who had shown his ambition by acquiring his own faction, this man didn't show any such behavior. Of course, this didn't mean he would jump to any conclusions. After all, he could just be acting more covertly than Notisop. But Lucas couldn't help but feel that he was completely different. When their eyes met, this man should have naturally realized who Lucas was. Nevertheless, he didn't seem interested at all. What was the reason? Wasn't the goal of the absolutes who came to this world to kill Lucas? Concealing his doubts, Lucas followed Letip. First, he would meet Neil Pran. It was clear that he had some kind of connection to Letip. Of course, he didn't think Neil would be willing to tell him, but he might be able to get a clue from their conversation. When they opened the door at the end of the hallway and stepped inside, they found themselves in what appeared to be an office. The reason it appeared to be was because this room seemed far too large to be called an office. It was as large as the lounge he'd briefly entered on the 125th floor, and at the end of this large space sat Neil Pran. He seemed to be filling out some documents, but he put his pen aside when he noticed their arrival. Letip walked forward before plopping down on a sofa on the left. Then he picked up a remote from the coffee table in front of him and turned on the TV. The TV was so large that 100 people would be able to watch it comfortably. Pukuku. Letip chuckled as he found a show he liked. Without taking his eyes away from the large display, he said, "I'm hungry. Do you have anything to munch on?" "I'll call someone, beer too." Neil picked up a phone to his right and ordered the food while Letip continued laughing as he watched his show. Click. Only after hanging up the phone did Neil look at Lucas. He nodded at a door to his right before walking towards it. Lucas followed him. It appeared to be a reception room attached to the office. It was much smaller than the office, but it was more suitable for a one-on-one conversation. "I was rude last time. There were a lot of eyes looking at us, and I'm in a position now where I have to be careful about the things I do." Lucas ignored Neil's apology. It didn't matter when he spoke formally or informally. He knew that this man in front of him had no respect for him. This city is pretty well developed. Neil's eyes shined slightly. "I can barely remember how it looked a few decades ago. You achieved your goal." He believed that Neil could do it. But he never thought that he would be able to achieve his goal so perfectly in such a short amount of time. Neil Pran was truly an amazing human. He was a man who could change not just a city, country, or continent, but the entire world. "This country is my everything. I will protect my homeland with my life. I see your thoughts haven't changed. I'm only human, unlike you." Whenever he heard those words, Lucas felt a stabbing pain in his chest. This man in front of him couldn't know, but Lucas had once been human. Neil Pran continued in a calm voice, "And humans have limits, so I only look after the humans I can save." "By that, you mean the Americans." There was a faint glimmer in Neil's eyes. Nevertheless, they didn't accept his proposal. They might have had their reasons, but Neil didn't pay attention to that. It's their own choice. Everyone must bear the burden of their own choices. The demons aren't active in America. Neil paused for a moment at Lucas' sudden remark before saying, "They don't like to cross the ocean. There are demons who have the power to move through space. The higher the nobility rank, the more common this power is. With their power, carrying a legion of demon beasts across the ocean is not difficult. That's why we have barriers. Our barriers are stronger and have fewer flaws than those of other regions. This is due to the collaboration between the many wizards and sorcerers in this country. Luca's expression changed slightly. Don't try to fool me with magical science, Neil pranned. Do you think I can't tell it's just a 7-star barrier at best? You greatly increased the strength of your defenses using soul crystals that you bought from the other branches, but they would only work on demon marquises and below. This also varied depending on the individual. Among the marquises, there were a few who could easily break through North America's barriers. There's no reason for them to come all the way over to America. There are many humans closer to them already. His words sounded like the most plausible excuse, but it wasn't something one would expect to hear from a human. Many humans closer to them. That sounded as though he was talking about livestock instead of his own kind. The higher rank the demon, the more greedy they are. There are many demon nobles who would love to get their hands on the hunters in North America. What are you trying to say? Did you make a deal with the demons? Neil fell silent for a moment, maybe 3 seconds. Then he let out a breath. The topic of our conversation seems to have shifted. Aren't you here as Frey Blake, a hunter from the European branch who came to seek aid from North America? I would like for us to move on to our negotiation now. He forcibly changed the topic. This time it was Lucas who sighed. Neil Prand had not changed at all from the last time he saw him. No, instead it seemed that he had become more extreme. However, Lucas couldn't recklessly call him evil. He knew how strong his convictions were and how devoted he was to humans. It was just that he needed to widen his view. That should have been the role of his teacher. This was why Lucas felt responsible for Neil's deviation. How much do you know about the situation in Asia? I know that a man named Notisop has become the new president of the Asia branch. He didn't just stop there, however. He also took control of most of the forces and facilities of the Hunters Association in that region. Neil looked at Lucas for a moment before adding, he even got in touch with North America, claiming that he wanted to have a good relationship with us. What did you say? That's confidential. Do you know what kind of being Notisop is? He should be something similar to you, a transcendent being with power comparable to that wielded by God. Nevertheless, he didn't appear to be wary of Notisop. It was the same as when he'd first met him. Neil did not shrink back even when he had an idea of how powerful Lucas was. This was something that Lucas appreciated. He believed he could become the symbol who led mankind. It's not difficult for us to protect Europe in itself. After all, our association dislikes Asia much more than Europe, but I can't make that decision on my own. What do you mean? I'd have to bring it forward to the Council of the American Association. Most of the executives with great influence are part of the council, and most of them don't have a very favorable opinion of Europe. Lucas knew that the most category also included Neil Prand. Neil now divided the world into 2 parts, whether it was helpful to North America or not. His logic could not have been more black and white. Even now, Neil must have been making calculations in his head. He was calculating how North America could benefit from the confrontation between Europe and Asia. He didn't think about the hunters who would die, because they weren't American hunters. He was a man who already had such a twisted belief, and Lucas couldn't do anything to change it. I'm not asking you to openly put pressure on Asia. You don't even have to be hostile with them. After all, the true enemies of the hunters are the demons, not their own kind. All I want you to do is exercise your influence so that the conflict between humans doesn't escalate. You make it sound so easy. Once we step in, we will no longer be able to hold a neutral position. We'd be forced to take a side in the mud fight. Then you want Europe and Asia to continue fighting like this. Don't you understand what the outcome would be? At least one side would collapse, and it would most likely be Europe. If the knowledge of this conflict reaches the ears of the demons, perhaps all the association branches in Eurasia would disappear. Well, that's only the worst-case scenario, so he did know. Lucas looked at Neil with cold eyes. He felt his heart sinking. Then the remaining survivors would flock to America. We wouldn't reject them. Neil Prand, are you serious? Neil didn't respond right away. Instead, he observed Lucas for a moment. And if I am, suddenly Neil spoke up. I'd like to make a proposal. A proposal. This was Neil's usual manner of speaking. He would draw attention by suddenly speaking in a completely different manner to how he had been before. He would then list a number of things that he could offer before bringing up his own conditions at the end. Neil only spoke like this when he was sure that the other person would be unable to turn down his offer. Lucas, please come to America. The emotion in his voice seemed to fill the entire room. If you become America's protector, I will accept any condition. The moment he heard that, Lucas' heart became cold. It was as though someone had poured water on a raging bonfire. At that moment, he felt like the thin thread that connected him to Neil Prand snapped. He looked at Neil. He'd thought that Neil wasn't evil. It was just that his beliefs were a bit twisted and his devotion to humanity had deviated. He'd thought that it wasn't hopeless. That the twisted beliefs could be corrected, that one day he would treat every human in the world like he did the Americans. But now he wasn't so sure. He thought that Neil hadn't changed much, but he was wrong. Neil had changed. He'd become much more extreme and biased than Lucas could have expected. He wouldn't just protect North America. He would only protect North America. The difference between the two was beyond description. It was only after letting go of his guilt when he was able to look at Neil Prand objectively. He had already grown rotten. There were no longer any traces of the young, intelligent American boy whom Lucas had saved. Do you even need me? What are you talking about? It seems that you've already found someone to replace me. As if on cue, the faint sound of laughter could be heard from the office. The reception room seemed to be soundproofed, but the laughter was still able to pierce through. This was proof of just how loudly he was laughing. Where did you find that man? I don't know. What is your connection to him? I can't say. Neil evaded all of his questions. Lucas moved his head slightly and looked Neil in the eyes. Neil didn't avert his gaze, and they remained in that position for a few seconds. You can't control Letip. Neil's expression didn't change at those words. He remained as unflappable as ever, but he clenched his fists beneath the desk, as expected. He created the Hunter Association. He took the seat as president of the association, and now he had become a person who would never have to look up to anyone else. Neil knew that his position was hundreds of times stronger now than it was when he was younger. He wasn't the only one who thought so, either. The hundreds of thousands of hunters in North America could bear witness, and it wasn't without results. North America had managed to create a haven with perfect peace and security over the past few decades, and Neil Prand had contributed the most to this. Nevertheless, even though he stood at the pinnacle of humanity, the distance between him and the being in front of him was still unfathomable. It was as if to say no matter how high he climbed, he would never be higher than the heavens. He can't be called North America's power. You met him by chance and somehow managed to convince him to stay with you. I'm curious as to why you would be so presumptuous. That statement was basically an acknowledgement of Lucas' words. Lucas had already known this, but it was better to get confirmation instead of continuing under an assumption. And Neil's attitude had already given him the confidence to continue. If you could make Letip work with you, you wouldn't have avoided my question. In fact, you would have brought it up even before I asked. To make your deal sound more convincing, or to show off. In all honesty, Lucas was certain that if Neil had been able to acquire the assistance of a transcendent being as strong as he was, he never would have made an offer in the first place. So he was saying that his refusal to answer was admittance. It was then when Neil realized how tense he was. After all, he would never make such a mistake normally. Neil nodded. We didn't find him. Letip came to us. He showed up about a week ago in California, and as soon as he arrived, he destroyed the entire area. The damage, no one was hurt or injured because there was no one nearby. Only a few surveillance towers and other buildings were burnt to ashes. After receiving the report, I checked the videos and realized that he was like you. Those words made Lucas a bit uncomfortable. So you persuaded him? I don't know. Maybe my persuasion worked. As you said, I can't control him. However, Letip likes American culture. In all honesty, it's a bit strange. He seems to fundamentally be the same as you, but unlike you, who's emotionless, he seems to be true to his desires. Letip wandered around as he pleased, ate food he liked, and even slept with women he liked. This wasn't a bad thing for Neil, since he wanted Letip to have as many connections with this land as possible. Lucas had a different thought after hearing Neil's explanation. I'd like to hear your answer now. Lucas looked at Neil once again. Now that he thought about it, he had made a similar offer to him before they separated in the past. Master, become North America's protector. If you and I worked together, we could create the most perfect anti-demon barrier. We could make the strongest fortress in the world that would never collapse. He had said this with an earnest voice and desperate expression. And Lucas gave the same answer he'd given to a young Neil Prand. I refuse. There was a heavy silence. Neil's breath became hitched for a moment. He closed his eyes as if to calm his fluctuating emotions. Then with his fists clenched once again, he spoke in a strained voice. I see. When Neil opened his eyes again, he returned to the same unflappable persona from before. In that case, our negotiations have come to an end. I will prepare the portal for you, so please leave. Are you really going to do nothing? Yes, I don't care what happens to Eurasia. This was spoken with blunt honesty. All Neil wanted to do was protect North America and the people who lived here. No, but Lucas didn't accept his words. You will do everything you said. Neil paused and looked at Lucas when he heard that. And one more thing, I brought 2 disciples with me. They are unpolished gemstones, so I'd like for them to experience the curriculum here in America. I'm sure it will be a great help to them. Lucas said those words in a casual manner as though he expected them to happen. Neil's expression turned cynical. I have no obligation to do that. Neil Prand. Neil became speechless for a moment as Lucas called him by his full name. You should be the human who knows me best in this world. That's an unexpected statement. He forced himself to respond. It's already been several decades since I traveled across North America with you, and if you were intelligent, you wouldn't have forgotten. What are you talking about? Do you think I said those words thoughtlessly? The table creaked unpleasantly, and Neil shuddered slightly as a strange pressure resonated from Lucas. I'm going to get angry. The topic changed once again. Neil felt like he should say something, but his lips felt like they were glued together. Maybe it's because a lot of things happened recently. Lucas thought about the European hunters, those who fought on the fiercest front and had to risk their lives every day. They knew how difficult their task was, and they knew that it wouldn't be strange if they were to die the next day. And yet, they did not shirk away in fear. Instead, they accepted their obligations without giving it. Each and every one of them was a hero. The hunters in the other regions could be safe because of the European hunters. North America might be safe now, but that might not necessarily be the case if Europe disappears. You might be able to prevent the demons' invasion now. However, what about 20 or 30 years ago? If Europe had given up fighting or got destroyed earlier, wouldn't the demons have crossed the ocean to reach you? This wasn't even an assumption. It was a guarantee. Lucas knew the demons' tendencies. If they had captured Europe, they would have immediately turned to the humans in Asia and North America. The other regions were able to recover from the initial attack and build defense lines at the expense of Europe. In other words, every human in the other regions owed Europe, and yet the European headquarters has become a mess, not at the hands of the demons or demon beasts but their fellow humans. Many people were injured or killed. Nina Rednikova. Lucas had saved her when she was only a little girl. He'd found the little girl in the ruins of a city, and she'd always looked up to him like he was her savior. Lucas taught and told her many things, and many of the things he taught her were legends of humanity. He wanted her to be proud. He wanted her to know just how amazing humans were. And to do that, he told her stories of the many human heroes he encountered in his journeys around the multiverse. When Nina heard these stories about heroes, she always became excited as one would expect a child to be. Then she would confidently say that she would be the same one day. Every time she said this, little Nina's eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. She wanted to change the world, drive the demons away, and restore peace. And now Nina, who'd got her eyes gouged out by her own kind, sobbed bitterly and said, I hate humans more than the demons. Does it look like I have no emotions? Anger finally appeared in Luca's voice. This was Neil's biggest mistake. Luca's emotions had been worn away over time, but they were still there. You made a deal with the demons. You committed an act that was no different from selling your own people, and that's not all. I'm certain that you were the one who sent Vashes Bondarenko, one of the bosses of the Red Mafia, after me, and I can guess why. You probably heard that I killed the Demon Duke. And you wondered whether I could kill not just the demons, but also humans. As Lucas continued to speak, Neil's expression slowly grew paler. He was a hunter who stood at the pinnacle of humanity, but he knew he couldn't afford to anger the being in front of him. Moreover, Lucas was right. Neil knew that Lucas couldn't use his power recklessly. That's why he'd been confused. He'd heard of the great hunter escape in Europe, and that the escape involved the death of a demon duke. It wasn't hard for him to learn of the death of the demon duke, because the demon who died was none other than Duke Sandro, the one who had been doing business with North America in the shadows. But it was impossible for those hunters to kill Duke Sandro, even for Li Jonghak, who was the strongest among them. So Neil dug into the information of all of the hunters who escaped, and soon learned that Lucas had been a part of it. If it was the Lucas Neil knew, then he could definitely kill a duke. That fact made his heart shake. As far as Neil knew, Lucas' strength was restricted, and he knew it was true because he had personally seen Lucas sit on the sidelines while countless humans died. And yet Lucas had killed a demon duke. Anxiety surged in Neil's heart. Were his restrictions gone? Was it possible that he could now use his incredible power as he pleased? After having this thought, Neil immediately used his connections in Europe to hire Vashes Bondarenko. He thought that the rough and powerful mafia would be able to provoke Lucas, and by looking at how he dealt with Vashes, he would be able to get a clue. Everything Lucas said was right. Neil had wanted to know if this being in front of him could not only kill demons but humans as well. You have a biased perspective, but I still thought that you were a necessary talent for humanity. In fact, you showed even more potential than I initially anticipated. But if you were to turn your back on your own kind, then those facts would no longer matter, because I would not see you as a human anymore. The anger in Luca's voice was clear, and I don't hesitate to kill such people. The moment Neil was about to respond, someone knocked on the door before opening it. It was a handsome young man. He bowed his head politely to Neil. Letter 1D5F6, letter 1D663, letter 1D5FB, letter 1D69B, E alpha, letter 1D451. Pardon my intrusion, President. What is it? I'm sure I said that I had important business this evening. Neil's cold voice made the young man's expression stiffen a bit. I'm deeply sorry. It's an urgent matter. An urgent matter? Yes, sir. The young man nodded before glancing at Lucas. It seemed it was something that couldn't be discussed in front of outsiders. Neil pondered silently for a moment before standing up and saying, Can I put this on hold for a moment? Lucas nodded. He might have been delaying giving him an answer, but it didn't matter. In fact, it might even be better to take a break for a while. Neil left the room immediately, and the young man turned to observe Lucas for a moment. His expression wasn't very good. Perhaps he thought Lucas' attitude to the president was too impolite, or maybe he was suspicious of his identity. It could have been both, but Lucas didn't care since it didn't matter to him anyway. Ignoring his gaze, Lucas fiddled with the kettle on the table in front of him. There was coffee mixed there, too. The young man kept staring at him with an incredulous expression for a moment before following Neil. Lucas plugged in the cord for the kettle and turned it on. When the water began to boil, Lucas poured the coffee mix into a cup on the table before pouring the water into it. The sweet scent soon filled the entire room. At almost the same time that Lucas lifted the cup to his lips, the door opened once again. There was no knock this time. It shouldn't have been Neil. After all, he didn't think the important matter could have been dealt with so quickly. And as expected, the person who opened the door was a middle-aged man wearing a biker jacket and jeans. It was Letip. He opened the door, but he didn't enter the room. Instead, he just leaned against the doorframe and looked down at Lucas. Unlike the time in the elevator, there was faint interest in his eyes. It seemed he had heard his conversation with Neil. What is your goal, salvation? It was an unexpected question, but Lucas responded naturally after taking a sip of his coffee. Letip's expression became a bit strange. And after that, there is no such thing. My goal has no end. There were many more universes than he even dared to count. Even at that very moment, countless universes were created or destroyed, and there were even more humans. Lucas' journey would never end. Even if he won the great game and became a ruler, he would continue to save humans. And even if he returned to his home world, he would eventually leave. That won't last very long. What? Letip shook his head. The small spark of interest in his eyes disappeared. Before he turned around and left, he left a seemingly meaningful message. Too bad, too bad. As they stepped onto the elevator, the young man spoke to Neil. We received a message from our agent monitoring the top three. Top three. Neil's expression hardened slightly because of the weight of that title. What did it say? It is top secret, so you'll have to read it personally in the intelligence agency's office. While it was unlikely, there was still a chance that someone could have been eavesdropping on the two of them in the elevator. Neil nodded once before looking at the elevator indicator as his thoughts drifted off. He couldn't help but think about Lucas' proposal. Maybe I'll accept his offer. He wasn't giving in to Lucas' threats because he was afraid. While it was true that he'd been overwhelmed by Lucas' aura before, he would not have been able to sit firmly in the position of president for so long if he could be moved just because of threats. He has no intention of killing me. Lucas was facing Neil as the European hunter, Frey Blake. This was something that almost everyone in the headquarters, including Joanna, was aware of. If Neil died or went missing, the Frey would be the most likely suspect. This would cause not just Asia but also America to become hostile with Europe. That's why he didn't think that Lucas, who came here to save Europe, would do something so reckless. Of course, there was the possibility that he would retreat now and make his move later. As far as Neil knew, the security of Pilski Tower meant nothing to Lucas. However, if he had room to maneuver, Neil was certain that he could come up with some kind of countermeasure. When the opponent was someone like Lucas, you couldn't face them with force. Luckily, Neil already knew what his principles and goals were. Nevertheless, he felt it would be best to accept his offer because he didn't want to completely fall out with Lucas. As for the other reason, he was talking about people like the president of the European branch, Nina Rednikova. As far as he knew, the president of the Venezuela branch and the Canada branch were the same. If more than two branch president-level figures chose to rebel, there might be a civil war in America. While it was unlikely, Neil would not ignore the possibility. Ding. The elevator stopped. When the doors opened, Neil was immediately hit by a stale smell. Dozens of gigantic screens filled a dimly lit room, and dozens of people were busy processing information from all over the world. This was the intelligence agency's office. I apologize for disturbing you during your meeting, Mr. President. A man in a white suit bowed to him as he entered. This was the intelligence chief, Martin. How much were you told? Neil shook his head. Just that there is a report about the top three. Which of the three is the report about? The strongest. Beep. As he said this, Martin gestured to a monitor. On the screen, someone's blurry appearance could be seen. It was a man with gray hair and a gloomy aura. The place in which he was standing looked as if a storm had swept through the area. It was probably a city that had been captured by the demons. But now, the man was the only one in the image who was still moving. Around him were at least a few hundred corpses that appeared to be demons and demon beasts. That many demons don't tell me. Martin nodded and confirmed Neil's thoughts. He hunted them alone. At this point, I truly wonder if we really are the same kind. If we weren't, then he'd have no reason to hunt the demons so fervently. But that's not all. The image on the screen moved as it zoomed in to show a specific spot. It was the corpse of a demon, or at least what was left of it. The only remaining part of the demon was its head, which was still larger than an adult male. The demon's 6 blood-red eyes bulged like they were about to pop out of its head. This demon. This is Duke Crotes. Duke, shock spread across Neil's face. Humanity had only managed to defeat dukes twice in history, so it was natural that Neil was surprised. Exactly, Mr. President. I don't think I need to explain whom he killed. Now I can say without any shadow of doubt that this man is the strongest human being in existence. Martin said these words with great emotion as he stared at the man on the screen. Awe and fear were clear in his gaze. Because he hunted a demon duke on his own. After saying those words, Ledip left the room. No, he left the Pilski Tower entirely. Lucas didn't try to stop Ledip, but he couldn't help but feel bothered by his words for some reason. Just as he lowered his cup and sank into deep thought, something mysterious happened. The shadows in the room began clumping together before rising to form the shape of a person. It was the mysterious black-robed man. It was the old spirit who roamed this planet, the god of heaven and earth who had lost his authority. He looked at Lucas for a moment before opening his mouth. It's been a while, right? Lucas agreed with him. It truly had been a while since they last met. The figure's black robe fluttered despite there being no breeze. I heard a rough explanation of the general situation. From whom? God. It seemed God had approached him as well. What did he tell you? Sorry, but I can't tell you that. I probably won't appear in front of you for personal business in the future. Is that what God wants? Yes, I have become a witness for the upcoming great game. Lucas' brows furrowed at those words. And before that, I came to give you a last hint. That is all I was allowed to do. A hint. You should be aware that it is possible for mortals to become transcendent beings. There are people in this universe who have that potential to become an absolute like you. It was an unexpected statement, but Lucas nodded after thinking about it. In fact, it was natural. The more chaotic the world, the more likely it was for heroes to be born in it, and this world had already reached a stage where calling it chaotic was not enough. However, having the potential and actually doing it were completely different things. Lucas, who was a mortal who transcended and became an absolute, was well aware of this. However, since coming to this world, he had not met any being with this potential. Even Neil, the greatest transformer he knew, was not good enough to pass the threshold to become an absolute. As if noticing Lucas' thoughts, the mysterious man opened his mouth. I interfered. You interfered. I deliberately made some adjustments in order to prevent you from meeting them. I didn't want you to interfere with their growth. No hero is born without suffering, and they didn't fail to meet my expectations. The mysterious man paused for a moment before continuing in a clear tone. Keep an eye on the top 3. They are a clue. If you are vigilant, you might be able to trick the laws of the world and use the Absolute's external force without restriction. This is all I can tell you. I sincerely wish for your victory, savior of humanity. After saying those words, the figure of the mysterious man dispersed into shadows once again. At the same time, the door to the room was opened without a knock. This time it wasn't Ledip. Sorry for being late. Neil, who was unable to completely suppress his emotions, said those words as he sat at the table. Lucas could easily tell that he was feeling troubled. He couldn't help but wonder what happened. I've decided to accept your proposal, Lucas. Lucas wasn't surprised because he'd expected Neil to make this choice from the start. But from the way things were looking, that wasn't the main point Neil wanted to talk about. He took a moment to calm his ragged breath before speaking in a slightly urgent tone. I will listen to everything you said. All I ask is for you to accept one request. Request. Lucas couldn't help but make a strange expression when he heard Neil's next words. Please investigate the top 3. Top 3. This name was now mentioned by Neil mere moments after he heard it from the mysterious black-robed man. In fact, Lucas knew a bit about them. He knew that they were better than anyone else when it came to hunting demons, and that they all had legendary achievements that most hunters could never even dream of. However, Lucas had never met them before, nor did he know what they looked like or what abilities they had. He didn't even know which or how many demons they killed or what their legendary achievements were. This was because Lucas didn't attach much importance to public information. He only made judgments based on what he saw with his own eyes. It was possible that Neil realized this fact as well, because he continued in a much calmer tone than before. The top 3 is a shadowy group whom we rarely talk about. The low-ranked hunters know basically nothing about them, and there are even a few higher-ups in the association who believe they are fake heroes created by the association. Fake heroes. Lucas understood what he meant. There were numerous reasons for creating such figures, but the biggest reason was to stop the population from losing morale. Soldiers felt greatly comforted knowing that such a hero was on their side. The list of achievements made by the top 3 was incredibly absurd. And because of this, realists regarded them as heroes created by the association. But the top 3 is real. What do you mean by asking me to investigate them? Since they're hunters, they should be under your influence. They are not hunters from the association. All 3 of them either have their own independent forces or prefer to move alone. So naturally, I have no control over them. As he said this, Neil frowned. It seemed that he didn't like the fact that the cards known as the top three weren't in his hands. After a moment, he took out a bunch of documents that he'd brought with him and handed them to Lucas. This is all the information we have about them. Would you like to read it? Lucas received the stack of papers and browsed through them slowly. The names, ages, nationalities, abilities, main areas of activity, and supporting forces of the top three were described in detail, but it was their titles that drew Lucas' attention. The Strongest Hunter, the Saint of Salvation, and the last one, the Black Witch. Lucas froze for a moment. Purple hair that stood out especially at night and an ever-present mysterious smile. She'd always looked at him with that mysterious smile. There were other characteristics that he could list, but his other memories were blurred. Her eyes were as beautiful as her hair, her soft voice, and her gentle movements. Only these words remained in his mind, not the memories that accompanied them. That fact made Lucas feel depressed. In this world, there is a being from your homeworld. Then he remembered God's words. There was only one being from his home world. Lucas looked back at the documents again. He couldn't help but think of the woman who had given up everything for him and who was still waiting for him even now. But he soon shook his head. It couldn't be her. She'd said that she would make amends for her crimes. She'd said that she would create a world so beautiful that Lucas would come to love humans again, even if he lost his humanity or came to hate humans. That promise was her conviction. And he didn't think she would break it. Of course, there were other possibilities. For a moment, Lucas couldn't help but think that it wasn't her who'd broken the promise but himself. Lucas slowly read the information about the Black Witch, Shroud of Night. That was the name of the group led by the Black Witch. In fact, this organization, which was nothing short of a clandestine society, seemed to be the most secretive and mysterious of all the human-made groups. Its size, the location of its main base, and the key figures in the organization were all a mystery. Among the hunters, there are many talented individuals who are supposedly part of Shroud of Night. But they are all incredibly good at hiding their tracks, and we have never been able to catch their trail. Does the association recognize the existence of Shroud of Night? As I said, there are many of them, and we fundamentally shared the same goal. Although Neil said these words carefully, displeasure still spread across Lucas' face. Now that he thought about it, Lucas felt like there was something he had to make clear. Do you intend to continue dealing with the demons? Don't tell me you think you can coexist. They are called demons for a reason. At the end of the day, nature preceded reason. The race of demons was fundamentally incompatible with humans. Neil must have known that, for he nodded. Yes, I know. Then he seemed to think about something for a moment before he finally lifted his head and spoke. We will stop dealing with the demons. After all, Duke Sandro is already dead, so there is no longer a reason to. On the other hand, Neil's tone became serious. What do you think about my request? PSH, Lucas splashed tap water on his face, the coldness of the water sending tingles through his skin. But his mind was still unfocused, as if he was sleepwalking. He'd accepted Neil's offer. After all, Lucas also needed to gather information about the top three. In other words, it could be said their interests coincided for this matter. 3. This was one of the hints God had given. It was clear now that it was referring to the top three. The mysterious man had basically said so. If he kept his eyes on the top three, he'd get a clue as to how to trick the laws of the world. Were the top three humans? And what did they have to do with hybrid? It seemed he'd only be able to answer these questions after meeting them in person. Creak. He turned off the faucet before looking at the mirror. He saw a young man with gray hair and cold, sunken eyes. Frey Blake, a man created from a vague memory. Unlike other appearances, it was one he was attached to. It was also his favorite appearance when he had to be someone other than Lucas. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in his head. Was this what this face looked like originally? He couldn't tell. His memories were hazy, as if they were covered in dust. It was at that moment when Ledip's words resounded in his head. That won't last long. Was that referring to Lucas' mental state? And if it was, what did he know about him? And for what purpose did he enter this universe? He didn't know. Lucas couldn't help but feel that there were many things he didn't know, but there was one thing that Lucas knew. He didn't want to turn Ledip into an enemy, much less Seti or Nodisup. Lucas left the bathroom and returned to the 125th floor. It wasn't hard to find Leo and Min Ha Rin. They were both sitting in a spacious lounge not far from the elevator, perhaps in an effort to help Lucas locate them more easily. Joanna, on the other hand, was nowhere in sight. Lucas looked on as his disciples whispered amongst themselves, completely oblivious to his presence. They were stuck together, squirming and giggling like a real brother and sister. It was strange. Looking at them made him feel like the dark clouds in his mind were dissipating. Disciple, children who would continue to carry on his legacy. They were Lucas' future. This fact somehow filled him with relief. Right, even if Lucas were to disappear, his cause would continue. It was decided that Min Ha Rin and Leo would stay in North America, at least until Lucas finished investigating the top three. They seemed to have a bit of interest in North America's curriculum, but they expressed faint dissatisfaction at Lucas' orders. They whined that they would rather go with their master. At your current level, you would only be a hindrance. So Lucas bluntly pointed out the problem. Min-Ha-Rin had barely reached 3 stars, and Leo was still incorporating the warrior king fist into his own martial art. It was hard to say if either one of them would be useful at this point. After thinking this, Lucas couldn't help but look forward to their next meeting. Currently, he was heading towards the portal in a limousine. He leaned against the soft red seats, lost in thought. He would probably have to meet all 3 of the top 3. The first person he would meet had already been decided. It was the man referred to as the strongest hunter. His name was Cran. It was probably an alias, as his real name, last name, and nationality were all unknown. There was no special reason for choosing him. It was simply that it wasn't difficult to meet him, unlike the Black Witch, whose true location was always a mystery, and the Saint of Salvation, who even Neil, the president of the Hunter Association, would have difficulty meeting, except for the fact that he was in a rather dangerous area. Cran was, at the same time, the most exposed and the most mysterious of the top 3. The association said that of the 3, they knew the most about his power, abilities, hunting techniques, and location. But on the flip side, they knew nothing about his past. The document stated that he was obsessed with hunting demons and that his mindset was so extreme that he wouldn't hesitate to kill whoever stood in the way of his goal, even if they were a fellow human. He's currently active in Africa. It was a place that was often called Hell, or the Land of Death. Letter 1D4 to 2, letter 1D5 FB, letter 1D4 5B, letter 1D4 C7, letter 1D6 AT, letter 1D6 AT. Naturally, the demons there were stronger than in other places, and it was there where Cran had single-handedly hunted a demon duke. He had made an achievement that was unprecedented in human history. Africa, in front of Lucas, a woman let out a sorrowful sigh as though the sky was falling. It was said in a soft whisper that might not have been heard usually, but they were currently in the relatively small interior of the limousine, so her voice easily reached Lucas' ears. This woman was none other than Joanna. Lucas had also been surprised to see her. He wouldn't have expected her to be the one to accompany him. This woman was the guide Neil prepared for him. Of course, she was one of the few 7-star wizards in North America, so she wasn't lacking either as a guide or as a combatant. What was important was that she felt extremely uncomfortable around Lucas. Even now, her brows were furrowed and her lips were slightly pursed. "This is so awkward, I'm gonna die," Joanna grumbled inwardly while stealing glances at Lucas. She'd realized that he was an extraordinary person, but she never thought he'd personally go to meet the top 3. Moreover, he was going to Africa of all places. If it weren't Neil's orders, she would never, ever have accepted it. Unfortunately, Neil was not swayed by her beauty, whining, or discontent. No, above all, she didn't want to make Neil feel she was incompetent. Joanna forcibly pulled herself together. Since she had already been given this task, she would perform it perfectly and win Neil's trust. After clearing her throat, she opened her mouth. "When we go to Africa, there are some humans you should be as wary of as the demons and demon beasts." "Who? Grey Sun." When Lucas stared at her blankly, Joanna couldn't help but cry out in shock. "You don't know them. This is my first time hearing about them. Oh my God." She didn't expect him to be clueless about something like this. She couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety flood her entire body. This might have been a bigger crisis than she initially expected. It's a criminal organization active in Africa. Originally, it was just a relatively large organization, but after the advent of the demons, it grew explosively, just like the other mafia organizations. "You're a European hunter, so you know the Red Mafia, right?" "Yes." Joanna breathed a sigh of relief. It was like she had finally seen light in a dark world. The size of Grey Sun is estimated to be about 5 times that of the Red Mafia. It is an incredibly large organization. It wouldn't be much of an exaggeration to say 1 in every 10 people you meet in Africa are a part of Grey Sun. There were countless criminal organizations in Africa, but most of them were affiliated under the influence of the Grey Sun. Ironically, in order to survive in Africa, where the influence of the association is limited, one has to go under a criminal organization, whether they like it or not. When Lucas nodded, Joanna continued. "Most of the members are just cannon fodder, but you should be careful of those who have sun tattoos on their forearms. They are the Grey Sun's officers, who have combat capabilities comparable to that of titled hunters. Depending on how many suns overlapped on their arms, the rankings of the officers differed. Those who had 3 overlapping suns had strength comparable to top-ranked titled hunters. Joanna could not guarantee whether she'd be able to win against 2 or 3 of them. After hearing her words, Lucas nodded. Understood, did he really? Looking at Lucas, who didn't seem bothered at all, Joanna couldn't help but feel doubt. But he is stronger than me. Looking at his unconcerned attitude, she couldn't help but think back to the experience she had with him last time. It felt like it was all a dream. The Lucas now, who was currently staring blankly out the window, didn't exude any of the pressure she'd felt at that time. But that thought in itself was a bit terrifying. "In any case, I look forward to working with you. Yes, I also look forward to our cooperation." At that moment, the limousine smoothly came to a stop. They had arrived at the portal. As she stepped out of the car, Joanna made a silent prayer. She hoped their mission would end soon. On the African continent, which had become a lawless zone, the only place where some manner of security was maintained was West Africa. This wasn't because the hunters were successfully defending it or that they had managed to suppress the demons. It was simply because the demons weren't interested in that area. The place that Lucas and Joanna headed to was the country which had formerly been the Republic of Congo. The Congo branch of the Hunter Association left a very dirty impression. The building, which could barely be called a hideout, was on the brink of collapsing, and it was so dirty that it was clear that it was not being properly managed. The surrounding area that could be seen from the dusty windows was even worse. It felt like it was a city where zombies lived. Only depression and resignation could be seen on the faces of the people walking down the streets. Maybe it was because they had just come from North America, but the atmosphere was so gloomy that they could feel it on their skin. It felt like they had gone to an entirely different dimension. Joanna stared out the window with a blank expression on her face. She looked as if her soul had left her body. While Lucas wondered about her reaction, someone approached them. "Are you the hunters from America?" It was a black man with a red tattoo on his face, and from his physique it was easy to guess that he was either a martial artist or a swordsman. Joanna, who came back to her senses, let out a soft cough. "I'm Joanna Goldberg, a hunter from America. And who is the man beside you?" "Frey Blake." Judging from his attitude, it was clear that he had never heard of Lucas before. The man turned to look at Joanna again, and after observing her face for a moment, he nodded. Seeming to have escaped her previous days, Joanna replied with her distinctive haughty expression. After saying that, Destin turned around and started walking with large strides. From his actions, it was clear that his personality was just as blunt as his appearance. While following him, Joanna glanced around. I didn't expect it to be this bad. This wasn't the first time she'd been assigned a mission in another region. However, she'd only ever been to relatively safe, clean cities. She'd never been to Europe or Africa, where the demons were most active. So this was her first time seeing a city that was on the front lines. And although she'd heard the rumors and read the reports, it was different from seeing it with her own two eyes. As they followed behind Destin, they encountered several Congolese hunters. When they passed Destin, they all nodded their heads a few times. But for Lucas and Joanna, the outsiders, they didn't seem to be the least bit interested. During their short walk, they encountered two types of hunters: those who had sharp auras like unsheathed blades that could cut at any moment, and those who looked incredibly depressed and hopeless or were struggling with conflicting emotions. When they finally arrived at the president's office, she was surprised once again. It was dirtier than any bathroom in the North American branch and smaller than any room in Joanna's house. "Sit wherever you like. I'm sorry, but I don't have any refreshments to give you." That's fine. That's good then." Destin sat down on a couch that had bits of cotton sticking out. The dim light in the room highlighted his tired face. "I heard you guys are planning to go to Egypt." The place where Cran was staying was near Egypt, and it seemed that he would be staying there for a while. This was because he had to recover from the damage he'd taken during his fight with the Demon Duke. In other words, after that period, he would leave for another region without hesitation. From the patterns that he'd displayed so far, he would go looking for new prey, so they had no time to lose. I was given a rough explanation of the situation, and I think it will be a fight against time. Have you thought about a means of transportation? No. Egypt was about 3000 km from the Republic of Congo, their current location. To go on foot would be absurd. I could greatly reduce the time taken if I used magic, but it would inevitably attract attention. There were countless demons and demon beasts in Africa, and Lucas could not kill them because of his deal with Seti. If he used high-ranked magic and drew in powerful demon nobles, things would become annoying. That was why he planned to go to Egypt without the assistance of magic. Sometimes, using mundane methods was the best solution. Of course, it would still take some time. After all, there wasn't much public transportation in Africa currently. Destin pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it before saying, "If you went on foot, it would probably take a year. Personally, I would recommend using an army truck, since it's good at traversing unpaved roads as well as flat lands. And it has enough space to store gas as well as food. You would even have enough space to sleep in." "That sounds like a good idea. Me army truck." When Lucas nodded as though that was reasonable, Joanna's expression became a bit bleak. For her, who was only used to using limousines or other luxury cars, the thought of traveling in an army truck was an unknown world. Of course, that won't solve all of your problems. Destin let out a mouthful of smoke. You would rarely encounter high-ranking demon nobles unless you enter North Africa, but there are still countless demons beasts. Well, their combat power isn't much of a threat. It wouldn't be much of a problem unless they came in a swarm. The problem is the other guys, the Grey Sun. Lucas said the name he'd heard from Joanna. Destin nodded. Exactly. This area is still fine, but as soon as you leave, you'll be entering their territory, and they would just watch an army truck pass through their territory. Destin's gaze turned to Joanna. Besides, with how good-looking you are, they might jump out with shining eyes when they see you. Joanna narrowed her eyes. She normally liked being praised for her good looks, but if the other side was the gray sun, then it became a different story. It was obvious that if she was ever captured, she would experience something indescribable. I can help you find the safest route, but it would be impossible to avoid them completely all the way to Egypt, so you should think of a contingency beforehand. The army truck will be ready in the morning. We'll also provide you with as much food, water, and gas as we can, as well as sleeping bags, cooking utensils, and daily necessities. If you need anything else, please feel free to tell me. The territory of the Republic of Congo was once covered in red soil, but now the soil had mostly turned black, or in other words, the land had died. Even though it was midnight, the weather remained grim. Dark clouds filled the sky and a nasty scent drifted in the air. "Aren't you going to get some sleep?" He heard a voice from behind him. Without looking back, he knew that it was Joanna. She pursed her lips slightly when Lucas didn't respond, but continued anyway. "What are you doing here?" "I don't think getting hit by dusty winds is a hobby of yours. I'm just standing." You didn't even eat, did you?" "Yeah." "Well, that's smart. The rice here is the worst." It seemed she had eaten, and judging from her expression and tone, it was worse than not eating at all. Joanna glanced at him and seemed to shrink into herself a little. Lucas knew that she didn't have a very good opinion of him, so she must have a reason for coming to him and talking about such trivial things. And just as he expected, Joanna finally broached the main topic with a cautious voice. However, her words took Lucas by surprise. "Hey. Is President Nina okay?" Lucas turned to look at Joanna. She was looking into the distance with a faint glimmer in her eyes. "Do you know her?" "A bit." "She's not dead. Can't you give me more details?" Joanna spoke in an exasperated tone. Nevertheless, when Lucas didn't respond, she let out a sigh. "I'm not asking with any bad intentions. I was just asking because I was worried." "Why are you worried about her? Can't I be worried about a fellow hunter?" "Damn it, seriously." Joanna straightened up before turning to look at him. "It's because I adore President Nina. She is my hero." "You know her?" "I don't really know her." "Well, we met a few times, but I doubt she remembers me. It's just that I have a lot of respect for her. She's one of the most famous female hunters. She's amazing. Nina Rednikova, leader of the Iron Blood Division. There are even fan clubs and those who go to the front lines just to be her shield. I'm a member of the largest fan club." Joanna added in her head, "Fan clubs." Lucas made an expression as though he wasn't sure whether to laugh at that remark, but when he looked at Joanna, he realized she was serious. She was telling the truth. Her condition is serious. "But I believe that she can overcome it. That's what everyone who knows her, including me, thinks." Nina was probably in the worst situation she'd ever been in her life. It wasn't just her physical injuries. It was no exaggeration to say that her will had shattered, and the vast majority of humans became useless or even ended their own lives when their will was broken. But Nina wouldn't do that. She would take advantage of the pain and become even stronger than before. Lucas believed in her. However, it will be hard on her own. Lucas had been seriously contemplating Nina's rehabilitation, and he was willing to do whatever it took to help her get better. Right now, finding the clue from the top 3 was his main priority, but he intended to return as soon as he was finished. Joanna nodded once before turning to look into the distance again. "Have you ever been to Africa before?" "Yes." "Are the other places like this too?" Was that all she wanted? Lucas frowned slightly. Joanna's attitude was different from when they first met. Perhaps she felt more familiar with him since they came to such a dangerous place together. Lucas looked around. He could understand what she meant just by looking at their surroundings. Despair, darkness, poverty, hunger. This city seemed to embody every facet of the dark side of humanity. No, then. It will be worse than here. Not just Africa, but in Europe as well, especially in France where the Demon King resided. The environment had become so toxic that no other creature could withstand it. And North Africa, where Cran was filled with high-ranking demons. Unlike here, where the association and hunters were active, it wasn't strange for survivors to suddenly die the next day. Perhaps Joanna had never been on a mission to the front lines. They could go to America. Lucas turned to look at her at those words. "America does not reject those who come to us. I don't understand why people continue to live in such dangerous places. You don't know anything." Lucas didn't answer. Instead, it was Destin who was standing behind her. "What did you say? They are not fools. If they could have moved to America, they would have done so already. They can. America only accepts hunters." North America does not accept citizens without power or skill." Joanna's pupils shook violently at those words. That's not true. We accept at least a few thousand civilians every. That is limited to hunters' families and close friends. Destin sneered as he continued. "The people you see are the ones who don't have any connections, so we can't even get out of this cursed place and set foot on American soil. If they left, then all the civilians in this place would die, either at the hands of the demons or their own kind." Early in the morning on the next day, Lucas walked down the main street in the city. Beneath the slowly brightening sky, there was barely anyone walking around the dirt-covered city, causing it to feel like it was an abandoned city. It was a stark contrast from Manhattan, America, where he'd been just a day before. That city and this city. There shouldn't have been such a large distance between them. They were both places humans lived in. You're up early. It was destined. Lucas didn't sleep a wink, but he nodded instead of telling the truth. I woke up earlier than expected. You weren't in your room, so I came to look for you, and I couldn't knock on the door of a lady sleeping. Destin didn't seem like such a polite person, so Lucas was a bit surprised. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Destin's eyes were red. His hair was a mess, and his body was covered with the scent of cigarette smoke. He'd probably stayed up all night. He spoke in a tired voice. All the preparations are complete, so you can leave when the sun is up. I also got a map for you. It's old, so it might not be completely accurate, but it's better than nothing. When Lucas opened the map that Destin gave him, he found that there was a detailed route to Egypt, and it included the danger zones and places they could rest. It looked like he had filled out the additional information on the map himself. Lucas was surprised. Unlike what he'd initially thought, Destin was a man who did not neglect his duties. It would be better to move only when the sun is up. I'm sure it's the same all over the world, but it's particularly dangerous to travel in Africa at night. Then Destin looked at him with a slightly suspicious gaze. Are you the attendant of that woman named Joanna? Huh, or maybe you're her manager. When Lucas only stared at him blankly, Destin shook his head. It seems I was wrong. My apologies. I've heard that American hunters have them because of their busy schedules. When he heard that, Lucas couldn't help but think about the suit-wearing man who he'd seen beside Joanna the first time they met. Of course, he wouldn't be there now, but you don't seem to be an American hunter. I'm a European hunter. I see. No wonder you're so calm while looking at the city. Destin's tone softened slightly. Relations between Africa and Europe had always been strong. This was because a feeling of camaraderie had developed between the two regions who had suffered the most damage due to the demon's invasion. In fact, the two regions would not hesitate to assist each other in emergency situations. Then I don't need to worry as much, and I don't need to warn you about the demons. I hope you get good results. Lucas nodded. By the time it had truly reached dawn, Joanna appeared. She had a blank face, dark circles around her eyes, and her hair was a mess. She also trudged around like a zombie. It seemed that she had been tossing and turning all night. Lucas felt that she had probably been thinking a lot about what Destin had said the night before, and in the end she probably couldn't reach a conclusion. After all, it wasn't something that could have been thought over in one night. Even her voice was cracked as she spoke. All the preparations are complete. Yeah, are you ready? I am. Joanna suppressed a yawn as she responded. The distance to Egypt was about 3000 km, but that was only when measured in a straight line. It didn't take into account the mountainous or dangerous regions, rivers, or the weather. Assuming that there were no unforeseen circumstances, it would probably take them a few weeks of consistent travel. The military truck that they were going to use was larger and seemed to be more performant than they expected. The tires were durable enough to pass through the rough wilderness terrain, and the bed of the truck, which appeared to have been modified, and had plenty of space even after storing food, gas, and daily necessities. A small sleeping area, which took up most of the extra area, had been added. These modifications made the vehicle feel like a camper instead of a military truck. It's mainly used by hunters going on long-term missions. It's much heavier and more durable than normal trucks, and it won't roll over easily. Joanna nodded. It seemed that she was very satisfied with the truck's specifications. With a slightly haughty expression on her face, she climbed into the passenger seat. I'll have to ask you to drive. I don't know how to drive. Joanna, who was buckling her seatbelt, froze. What did you just say? I have never driven a vehicle before. You're lying, I'm serious. That doesn't make sense. Do you not know how to drive? I do, but... Joanna looked at the vehicle and suddenly felt like crying. It wasn't a ridiculously large vehicle, but it was still bigger than a one-ton truck. Nevertheless, it was by no means something for a common second-class license holder like her. Can you really not drive? Or is it just that you don't want to drive? Vehicles are rarely used in Europe. In the first place, there are only a few vehicles still in working condition. It's the same here. It was Destin who answered for Lucas. Then he looked at Joanna with a slightly sympathetic gaze. This truck is one of only 3 vehicles in our branch. Perhaps you were dispatched to fill the role of driver from the start. Joanna suddenly closed her mouth at Destin's words. It was possible. It was almost impossible for them to travel from Congo to Egypt using magic, which meant that they would have to travel using other means. Considering Neil's personality, he certainly would have taken that into account. And if he knew that this guy couldn't drive, did the president really send me here to be a driver? When this thought appeared in her mind, she couldn't help but make a pitiful expression. But that only lasted for a while. In the end, she resigned herself and trudged over to the driver's side with drooping shoulders. This was the fate of a subordinate. Just as Lucas was about to step into the passenger seat, Destin spoke. I think you're stronger than that woman. Lucas turned to look at Destin. At that moment, he wasn't displaying any of his power, and very few people who saw him in this state would say those words. Perhaps Destin had come to this conclusion because he was unable to feel any power from him. This showed that either his perception had reached the level of a master or that his sixth sense was dozens of times better than wild animals. Watch out for Grey Sun. I don't know how strong you are, but in a sense, they are more dangerous than a demon duke. This advice contained decades of experience that had been engraved into the bones of a hunter. Naturally, it shouldn't be taken lightly. Lucas nodded. I will keep that in mind. Please be careful, and I wish you all the best. The truck sped through desolate lands. To put it bluntly, the ride was terrible. This was especially true for Joanna, who was used to traveling in luxury vehicles. It was fortunate that the roads that had been built decades ago were still maintained, but even that would disappear once they left Congo. Then they would encounter truly rugged terrain. I have to adapt to this as much as possible before then. As she thought this, Joanna sighed. The vehicle's interior was stiflingly quiet. She didn't know what to say, but Lucas didn't seem to have any intention of breaking the silence. Complex emotions created by dissatisfaction at being made to drive, the pressure of driving such a large truck, and her own insecurities made it impossible for her to open her mouth first. Perhaps, over time, Lucas would eventually say something first, or at least that's what she thought, but that man didn't say anything even as sunset approached. Even a statue would have been better company. Joanna shot an irritated look at Lucas, who was beside her. She was very famous amongst the American hunters. Her natural appearance, the way she spoke, her excellent magical skills, and above all, Joanna knew how to make all of those virtues stand out. That last part was the key point. In order for American hunters to gain recognition, they had to have some skill in the entertainment industry. In America, hunters weren't just demon hunters, they were also celebrities and stars. They were obligated to meet the expectations of the people, and among the hunters, Joanna's popularity was particularly high. Even the most snobbish hunters would become docile in front of her, but Lucas didn't change his attitude for her at all. Say something. She shot Lucas a fierce glare. This time she didn't do it from the corner of her eye. Instead, she glared at him openly. Joanna made a solemn vow to not say a single word until Lucas opened his mouth, perhaps her earnest desire. Reached the heavens, for the sun finally went down and Lucas spoke. Let's stop here for today. Of course, it wasn't what she wanted to hear. Lucas was looking at the map he'd received from Destin. Seeing that he didn't pay any mind to her at all, Joanna sighed and looked around. The place they stopped at appeared to be an abandoned city, and from the looks of it, this place had been abandoned for at least 10 years. Nevertheless, she felt it was better than just the open wilderness. Creak. When she stopped the car and turned off the engine, a heavy silence seemed to fill their surroundings. The air was cold, and the atmosphere was so eerie that it wouldn't surprise her if a ghost were to suddenly pop out. Did you choose this place for any particular reason? This city is like a stopping point for the hunters. There are very few demons or demon beasts in the area, and there are bunkers at each stopping point equipped with food and daily necessities. There are even some weapons, so it's a resting point. But it didn't look that way. She couldn't see any signs that this city was used for such a purpose. By that time, the sun had set completely, and the city was engulfed in complete darkness. Joanna, who had thought that she had already adapted to some extent, felt stifled once again. The atmosphere in the city was much scarier than demons or demon beasts. Then let's eat first. All right, she simply nodded and spoke briefly, because she didn't want to give in to Lucas' casual words. Most of the food that they had received was combat rations that were easy to store and cook. In addition to those, there were high-calorie chocolate bars and beef jerky. Crack. She opened a can and ate the chicken that was inside. It was surprisingly good. Even Joanna, who was a picky eater, managed to finish her share. A while after, only the sound of utensils being washed could be heard. After their meal, Lucas got up. Then he began walking and looking around, and he used his hands to measure the distance between broken streetlights, broken benches, and collapsed buildings. What are you doing? I'm looking for places to plant the alarm spell. Alarm spell. Joanna couldn't help but ask in a curious voice. What's that? It's a spell that warns you when someone is nearby. Was it something like a sensor that was implemented using magical science? Was there such a spell? This is my first time hearing about it. Lucas didn't answer. Instead, his hair fluttered slightly as though it had been hit by wind. It seemed that he really was a wizard, considering that she could faintly feel his mana resonate. That can you teach it to me? It was an unexpected request. When Lucas turned to look at her, Joanna looked away and muttered. If the two of us set it up together, it would be much easier. Sure, really. Lucas nodded when he saw the brief sparkle in her eyes. This sight made him smile subconsciously. Indeed, contrary to his expectations, Joanna might actually have been the kind of person he liked. After having this thought, he was about to tell her the formula. However, Lucas fell silent again. What's wrong? It's an old map, so I shouldn't have trusted it blindly. It wasn't written on the map. KRRK, KRRK. From the darkness, numerous figures began appearing. It was impossible to tell where they had all been hiding. Dozens of demon beasts, who seemed to have been birthed from the darkness, were looking at them with shining red eyes. Only then did Joanna's expression change. It hasn't even been that long since we left the city. I letter 1D62F, letter 1D4F7, letter 1D69B, letter 1D41E, letter 1D4EA, letter 1D41D. Com. She sighed. There are a lot of them, but they all seem to be fairly weak. You take the left side. I'll take care of the right. I'm sorry, but I can't kill demons or demon beasts. This isn't the time for jokes. I'm serious. What the hell are you? Lucas turned around and looked into the darkness. He could feel the traces there. His expression became strange. Please stay here and protect the truck. Hey, where are you going? Lucas rushed forward without answering, avoiding the demon beasts as he went. His subtle movements were something that a wizard shouldn't have been capable of, but Joanna was so agitated that she didn't notice. Don't tell me you want to leave me alone and run away. Hey, answer seriously. Dozens of demon beasts charged towards her at the same time. They weren't strong, but there were a lot of them. Demon beasts were known for being tenacious, persistent, and extremely troublesome when in large groups. And now he wanted her to protect the truck against so many of them, all on her own. Channeling her mana, Joanna shouted with a red face, You bastard. He chased after his target while avoiding the demon beasts. Luca's body flickered like a ghost, drifting past the demon beast as if they weren't moving. It was easy for him to trick them as they didn't have any intelligence. They never even noticed him passing. Boom, he heard an explosion behind him. It seemed Joanna had begun to use her magic in earnest. There were only about 100 demon beasts charging towards her. A 7-star wizard could have easily defeated them. She doesn't have much real-life experience. Lucas had never seen her fight. Nevertheless, it wasn't hard for him to realize that with just a glance. She lacked the necessary experience. Perhaps she wasn't aware of it, or maybe she didn't think she needed it, but that didn't matter. It wasn't good. In general, one of the things wizards lacked the most was adaptability. The majority of wizards preferred to plan everything in advance. However, if something unexpected happened, their thoughts would be shaken and their reactions would be delayed. That was why Lucas couldn't help but wonder. If she was in my homeworld, Joanna would never have reached 7 stars. A 7-star wizard, an archmage. In other words, a state at which one could be called Great Mage. When one reached this level, one's mana capacity increased explosively, and the power, casting speed, and execution of one's spells would be completely incomparable from a 6-star wizard's. It was also natural that their mental power would also increase significantly. No, if their mental power didn't increase in the first place, then it was impossible for them to reach the rank of Great Mage. Magical science was closely related to the human mind, but Joanna was different. Her mind had been given the chance to grow. It would have been impossible for her to reach 6 stars, let alone 7 stars, and yet she could still use spells that did not shame the title of Archmage, this world. It felt like the conditions or qualifications to gain power were very lax. That wasn't all. The rate of growth was also ridiculous. No, could it even be called growth rate? Perhaps every human in this world gained too much strength for their efforts. And if that was true, then what was the reason? This question remained in his head. As he was lost in thought, his surroundings became quiet. The sounds of explosions and the roaring of demon beasts had faded until they were almost inaudible. The man Lucas was following was dressed like a hunter. In other words, he was supposed to look like one, but he wasn't. He was an incredibly cautious individual. He made a number of unnecessary detours and checked his surroundings a number of times. And finally, after using every evasive method he knew, he moved through several alleys. An inexperienced pursuer might have already lost him countless times over. He didn't notice my pursuit. Naturally, Lucas didn't have to worry about it. He simply needed to maintain a certain distance while ensuring he didn't make any noise. And sure enough, after about 10 minutes of constant movement, the man finally headed to an abandoned building. Lucas continued to follow him calmly. The man headed to the basement of the building, and just as Lucas was about to follow suit, he paused. A camera sat in a shadowy corner of the hallway. It appeared to be broken, but he knew that it was working perfectly. This meant that there was power circulating in this building. Click. In the meantime, the man opened a metal door in the basement and headed in. It was trickier to fool machines than living beings. At least for Lucas, the small camera was much more annoying than a master with great perception who was wary of his surroundings. It was possible to completely remove any traces from his body. Those who didn't have strong mental power wouldn't notice Lucas, even if he was standing in front of them. But that was only tricking their senses. He didn't actually conceal himself. Of course, he still had solutions for problems like this. Ghost. At Lucas' soft chant, his body became a spirit body. It was a soul-like state that allowed the user to ignore the laws of physics in most physical attacks. In the past, using Ghost would have made his body defenseless, but now it was different. Lucas' body had transformed into a spirit body. This was something that should have been physically impossible, but such restrictions didn't apply to absolutes. The problem was something else. Lucas clenched his fists a few times. He couldn't remain in this state for too long. For absolutes like him, their bodies were vessels as well as seals. It could be called the dam that stopped their power from overflowing, and this ghostly state temporarily lifted that seal. In the first place, an absolute's essence was contained in their soul instead of their flesh. To put it bluntly, this whitish state was closer to Lucca's true essence. If he remained in this state for a long time, his external force would begin to leak, and Notisip, Letip, and Seti would all be able to sense it. Shuck. Lucca's body floated through a wall before going down into the basement. The man had disappeared, and the only exit seemed to be the same door the man had entered through. At least that was how it appeared on the surface. Lucas turned to look at a shabby locker in the corner of the room. Then he walked into it. "No one tailed you, did they? Are you looking down on me?" He heard a whispered conversation. Contrary to what one might expect, the locker led to a large room. This hidden room was probably the core of this building. It was dark, but it was well organized and larger than he expected. And inside this room were two men. One was the man Lucas had followed. He took off his shirt, grabbed a can of beer, and sat down on the couch with a groan. "Did you deal with the intruders? I released the demon beasts, but I'm not sure if that will be enough. They must be stronger than you expected. I'm not sure about the man, but the woman is pretty powerful." Lucas looked at them. They looked like humans. They had human physiques and normal faces, but they couldn't hide their demonic energy. These two were demons. Lucas' expression crumpled a bit. It would have been better if they were humans. "Let's just watch the situation for now, cause we can see that the demon beasts are dying pretty quickly." "Yeah, let's do that." Lucas decided to leave the room and search the entire building. Only after confirming that there was no one else there did he return. And it wouldn't be difficult to subdue these two. He released the ghost spell. Huck, the demons only realized Lucas was there after they felt the ripples of mana. They turned around with the same gasping sound, but that was the last thing he allowed them to do. Crying. "You Urk. What the?" The demons' entire bodies had been bound. It was still possible for them to speak, but they couldn't even lift a finger. Lucas turned his head, allowing them to see his face. This guy. The eyes of the demon he'd followed widened in shock. He'd probably seen Lucas from a distance before. He would never have imagined that this man would ignore the 100 or so demon beasts and chase after him instead. "I'll ask you a few questions, but I don't really care if you answer. Who are you? What are you doing here?" "Huh." They didn't answer, but this was to be expected. Lucas reached out to the topless demon who was sitting on the couch. "What the hell are you, Urk?" His fingers gripped the demon's head like a vice and slowly began to crush his skull. The demon cried out in pain as he felt his skull slowly break, and soon he began making a bizarre sound as if he was struggling to breathe. UK, cuck, cuck, H. Hiles, damn it, what the hell are you doing?" Lucas was touching the demon's brain, refining the information stored there to make it easier to say. It was so painful that he would feel like he was dying, and it was possible that he would even lose his mind, but he didn't care about that. It wouldn't kill him. He doubted Seti would have been able to notice him killing these two mutts, but since he was currently in an agreement with the demon god's subordinate, he decided it was better to be safe. Because he didn't know much about Seti, just like Seti didn't know much about him. At some point, the eyes of the demon, which had been shut tightly, slowly opened, and drool dripped out of his mouth. Lucas asked again, "What are you doing here? We received a mission." Hiles, when he saw his teammate suddenly answer the question in a languid manner, shock appeared in the other demon's eyes. He didn't understand how he had changed so quickly. "What mission? Capture or kill the humans who pass through this city." Where would the captured humans be sent? To our superiors' territories in Somalia or Algeria. What would happen to the humans who were sent there? SSSS. Hiles struggled to say the word, slaves. After saying those words, Hiles' expression became twisted. "Hi hick, UK cuck, this is weird, he ha ha ha, H help me, my brain, hi hi hi, gurk." Hiles coughed up a mouthful of sticky blood before falling unconscious. It seemed the mental pressure from the mind control had been too much for him. His eyes remained open and he shook like a convulsing frog. Lucas' gaze then turned to the other demon. If he could have moved his body, he would have flinched back harshly. His mind has broken. It will be difficult for him to return to the way he once was. "Do you want to be the same? I. Tell me everything you know. If I tell you everything, will you spare my life?" His attitude and tone had become polite. He'd realized what was happening and accepted it, that he could do nothing about Lucas. When they were made aware of this fact, any demon would lower their head willingly. A demon who was deprived of the right to choose their own life or death was more harmless than an earthworm who crawled through the dirt, and more miserable than apex predators who had fallen down to the bottom of the food chain. All of the demons whom Lucas had met were the same. After all, the only thing that mattered to them was their own self-preservation. Emotions like friendship, kinship, or love were not things demons had. I will spare you. Those words caused the demon's face to brighten up considerably. He could tell that Lucas wasn't lying. Unfortunately, he would not get the end he expected. Seti opened her eyes. She hadn't actually been sleeping. After all, an absolute like her did not possess such physiological needs. If she really wanted to, she could go into a sleep-like state, but that wasn't what she'd been doing. If it had to be put into words, it would be better to say that she'd been meditating. That's why she was a bit annoyed. Anyone would feel the same if their concentration was interrupted. When she finally decided to head outside, Catherine bowed her head and greeted her with a smile. Hello. This was such a strange creature. She didn't know why she was greeting her with such a bright smile. Seti had never shown a good attitude to Catherine. Instead, she used her as she pleased or simply ignored her. Nevertheless, Catherine didn't show any displeasure, and she instead did everything she could for Seti. At first, she seemed a bit scared of her, but now that fear was nowhere to be seen. Ignoring her, Seti walked outside with an annoyed expression on her face. A man was standing there. Seti knew who this middle-aged man in a biker jacket was. Although it was their first time meeting in person, she definitely felt his presence when she entered this world. It was Ledip. Why are you here? You have an alliance with Lucas. So what if I do? You're not here to idiot about it, are you? Ledip simply smiled at Seti's rude response. No way. But where is he? Those words made her frown. How would she know where he was? Her expression remained the same, but she waved her hands impatiently. I don't have time for your bullshit. What do you want? Do you want to die? Huh. The sudden remark caused her to freeze slightly, speechless. Then her expression became cold. The shadows at her feet began to bubble before a black scythe slowly rose up. You didn't have to say all of that nonsense. If you wanted to fight, you should have said so from the start. She would never back down from a fight. A sadistic smile slowly spread across Seti's face, but Ledip shook his head and raised his hands. You might have misunderstood. I'm not saying I want to kill you. Was this bastard messing with her? Seti looked at Ledip's face. He doesn't look like he's joking. Then was he telling the truth? Seti put away her scythe before speaking with an amused expression. Then who? Notisip or Lucas? No. Ledip's next word made Seti's expression become strange. You're going to die from someone other than myself, Notisip or Lucas. If it wasn't a fellow absolute telling her those words, she would have already cut his head off. But it was strange. Ledip was smiling, but Seti could hear the sincerity in his tone. This absolute was certain that something Seti didn't expect would kill her. I'm sure you don't want to be destroyed just yet, Seti Glaston. If you want to live, call Lucas and borrow his strength. That's all I can tell you. Ledip disappeared immediately after saying those words. Looking at the spot he'd been standing in, Seti couldn't help but swear, asshole. I was originally told that this was a stopping point for hunters, a resting point, to find demons and demon beasts in this place, not to mention such a sophisticated hideout. When Lucas looked at him, the demon seemed to want to shrink in on himself. It's not possible in a short period of time. When did you first occupy this place? It's been a few years. I don't know the exact details. Did you know we were going to be here? That. The hesitation on the demon's face said it all. Lucas didn't shout or act intimidating. Instead, he simply glanced at the other demon. The demon was more scared by this than anything else. We bought the information. From whom? There is no one who could have known we'd be passing through this. No one. Lucas suddenly stopped talking. It had been less than a day since they left the Congo branch. They passed through the wilderness where it was hard for demons to live, let alone humans, and they only reached this city after the sun went down. In other words, Lucas and Joanna's route had not been exposed, and there was no one who could know where they would be going, except for one person. Lucas recalled the map in his pocket. It pointed out the fastest and safest route to Egypt as well as the location of the rest stops along the way. On the original map, there was no route to Egypt and no locations of rest stops. Those were all added by one man. It was clear now. They hadn't been exposed during their travel. They had been exposed from the very beginning. These demons knew that they would come to this city before they even set out. Whom did you buy the information from? The demon closed his eyes. If he revealed this information, then his safety wouldn't be guaranteed. Punishment that he could not bear would certainly befall him. Nevertheless, it was better than having his mind broken right now. And from that demon's mouth came the name Lucas expected. It was Destin, the president of the Congo branch. Joanna was absorbed in a feeling of freeness that she had never experienced in her life. Her face was pale, and she felt like she would collapse at any moment. Her mind felt fuzzy, and everything she saw appeared blurred. And yet, in this state, she was able to sense even the slightest change that happened around her. From the slightest change in wind direction to a grain of sand brushing against her hand. Was this what it felt like when you took drugs? She'd never tried them before, so she wasn't sure. How long have I been like this? Joanna could clearly remember everything from the beginning. The demon beast swarmed towards her. At first, she thought that man was still around. She didn't think that he'd really left her. She was certain that he'd help when things got truly dangerous, and she even thought about how mad she would be at him afterwards. But that thought disappeared when the first demon beast's claws scratched her thigh. The pain wasn't severe, but it was there. Her skin was torn more than she expected, and her blood flowed freely. It was this injury that woke her up like a splash of cold water. From that moment, she fought off the demon beasts fiercely, but they were persistent. They didn't care if even their legs or arms were blown off. Even if they lost half of their bodies, they still charged towards Joanna without hesitation. Nevertheless, her spells were powerful enough to destroy them completely. Hyper Bolt, Joanna shouted a spell. A powerful sphere of energy shot into the crowd of demon beasts. Following a small explosion of air, body parts were sent flying, but Joanna had already turned her attention elsewhere. Half of the demon beasts were still alive. She drew upon her mana once again. I still have enough mana, but her head felt like it was on fire. Was her mental strength reaching the limit? It was possible. After all, this was the first time she'd even been in such a desperate situation. She'd never fought so many enemies before. More importantly, she was on her own. A wizard without a warrior to block from the front couldn't display even a third of their true power. To know if she had even one person to block the front, all of these weaklings would have died in an instant. No, it might still be difficult. Her eyes turned to the truck, and it was just in time as she saw a group of demon beasts crawling over to it. Fire wall, F-whoosh. Flames soared up from the ground and burned the bodies of the demon beasts. At the same time, she'd adjusted the power of her spell so that she didn't damage the truck. That was a problem as well. She'd never fought in a situation like this before. All of these problems stacked in a subtle way that lowered Joanna's combat ability to its worst. If there was even one other person there, or if there were fewer enemies, she could have used ranged spells to her heart's content. She was out of breath and her entire body was covered in cold sweat. She couldn't even afford to think. There were only two thoughts looping infinitely in her head. Get rid of the demon beasts and protect the truck. What could she do? There were dozens of opponents against her. The most important thing in large battles was to have a firm grasp of everything on the battlefield, having 2 objectives, or if you could afford it, 3, move constantly, and always seek the most efficient path. All of these were things she'd been taught, but it was only after being put in such an extreme situation that she was able to put them into practice. Her resentment to that man had disappeared without a trace, and the despair she felt when she realized the situation did too. Now her mind was completely blank. She cast spells as if entranced. Larger, faster, more efficient. Something in her heart began to stir, just as an inexplicable pleasure began to fill her. Crack, ock. A demon beast's claws ripped into her shoulder, causing her fleshido be torn to pieces. Unlike the wound on her thigh, this wound was almost fatal. In an instant, she'd almost lost her right arm. It hurts. It hurt so much. Her tears threatened to fall as she felt pain that she had never experienced in her life. In an instant, her mind began to waver. The demon beast's claws and teeth could have poison. If she didn't act quickly, she might have to amputate her arm. A sudden fear arose at that thought. Her concentration was cracking, and her mana was about to scatter. What was she doing right now? She couldn't remember. The pain had caused her thoughts to fall into disarray. A little more. She felt like she could have grasped something if she'd gotten just a little more time. Joanna collapsed helplessly to the ground, and in an instant, the demon beasts charged towards her defenseless form. She could only look at them approach her with despair-filled eyes. She didn't want to die in such a way. Nishith incantation. A voice rang out in her head. Her mind, which had become blurred, suddenly cleared up. The demon beasts also stopped moving. No, it wasn't just the demon beasts. It seemed that space itself had stopped. In this strange world, Joanna could finally think clearly again. Why did you let down your guard? Why did you stop focusing your mana? And you still dare to call yourself an archmage? Joanna shuddered slightly at the reprimand. But it hurts so much, pull yourself together. If you are an archmage, then you should never stop a spell you started casting. Finish Ith's spell. Even if your limbs are torn off, your ribs stab into your lungs, or your tongue is cut off. Aye, archmage. It was a word she both loved and hated. She knew that she wasn't worthy of that title. Joanna was just a finished product of North America's wizard institution. She was proof that an archmage could be created simply by using a set training regimen and mechanical mana enhancement. Without needing practical experience or independent research, the implications were great. Although it varied depending on the individual, it implied the possibility that archmages could be mass-produced in America. It was something that would shock the entire world. Joanna was also proud of that fact. Of the hundreds of applicants, she was the only one who successfully became an archmage. The best ones after her could only reach 5 stars at best. She was the only special one. One of the few 7-star archmages in North America. That was what she thought she was. But on her first day in Asia, she realized she was just a frog in a well. She met a real archmage, a great wizard who was on a completely different level from a manufactured wizard. Weren't they the same 7 stars? Nevertheless, Joanna didn't believe she could defeat him even if there were 5 of her. The Asian hunters laughed at Joanna, and the other archmages in America also ignored her. They never said it openly, but it was clear that they never treated her like a peer. Their thoughts were obvious. What a disgrace to North America. Stupid girl. But the thing that hurt the most was that she couldn't refute their criticism. Those memories had become a trauma, and it stayed with her in the form of nightmares. Since then, Joanna had never gone on a mission, and if she did go, it was only extremely safe missions with absolutely no risk at all. Instead, she gained recognition by visiting events or meeting with celebrities. This allowed Joanna to become one of America's most famous hunters, without actually fulfilling the duties of a hunter. When she met wizards below her level, she would bare her fangs because she wasn't proud of herself. Seeing someone calling themselves a wizard reminded her of herself in the past, a defective product, a lucky loser who didn't even qualify as 6 stars, not to mention 7 stars. That was her identity. An archmage isn't something that's created by luck. What do you know? I can guarantee that you deserve it. Those words caused Joanna's heart to shake violently. Those were the words she wanted to hear most from someone, and I will give you a mission. It's not your destiny to be torn to death by these demon beasts. Overcome this ordeal. Who are you? She didn't receive an answer. The presence in her mind was slowly fading. The being had left. Joanna felt that the owner of the voice was somewhere far away, and it had only spoken to her in passing. The owner of that voice, no way, she'd heard of it. It was a legendary tale that was often played off as baseless rumors, that there was a voice that could only be heard by the chosen ones. If that was really his voice. If that being was truly talking to her, then it was a revelation. Joanna wasn't defective. She raised her head, her expression changing completely. I deserve it. She was someone who had the qualifications to be an archmage, a being worthy of the title of Great Wizard, so she couldn't die there. There was no way she was going to die. This was only a trial at best. An unknown courage erupted inside of Joanna. Clenching her teeth, she slowly rose back up to her feet. The pain in her shoulder and thigh seemed to have eased slightly. She knew that it was just an illusion, but she didn't care. Kayak. Dozens of demon beasts lunged simultaneously. The time which had stopped had resumed once again. Whoosh, flames erupted around Joanna's body. Huff. Joanna flopped down to the ground. She won. No, instead, it would be better to say she survived. In any case, she'd managed to defeat all of the demon beasts. Her stamina was at its limit. She felt like if she relaxed her guard even a little bit, she would fall unconscious in an instant. Forcing herself to sit up, she looked at her shoulder. The longer she took to take care of it, the more dangerous it could get, if she didn't get first aid immediately. It was at that moment when she saw someone walking towards her from the ruined city. It was a man with gray hair and a black coat, the very same man who'd abandoned her. His carefree attitude made her rage rise up in an instant. Where the hell were you? She suddenly stopped talking. The man was just looking at her with a blank expression on his face, and somehow seeing his stupid face made her calm down. I letter 1D45B, letter 1D4F7, letter 1D667, letter 1D626, letter 1D68AD. Calm. Seriously. She sighed. In all honesty, she didn't even have the energy to be angry. It could be said that her resentment had been sapped. The man looked around without saying anything. His expression didn't change even when he saw the devastated surroundings and piles of corpses. Instead, he simply walked over to Joanna and inspected her injuries before taking a potion out of his bag. Judging from the color, she could tell that it was a potion that had been made with high-purity soul crystals. Then he poured it onto Joanna's injuries. TSSS. Joanna couldn't help but groan in pain for a moment. Nevertheless, the fact that she could feel the pain was a good thing. At least it meant that the nerves in her arm hadn't been badly damaged, and it also meant that she wouldn't need to worry about amputation anymore. Only then did the man open his mouth. You're pretty skilled. How ridiculous. She couldn't help but shake her head and wonder if that was all he had to say. HMPH, I am an archmage. As she said these words, Joanna's expression was humbler than usual. This was because she now felt assured of this fact. When she recalled how she used to introduce herself like this in the past, she felt a stinging sensation in her chest. But those feelings disappeared when she recalled what she just experienced. Joanna's face became bright with excitement as she continued. I also heard the great mage's voice. She felt slightly smug when she saw the surprised expression on his face. She had never seen him make such an expression before. It was definitely worth it. Haven't you heard about it? The founder of magical science, the master of spells, the god of magic. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. Joanna couldn't help but look at him. Why are you so surprised? Don't you go around saying you're a wizard? Unlike sorcery and witchcraft, magic was not a supernatural power that had existed in the world before. Instead, this mysterious power with a solid system had suddenly appeared in the world one day. Therefore, unlike swordsmanship or martial arts that had thousands of years' worth of legacy, there were only few records about magic. Naturally, this meant that it was only possible to get hints from the grimoires that were randomly scattered across the various regions. Eventually, after reaching a certain point, wizards had no choice but to start carving their own path, walking towards the next level, which no one had ever reached before, something that they weren't even sure existed in the first place. It went without saying just how thorny that path was. As time passed, more and more wizards became blocked by this proverbial wall, causing them to become frustrated. Time and time again, they gathered together to discuss a solution, but no conclusion was ever reached. They wondered if that was the limit, wondered whether they'd ever be able to take the next step. Then, just as all the wizards became filled with despair, something strange happened. All of the wizards who had been stuck successfully jumped over the wall simultaneously. It happened at the same time as if it had been planned, and all of the wizards who stepped into the new stage said the same thing one after the other. They heard a voice who gave them the hint of how to move forward. From that moment, this voice was called the Great Mage, or the God of Magic, and suddenly, a rumor emerged that only a wizard who had heard this voice could reach the legendary 9 stars level. It was one of the few legends in the wizard community. Joanna had also heard the tale. When she was younger, she often fantasized about hearing the Great Mage's voice, but as she grew older, that thought gradually faded away, because she thought it was just a fairy tale. But today, she'd heard that voice, clearly and indisputably, without a doubt. She'd heard the voice of the Great Mage. Her heart beat violently in her chest. Wasn't she the first person in the world to have such a lengthy conversation with the Great Mage? Joanna smiled smugly when she saw the man's blank expression. Ah well, it's not unreasonable for you not to know. After all, the God of Magic only reveals himself to those who have the talent to reach 9 stars. Is it so amazing? You just heard a voice. Just a voice. Ah, Joanna shouted before feeling hot pain ripple through her shoulder. Wiping tears from her eyes, she spoke bitingly. You're so annoying. Don't you understand how great this is? It said that only the chosen wizards can hear the voice, and I'm one of them. Joanna's voice became louder as she continued. I was chosen by the Great Mage. Destin, he thought he was a reliable person. At first glance, he hadn't been able to see any dishonesty, and there was even a glint of determination in his eyes, so he hadn't inspected him too deeply. As a result, he realized that it was a hasty judgment. He wasn't an upright man, but a man who thought what he was doing was upright. There was no hesitation or unease in the eyes of such a person, because they wouldn't feel guilty even if they did something morally wrong. It was either one of two things. Either he was doing shady things in the shadows to survive, or he believed he was doing the right thing. Lucas looked down at the map in his hand. The map given by Destin was supposed to display the shortest route to Egypt, and it seemed that Destin had drawn the route himself. If they were to continue along this path, it was clear that they would run into countless demons and demon beasts. Nevertheless, Lucas decided not to switch routes immediately. He turned to look at Joanna. She was humming happily while driving. It was completely different from the day before when she grumbled constantly. God of Magic. He hadn't known that such a legend had circulated among the wizards. About 20 years ago, sometime after he'd first introduced magical science to this world, some wizards were frustrated by the huge wall that they'd encountered for the first time. The wall of 7 stars, called Archmage. The wizards who were at the forefront had no masters. This meant that they had no one to consult when they were lost or unsure about something. The best conclusion they could reach was to come together with those on their level and discuss their different opinions. In a way, this wasn't a bad thing. In fact, it was actually better than being taught by a master. However, such methods usually took a long time before revealing their effectiveness. If they were left alone, it might take them decades before they were able to find even the slightest clue. So Lucas stepped in. He gave hints only to those who were blocked by the wall, especially those extremely talented individuals. And those wizards were able to get a great realization due to Lucas' advice and take the step to the next level. Lucas checked the effectiveness of his action before leaving them to their own devices once again, but he hadn't realized that his actions had developed into such a legendary story over time. The Great Mage's Chosen Ones, Great Mage. The strange feeling that this title gave him caused his heart to flutter slightly. Lucas had never mentioned the title Great Mage to anyone. The terms Great Wizard, Archmage, or Mage referred to the state, but Great Mage was different. In his homeworld, everyone thought of only one person when they heard the name Great Mage. That was a title that had only been held by Lucas Troman. But in this world with no magical history whatsoever, he was once again called the Great Mage. As if it was a logical conclusion from his spreading and teaching magical science. Perhaps, is this related to my essence? Hey, Lucas was shaken from his thoughts. Joanna, who had been humming to herself all this while, was looking at him. What are you daydreaming about? You didn't answer even after I called you 10 times. Did you really call me that many times? Well, no. It was only 2 or 3 times. Anyways, I think we should take a break. Aren't there any safe spots nearby? Joanna tapped her thigh. She wasn't whining. It was just that it had already been 3 hours since she started driving. The gas was running low and she was a bit hungry, so she thought it was a good idea to rest now. Lucas opened the map. Then Joanna stretched her neck to look at it. Focus on driving. Isn't it fine to just step on the accelerator in this wilderness without even the shadow of a person? I don't even have to hold the steering wheel. Her words might have been a bit exaggerated, but she wasn't exactly wrong. Lucas hadn't told Joanna about what he'd learned about Destin. This was because there was nothing she could do about it, and because, with her personality, she might try to turn back and try to raise the Congo branch to the ground, or report it to Neil in North America. Neil Prand. What would that man do if he learned about this? He might not even care. Even if Africa became hell, or worse, Neil wouldn't care as long as it didn't affect North America. What about Joanna? How would she react? Let's go here. Hiding his thoughts, Lucas pointed to a location on the map. It wasn't the location of a city. In fact, it was an uninhabited rocky area that was completely out of the way of Destin's recommended route. Don't you think it'll be hard to move through such a rocky area with the truck? We're not going across it. We'll just rest at the entrance before taking another route. I think it would be better to stick with our current route. There are many cities and well-paved roads. In all honesty, Lucas didn't particularly care what route they took. The reason he decided to go to the rocky area was purely out of consideration for Joanna. If they continued along the original route, it was highly likely that they would encounter more demons and demon beasts, and Lucas had no intention of fighting demons or demon beasts on this mission. In other words, the burden of fighting would entirely be on Joanna. Of course, the injury to her thigh and shoulder that she'd received the previous night had already been healed, but there were still some aftereffects. More importantly, constantly pushing her limits in a fierce battle like the one she just fought should have given her a lot of mental fatigue, but Joanna didn't show it. Was it because she didn't want to show any weakness? Perhaps it was because of her pride. We can't blindly trust the information on the map. Destin said that the map was old. It seems that there are large mountains in the rocky area, so it would be better if we went there and got a good look at the surroundings before making a decision. All right. Seemingly convinced by Luca's words, Joanna turned her head once again to look out the windshield. After a while, they finally arrived at the rocky area. Joanna got out of the car and started preparing the meal while Lucas refilled the gas tank and took a look around. Hurry back. If you take too long, I'll eat everything first. Joanna patted her stomach as she said this, indicating that she was pretty hungry already. Lucas nodded before heading towards the largest nearby mountain. When he left Joanna's field of view, he quickly flew up to the top of the mountain using magic. A cold wind blew over. This wasn't the winter season, and it certainly was strange, considering this was Africa. After all, during winter, the temperatures during midday could still reach 20 degrees Celsius, but it was different now. It was the middle of the year, and Lucas was wearing a thick coat. Nevertheless, he didn't feel hot at all. This was probably because of the demonic energy. He opened the map and looked around. In Lucas's mind, two new routes to Egypt were formed, one on the left and one on the right. Focusing his eyes, he looked around for the first city to pass through. A white glow emanated from Lucas's eyes. Whoosh! He instantly caught sight of a city hundreds of kilometers away. As if he had expanded his eyes hundreds of times, Lucas was able to see every corner of the city. Clairvoyance. This was the power he'd gained from the demigod Mild, whom he'd fought in the past, a power that he rarely used. Vast amounts of information surged into his head in an instant. If he were an ordinary person, he might have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage from being unable to process all of the information. With Lucas's strength, he could easily perceive the entirety of the African continent, but he didn't have time for that. Lucas ignored the information about the characteristics and size of the city, and he instead focused on the living creatures in them. Although he couldn't grasp complete details, he was at least able to determine the type and number of entities. In the city to the left, there are only demons, and on the right, there were both humans and demons. It was a strange sight. It felt like they were very close, almost as though they were living together. That wasn't all. He was also able to sense a large amount of demonic energy. The demon was suppressing his power, so Lucas was unable to get a clear view, but he was certain that it was at least a high-ranked demon noble. Lucas narrowed his eyes. If he could have used the full power of his clairvoyance, he would have easily been able to see just how powerful the demon was. Unfortunately, that power was beyond this universe's tolerance. It was a shame, but for now he had no choice but to be satisfied with using this level of power. When he first came to this world, he couldn't use his demigod powers at all. If a little more time passes, it won't just be 1,000 miles. Lucas had this thought for a moment before shaking his head. Then he stopped using clairvoyance and headed down the mountain. When he got back to where Joanna was, he saw her reading a small book with a serious expression on her face. The wear on the book showed just how many times she'd read it, and now that he thought about it, he realized that she would take out and read this book whenever she had time. He couldn't tell what was written in the book, though, as there was nothing on the cover. Despite reading with great concentration, Joanna still lifted her head and looked at Lucas as though she felt his gaze. "Why did you take so long?" He thought she said she'd eat first. Lucas thought about asking her this for a moment before deciding to give a rough answer instead. "The mountain was taller than I expected." HMPH here. Joanna snorted before handing him a cold can of food. Even the lid was still on it. When Lucas accepted the can, she began eating her chicken with a disposable fork. Lucas ate as well. It was Lucas who placed down his utensils first. He'd eaten half of the can of food and stopped there. Why do you eat so little? It has become a habit. To be precise, Lucas no longer needed to eat. However, if he didn't eat anything at all, people would grow suspicious. Therefore, he just pretended. Of course, he was still able to taste, and eating delicious food was an excellent pastime. However, these combat rations would never be called delicious food. Why don't you eat some more? Men who are too skinny aren't popular with women. Your face isn't bad, so you'd look good if you gain more weight. Is that so? Despite his rough reply, Joanna still responded enthusiastically. Of course, I have a good eye for unpolished gems. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. Come to think of it, that boy you brought with you is exceptional. Boy, it was obvious that she was talking about his disciple, Leo Freeman. Lucas nodded. Even someone like him who had no interest in personal appearance couldn't help but admire Leo's good looks. His appearance has a strong ambiguity now, but that will only last a few more years. Girls would probably lose their minds if he simply wore a V-neck t-shirt. Seriously, Joanna spoke while eating chicken from her can. Lucas glanced at her. You eat well. Is it surprising? I didn't think you'd be able to stomach anything other than gourmet food. HMPH. That's right. I have really picky tastes. Joanna snorted, but she didn't seem upset. But I could still eat almost anything. Anything, even steamed frogs or fried cockroaches. When Lucas froze, Joanna burst into laughter. I'm joking. For Lucas, the main priority was to meet Cran, one of the top 3. The most reasonable choice to achieve this goal would have been to cut across the wilderness without going to either city, but Lucas decided to head to the city on the right. This was because he thought it would be better to figure out the situation now, while he still had time than allow it to become a hindrance later on. He didn't feel comfortable leaving what was almost certainly a high-ranking demon noble unchecked. By the time the sun began setting, they arrived at the city. At the same time, they saw a convoy of vehicles leaving the city. They were light, off-road vehicles that were perfect for traveling across the wilderness. Buggies. As they came closer, the buggies honked their horns aggressively. So noisy. While Joanna frowned at the racket, Lucas looked over at them before speaking. It seems like they're asking us to stop. Are they humans? Maybe. Well, I've never heard about demons driving buggies before. Joanna pulled over obediently. One of the buggies swerved around and stopped in front of the truck, creating a large cloud of dust. Joanna coughed, covering her mouth as she glared at the car. A man stepped out from the left side of the buggy. It was a black young man with a gun in his hand. He looked like a mercenary. Excuse me, you don't seem to be from around here. Where are you from? Who are you? Can't you tell? I'm a hunter. Click, the man answered while cocking his gun. It was a blatant threat, but Joanna responded without shrinking back at all. We're hunters too. We came to this land on a special mission from North America. I can't tell you the details of our mission, but we already received permission from the Congolese branch president. Do you have anything to prove that? Joanna pulled a document out of her pocket and held it out for the man to see. The man looked at it for a moment before nodding and smiling. If you already got permission, then I have no right to interfere. Well, do you need anything? Food, water, a place to rest? It's late, so we'd appreciate it if you could give us a place to stay for the night. The man turned around after saying those words. Who is your leader? You might have heard of him, so I don't mind telling you. The man laughed. Then he turned to look at them and spoke in a slightly prideful voice. Our leader is a man called Draggle Fistfounder. Are you okay? Lucas raised his head at the unexpected question. What do you mean? If I had a mirror, I'd show you. It's the first time I've ever seen you make a face like that. I always thought that you were emotionless because your expression never changed. But I guess that's not true. Was there something wrong with his expression? Lucas couldn't help but reach up a hand to touch his face. It felt a bit stiffer than usual. Do you know him? The man he referred to as his leader. You lost control of your expression after you heard his name. No, I don't know him. Joanna looked at him strangely when she heard this, but it was the truth. This was the first time Lucas had heard of this man called Draggle. The reason his expression had become stiff was different. I want to ask you something. What is it? Is the last name Fistfounder common? Fistfounder. Joanna tilted her head to the side and tapped her finger against the steering wheel as she thought. For a while, the soft tapping sound was the only thing that could be heard in the truck. But after some thought, she shook her head. This is the first time I heard it. But it doesn't really sound like a last name. It sounds more like a car brand. It was as he expected. Lucas had never encountered a familiar last name in this world, and if he did, it would only be an extremely rare one. That's why he couldn't help but wonder if the last name, Fistfounder, of this man, Draggle, was a mere coincidence or not. Lucas looked at the buggy that was driving ahead of them, then at the 3 buggies that were located on either side and behind the truck respectively. I feel like we're being escorted. While Joanna spoke in a smug voice, Lucas could tell that the escort was more to prevent them from fleeing. Nevertheless, it wouldn't be too hard to flee and erase their traces now. It would be much trickier once they got into the city. and yet Lucas was headed directly for the city. Is Iris in this world? And if that really was the case, how did she accomplish it? Did she become transcendent? Had she been following him? Did she know that he was in this world? After these thoughts filled his head, Lucas couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't want to meet with Iris just yet. Those thoughts made him feel more sad than happy. In fact, they filled him with guilt, because if she came to him first, it meant that she'd probably come to blame him for not keeping his word. They got off the truck. Up close, the city looked much better than they expected. Nevertheless, it didn't look much better than clean ruins. It would be more appropriate to call it a temporary base than a home. Considering the size of the city, the area in which people could stay was incredibly limited, and as a result, the area had high population density. Joanna looked around in surprise. How many people live here? There are probably more than 10,000 people in this city. The black man, who introduced himself as Keegan, yawned as he replied, "Come to think of it, there are a lot of customers today. How annoying. He will show you to your rooms, so please wait there. Our leader is very busy at the moment." After saying this, Keegan turned around and walked off somewhere. Another hunter spoke in a stiff manner. They followed him into a building. It was a 3-story building, and they could see artificial light coming from the various windows. This showed that power was being supplied to it. Also, despite the rugged appearance of the city, there were also working street lights. When they entered the first floor of the building, the first thing they noticed was the unique smell of food. Perhaps it was because it was dinner time, but most of the people in the building seemed to be on that floor. The first floor is the restaurant. You can order food any time you like unless it's too late, but if possible, please try to have your meals on time. There is also a bathroom at the end of the floor. And hot water is available around this time. Hot water. Joanna's eyes sparkled. It seemed that she was excited at the thought of showering after so long. In all honesty, it hadn't been that long. It hadn't even been a week since they left North America. They were each given individual rooms on the second and third floors respectively. Keegan will probably be back in an hour, so you can rest here first. After saying those words, the man turned around and went back down to the first floor, leaving Lucas to inspect his assigned room. The scent of old wood that filled the room calmed the mind and body. Clack. Lucas opened up the only window in the room and looked down at the street below, which was softly lit by the streetlights. He could not see any hunger on the faces of the people working there. In fact, these people looked much better than those in the Congo branch. This should have been a comforting sight to see, but instead, it made Lucas uncomfortable. There had to be a reason for this. This city was not in a good geographical location. It was clear that demons or demon beasts could appear at any moment, so how were they able to perfectly defend against the demon and demon beasts invasion? And where did they get enough food and water to feed such a large population, not to mention the stable supply of electricity? The questions that flowed through his head weren't just these few. Lucas closed the window before heading down to the first floor. Many people, who appeared to be hunters, clinked their glasses together as they drank beer like water, their cheers and laughter filling the hall. After looking around the room for a moment, Lucas was able to find an empty table, and he sat down. A middle-aged woman walked up to him with a smile on her face and placed a glass of water in front of him. But Lucas shook his head when she asked if he'd like to order anything to eat. Joanna wasn't there. Judging by her reaction earlier, she was probably washing herself in the bathroom. Then he saw a man come down the stairs. When Lucas saw this man, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. This was because of 2 reasons. The first was because he was Asian, the first he'd seen since coming to this country, and the second was because this man happened to be someone he knew. It was the human dragon, Lee Jong-hak. Lucas would never have expected that their next meeting would be in this place. That was why he couldn't help but look at Lee Jong-hak with surprise. Fortunately, he was currently using Frey's face, so unless he released the spell himself, Lee Jong-hak would never recognize him. When Lee Jong-hak came down, the noisy hall immediately became deathly quiet, as though a bucket of cold water had been poured onto it. And even those who had been in the middle of laughing or cheering stifled their voices when they noticed him. Seemingly not noticing his effect on the people, Lee Jong-hak looked around with his distinctively calm expression. Perhaps he was looking for an empty table, but Lucas had picked the last one. After a brief moment, Lee Jong-hak finally turned to look at Lucas. It seemed that he thought the table for 4 might be too big for just Lucas alone. After walking up to Lucas, Lee Jong-hak bowed his head and asked politely, "Can I sit with you? Go ahead." When Lucas nodded and gave a brief response, Lee Jong-hak pulled the chair across from him and sat down. The middle-aged woman he saw earlier approached the table once again. Tack. But this time she placed the glass of water on the table in a cold manner before walking away. Her actions convinced Lucas of the thought he had. It seemed that the residents here didn't like Lee Jong-hak. Lucas turned to look at Lee Jong-hak once again. It had been months since they'd last met, but he didn't seem to have changed much in that time. The only difference was that he had a more determined aura than before. This was a sign that he'd made great progress in swordsmanship. It was not easy to achieve so much progress in such a short amount of time. This was also proof of frightening talent. Did this man return to the Asia headquarters? The last time he'd heard news of him, he was working in Germany. Lucas became curious. Had Lee Jong-hak heard about what happened in Russia? And if he had, what were his thoughts about it? I don't think you're from around here. Lee Jong-hak's soft voice came once again. It was so quiet that Lucas would not have heard it if he hadn't been sitting at the same table. Realizing that he was talking to him, Lucas took a sip of cold water. Yes, I'm from Europe. Lee Jong-hak's hand froze as he was about to pick up his own cup. He looked up at Lucas, a complex emotion hidden within his eyes. Lucas wondered how he would react. Following the incident, Europe and Asia had become irreconcilable enemies, so it wouldn't be surprising if he were to suddenly attack after meeting a European hunter in a foreign country. Just as he was about to say something, Lucas looked up, sensing Joanna's presence. It was not an exaggeration to call her appearance striking. As soon as she appeared, some of the hunters couldn't help but stare at her with their mouths wide open. Joanna, who had changed into light clothes, seemed to be in a good mood. She looked around the room for a moment before cheerfully walking over to Lucas after spotting him. Then she sat on a chair beside him and waved her hand. Ah, how refreshing. Didn't you freshen up? No. You're filthy. Stay back. When she pulled her chair away from him, she bumped into Lee Jong-hak. Naturally, she turned to look at the person she'd hit. I'm so RRY. This gentleman, I feel like I've seen you before. Joanna pressed her hand against her forehead as she struggled to think. Then, after a moment, she asked with a slightly hesitant voice, Are you the human dragon? Yes, I'm Lee Jong-hak. Joanna smiled brightly. I've seen many pictures, but this is my first time seeing you in person. Nice to meet you. I'm Joanna Goldberg. Lee Jong-hak had a look of realization at those words. Now I recognize you. You're that archmage from North America. Your reputation precedes you. Oh my. His polite attitude made Joanna unsure of how to react for a moment. Right, this was it. She had forgotten after spending so much time with that block-headed guy, but this was the attitude people usually had when talking to her. She was at a level where even heroes from Asia had to be polite to her, and more importantly, she was a woman who had been chosen by the great Mage. Joanna shot a triumphant look at Lucas, as if to say, look at the type of woman I am. But even when she looked at him smugly, Lucas' gaze remained locked on Lee Jong-hak, and he seemed to be thinking about something else. A bit embarrassed, Joanna let out a small cough. HM. So, Mr. Lee, what brings you here? I came here for a mission, but I can't tell you the details, I see. It was a rule that unless you were talking to a member of the same branch, you should never reveal the mission you were doing. Knowing that he was on a mission, Joanna didn't try to question him any further. Lee Jong-hak's gaze then turned to Lucas. Who is this? I'm Frey Blake from Europe. I'm on a mission with Joanna. I see. Lee Jong-hak seemed to be lost in thought for a moment, and Lucas observed him. A joint mission between Europe and North America hinted at the possibility that the relationship between the two regions was becoming closer. Depending on how he reacted to this knowledge, he might be able to learn Lee Jong-hak's thoughts, but... They were interrupted once again as Keegan appeared. He looked at the three of them sitting at the table before tilting his head slightly. Well, would you look at that? The three of you are all sitting together. Do you know each other? We just met. This is great. Well, it was nice because it meant he wouldn't have to go looking for them. Keegan smiled. The hierarchy among demons was determined by power. At the very bottom were the normal demons, and above them were the demon nobles. And only those demons who stood at the very peak among demon nobles could be granted the title Duke. However, this didn't mean that every Duke had the same amount of power or authority. Of the demon Dukes, there were only 5 who could be called the Demon King's closest aides. It was for this reason that they were referred to as the 5 Dukes. And among the 5 Dukes, there was one who could be considered the Demon King's right hand, Azazel. He was a demon who had an appearance that was strikingly close to that of a human, except for his gray hair, pale skin, and 2 large horns growing from his temples. Some of the dukes often half honestly and half jokingly called him the Grand Duke, because the title suited him in a way. This was because he was the one who often took over whenever the Demon King was absent. Azazel was currently walking through a forest in France. This was no ordinary forest, as the demonic energy in this place was many times thicker than even at the Versailles Palace. This demonic energy caused the entire forest to look like it was covered in a thick smog. This was natural. After all, this forest was basically the place that could be called the Demon King's true residence. Azazel looked around. The entire area was a mess, as though a typhoon had swept through it. The ground was filled with large holes and trenches like a giant worm had crawled through it, and the demonic energy in the air was so thick it condensed into fog. And in the middle of this devastated area was a single, large being. Azazel immediately knelt down on one knee and politely bowed his head. My king. At those words, the huge being opened his eyes. Black eyes, which seemed to suck in all the surrounding light, turned to look at Azazel. Azazel Troman, I humbly await your order. The preparations are complete. That means. Azazel shuddered for a moment. Unspeakable joy overflowed from his gaze. The Demon King's lips twisted into a smile. I am now the strongest. I'm sorry, but can't we postpone the meeting with Draggle until tomorrow? When Lee Jonghak suddenly said this, Keegan, who was prepared to leave the building, turned around with a strange expression. Didn't you come here demanding to see our leader in the first place? I think it's too late to have the meeting now, and there is something I'd like to discuss with them. As he said this, Lee Jonghak turned to look at Joanna, his eyes hinting at her to play along. She knew that, but Joanna withheld her judgment with a surprised look on her face. I'm sorry, but I don't think that would be okay. This was said in a strangely heavy voice. Keegan looked down at Lee Jonghak and folded his arms in a cold manner. We have something called face here too. I've already reported to our leader about you guys, and he expects to see you soon. Do you think if I go to our leader and tell him that the guests are tired and that they'll meet him tomorrow, he'll accept it with a nod and a smile? My position would be in jeopardy. Though this was said in a harsher tone, his words weren't wrong. I can't believe you're staying in our city but won't meet our leader. I heard that Asians valued courtesy, but now I'm wondering if I heard correctly. It won't take long, you'll be back before you know it. Lee Jonghak looked down at his cup and seemed to be lost in thought for a moment. He didn't know why, but he felt that the hunters, employees, and even civilians in the restaurant were all focused on what was happening at their table. After a while, Lee Jonghak finally opened his mouth. Understood. Now we're on the same page. Keegan smiled brightly before turning around and leaving first, Lee Jonghak close behind. Joanna stared at their backs for a moment before shaking her head. What's going on? Am I the only one who feels this strange tension? No. After giving this brief answer, Lucas got up and walked out as well. With a strange expression on her face, Joanna could only follow him. A jeep was already waiting for them outside the building, and there were 3 others surrounding it. Inside these jeeps were men who appeared to be hunters. Joanna's expression became even stranger. Even an inexperienced hunter like her was able to realize that this was way too much for a simple escort. Hop in, we'll take you there quickly. Where is Mr. Draggle? Keegan pointed towards the end of the road. See that mansion? It looks close, but it would be annoying to walk to it. Let's walk. Keegan's expression became one of irritation. I don't know why you keep trying to annoy me. I just want to move my body after my meal to help with digestion. Is that a problem? As he said this, Lee Jonghak turned to look Keegan in the eyes. Keegan's lips twitched for a few moments before he averted his gaze and clicked his tongue. Sure, guys, when he beckoned, the hunters who had been sitting in the other vehicles piled out. There were at least 10 of them. They spread out around the 4 of them with practiced ease. The atmosphere became tense. Lee Jonghak carefully looked at all of them before turning around and walking down the street. The hunters surrounded him as though they were escorting him. And like this large group of people slowly began walking towards the mansion where Draggle lived. After they walked for a while, the bustling streets gradually calmed down. For some strange reason, the further they moved, the darker their surroundings became. And by the time only their own footsteps could be heard, they could no longer see buildings with lights in them on the sides of the street. The only things offering light were the few streetlights that lined the street, causing the walk to suddenly feel lonely and ominous. It was at this time when Lucas heard a voice. Just listen. Sound transmission. It was a technique at a much higher level than the telepathy spell. It was Lee Jonghak who had sent sound transmission to Lucas. No, from the slight change in her expression, it seemed he'd sent it to Joanna as well. Just being able to use sound transmission was a feat that showed incredible skill, but at the same time, he'd done it so perfectly that the hunters around them didn't notice anything. I don't know what your mission is or why you are here. However, it was a mistake to enter this city. A mistake. Do not move. Stay completely still. I swear that I won't hurt you. Then after sending that, Lee Jonghak drew his sword in a quick, smooth motion. His sword drawing was so fast that even the word fast was a bit lacking when used to describe it, and barely any sound was released. The drawn blade lightly reflected the light from the streetlights around them. It was a beautiful sight. However, contrary to the beauty of the swordsmanship that was unleashed with it was incredibly fierce. Shuck. Cuck gurk, the 2 hunters who were working in front of them let out soft cries before collapsing to the ground. Blood spurted from the backs of their necks. Only then did the others react, drawing their weapons. What the hell are you doing? This crazy bastard. Lee Jonghak slid into a stance without responding, a fog of Kai slowly billowing from his body. What's going on? Joanna turned to look at Lucas with a shocked expression, but Lucas was looking elsewhere. Keegan, who had been walking in front of them, clicked his tongue once before turning around immediately and running away. It seemed that Lee Jonghak had expected such a response as he threw his sword lightly. The motion was light, but the force behind the throw was enormous. The sword, which whistled through the air, cut Keegan in half, and although he tried to dodge it just before it hit him, the speed and force of the attack made him completely unable to block or dodge. Cuck. Keegan's body was sent flying in 2 different directions with fatal injuries that probably caused instant death. You arrogant bastard. He threw away his weapon. The remaining hunters all attacked Lee Jonghak, who was now unarmed. However, without any changes to his expression, Lee Jong-hak simply kicked off from the ground. His body was propelled backwards, allowing him to avoid the attacks directed at him. Then a hunter pulled out a submachine gun. Die. Letter 1d6-5e, letter 1d6-9-7, letter 1d4-f7, letter 1d5-ff, letter 1d6-8t, ad. Com. But Lee Jong-hak's finger moved before he could pull the trigger. With a single gesture, the sword that had cut Keegan in half suddenly flew towards him as though it had a will of its own. The hunters were all shocked by this sight. That, controlling the sword with Kai, the sword flew through the air like a swallow. Then it dyed the street with blood. The level of these hunters wasn't low. Every one of them was a veteran, and if they were sufficiently equipped, it wouldn't be difficult for them to hunt low-ranked demon nobles. Nevertheless, they had met the wrong opponent. Lee Jong-hak was already only a half step away from the peak of swordsmanship. Shuk, ku, irk. The last hunter's chest was split open, and his blood spurted out. The sword stopped in the air, covered in dark red blood. Then, with a brrr sound, it shook itself clean like a wet cat before flying towards Lee Jong-hak. Click, and with a soft sound, Lee Jong-hak returned it to its sheath. Joanna, who had been stiff for a while, glanced at Lucas before taking a step forward. She was pretending to be calm, but she couldn't stop her chin from quivering slightly. Human dragon, Lee Jong-hak, I never took you for a murderer. Are you going to kill us too? Leave this city immediately. There is an exit on the west. Don't go anywhere else. Lee Jong-hak looked at the building at the end of the street coldly before continuing. I don't know what mission you're here for, but now isn't a good time. Ask the people in the forest to the west for help. If you use my name, they will even help you use warp. You haven't even explained the situation, yet you want us to do as you say. Lucas looked around. The Lee Jong-hak he knew wasn't someone who would carry out murder for no reason. Despite the hatred he had for him, Lucas still admired this human called Lee Jong-hak. What is wrong with this city? Lee Jong-hak turned to look at Lucas when he heard this question before giving a brief answer. It is a breeding ground, huh? Just as Joanna blinked in surprise, a powerful wave of energy rippled through the city. This energy caused the streetlights to buzz and flicker, and a disturbing pressure seemed to cover their bodies. Lee Jong-hak sighed. That guy has already sealed the entire city. It's no longer possible to escape. That guy, the demon Gullard, the owner of the mansion we were being guided to. Who? Horrified, Joanna cried out in a trembling voice. By Gullard. Yes, Lee Jong-hak nodded. The true identity of Dragol Fistfounder, the leader of this city, is the vampire duke, Gullard. Lee Jong-hak walked towards the west. He didn't say anything, but Joanna and Lucas had no choice but to follow him. Can we trust this person? Joanna whispered in a soft voice. Lucas looked at Lee Jong-hak's back for a moment before responding to her. The human dragon Lee Jong-hak is a man of great character. Have you met him before? No, then that's just a rumor. Yeah, Joanna seemed a bit apprehensive. Not long afterwards, Lee Jong-hak stopped walking. He was standing in front of an angel statue. Maybe it was because of the angle or the ominous aura that surrounded the entire city, but the angel, who was supposed to be a holy being, seemed to make the atmosphere feel even more bizarre. Do you know the crying angel? What's that? It's fine if you don't know. Joanna rubbed her forearm and shook her head. Lee Jong-hak pressed on a corner of the statue with his foot. Then something strange happened. Grrrk. The angel's statue moved slightly, revealing a hidden space beneath it. Joanna flinched violently when the statue moved. Without any hesitation, Lee Jong-hak entered the space below. Lucas and Joanna followed suit. In the underground space below the statue, there was a dimly lit passage. After walking for a while, hearing only the sound of water droplets softly hitting the ground, they saw a man standing in the middle of the passage. This man appeared to be in his mid-20s, and he didn't seem to have any characteristics that stood out, except for the fact that he wore dark sunglasses in this dark space. The man looked at Lee Jong-hak and spoke. You came earlier than we expected. Kaisa, so it was your turn today. Letter 1d4b, letter 1d5fb, letter 1d427, letter 1d4c7, letter 1d486, letter 1d4b6. C0M. Lee Jong-hak sighed before he said, There's work to do. The man named Kaisa then turned to look at Lucas and Joanna with surprise. Who are the people behind you? They're hunters from North America and Europe. They almost got involved in all of this. Looks like something happened. Let's go to the hideout and talk. It's still dangerous here. After saying that, Kaisa turned around first, and it was at that moment when Joanna was surprised to see a tattoo on his right arm, Gray Sun. When Joanna started drawing upon her mana with a suspicious expression, Kaisa waved his hand. I know what you're thinking, but it's a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? How could you say that? Please trust us, it was Lee Jong-hak. He looked into Joanna's eyes and spoke with a calm voice. I know this isn't really a good time to say something like this, but I swear, I have no intention of hurting you. When Joanna still didn't let down her guard, Lucas had no choice but to speak up. Let's listen to them for now. If he wanted to kill us, he would have made a move earlier when he was dealing with those hunters. That's true. Joanna reluctantly released her mana. This sight caused Lee Jong-hak's eyes to shine slightly as he turned to look at Lucas. Perhaps it was because of the fact that he had not lost his calm, even once despite the ever-changing situation. Perhaps it was his ability to calm down Joanna, who seemed to be quite stubborn, or perhaps it was both, but the latter had more traction. Lucas was well aware that he was viewed either as Joanna's manager or subordinate. Nevertheless, it wasn't a good thing to attract Lee Jong-hak's attention. Though unlikely, it was still possible that he would realize who he was. Lucas decided to be more careful from now on. Lee Jong-hak soon retracted his gaze and followed Kaisa. This underground passage was probably a part of a sewer system, but since it didn't smell bad, it probably hadn't been used yet. It was hard to tell how long they'd been walking in the tunnel, but after a while, they reached a large iron door. Kaisa, who was at the front, knocked on the door. Krrrr. The door slowly opened with a loud noise, revealing a large space within. There were also quite a number of people within the room, about 20 or so. They were either sitting on boxes and talking to each other or exercising and training. Then a man approached them. Lee Jong-hak, you're early. It was a middle-aged man whose short white hair contrasted with his dark skin. Joanna looked up at him, and her mouth fell open subconsciously. This man was 3 times larger than the average adult male. In particular, the muscles on his upper body were so large they appeared as though they would tear through his shirt at any moment. He gave off a ferocious aura, like a mafia boss with thousands of subordinates. No, this man is really. Joanna's eyes drifted down to look at the man's right forearm. There she saw 5 suns overlapping on each other. As far as she knew, there was only one person in the entire organization who was allowed to have 5 sons. The big boss of the organization, Elijah Kipitosh. Lee Jong-hak bowed his head to him. I'm sorry, Mr. Elijah. Our plan failed. No, I prefer to do it this way. I didn't feel very comfortable sending you in alone from the start. Elijah spoke with a strangely soothing voice. For a moment, Joanna forgot that this man was the notorious boss of the Grey Sun. And the young people behind you, they are hunters from North America and Europe. They said they came to this land for a special mission. Their timing is rather poor. Elijah chuckled before he turned to look at them. You must have come here using a warp portal. Which facility did you use? The Congo branch. When Lucas responded, Joanna turned to look at him. It seemed she was unsure whether it was wise to reveal that information or not. That's Destin's territory. Elijah took a large cigar from his pocket before lighting it. I know what you might think about the Grey Sun, but I'll tell you now that most of that information is false. False? Right, we're not a mafia or criminal organization. Then what are you? Elijah stroked his dark beard. The Resistance. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. It's fine. Joanna sat on a box and responded in a casual manner. This group claimed that they bore no hostility, but she couldn't trust them so easily. It wouldn't be strange if their attitudes suddenly changed and they threatened them. Nevertheless, Joanna appeared indifferent despite this. This attitude was very important in situations like this. There was no rule that said because they were comrades now and they couldn't be enemies later. And in such an ambiguous relationship, it was best to stand your ground. The pressure exuded by Elijah Kipitosh's entire body was incredible. Lucas could tell he was no weaker than Lee Jong-hak. As for the men and women who sat around them, each of them had a tattoo of 3 overlapping suns on their forearm. According to Joanna, these were Grey Sun executives, and each of them was equivalent to a titled hunter. And there was also Lee Jong-hak, who led them there. No matter how they looked at it, there weren't many who could take on such a group. This group's attention was mostly on Joanna, not just because she was from North America, but because she was also a world-famous hunter. Did you come to Africa for a confidential mission? Yes, so I can't tell you. No matter what, Elijah had a solemn expression on his face. Joanna clenched her fist, which was hidden beneath the table, as she felt pressure in her stomach. He's such a tough old man. She wasn't sure how strong he was, but she was sure that he was very formidable. Those huge muscles were definitely not for decoration. That wasn't all. He also had a piercing pair of eyes in conjunction with his hideous size. As soon as she met his eyes, she felt that he could see all of her secrets. Nevertheless, Joanna didn't look away. In fact, she steeled her resolve under the pressure. She could not back down, because she was the next great wizard who had been chosen by the great Mage. Ho. Elijah looked at Joanna with interest before bursting into laughter. Joanna Goldberg, I heard you were a disgrace to North America, but it seems the truth can only be revealed when seeing something for yourself. I'll take that as a compliment. Elijah seemed even more pleased when Joanna responded in a calm voice. Then when Kaisa, who was standing beside him, coughed lightly, he finally stopped laughing. Fine, you must have some guts to step foot in this land. Apart from that, I don't think you are reinforcements since you don't seem to know anything about the situation. North America ignored our request for assistance for 10 years. There's no way that Psycho would send reinforcements now. This was said by a young woman sitting on the right. She spoke in a cold voice that didn't match her soft features. On top of that, her hostility towards Joanna was obvious. Joanna was never the type to take such things lightly. Psycho. You're not talking about President Neil, are you? What if I am? I'd make you pay the price for running your mouth. Ha, just as the woman sneered and was about to say something, Elijah lifted his hand. That's enough, Camilla. Sorry, the woman named Camilla bowed her head, her dissatisfaction clear on her face. Elijah chuckled. Will you forgive my subordinate's rudeness? There won't be a second time. Camilla frowned at her attitude, but she didn't open her mouth again. Joanna didn't respond. Elijah smiled and took a drag from his cigar. SSSB. In one breath, half of the cigar was burnt away, dense smoke then flowing from his nostrils. Kaisa, those things you captured during your last mission, are they still alive? One should still be alive. Good, bring it here. They would understand it easier if we let them see for themselves. Kaisa nodded and left the room. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Joanna spoke. What are you going to show us? The situation in Africa can't be summed up with one word. So it would be easier to understand if you were to see it with your own eyes. Is there a Chinese proverb that's suitable for this situation? Li Zhonghak. Seeing something once is better than hearing about it 100 times. Doing something once is better than seeing it 100 times. Right, that's it. Kaisa returned almost at the same time. He was pulling a cart, on top of which sat a steel cage. It was a large and secure cage that would usually be used to transport fierce animals. However, Luca's expression became strange when he saw what was inside. What was trapped in the cage wasn't some ferocious beast. Instead, it was a small boy who looked like he would have a hard time harming a single bug. The boy was so motionless that he appeared to be a doll at first, and he looked at the humans outside the cage with an expressionless face. Joanna's expression became one of disgust and loathing. Is this what you wanted to show me? Right, how is it? It's disgusting. I'm not sure what your goal is. All I can see is you treating a fellow human like an animal. The boy's limbs were covered in large chains, and there was a collar around his neck. He was also covered in dirt. It was clear that he hadn't been washed in a long time. This meant that they didn't even give this boy basic human rights. That wasn't all. Joanna could see the humans who had been enslaved by the demons in this little boy. She'd heard that the demons who enslaved humans would also put collars on their necks. A man on the left spoke up at that moment. This boy killed dozens of humans with his own hands. Are you sure he's the murderer? Yes. However, if that was all, we would not have placed him in such a special cage, Kaisa. Kaisa nodded once before muttering in a soft voice. Punish. Crackle. Ack. The boy let out a scream of pain. The culprit was the collar. Blue sparks of electricity could be seen bouncing from it. It was electrical torture. The current was so strong that it brightened the surroundings for a moment. What the hell are you? Joanna's expression became hard. She realized that the current flowing from the collar was strong enough to instantly burn any normal person to a crisp. Nevertheless, the boy only seemed to be in pain. Then the boy's face twisted in a hideous manner. His skin also became red, and his eyes became yellow. Not only did they become yellow, but his eyes also became elongated, similar to the eyes of a reptile. Joanna couldn't help but open her mouth in shock at the sight. Is this boy a demon? Half of one. Huh, what do you mean? When Joanna asked this question in a confused voice, Elijah finished his cigar. Did I not say it properly? I'm trying to say that this boy is a mixed race. Me, mixed, right. Elijah nodded while looking at the boy who was squirming in pain. They have the traits of both humans and demons, so we call them hybrids. Kaisa disappeared with the boy again. Joanna didn't seem to be able to overcome her shock. Lucas, on the other hand, was thinking about the last word Elijah said, hybrid. This word, which he heard in the place where the member of the top 3 clan was, perfectly matched the hint he'd been given by God. Lucas was confident that he'd grasped a faint clue. Of course, he couldn't do anything with that information yet. The African branch of the Hunter organization is already rotten to the core. They chose to live on their stomachs rather than stand and die, and the proof of this is the hybrid you just saw. All of the humor had disappeared from Elijah's face. After managing to finally calm herself down, Joanna spoke. What the hell is going on in this place? You could say it's a living matter experiment or a hybridization experiment. Countless experiments were carried out on countless second-generation humans and demons. The corpses could pile up to form a mountain, and the blood could create a river. That. Joanna shook her head with a pale complexion. The determined attitude that she displayed earlier had completely disappeared. But is that really possible? In the decades that the demons have been on Earth, this is my first time hearing about hybrids. She knew that some demons had the disgusting hobby of sleeping with their human slaves, but there had never been cases of women becoming pregnant with the demon's child or of a demon becoming pregnant with a human's child. The genes of humans and demons were so different that it was fair to call it impossible. Common sense deemed it impossible for them to conceive, so naturally no second generation would be born, as expected of an American hunter. It was Camilla who spoke up with a sarcastic tone. But this time, Elijah didn't restrain her. It's not that bad. They were working on this project very discreetly. In all honesty, it hasn't been 10 years since we found out. And by that time, the experiments were already almost complete, so even we don't know when this madness truly began. It gives me goosebumps. It's a hunter's duty to protect the civilians and stand up against the demons, and yet they were kidnapping people and delivering them to the demons. What's even worse is that most people didn't even know about it. It's the same for the Congo branch that you passed through. The people there have complete faith in the association, even though hundreds of people go missing every day. Joanna gulped slightly. You could tell them the truth. We tried, but it didn't do much. For most people, the gray sun is the most dangerous thing after the demons. Joanna had no choice but to remain silent at those words. Until that day, she had also thought the same thing. After learning this, we sent requests to the leaders of each region. Just holding their line was the only help that Europe, who is in a similarly urgent situation, could give. Asia and Oceania helped by sending key talents to us, and North America didn't help at all. It was Lee Jong-hak who interrupted Elijah's words. He continued in his distinctively calm tone. In the past decade or so, Mr. Elijah must have sent at least 100 requests for assistance. Only North America, revered as the greatest government in the world, could have fulfilled this role. Knowing that, Elijah explained the situation dozens or even hundreds of times, asking Neil for help. The African branch was working with the demons and experimenting with hybridization, and those who refused to give in had created an organization called the Grey Sun. He explained that the Grey Sun was being slandered as a criminal organization in order to discredit them, and he asked for help. However, Neil Prand, president of the Hunter Association, never responded to our requests. It wasn't just that he didn't respond. I'm not sure if it was because he was afraid American hunters would leave on their own, but he completely hid the situation in Africa. I can tell, just by looking at you, how well Neil kept the secret. Camilla looked at Joanna with a mocking expression. An archmage was someone with considerable authority and qualification in North America. Naturally, this meant that they were also aware of confidential information that ordinary hunters weren't privy to. And yet even an archmage wasn't aware of the situation. Camilla's words were biting, but she wasn't wrong. Joanna remained silent because she couldn't refute her despite her harsh attitude. This is the situation in Africa right now, and this city, Zinga, is one of the largest breeding grounds in Africa, where Lee Jong-hak was supposed to carry out an important mission, but Elijah's expression dropped a little. His face appeared solemn. He failed. This failure was a result of the appearance of Joanna and Lucas. Knowing this, Joanna couldn't help but lower her head. Elijah paused for a moment before continuing. So what I'm trying to say is, Joanna Goldberg, will you help us? Africa is absolutely devoid of wizards. In the first place, magical science wasn't widespread, and we rarely had the chance to interact and exchange with other regions. Joanna shook her head in confusion. Lucas couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he saw this. In truth, he couldn't blame Joanna for this, because her response was already not so bad. It was Elijah's ability to speak that was too great. He pressed Joanna slowly as the conversation progressed, controlling the flow completely. Then he induced guilt in her heart. It was possible that he'd planned to do this from the moment he learned who she was. Elijah's offensive had been delivered perfectly. Now Joanna's sharp aura couldn't be felt at all. This wasn't a good situation. Of course, helping them in itself wasn't bad. It seemed that Grey Sun's influence stretched across the entirety of Africa, so building a close relationship with them would help him find Cran. But the thing Lucas was scared about was the first step. If their relationship was developed from this situation, then they might get dragged around by Elijah and made to do more missions here, being his hands and feet and moving around busily until they eventually forgot their original objective. So they had to pursue an equal relationship. It wasn't just about helping them, but also receiving help. But it was hard to expect such a result from Joanna. Reluctantly, Lucas opened his mouth. I'm sorry, but I don't think that is something we can agree to do so easily. For the first time, the eyes of those in the room turned to Lucas. Some of them had even forgotten his existence. Camilla made an unpleasant expression, like someone was interfering with their work. Elijah, on the other hand, seemed interested. You said you were Frey, a European hunter, right? Yes, but it's Joanna Goldberg whom we're asking for help, not you. We are on a joint mission. If she accepts your request, I will have to follow her. I think that gives me enough right to refuse. Elijah's gaze grew deeper when he heard Luca's words. He stared at him for a while before narrowing his eyes slightly. You. After a while, Elijah sighed and muttered, It seems I made a mistake. I didn't choose the right target. Lucas said that they needed time to discuss. Elijah accepted this without thinking too much about it, but he gave Lucas a deep look of interest before leaving the room. Lucas deliberately pretended not to notice his gaze. Thud. After the door closed, silence befell the room for a moment. Lucas sat on a nearby wooden box, lost in thought. Currently, there were two paths they could take. The first was to go to Cran as they had originally intended. To do that, they would have to say goodbye to the Grey Sun. In other words, they would have to refuse their request for help. This might cause the Grey Sun to feel discontented, and there was a chance that they would do something drastic. Of course, he wasn't really worried about that. The Grey Sun already had its hands full carrying out resistance activities. It couldn't afford to pay attention to Lucas and Joanna, and if it did, it would only be a weak observation. It was almost certain that they wouldn't want their relationship to devolve beyond that point, so the first path wasn't so bad. In fact, it might even be the best choice. After all, meeting the top three was the reason he came to this land in the first place. However, Lucas recalled the half-blood boy he'd just seen, hybrid. Being who had the traits of both the demons and the humans. God had talked about being able to fool the laws of this universe. So what if the hint wasn't about Cran but about the half-bloods? In fact, wasn't it Lucas' assumption that the hint 3 that God had mentioned to Seti referred to the top three? Helping the Grey Sun might give him more clues on hybrid, which he was still uncertain about. That wasn't the only advantage. Li Jonghak had said that the true identity of Dragul Fistfounder, the ruler of Zynga, was Gullard, the vampire duke, one of the 5 dukes who was the most powerful and influential among the demon dukes. Lucas had never met one of the 5 dukes before, that wasn't all. Unlike the other dukes, whose information was easily attainable, little was known about the 5 dukes, and yet such a mysterious being had Iris' last name. At first, he thought it might have been a mere coincidence, but now he wasn't sure if that was the case. The most obvious way to resolve his doubts was to capture Gullard alive and ask him about the last name, Fistfounder, but that was hard for Lucas at the moment. I can't overpower one of the 5 dukes with just 9-star magic. It might be possible to kill him, but that would be going against his agreement with Seti, and it wasn't the time to do so. He at least had to maintain his alliance with her until they got rid of Notisip and figured out Letip's goal. Then what could he do? The only other power that Lucas could use at that moment was Joanna, but even if she was an archmage, she would only end up dead if she ever had to fight against a duke. Furthermore, capturing a target was many times more difficult than killing one. Lucas turned to look at Joanna. She still had her head bowed in a depressed manner. Joanna looked up at Lucas. Her gaze seemed to be asking him what he wanted. Are you feeling guilty? Or perhaps you're disappointed by North America's policy? She bit her lip for a moment before finally opening her mouth. I never thought it would be like this. I grew up thinking that America was the best, and I thought that while being revered as the leader of the world, we were fulfilling the duties and responsibilities that came with such a position. But we weren't. Joanna wasn't really to blame for this. After all, the trust and approval that Neil gained from the Americans were overwhelming. Gaining such trust wasn't particularly difficult for him. As Lucas always said, he was a transformer who only appears once every 1,000 years. For him, securing public sentiment and manipulating public opinion was as easy as flipping your hand over. In a way, Neil had deceived the entirety of North America, and Joanna was one of the many people who had been fooled by this deception. Do you think America is wrong? Then, Joanna opened her mouth, but the words wouldn't come out. After a while, she could only lower her head again. Only then did Lucas notice Joanna's biggest flaw, the reason why she couldn't become a true 7-star archmage. Joanna had become too reliant and entangled, and in this state she didn't know how to move on her own. North America had always supported her. It would be accurate to say that she depended on them. She was afraid to stand on her own. She was worried that the shield which protected her would disappear. This wasn't something to despise her over. After all, no one hated the warmth of a shelter, the feeling of gently closing your eyes without having to worry about anything. However, to grow up, to be a better being, you had to have the courage to step out of that warm room on your own. Lucas had been lost once too. There was a time when he hadn't been confident that he would be able to handle the storms of the world alone. He lacked confidence in himself. He stayed up all day and all night, drowning in his thoughts, but he still couldn't find an answer. After all, the answer laid outside the warm shelter, in the harsh, freezing winds which tore at his flesh and nibbled at his bones. Only those who had managed to step into those cold winds deserved to be called great wizards. Are you America? Huh. If not, then there's no need for you to feel guilty for the wrongs they have committed, because you're not the one who committed them. Lucas looked at Joanna and saw a lost being who was in desperate need of advice. Being a part of an organization isn't a bad thing, especially if it's with people you like or care about. However, that doesn't mean you have to leave your thoughts and choices to the group. Maybe it's the association president or other executives who give you orders, but it's up to you to decide whether you want to accept those orders or not, because in the end, you will have to take responsibility for your actions. So think carefully before making a decision, so that in 10 years you wouldn't look back and regret something you did now. Maybe he was more determined to help Joanna after teaching Leo and Min Ha Rin. The people Lucas felt the most sorriest for were those who were born with outstanding talent and good personalities but fell onto the wrong path. Many of them walked along this path to the point where they could no longer turn back, but Joanna hadn't. It was not too late for her. This place is outside of President Neil's reach. so you have plenty of time to think for yourself. No one will interrupt you. Take this time to make your conclusions, and when you found the answer, tell me." After those words, silence fell once again. Outside, people seemed to be moving around hurriedly as their bustling footsteps could be heard. Then the sound of breathing could be heard. It was Joanna. She took a few deep breaths before slowly raising her head again. "Why should I tell you that?" Her voice was still soft, but it seemed that she had regained some of her energy. Lucas smiled. "Of course, it's up to you whether you tell me or not. You're a good talker. You'd be amazing if you were in sales or something like that." After saying that, Joanna suddenly let out a soft cough before glancing at Lucas and blushing slightly. It was at that moment that the door was suddenly opened and someone walked in. Joanna frowned as she turned to look at the door. A man was standing there. It was the man who had been sitting on Elijah's left earlier. He had a tattoo of 3 suns on his forearm. Now that she thought about it, she realized she hadn't heard his name yet. The man spoke in a blunt tone. "Have you made a decision yet? Haven't you heard about knocking?" The man folded his arms instead of answering. It seemed that he didn't like Joanna either. If it had been before, she might have flinched at this action, but now she didn't react in any way. Joanna turned to glance at Lucas, who nodded to say that she could decide on her own. She felt greatly encouraged by his attitude. This man was a strange person. He was weak, his looks were only so-so, and he didn't seem to have any special abilities, but strangely she couldn't treat him lightly. Joanna had a wide range of knowledge since, instead of hunting, she frequently met with the famous hunters and leaders of various regions. Nevertheless, she had been completely overwhelmed by Elijah Kipitosh. The pressure that this man, the big boss of the Grey Suns, gave her was beyond imagination. At first, Joanna was able to pretend to be determined, but it didn't take long for him to peel her mask off, causing her to flounder. But Lucas didn't. He had clearly expressed his opinion in his distinctively calm demeanor. It was as though he couldn't feel the heavy pressure rolling off Elijah's body. It was only then that Joanna saw the true face of this man named Frey. This man is weak, but he's not weak-willed. At the very least, Lucas had always displayed confidence in himself. When he'd run away during the beast tide, she wanted to pull his head off, but when he returned she couldn't even be mad at him, because he acted like he'd done nothing wrong. It was to the point that Joanna couldn't help but wonder if maybe something was wrong with him. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but envy him a little. I want to live like that too. Though faint, it couldn't be denied that she'd had that thought. She had a thought that she'd never had even with Association President Neil, whom she admired the most, for a man that she hadn't even known for a week. Joanna Goldberg. The man at the door called her name as if urging her to answer. Joanna turned to learn him. Lucas had already displayed the attitude of leaving the decision to her, so Joanna had to make a choice that wouldn't disappoint his expectations. But at the same time, she had to make a choice she wouldn't regret. Her lips slowly parted. Elijah smoked a cigar as he looked at the man standing in front of him. It was the man who had gone to receive an answer from Joanna. His name was Joffrey. Right, so she said she would collaborate with us. Yes, however, she asked for more information that would give her a better picture of the situation and the right to withdraw at any time. Also, there's more she sure is demanding. It was Camilla who said these words with a displeased expression. After pausing for a moment, Joffrey continued. She wants information about the member of the top 3, Cran. Elijah's eyebrows furrowed. The Grey Sun was active all over Africa, so it was natural that they'd have detailed information about Cran, including his ridiculous achievements in Egypt. Naturally, this included the feat of killing a demon duke on his own, which he'd accomplished not so long ago. Those dirty bastards. Now we can see their goal. They came here to poach Cran. Camilla spoke with a mocking sneer. It had already been 3 years since Cran first became active in Africa. In that time, the number of demon beasts, demons, and high-ranking demon nobles who had died by his hands had reached an astonishing number. In total, the number of demons Cran had killed on his own was comparable to the number killed by the entire Grey Sun organization, and even the quality and rank of the demons he'd killed was greater. Of course, this didn't mean that Cran and the Grey Sun had a good relationship. Cran was a talent who was coveted by every organization in the world. If a price could be added to his value, it would easily surpass billions of dollars. And now that he had slain a demon duke on his own, he had proved he was the strongest hunter in the world, a being who could not be replaced. Nevertheless, Cran wasn't a team player. There was already a large number of people who had to flee desperately after being struck by his sword while trying to recruit him. The Grey Sun was among the groups who had already been rejected by him. Because of this, they had no choice but to focus on his every move. The moment he left Africa, the pressure from the demons would return to them in full. Now is the best time. Elijah bit his cigar. The position of the vampire duke, Gullard, had been secured, and they'd been able to gain the reinforcement of the powerful Li Zhang-hak to deal with their enemy. Just a moment ago, they had even confirmed the assistance of a 7-star wizard. Gullard was the true ruler of the African continent. If they killed him, the demons' power in this land would drop by at least half. Of course, the difficulty to slay a member of the 5 dukes went without saying, but it can't be helped. The Grey Sun also had to bet its life on this subjugation battle. Even if there was a high chance that they would end up irreparably damaged after the confrontation, he didn't intend to back down. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and a man ran in with an anxious expression. He was one of the Grey Sun's intelligence officers. When he saw Elijah, he hurriedly lowered his head. Pardon my intrusion, big boss. What is it? It's an emergency report. Elijah's eyebrows raised. Emergency report. Yes. About the top 3. Elijah's jaw quivered slightly when the man said this name in a soft voice. The man gulped slightly before continuing. Cran has started to move. Started to move already. Shouldn't he still be recuperating from his injuries after the last battle? Elijah couldn't help but be surprised. Cran had managed to successfully hunt down a demon duke, but he'd also suffered grievous injuries as a result. Many experts concluded that his rehabilitation would take at most 1 month and at least 3 weeks, but he'd started moving before even a single week had passed. This sort of recovery speed was truly inhuman. We're certain. We already know where he's headed. Where? To Zynga. What did you say? When Elijah asked this question, the man responded with a slightly feverish expression. The top 3, Cran, is heading to this city, Zynga. Big boss. His next target is the vampire duke, Gullard. Elijah decided to inform the 2 strangers of Cran's imminent arrival. This wasn't an act done out of goodwill, but was instead a calculated one. He wasn't completely sure why Joanna and Lucas were there. However, he did know that they wanted information on Cran and seemed to want to meet him. So by telling these people this information, he was able to gain some advantages without needing to do anything extra. The first was that although it seemed trivial, the fact that he'd given the information to them without asking for anything in return gave him the initiative. And the second was that this information would keep them there. Depending on how he said it, he would be able to persuade them to stay there for much longer than they intended. It was a bit of a lowly move, but it was worth it if it meant obtaining the assistance of an archmage. It was Kaisa who went to deliver the news. He looked at Joanna before speaking slowly. Cran is moving at a speed that defies common sense, but it will still take some time for him to reach Zynga. You can stay here till then. Joanna expressed her gratitude with a small nod. After delivering the message, Kaisa bowed his head and left the room. Then Joanna's expression brightened up. This is great news. We don't have to go to Egypt anymore. I see. I'm so glad. Joanna sank into the couch as she hummed contentedly. It definitely was good news. The top 3, Cran, their reason for coming to this land in the first place, was on his way to this very city. What mattered now was the chain reactions that would follow. It could be seen just by looking at Kaisa, who had just left. His attitude was much more polite than it was the first time they'd met, so it was either that he'd gotten a change of heart or that Elijah had told him to do so, and it was most likely the latter. Elijah Kipitosh, in simple terms, he was a cunning human. Lucas hadn't shown much, but Elijah had been able to grasp his nature just from the little he'd shown. This meant that his insight far exceeded that of a normal person. Cooperation with the Grey Sun. He still needed to observe the situation a bit more, but at least it wasn't something that had to be blindly rejected. After having this thought, Lucas rose from his seat. He could feel Joanna's gaze following him, but he ignored her and headed to the door. As expected, a man was standing outside. The man spoke in a businesslike manner. "Where is Lee Jong-hak? I would like to ask him something. He should be resting at this time. Should I call him? Please do." When Lucas returned to his seat, Joanna tilted her head to the side. "What do you want to ask him?" "A lot of things. Wouldn't it be better to ask that guy named Kaisa instead? He's a member of the Grey Sun, so he would have a much better grasp of the situation. Lee Jong-hak is an outsider like us." It was a valid opinion, but her thoughts were still too shallow. Without revealing his inner thoughts, Lucas answered, "Lee Jong-hak probably has the most objective view of anyone in this base, and that's what we need most at this moment." Joanna's expression became strange when she heard this, but she didn't question him any further. After a while, Lee Jong-hak came into the room. He had his usual calm expression on his face as he turned to Joanna. "What would you like to ask? It's me, not her." At those words, Lee Jong-hak turned his head slightly and looked at Lucas. "What do you want to know?" "I'd like to know what mission you were carrying out in the city." Lee Jong-hak answered without thinking much about it. "I was trying to determine the exact location of the vampire duke." "Isn't that too risky? No matter how strong you are, you can't fight a duke alone." Lee Jong-hak had definitely become stronger, but he hadn't reached the stage of being able to fight a duke on his own. In fact, there were no humans capable of fighting a demon duke except for the man named Cran, and yet he was willing to enter the vampire duke's lair to find his exact location. This sounded like a recklessly dangerous mission. It was no different from walking into a predator's territory naked. Besides, you should have already known the vampire duke's location. A large mansion sat at the end of the main road, and in this mansion, which overflowed with demonic energy, was the vampire duke who had created the persona Draggle Fistfounder. "You're right. I have no intention of fighting the vampire duke on my own, but even if I had gone into that mansion, I wouldn't have died or been in any danger." "Why do you say that?" because the being in the mansion isn't real, it's a double. Luca's expression became strange. A double. It's one of the secrets that the Grey Sun managed to uncover over time. Draggle sometimes appears in the city, but he's not real. The real Vampire Duke has never revealed himself. Then isn't it possible that the Vampire Duke isn't in this city at all? Lucas was asking so much because he knew that the Vampire Duke was hiding in this city. He just wanted to know Lee Jong-hak's thoughts. It's unlikely but still possible that the Draggle double knows where the Vampire Duke is. Besides, it would be much easier to take control of this city if the Vampire Duke isn't here, so that's not bad either. It was only then when Lucas realized Lee Jong-hak's true mission. You intended to capture the double in the mansion to get information. That was my goal. Lucas thought for a moment before opening his mouth again. Why did the residents dislike you so much? I've killed countless demons after arriving in this place. Zynga's hunters seem to have formed some kind of relationship with the demons, so they didn't like me from the start. Those words were a bit strange. No matter how close they might have been, in the end, the hunters had to hide the fact that they were collaborating with the demons. So even if they disliked him for that reason, they wouldn't show it so openly. I've killed a few, I never counted, but if you included the low-level demon beasts, then it should be in the thousands. Joanna, who was beside him, couldn't help but look at him like he was a monster. It was needless to say how impossible it was to imagine killing thousands of enemies single-handedly, and he wasn't even a wizard who could use large-scale attacks. He was a warrior. However, the main reason why they hate me is because I've also killed a few of the half-bloods. Half-bloods, among the residents in the city, there are many who are the parents of hybrids. A cold smile blossomed on Lee Jong-hak's lips. They seem to regard the half-bloods they create with the demons as their children. Disgusting. Joanna couldn't help but feel a chill at those words. However, the cold expression on Lee Jong-hak's face disappeared as quickly as it appeared. After Lee Jong-hak left, Joanna turned to Lucas, who was organizing his thoughts. What are you going to do now? What would you like to do? Joanna made a sour expression before replying. You always do that. You like to answer questions with questions. It's not very polite to do that. Was that true? He'd never realized it, but he didn't think she was wrong. While Lucas pondered about this, Joanna's voice sounded again. First of all, I think we need to gather more information. We'll be staying in the Grey Sun's base for a while, so if these people ask for help, we'll have to assist them. After saying that, Joanna paused for a moment before suddenly jumping up. But what about our truck? It was only then when Lucas remembered the military truck that they'd used to get there. It was probably in the hands of the residents of Zynga now. They wouldn't have destroyed it, but it probably wouldn't be easy for them to get it back. I can't believe we forgot about it. Joanna held her head in despair. She couldn't believe that she'd completely forgotten their most important means of transportation, regardless of how the situation had changed. She was upset at her own absent-mindedness. Of course, she didn't like the thought of continuing to use it because it had been borrowed from Destin, but it couldn't be helped. It was truly a stroke of luck that their target, Cran, who was originally in Egypt, was coming to them on his own. That eliminated the need to traverse the African continent. In other words, even if they didn't have a vehicle, it wouldn't be a major hindrance to their mission. Let's get some sleep. I'm so tired I feel like I'm gonna die. Joanna, who had been agonizing for a while, let out a sigh. She couldn't be certain because they were underground, but it was probably close to dawn already. It was no wonder she felt so tired. A lot had happened today, and she hadn't been able to disperse the fatigue that had accumulated from the day before. Lucas nodded, and they rested for the rest of the day. And so, 3 days passed. Nothing special happened during this time. Joanna focused on recovering to her peak condition, and she seemed to look better compared to 3 days ago. The sewer base was a boring place, but it was perfect for relaxation. From time to time, Kaisa or Lee Jong-hak would come to deliver some information before leaving again. Kaisa mainly updated them on Cran's location, while Lee Jong-hak focused on the situation in Zynga. Lucas spent most of this time meditating. At first, it was simply to stabilize his mind and body, but now he was doing it for a specific purpose. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone about it at this stage, but in a way it was something that had higher priority than any other situation. It was only on the 4th morning when something changed. On this day, Lee Jong-hak and Joffrey visited them at the same time. He will be on the road today. He, the Vampire Duke's double. Luca's eyes brightened slightly. Are you sure? It's highly likely. A chaotic aura has enveloped the entire city, so we think he will be going on an inspection. That's a great opportunity. If an inspection was his goal, it was inevitable that he would go to some secluded places. If they were able to find a good location to launch a surprise attack, they might be able to capture the double more easily than they expected. Demons and hybrids are currently roaming the city, looking for the Grey Sun, so there is a high chance that we'd be discovered if we move in large numbers. So we will move in a small group. Lee Jong-hak turned to look at Joanna. Archmaid Joanna, we really need your help. Of course I'll help. Lee Jong-hak spoke slowly. She's not here, but it's Ms. Camilla. She's also an executive. Joanna's heart jumped slightly at his words. Is there something you don't like about my selection? Of course there is. Why didn't you mention Frey? Lee Jong-hak turned to look at Lucas. Pardon my rudeness, but how strong are you? Enough to play my part. Joanna almost burst into laughter at the words that were so similar to what she'd heard in the past. But in direct contrast to her, Lee Jong-hak spoke in an increasingly serious tone. This is a very important mission. Can you kill demons if necessary? Lucas answered this question without hesitation. No. A subtle hint of disappointment flashed in Lee Jong-hak's eyes, and Joanna turned to look at Lucas with a blank expression. The same was true for Joffrey, who was standing beside them. He recalled the conversation he'd had with Elijah before he came. Don't provoke that man named Frey. He is dangerous. Joffrey had been unable to hide his astonishment at those words. Elijah Kipitosh was the big boss of the Grey Sun. Until now, there had only been one other person whom Elijah had directly called dangerous, and that was the strongest hunter, Cran, one of the top 3. Did this mean that Elijah thought that this guy was on the same level as Cran? I'm thinking too much. Joffrey shook his head. It was advice from Elijah, whom he admired more than anyone else, but he could only assume that he was trying to think too deeply. He was confident in his own eyes, and according to what he could see, this man was not dangerous at all. Although he claimed to be a wizard compared to Joanna, who constantly exuded mana, his body was like a desert. While Joffrey was lost in his thoughts, Joanna awoke from her daze. We have to take Frey. Why? That of Frey is very quick-witted and calm, and he knows a lot of strange, useful spells like the alarm spell. End. While Joanna floundered for words with an embarrassed expression, Lucas nodded and said, I understand. I will defend this place. Joffrey burst into laughter at those words. What did he mean by defend? Hey, why would you agree to that? Joanna said that, but Lucas didn't think this was a bad situation. He just needed the time to move alone. Lucas' expression suddenly hardened. With a startled expression, he looked up at the ceiling. Of course, all that could be seen on the ceiling of the sewer base were a few water spots. The outside wasn't visible at all. What's wrong? Nothing. Lucas shook his head at Joanna's expression, but his expression didn't relax. A special aura that could never be mistaken had suddenly entered the range of his senses. Lucas thought of someone with a complex expression on his face. Said he. She should have been in Northern Ireland, so why was she here? Joffrey couldn't help but stare at the man in front of him. What did you just say? I said I want to move on my own. Was this man crazy? No, maybe he meant something else. Joffrey couldn't help but massage his temples as he asked. Do you mean you want to move around Zynga on your own? Yes, you can't. He didn't even have to think too deeply about it. Joffrey's expression became cold as he said this. Then he continued before Lucas could argue. You know the location of this hideout. What if the enemy captures you and the information is leaked? Can you bear the burden and responsibility for that? This is just a temporary hideout that can be discarded at any moment. Is it necessary to take it so far? Joffrey's pupils shook slightly. What are you talking about? You don't have to pretend. There wasn't even the slightest quiver in the voice that rang in his ear. This wasn't just the sound of confidence. It was one of absolute certainty. Joffrey sighed. How did you know? It was Lee Jong-hak, not a member of the Grey Sun, who brought us here. In the end, an outsider is still an outsider. There is no way that Lee Jong-hak would be introduced to the group's main hideout, one that probably contains many secrets. Kaisa had not shown any disapproval at Lee Jong-hak's act of bringing strangers into their hideout unannounced. This proved that this hideout wasn't very important. There was also another reason. Since the very first day, they had not seen Elijah again, and Lucas had sensed him leave the hideout before the first day had even ended. Zynga was a relatively large city, so it was almost guaranteed that the Grey Sun had numerous hideouts hidden throughout the city, and Elijah was likely wandering from hideout to hideout while relaying his commands. You're right, this hideout is temporary at best, so it wouldn't be much of a loss if it was discovered or destroyed. However, it still isn't a good idea for a wizard to go out alone. I can't allow you to. Even if you were an archmage, it would be dangerous to move around this city on your own. Lucas looked at Joffrey for a moment before opening his mouth. Did Elijah Kipitosh say anything about me? Joffrey couldn't hide his shock. Things about him. He did. Elijah had said that whatever Lucas said, he should respect his opinion and listen to him as much as possible. Joffrey sighed heavily. His boss had given him orders that he hadn't been able to understand at the time. Of course, regardless of whether he could understand or not, there had never been a time when Joffrey had disobeyed his orders, and this time was no exception. Lucas had earned the right to move on his own, but he couldn't leave immediately. This was because there was the condition that he should match the time when Lee Jong-hak and the others left to carry out their operation. They had already finished searching for the best spot to carry out their attack, and they were likely to move at sunset. Fighting when the sun was up was incredibly advantageous when fighting against demons, but the vampire duke's double only moved after the sun had set. This was obviously to avoid the sun. In fact, it was possible that the double was also a fairly high-ranked demon. At first, Lucas hadn't intended to go out on his own. He thought it would be better to travel through the city using Ghost as he had in the previous city. But said he had come to this city all of a sudden, and there was a high chance that it was because she wanted to meet him. Why did she come here? He hadn't killed any demons. Lucas had thoroughly kept his word to Seti. Or had she noticed that he'd destroyed the minds of the two demons in the previous city? The chances were low, but he decided to be prepared if it was true. Then Lucas heard a soft groan. He turned to the side and saw Joanna. She was looking at a notebook while pulling at her hair. Her fair forehead was also wrinkled. It was the same notebook that she took out whenever she had the time. Of course, Lucas still wasn't sure exactly what was written in it. Then their eyes met. Joanna instantly got rid of her agitated expression and instead replaced it with her usual nonchalant look. It was as though she was managing her image. "What is it? I'd like to see it." He didn't know why, but the answer didn't come for a while. Joanna was silent for a long time before she finally answered in a slightly snappy manner. "It's just some spells and magical formulas." "Formulas, wanna see it." After saying that, she threw the book without warning. Lucas easily plucked it out of the air and skimmed through it. The entire book was tattered and stained from how many times it had been read. Compared to the shabby exterior, however, the contents were still legible. It was obvious that Joanna had read this book countless times, but it didn't appear to be something she cherished. This could be seen from her act of throwing it just a moment ago or the fact that the cover of the book was in such poor condition. Lucas looked at the first page. Then the interest on his face became more and more prominent the more pages he turned. It gets progressively harder. Yes, Lucas looked through the notebook, unable to hide his admiration. The spells and magic formulas in it were quite sophisticated. Many of them were things that were difficult to calculate when considering the current level of magical science in this universe. "Where did you get this book?" "I got it from somebody I know." These words were said in a very hesitant voice, so Lucas didn't press her any further as he could tell that she didn't want to talk about it. Lucas looked through the entire book to the end before nodding once with a pleased expression on his face. Then he turned to a page that he'd noticed before handing the book back to Joanna. "This spell, if you use it, I'm sure it would be of great help during your mission." Joanna smiled bitterly. "Well, I guess so. Can't you use it?" "Of course I can." At Joanna's level, she would be able to use any of the spells in the book. This particular spell didn't require much mana either. Lucas looked down at the book for a moment before realizing the problem. "You can't read the magic formula." "Yeah." Joanna nodded without being embarrassed. She spoke as if it was natural and instead looked at Lucas strangely. Lucas kept looking at the book, seemingly lost in thought. "Do you have a pen?" "I do." "Why, I was thinking of giving you some advice." Ahahaha. Joanna let out a rare laugh, but she still handed her pen to him without hesitation. "There are empty pages in the book, so feel free to use those." Lucas nodded before he began to move the pen with ease. His eyes and hands were focused on the book while his thoughts bounced around. Lucas then asked, "What type of magic do you mainly use?" "Fire magic." "Then what? Tell me your proficiencies in order." "Healing, wind, and water." This was clear proof of some form of development. He was sure that Joanna would not have answered this question when they first met. In fact, he couldn't help but feel that she was a little obedient now. Lucas occasionally asked Joanna more questions, but throughout this time, the pen never stopped moving. He asked things like the number of spells she could cast at once and how many she could have active at the same time. They were key questions that could allow someone to accurately pinpoint just what level a wizard was at, so Joanna was a little surprised. He's pretty meticulous. While she had this thought, Lucas handed the book back to her. "I've written down some interpretations and comments. Read it first and tell me if there's anything you don't understand. There's still some time before the mission." "Hey, this book is about." When she saw Lucas' puzzled expression, she didn't have the heart to mock him, so she simply shook her head with a sigh. No, it's nothing." After saying that, she looked down at the notebook. Then she read through it slowly. At first, there was nothing but indifference and annoyance on her face, but after a while, curiosity and interest blossomed in her eyes. Then came the surprise. Joanna's eyes shook slightly and appeared shocked, but soon she fell completely silent. Joanna muttered dumbly. She looked up at Lucas for a moment before burying her nose in the notebook once again. Her expression was strange. Joanna started reading the notebook with a much more serious attitude than before. Her expression also changed constantly. At first, she had an expression of doubt and suspicion, which then switched to one of denial before finally settling on disbelief. This isn't possible." Joanna let out a scream. She leaped up from out of her seat and pointed a trembling finger at Lucas. Wah, what the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Why are you asking that so suddenly?" He'd never seen Joanna so shocked. She usually tried to maintain a dignified image with everything she did, but now it seemed like she'd forgot all about that. What the hell do you mean so suddenly? Do you know what the magical formulas written in this book are? No, what are they? Joanna swayed slightly and stumbled, looking as if her soul had been sucked out. It took her a few moments before she could regain her balance. Then she walked over to Lucas and tapped him on the chest with the notebook. The biggest conundrums in magical science. Huh, Joanna shouted with a voice filled with frustration. All of the spells and formulas in this book are the biggest conundrums of modern magical science that no wizard has been able to decipher. Ah, no wonder she was so shocked. The sun finally set. Lucas couldn't help but recall how fiercely Joanna had protested in the room. We have to take Frey with us. If you don't take him, you'll regret it. Seriously. Despite her strong claims, Joanna was still practically dragged away by Lee Jong-hak without getting her way. They seemed to have left through another exit, but Lucas used the same angel statue that they'd used the last time. Click. After the statue opened, Lucas poked his head out of the hole. As expected, there wasn't a single person nearby. He took a deep breath. The air wasn't fresh because the area had been corrupted, but it was still better than the air in the sewer. Lucas climbed out of the entrance. He could feel Seti's aura not so far away, and it seemed that she still had no intention of hiding her presence. He headed towards her. After a brief walk, he entered a dark back alley. In it, he saw Seti standing between a dumpster and a pile of corpses. Her pitch-black hair cascaded down her back like an ebony curtain, and she was uniquely beautiful in a distinctly inhuman way. Lucas couldn't help but think about his old companion as he looked at Seti, but he soon shook his head slightly. His gaze turned from Seti to the corpses lying on the ground. Before he could even identify to whom they belonged, he heard a cold voice. They're demons. I killed them. Why? As I said before, fools who don't know their place deserve to die. You came here to meet me, didn't you? That's right. Seti looked at Lucas' face for a moment. It was only after a few minutes passed when Lucas realized she was hesitating. Let it said that in this universe. Suddenly, hundreds of bats flew down from the sky. These bats all had ominous, blood-colored fur, wings that were several times larger than their bodies, and above all, frighteningly long fangs. These bats circled around while letting out terrifying cries for a moment before they clumped together between Lucas and Seti. Their bodies melted and merged together before eventually taking on a form similar to a human. After the transformation, the figure that now stood between them was a middle-aged man with extremely pale skin. He wore a posh suit, a fedora, and a monocle, but the red horns that pierced through his fedora gave away this man's identity. Lucas could easily tell who this man was, the Vampire Duke. I felt a strange presence, but it suddenly disappeared. After muttering to himself, Gullard looked down at the demon corpses around him. Who did this? Neither Lucas nor Seti answered him. So you won't answer me? How fun. You'll do everything I tell you after I suck all the blood out of your bod. Hey, Gullard turned to look at Seti with a confused expression. Are you calling me like that, girl? Can't you see the grown-ups are talking right now? Annoyance was clear in Seti's voice. I'm not in a very good mood right now, so get out of here if you don't want to die. Gullard's expression hardened instantly, and his gaze became cold. At the same time, it felt like the surrounding air had become colder. A simple change in his mood had created such a profound change in his surroundings. This went to show just how powerful the Vampire Duke was. Even Lee Jong-hak, who was currently carrying out an operation in another part of the city, would have had difficulty displaying his true ability under this pressure. It could be said that the Vampire Duke had reached a realm of half-transcendence, in which his soul was able to interact with the physical world. From the perspective of a mortal, he was a being that was comparable to an absolute being. To put it in a way that only Lucas would understand, Gullard was a being that was on par with a demigod. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was several levels higher than a demigod, a being who stood among the ranks of absolutes, Seti. Lucas quietly contemplated while he looked at the two from a short distance away. The situation continued to devolve rapidly, and there were many things he hadn't figured out yet, but the sight before him seemed to be a good thing for him. The Vampire Duke used the pseudonym Draggle Fistfounder. There were many things that Lucas wanted to ask him, but it would be extremely difficult to capture him alive with the power he currently had at his disposal. The moment he met him in person, this speculation became a certainty. But what if Seti incapacitated Draggle? No, he didn't even need that. His goal would be easily achievable as long as she just reduced Draggle's power to a certain extent. A hot wind blew across the dirty alley. There was a brief standoff, but it was Gullard who made the first move. Flutter. His body broke apart like fog before once again becoming bats that scattered in every direction. Lucas narrowed his eyes. Every single one of these bats was as strong as a low-ranked demon noble. As soon as their sharp fangs pierced its flesh, even a creature the size of an elephant would be sucked dry in an instant. Hundreds, no, thousands of bats rushed forward like a wave that had gone past terrifying and now felt more like a disaster. But Seti calmly looked at this impending disaster as she summoned her sole weapon. Pot, a scythe that was longer than she was tall, gently landed in her small white hand. At the same time, black smoke exploded from beneath her feet. Boom, the smoke shot out in all directions, swirling to create a large vortex. Said he hadn't even swung her scythe yet, but a fierce gale had appeared out of nowhere. Seeing this, the wave of bats, which had been rushing forward with fierce momentum, trembled subconsciously. Crack, crack, splatter. In an instant, thousands of bats were torn apart like paper planes. Like insects that had been sprayed with insecticide, the bats collapsed to the ground one after the other. And in the downpour of flesh and blood, Seti muttered in a grim tone, "Did you think such a paltry trick would work on me, Flutter?" As if to answer her question, the bats, who had collapsed in pools of blood on the ground, merged once again. Gullard stared at Seti with wide eyes. What the hell just happened? Gullard was unable to process the series of events that had just transpired, or perhaps his brain refused to process it. One attack, one response, one stalemate. That alone clearly showed the difference in power between the two sides. This was a conclusion that came from their previous engagement, their only engagement. And it seemed that Gullard was the weaker of the two. "Who the hell are you? See for yourself." Seti hugged her scythe in an alluring manner as a sadistic smile slowly spread across her face. "Feel what kind of being I am with your body. Mortal, please don't die." The fight, if it could be called that, didn't last long. Lucas looked at the terrible sight before him. Gullard was lying on the ground, covered in blood, and Seti was stepping on his face with her muddy feet. Lick. Seti licked the blood that covered her fingers. Her entire body was covered in blood, her own blood, but the injuries on her body were nothing but a scratch when compared to Gullard. Nevertheless, she felt dirty. After all, this was only a mortal. Crunch, cuck. Gullard groaned as she applied more pressure to his face. He'd been completely overpowered. Nevertheless, there weren't any signs of surrender on his face. This caused a slight stir in Luca's heart, a relationship built upon power. That was the best way to describe the relationships between demons. There were no other beings who were more loyal to a forced relationship than the demons. One of the reasons that these beings were the most disgusting in this universe was because they submitted to the strong and oppressed the weak. But now, even after being defeated by Seti, who was clearly stronger than him, Draggle's fighting spirit had not been suppressed. He hadn't given up at all, and it was clear that he was looking for an opportunity to counterattack, just like a human. "Hey, Lucas." The moment Seti called Lucas' name, Draggle raised his head. Then he looked at Lucas in shock. Lucas, ignoring his reaction, Seti continued, "This guy is probably one of the strongest beings in this universe, right?" "Right." Her question bothered him a bit, but Lucas still nodded. In the end, it was probably right. There was probably no human capable of dealing with Gullard on their own. The fact that there was even a title like the Five Dukes meant that these demons were much more powerful than their peers. Of all the beings in this world, Draggle was definitely one of the strongest. Ha! Seti's expression became cold at his answer. She stared down at Draggle, whose face she'd been trampling beneath her foot for a while before lifting her foot away. Then she kicked him in the stomach. Draggle rolled across the ground a few times before getting up and staring at Seti, who simply smiled at his fierce glare. "I really want to kill you, but I've decided to let you off the hook this once. But if you keep giving me attitude, you will die." "Who the hell are you people? How strange." Seti tilted her head to the side and muttered in a soft voice, You feel what kind of level of existence I am?" With Gullard's strength, he should have felt it from the first engagement. The gap between his opponent and himself. He could never win. And yet this demon continued to display hostility towards Seti, even though he could die if she decided to change her mind. "Right, that's right." Gullard spoke in a harsh voice, as if he was chewing the words before saying them. "I can feel some kind of irresistible aura coming from you, and it's likely that any demon weaker than me would have no choice but to obey you, unless they were too weak to recognize the difference in levels like those whom she had killed before." Seti couldn't help but make a puzzled expression. "Then why? The only being I will ever obey is the Demon King." "So you would follow only the Demon King, even if it meant that you would die here?" "That's right." Lucas was speechless. There wasn't even the slightest waver in Draggle's voice. This wasn't fear or brainwashing. It was true obedience that came from the heart. No, it was devotion one. He never expected to see this in a demon. Seti's expression became strange. In the entire multiverse, the race known as demons only had one truly ruler, the Black-Horned Demon God. This was natural. After all, the Black-Horned Demon God was the first demon, an embodiment of the purest hatred. And regardless of where they were born, all demonic beings were bound to him in a similar manner to the way one would be bound to their parents or ancestors. It was an inherent relationship that could not be ignored or rejected. For example, if Seti were to encounter a demonic being who was a higher level of existence than she was while exploring the multiverse, she would have no choice but to obey them. There was only one reason for this, because that was what the Black-Horned Demon God wanted, and so was this. It was the will of the Black-Horned Demon God that caused these demons to invade this universe. She wasn't certain if he had predicted that the Great Game would begin soon and planned this invasion, but it was clear that these demons were the demon god's creation, his children. And yet, this being did not obey Seti. There was only hatred and hostility in his gaze. What was the reason? Was it the presence of the demon king who made them submit to him? Was it an unexpected change caused by a random probability? Or perhaps it had a connection to the upcoming great game? Seti wasn't sure. And she also had the feeling that she wouldn't be able to think of the answer regardless of how hard she tried. Ha, she snorted. Deep thinking had never been her specialty, and she wasn't interested in it. In any case, she understood one thing. Capable of killing me, it was nonsense. Look at Gullard. He was one of the strongest beings in this universe, and yet he was barely able to scratch her. If Seti had fought with her full strength instead of being so careful, the stupid fight would have been even more ridiculous. It wouldn't have even been a fight. Ledip was wrong. There was no threat to her life in this world. It simply didn't exist. She turned her head to look at Lucas. He seemed to be using some kind of magic to hide his rough appearance, but it wasn't difficult for her to see his true self beneath it. My business is over. What? I said my business with you is over. Her pride had been bruised. Seti clicked her tongue. She should never have taken that bastard Ledip's words seriously. She couldn't believe that she'd become apprehensive and worriedly sought out this man. It was the first time that she'd thought about relying on someone other than the demon god she followed. That fact made her feel even more humiliated. She didn't want to stay there any longer. Just looking at Luca's face made her feel extremely uncomfortable. I'm leaving. Don't forget our promise. You can't kill this guy. After saying those words, Seti turned around and left without hesitation. It seemed that she was planning to directly return to Northern Ireland. After she left, silence fell upon the alley. Lucas looked at the still panting Gullard, and Gullard looked right back at him. Are you the same as that woman? When he didn't receive an answer, a strange light shone in Gullard's eyes. I'd felt a strange presence. It was strange, but at the same time it felt familiar. That's why I came here. I thought that I wouldn't know what it was unless I checked for myself. He was probably talking about Seti. She and Gullard were both beings created by the demon god, so it was not strange that he'd find her aura familiar. But Gullard's next words proved that Luca's speculation might not have been correct. At first, I thought it was that woman, and even after fighting her, I didn't think I was wrong. The fact that he spoke in past tense made Lucas feel strange. It was as though he was saying that the familiar feeling didn't just come from Seti alone. Gullard stared deeply at Lucas. Then he said something that even Lucas had trouble responding to. But after she left, I finally realized. The familiar presence that I felt wasn't from that woman. It was from you. This is the Doubles patrol route. Lee Jong-hak pulled out a map of Zynga and pointed at a red line that was drawn on it. Then he pointed at a spot on the map. And this is where we are right now. As you can see, there are a lot of abandoned buildings in this area, and there aren't any people here. It's really eerie. Joanna looked around while saying this. When she'd first entered Zynga, she saw many people walking along the various streets, but this place was desolate. It looked like it had been left unattended for decades. As I said earlier, there is a high chance that this is a trap. Despite his chilling words, Lee Jong-hak's voice was calm. This was quite strange. His words should have brought some amount of tension, but his tone was calm, so those listening to him were also able to remain calm. Moreover, everyone knew that he was right. This was a trap. It had already been about 4 days since Lee Jong-hak had killed Keegan and the other hunters. It was likely that the demons in the city had thoroughly searched the entire city in search of Lee Jong-hak, but had been unable to find a single trace. Nevertheless, they must have realized one thing, that Lee Jong-hak was in the city for the Vampire Duke. Therefore, they decided to have the Vampire Duke double patrol the city, making sure to visit abandoned and deserted locations. These locations were definitely the best for anyone who intended to launch an attack. Since the Vampire Duke had locked down the city, they knew that Lee Jong-hak and the Grey Sun were still here. Nevertheless, they still allowed the double to patrol the city and head to such places where there was a high likelihood of being attacked. This meant that it was a trap. Despite realizing this, Lee Jong-hak and Elijah didn't back down. One of the reasons for this was Joanna's cooperation. After all, she was a 7-star wizard, someone the Grey Sun had never been able to work with. With her there, they would be able to cope with the situation even if something unexpected happened. They're here. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing an impressive suit and fedora appeared. On both sides of him were men with very large physiques who appeared to be bodyguards. A fire lit within Lee Jong-hak's eyes. They had already run simulations of this operation countless times before making their move. It would be Lee Jong-hak who made the first move. He estimated the distance to the double. He was still tens of meters away. It was not yet in Lee Jong-hak's range, so first of all he had to wait for them to come a bit closer. The first sense of strangeness came from his palms. Lee Jong-hak suddenly realized that his hand, which was gripping his sword, was covered in sweat. Then he felt a bead of cold sweat drip from his chin. It was pressure. A ridiculous pressure was pressing down on his entire body, and this terrifying pressure came from none other than the double. What's going on? Just looking at him made it hard for him to breathe. And with every step closer that he took, his heart thumped heavily in his chest like it was about to explode. Li Jonghak had faced Duke-level demons before. After all, he'd been defeated at the hands of a Duke in Shanghai not so long ago. The fear and pressure that he felt now was comparable to then. No, in fact. It's stronger than back then. It wasn't just Li Jonghak who was shocked. The other hunters around him were also shaking and panting. Huff huff. What's going on? What the hell? Li Jonghak couldn't help but gulp slightly as he looked at the double in front of him. Double a double, this man walking towards them. Is he really a double? Huff huff. The 67th floor of the North America headquarters, Pilsky Tower. Min-Ha-rin, who was drenched in sweat, panted heavily. She didn't even have the energy to brush out hair that was sticking to her face away. While swaying as though she would collapse at any moment, she stared at the man standing in front of her. American hunter Vincent J. Hyder, the personal tutor whom Neil Prand had assigned to Min-Ha-rin and one of the few magic swordsmen in the region. Of course, being a magic swordsman didn't mean that he could use both magic and swordsmanship at the same time. After all, the Danjian and Mana room were incompatible. One could only have one or the other. Instead, Vincent could be classified as a wizard who trained his body. Letter 1D422, letter 1D4F7, N letter 1D5FF, E letter 1D656, letter 1D451. Com. In truth, when they first met, Min-Ha-rin had been very skeptical about his skills. There was only one reason for this. When he was introducing him, Neil's attitude had been quite lackluster. Shortly after Lucas left, Neil came to visit her, and after asking her a few trivial questions, he brought Vincent to her without any real consideration, and all he said was a short sentence: "Take care of this woman." Vincent had simply glanced at Min-Ha-rin and nodded without any complaints. "Understood, I already have a master." Displeased, Min-Ha-rin had said these words in a cold voice. What she wanted was just the renowned North American curriculum. She didn't need someone to teach or guide her. Vincent had responded in a blunt voice. "I don't consider you my disciple either. I don't want to teach you. You simply have to fight me. What and how much you get from our spars will depend entirely on your own capabilities." The sparring had begun that very afternoon, and it widened Min-Ha-rin's knowledge exponentially. A being who used both magic and their own body. A versatile profession with the perfect balance. It was a very exhausting fighting style, but Vincent was able to perfectly bring out his full capabilities. Showing 100 of your power was something that was easier said than done, especially if you were focused on two areas at the same time instead of one. With that in mind, the concentration that Vincent displayed in battle was amazing. Maybe I should walk on a similar path. It was just a vague thought at the moment, but it still appeared in her mind. That'll be all for today. Vincent looked down at his watch before speaking. Their spars usually lasted from 30 minutes to an hour. This might have been short, but for Min-Ha-rin, it felt even longer than the remaining 23 hours. It was a hellish time in which she felt intense pain that made her want to constantly give up. But she wouldn't just quit because of the pain she felt every time they fought. Just as Min-Ha-rin was going over the day's spar in her head, the door to the hall opened and a man walked in. It was a man with short, blonde hair, a large, muscular body, and a cold aura. This was none other than Neil Prand, president of the Hunter Association. When she first met this powerful man, Min-Ha-rin couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated, but after meeting him numerous times in a row, most of the initial surprise and intimidation faded. It's still pretty uncomfortable, though. Neil looked at Vincent and Min-Ha-rin with his distinctive cold stare. Now, Min-Ha-rin couldn't help but look down at her body, which was covered in sweat, but Neil nodded coldly. "Right, it's especially important for you." Since he said it like that, it meant that she probably didn't have a choice. Discarding her plan to take a shower before eating and resting, Min-Ha-rin rose from her seat. After they all climbed onto the elevator, Neil pressed the button for the 180th floor. When this happened, Vincent's expression briefly became strange. His eyes turned to glance at Min-Ha-rin for a moment, but that was all. In the end, he kept his mouth closed. Ding. The elevator opened, and Min-Ha-rin was immediately made speechless. What was revealed was a large, dark room that was filled with countless monitors. Each of the monitors was different, and so were the things displayed on them. Min-Ha-rin couldn't hide her surprise. The screens vividly displayed images of numerous cities, not just those in North America, but even those that were thousands of kilometers away. Among them was Min-Ha-rin's hometown, Busan. "I thought most of humanity's science and technology was lost." She couldn't believe such high-tech equipment still existed. Min-Ha-rin gulped subconsciously. She could hardly imagine how much power, technology, and information North America probably had. The floors from the 180th floor and up are called the royal floors. They are normally places to which only executives in North America are given access. That was probably why Vincent showed signs of discomfort. From his perspective, Min-Ha-rin was an outsider. It wasn't just Vincent either. While they moved around busily, many people looked at Min Ha Rin with curious or suspicious gazes, but they didn't say anything because Neil was standing beside her. After a short while, Neil led her to a monitor. Click. Only ominous sounds were being output from the monitor. Neil looked at this noisy monitor for a moment before speaking. When was the last time you saw Leo Freeman? Huh. Min Ha Rin tilted her head to the side at the sudden question. Moreover, the question was a bit strange, but Neil's gaze remained locked onto the screen. Vincent twitched slightly behind them as if to indicate that she should answer. Maybe about a week or so ago. He left around that time. Leo Freeman wasn't in Manhattan at the moment. At Neil's judgment, her junior brother had left the city. She didn't know where exactly he went, but he had most likely gone to Canada. There was only one reason for that. Unlike Min Ha Rin, he hadn't been able to get a good tutor who was staying in the North America headquarters. But why was Neil bringing up Leo's name now? Have you ever heard of the 5 Dukes? I have. Dukes were called inescapable catastrophes and natural disasters by humans, and among them there was a group who was particularly strong. It had been less than 5 years since the Hunter Association had learned of its existence. Of course, this information was still confidential for ordinary hunters and civilians, but Min Ha Rin, who had once been a titled hunter, knew about them. I see. Then I'll just say it bluntly. Leo Freeman is missing. And it's likely that he is either captured or dead. To be precise, most of the hunters from the Canada branch are in the same situation. What are you talking about? You will better understand after seeing it for yourself. At that moment, an image finally appeared on the monitor that had only been giving off strange sounds, and when she saw what it displayed, Min Ha Rin's eyes widened. Their eyes met. In that instant, Lee Jong-hak got goosebumps all over his body. The distance between them was 20 meters. At this distance, Lee Jong-hak was confident in avoiding any attacks even if he was shot at with a machine gun. However, the double's attack was completely unexpected. A tongue. A bright red tongue shot out of the double's mouth. It was a bizarre attack that might have seemed ridiculous at first, but it was too fast. Even Lee Jong-hak was unable to respond to the attack before it reached them, and the results were catastrophic. Puck, UK. Camilla looked down at her chest with wide eyes. The blood-red tongue had pierced through her heart. Gurk. After vomiting a mouthful of blood, she reached out a trembling hand to Joffrey. Joe Frey. Joffrey let out a thunderous shout, drew his machete and cleaved down upon the tongue. Clang, but the sound he heard was similar to when 2 metal objects struck each other. Joffrey looked down at the tongue in astonishment. There wasn't even the slightest scratch on this thin, red tongue. This doesn't make sense. His wrist throbbed painfully. It felt like he'd struck a hard metal rod, not a tongue. Joffrey couldn't help but shudder inwardly. He felt like this tongue had the strength to cut an entire house in half. Spit, the tongue then slithered back to where it came from. Slurp. The double then licked his lips with the tongue that should have been too long to fit in his mouth. What the hell? Joanna couldn't help but step back with a pale face. A tongue, killing people with nothing but a tongue. Was it only because Camilla wasn't skilled enough to avoid it? I couldn't even react. A moment ago, if the tongue had aimed for her instead of Camilla. It would be Joanna's body that was cooling down at that moment. It's different. This was a being who was fundamentally different. Her body felt like it was suppressed by an irrational fear that she'd never experienced with any demon before. At that moment, she could only think of one word: death. Camilla. Joffrey still hadn't come back to his senses. He held Camilla's bloody body with despair etched on his face. Lee Jong-hak shouted, "You have to get your act together. We need to treat Camilla first. Joanna, is there anything you can do? I'm a wizard." "Damn it, let's stop the blood first. If it's like this, she's already dead." Joffrey shivered uncontrollably at Lee Jong-hak's words. "Don't turn a blind eye to the truth and try to deceive yourself. She died instantly. Her heart has been destroyed." Joffrey slowly lowered his head and muttered, It was too simple. She died for nothing. It is something that we were all prepared for. There is something that every hunter had to do before stepping onto the battlefield, and that was to prepare themselves to accept the deaths of their comrades. They didn't have to be prepared for their own deaths, since they usually wouldn't realize it anyway, but the death of a comrade was impossible to ignore. The death of someone with whom you had laughed and talked to about life and the future, and to whom you had gradually grown closer, was something that would engrave itself in your mind. It was something that could shatter even the firmest of wills, and it broke minds. Lee Jong-hak bit his lip. Nevertheless, how many people could get used to the deaths of their comrades? No, you should never get used to it. The moment they got used to it was the moment their minds broke completely. Then they would be no different from puppets dancing on the battlefield. He could see the double looking at them calmly. His hands were resting relaxedly at his sides, and there was even a soft smile on his lips. Double? No, this guy was no double. Are you the real Vampire Duke? Ha ha ha. The Vampire Duke Gullard laughed happily. He didn't answer the question. Instead, he looked at Lee Jong-hak with unbridled interest. Lee Jong-hak, do you know how happy I was when I learned that you'd come to the city? It felt as though a large fish had finally swam into my carefully woven net. Well, just when I thought I'd got my hands on you, you slipped away. Gullard added this part inwardly as he continued to observe Lee Jong-hak. Did you want to meet me? Of course. Why? There are some things I'd like to ask you. That's the only reason you're still alive. Lee Jong-hak kept his eyes trained on Gullard as he sent a sound transmission to both Joanna and Joffrey, who were standing beside him. I'll make an opening somehow, so when you get the chance, don't hesitate to run away. An opening against that monster. It wasn't possible. Joanna didn't even dare to look at Gullard. Just being near him made her tremble with fear and feel like she would collapse to the ground. Joffrey was the same. He'd only been able to act in such a way because of the anger that came with Camilla's death. But under the overwhelming pressure that Gullard released, anger soon became terror. For them, even Lee Jong-hak, who was still able to speak to such a being, was also a monster. The Chester Company had organized an event in Italy not so long ago. It was quite large, and many nobles participated in it. From what I heard, some pretty good products were supposed to be put on display. You were one of those products, human dragon Lee Jong-hak. However, you escaped together with a group of slaves, and somehow in that mess, Duke Sandro went missing. Gullard's mouth twisted into a sneer. Number Sandro didn't go missing. Sandro didn't respond to the king's summons, so it's better to assume that he died. Do you understand what that means? A duke died, and he disappeared without a trace, as though he'd simply evaporated. Lee Jong-hak couldn't help but clench his fist at those words. The image of a blonde man flashed in his mind. Gullard chuckled happily when he saw this. The expression on your face shows that you must have an idea of what happened. That's good. I won't kill you just yet, so. It was then Gullard's expression became hard, and he stopped talking for a moment. With a fierce expression on his face, he jerked his head in another direction, and he seemed to be looking into the distance. What is this? An opportunity? An opening that might have been the first and the last. Lee Jong-hak shot towards Gullard. Lucas disappeared from the sight of Gullard, who was looking his way. Just a moment ago, he'd been looking down at the dirty alley where Gullard was. Gullard was fighting against Lee Jong-hak and the others in the distance. And the Gullard, who had been defeated by Seti, fled after saying those questionable words to Lucas. I see. He now understood why the double existed. And it should have been the same reason why the Gullard on this side had been defeated by Seti so easily. The demon titled the Vampire Duke. He had managed to see his essence to an extent. He couldn't deal with the Vampire Duke at that moment. At best, he would only be able to stall him. And in that time, it was likely that not just Camilla but Lee Jong-hak, Joffrey, and Joanna would also die. He needed more power. Nevertheless, he now knew how to deal with Gullard. Whoosh. For a moment, Luca's eyes became white, and his vision stretched to the middle of the desert, about 1,000 kilometers away from Zynga. After all, it was best to leave the demon hunting to the professionals. Joanna stared at Lee Jong-hak's back. He'd shot down towards Gullard with explosive speed. The force of his charge was so powerful that it felt like he could use his sword to cut through even steel like it was tofu. She couldn't help but feel that having this man on their side was more reliable than having 1,000 hunters, or at least that would have been the case if they were in a different situation. Now, Joanna couldn't help but think that Lee Jong-hak was in a very precarious situation. He'd just spoken confidently, saying that he would give them a chance to run away, and not long afterwards, Gullard revealed an opening. Joanna had noticed it too. Nevertheless, she failed to respond to it as quickly as Lee Jong-hak did. This was because she was unsure. There was a chance that Gullard had revealed this opening on purpose. However, what if it really was the first and last chance? I don't know. Her brain wasn't working properly. If Joanna had been in Lee Jong-hak's position, she definitely would have missed the opportunity. But Lee Jong-hak didn't hesitate. As soon as he saw the opening, he immediately drew his sword and swiftly closed the distance to his opponent. In a way, it was no different from a moth leaping into flames. Cuck, she felt Joffrey's presence fade. He turned and began running away without any hesitation. He'd obediently listened to Lee Jong-hak's words. Joanna was about to join him before she paused. Really? Was this really the best option? Leave everything to Lee Jong-hak and run away? No. Technically speaking, it wasn't running away. This could be considered a strategic retreat. She could guess what Joffrey was thinking. It was possible that he intended to reach all of the Grey Sun members in the city and ask for reinforcements. Maybe Elijah Kipitosh would also come to help, but would their presence change the situation? Would the Vampire Duke be put at a disadvantage if the dozens of Grey Sun members, including Elijah, joined the battle? Joanna shook her head inwardly. She was certain that it was absolutely impossible. Shit, Joanna bit her lip as she finally realized. There was no best answer for the current situation. The moment during which it was possible to find the best answer had already elapsed. To put it simply, the best answer would have been to not partake in this operation in the first place. Kuok. At that moment, she heard a scream from behind. It was Joffrey's voice. Joanna turned around in a hurry. Joffrey lay on the ground, his body crushed by two large men. Those are the men who had been standing on either side of Gullard. No, they were demons. She'd obviously seen them walking beside Gullard before the confrontation began, so why were they so far away now? It has to be. It was because of Gullard's presence. Despite being the size of a normal human, it felt like he was so large that he filled the entire street. And because of this, she hadn't noticed when they had disappeared. Joanna's back was instantly covered with cold sweat. It was clear that these two demons had been monitoring the area. They must have been tasked with finding any other hunters that might be hiding or killing anyone who tried to run away. She got goosebumps. If she'd tried to flee with Joffrey, she would have died similarly. Clang. In the meantime, it seemed Lee Jong-hak had begun to fight. He was squeezing all the energy out of his body to the point where it seemed he even wanted to use his soul as fuel. Even Joanna, who didn't know anything about swordsmanship, could tell how desperately he was fighting. Nevertheless, Gullard simply smiled as he avoided all of the attacks with ghost-like movements. It didn't seem like he had any intention of attacking. Maybe he intended to capture him. The stronger the demon, the more obsessed they were with enslaving strong humans. Joanna looked back once again. The demons just stood where they were with their arms crossed, showing no signs of approaching her. Right. So they really were only ordered to kill any escapees. Crunch. Joanna grit her teeth. They're looking down on me. If she were her old self, she might be trembling in fear at that moment. But now the emotion that Joanna felt most was humiliation, because she had been chosen by the god of magic. Ignoring her was no different from ignoring him. I'll do it even if I die. Even if she lost her life, she would wipe away that disgusting smile. It was possible that she would die, and it scared her greatly. But after reaching this point, she couldn't help but throw away the thought of surviving. Since she was going to die anyway, she might as well do it on her own terms. I wonder what he's doing right now. When she thought about that aloof, gray-haired man, she couldn't stop herself from smiling slightly. They were just beginning to grow closer, but it was a pity. It seemed that their journey together was about to come to an end. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but feel relieved. That man didn't come here, so it meant that at least one of them would survive. I'll use a spell he deciphered for me. It was a spell that was written in her notebook. The magic formula had been discovered a long time ago, but no one had been able to decipher it. It was a spell that had never appeared in this world. Naturally, this also meant that she'd never practiced it. It could be considered fortunate that she'd even managed to force herself to remember the formula. Still, she had no choice but to attempt it. Recalling the formula, Joanna began to cast the spell. The vine coiled in the darkness. Her loud voice rang out. Casting spells was a type of self-hypnosis, so there was no fixed chant. Instead, it depended on the mind of the caster. The important thing was to have the ability to properly decipher the formula and how to direct your mana, wriggling like the tongue of a serpent. That was why bluffing was a major part of Joanna's chant. For her, chanting spells was also a type of performance. Trap my enemies in thorns sharper than poisonous fangs. Her mana was raging. This spell wasn't for offensive purposes. It wasn't for defense either. It was a spell that limited the opponent's movements. It was a trapping or binding spell. Joanna finally revealed the name of the spell she was casting: Restrain Medusa. About a decade ago, there was a topic that was the most frequently mentioned in conversations between hunters. No, it was a topic that interested everyone involved in demon hunting. Who is the strongest hunter? It was a discussion that usually began as a light conversation, but it often ended with a conversation of fists. Numerous names were listed, and new ones were added every day. Chagung Hwan, who was retired but led the Asian hunters with outstanding skills. The three dragons of East Asia who had just started making a name for themselves. Neil Prand, the president of the Hunter Association and the Wizards Association. Oceania's champion, Captain Nina Rednikova, who raged as the head of the Iron Blood Division. There were dozens of people who were well known outside of their own countries, but if those who were relatively less well known or who weren't famous at all were included, then the list would be so long that it would take days to read. Nevertheless, they weren't able to reach an answer. In the first place, it was a topic that was difficult to determine in the first place. Due to the nature of hunters, they rarely fought against their fellow humans or compared their strengths. Sometimes duels of life and death battles were held, but they were extremely rare and there were cases where people died. In addition, because of the different characteristics of each profession, fighting in a limited space would not allow for fair competition. It was at that time when a columnist from Brooklyn, Jack Brubaker, approached the issue in a one-directional manner. He discussed the role of a hunter. Their essence was hunting, and their enemies were the demons, not their fellow human beings. So why not compare their performances instead, ignoring status, honor, rumors, and even their true strength, only looking at their hunting performances? The results from this approach came much sooner than anyone would have expected. It turned out that there wasn't much of a difference in the hunting performances of the various top-class hunters, and for a long time, the seat of strongest hunter remained empty. Unless all of the top-class hunters came together and fought to the death, the strongest hunter would never be revealed. That was the conclusion that was reached. Then, a few years later, the top three appeared. Three hunters whose unbelievable achievements and unparalleled feats that no other hunter could compare to. Among them was Cran, who was given the title Strongest, but the sources from each group never considered him to be the strongest hunter. After all, his performance was still comparable to the Black Witches and the Saint of Salvations. Some people said that Cran's achievements were exaggerated because he only worked alone, but those voices had disappeared not long ago, because Cran had accomplished a feat that should have been impossible for humans. Shortly after Lucas, who had flown to the desert, landed, the first thing that greeted him was a dagger. Clang! It was an attack that had probably been aimed at his eye. Luckily, the dagger bounced off the barrier that constantly surrounded him. The man who threw the dagger jumped lightly and caught the dagger that had been sent flying through the air. Then he drew a sword that hung at his waist and swung in a lightning-fast motion. Lucas couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This attack was also blocked by the barrier, but the weight of this attack was very different from that of the dagger he threw. It couldn't handle it. The moment he had this thought, his barrier shattered like a piece of glass. The man twirled the dagger in his hand before swinging it. Whoosh! Lucas avoided the attack by a hair's breadth. He'd aimed for his carotid artery without hesitation. He didn't show any restraint in his attacks. Immediately after missing his attack, the man kicked upwards. This time he was aiming for his chin. Lucas blocked the attack with his palms. Pock! Even though he blocked the attack perfectly, heavy shock still flowed through his hands. Unable to overcome it, Lucas' body was sent flying into the air. If he had been hit in the chin where the man was aiming, Lucas' head would have been ripped from his body and sent flying like a soccer ball. While Lucas was sent flying, the man drew another weapon. Upon seeing this weapon, Lucas was surprised for the first time. It was a gun. But it wasn't a small-sized gun like a pistol. Lucas didn't know a lot about guns, but he realized that the gun this man was holding was a shotgun that had incredibly lethal power. Boom! Has it been modified? The sound that came from the gun was closer to an explosion than the sound of a shotgun. Lucas dodged the bullets in the air. If he hadn't been good at using the flight spell, his body would have already become a sieve. Even the best wizards, like Joanna, would have died at least 5 times in that short exchange. This showed how lethal, varied, and strange this man's attacks were. More importantly, Lucas didn't believe he was even using his full strength yet. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. This was because Lucas, who had avoided all of the bullets with strange movements in the air, suddenly disappeared. Snap. At the same time, an invisible force broke his shotgun in half. Clicking his tongue, the man threw the gun to the side. Then he slowly turned around. Lucas was standing behind him. I've never seen a demon who could use magic. This man, one of the top 3 Cran, finally opened his mouth and spoke with a blunt tone. He only spoke after his barrage of attacks. Besides, Lucas' expression became strange as he looked at Cran. Now that he could see him up close, he realized that this was a much more bizarre and chaotic being than he expected. Do I look like a demon? Cran didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked down at his sword. The blade's edge had been completely destroyed. This was the consequence of smashing Lucas' barrier. This sword was a magic sword that was once used by a baron, and it was at least 5 times stronger than steel. And yet, it had become like this just from hitting a barrier. As I said, I've never seen a demon who could use magic. Then. However, that doesn't mean that it's not possible. After all, you feel different from any wizard I've ever encountered before. Lucas shook his head. I'm not a demon. Then you must be something that's even more suspicious than a demon. His cold voice contained clear hostility. Lucas couldn't help but sigh. He didn't have the time to convince Cran or explain the situation right now. You're heading to Zynga right now, to kill the vampire duke, right? And if I am, I will help you get there right away. Who are you? I am. Lucas closed his half-open mouth. He didn't know what he could say to assuage his suspicions. It was possible that Cran wouldn't trust him, regardless of what he said. In the first place, if he was a man who was easy to communicate with in the first place, he would have had a better relationship with the other forces. He tried to think of an answer, but he kept drawing blanks. There was nothing he could do. Lucas decided to make an uncharacteristic decision. Just go first. What pot? Shortly after those words, a bright light erupted under Cran. There was no hostility in the eruption of mana. It was too fast and it appeared without warning. That's why it was too late by the time Cran noticed. Just before being swallowed by the light, Cran glared fiercely at Lucas and opened his mouth. You crazy boss. Pot. Cran disappeared before he could finish his curse. Using the long-distance warp spell, Lucas had sent him directly to Zynga, without any warning or explanation. It was a bit of a low move, but to put it simply, he decided to act first and think about it later. It was a simple punch without any tricks. Li Jonghak blocked it with his sword. Even if an elephant were to charge at him, his body was strong enough to stop it without moving back a single step. But the force behind the fist was like a natural disaster. Clang! Unable to disperse the force properly, Li Jonghak was sent sliding backward. He could have been proud of the fact that he hadn't fallen to the ground or that his stance hadn't been broken. Ignoring the pain in his knees, Li Jonghak kicked off from the ground once again. Like a cannonball, his body shot towards Gullard. He'd learned them. One by one, he'd learned the various sword methods that he had access to. The Plum Blossom sword method, Demon Slaying sword method, 9 Palaces sword method, Tempest sword method, Taking sword method, 72 Waves sword method, 36 Worlds sword method. He learned not only the famous sword methods, but also any sword method that he thought would be useful. And he didn't stop there. Instead, he practiced every single one of them constantly until the memory of their moves was embedded into his body. He swung his sword until his palms were torn and bloody. He slept for no more than 3 hours a day and even skipped meals, putting his very life on the line to swing his sword. And after familiarizing himself with each one, he made them his own. Of course, they were all different, just like different herbivores ate different plants. Each sword method was something that had been refined over hundreds of years by masters who controlled the continent in the past. Those sword methods are already complete. Taking them apart and putting them back together was something that would be impossible even for a genius. So Li Jonghak simply reinterpreted them instead of trying to put them all together. He found that there were rules common in each sword method despite them having different paths, and by linking these common rules, he would be able to create something even greater. Of course, Li Jonghak wasn't the first one to discover this. In fact, it was something that the warriors of the past must have known as well. Nevertheless, there had never been anyone who attempted to do it. This was because warriors of the past took great pride in their roots. They could never incorporate martial arts that were fundamentally different from the martial arts that they were taught. It would be an insult to the martial arts their ancestors had used their lives to refine. Now, that was no longer the case. Times had changed. There was now something more important than one's pride in their roots and the martial art that they'd honed: survival. Li Jonghak agonized over how to refine the various sword methods until his hair became white. He thought of the origin of martial arts. Basically, martial arts were created to be used against people. For example, if the opponent was a 4-legged animal, it might not be possible to deal with them even if one had an excellent sword technique. Muscle density, organ position, skeletal structure, size, and habits were all completely different depending on the creature. And Li Jonghak's enemies were such horrible creatures that even the most ferocious animals looked cute in comparison. Demons. Beings that were naturally stronger than humans. Beings so ferocious that the word voracious was still not enough to describe them. They were his targets, and in order to hunt them, he needed to find the ultimate shortcut. There was no way to defeat them in a head-on confrontation, so he would need to use tools and sly, cowardly methods to restrict his opponent's strength while maximizing his own. He refined the sword methods to form a hunting method. That was how his sword method was born. Li Jonghak called this sword method the Evil Vanquishing Sword Method. After the creation of the Evil Vanquishing Sword Method, he gained the title Human Dragon and became a hero in East Asia. His success story continued. His Evil Vanquishing Sword Method continued to display overwhelming power even when used against demon nobles, and he couldn't help but feel that his efforts had been rewarded. That was until his first battle against a duke in Shanghai, Clang. The Evil Vanquishing Sword Method, the creation of which he was so proud, was blocked. Using nothing more than a combination of the Imperial Sword Method and 36 World Sword Method, the Evil Vanquishing Sword Method, had it reached the limit of a man-made sword method, had all the efforts he'd made so far been meaningless, had he only been chasing an unattainable illusion. There is a limit to a human's power. Notisup's voice rang out in his head. The divine authority that he'd shown in his offers were extremely alluring, so it was understandable why most Asian hunters chose to follow him. However, Li Jonghak bit his lip. He couldn't help but wonder if there really was no price for such a sweet fruit. There was no logical explanation for why he felt this way. However, the life that Li Jonghak had experienced up to that point spoke strongly. There was nothing in this world that could be obtained for free. Although Li Jonghak was visibly struggling, Gullard was also displeased with the current situation. This was because he'd had enough of their fight. He was tired of playing with the humans. This was usually a form of entertainment for the demons, especially when the opponent was someone who was considered special among the humans. These people were usually tougher than other toys, so it was more fun to play with them. But it didn't take long for this little game to become boring. From that point, he'd been trying to end it, but it was hard for him to do so. Because of the woman at the back, a wizard, this had to be the case. After all, he could feel the mana fluctuations. Gullard had some knowledge of magic. This was unlike the other demons, who looked down on human techniques as crude practices that didn't need to be cared about. This was why he could tell that the spell this girl used to freeze his body was extraordinary. In short, if it wasn't for her interference, he would have already captured Li Jonghak alive. It can't be helped. Gullard turned to look at the demons who were standing behind Joanna, the two demons who had slaughtered Joffrey. Most humans thought that they were his subordinates. That was intentional because this way, no one would be able to realize their true nature. He didn't order them. He didn't need to make any hand gestures. With just a thought, they would be able to do what he wanted. The two demons quickly narrowed the distance to Joanna. She was probably on high alert, but that didn't matter. After all, she was just a wizard. Just as Joanna turned around, someone fell from the sky. Crack! It was a young man who wore a thick cloak that was meant to protect him from the desert winds. Gullard saw everything clearly. When the man suddenly appeared in the sky, shock was clear on his face. In an instant, he seemed to observe his surroundings, and upon realizing he was in the air, he looked to see where he would land. The man's next actions were astonishing. While still in the air, he spun his body around and drew two swords, which he then used to pierce the throats of the two demons at the same time as he landed. Gurk, kek. Pulling his swords out of the throats of the choking demons, the man then kicked the demon on the left in the head. Pock! The demon's head was immediately ripped off and rolled across the street. Blood spurted up from the severed neck. The force of the eruption was so strong that some of the blood even managed to land on Joanna's face, despite her being a short distance away from them. Even though she was being covered in red blood, Joanna couldn't help but feel that she was dreaming at that moment. What the hell was going on? Roar. The other demon lunged forward with explosive ferocity, but the man didn't seem shocked or surprised by this. Instead, he also rushed forward, narrowing the distance between them. Then, in an incredible display of martial arts, he unleashed a brutal uppercut, aimed at the demon's already injured throat. This caused the demon to scream and flinch. When he saw this, the man narrowed his eyes slightly. He glanced down at his fist for a moment before reaching down to his waist and drawing a pistol that was holstered there. Bang, just one shot. The bullet hit the demon's forehead. Normally, it was impossible to pierce a demon's flesh and bones with a bullet shot from a pistol. It was like stabbing a rock with a toothpick. Crack. Nevertheless, this bullet pierced through the demon's forehead and destroyed its brain before escaping through the back of its head. The man spun the gun on his finger for a moment before returning it to its holster at his waist. It was a move that would have made even the gunslingers of the West jealous. Silence filled the area. Everyone was surprised by the man's sudden appearance followed by his actions. The man looked around once more before turning to Joanna, who wasn't too far away from him. Hey, yes, is this Singa City? That's right. A look of disbelief flashed in the man's eyes. I should have been at least 1,000 kilometers away. As he murmured, his tone and expression reminded her of a beast whose pride had been wounded. Joanna couldn't help but gulp slightly. At first, she had been too surprised to notice, but she knew this man. She had to have. She'd seen his pictures countless times before going there. In fact, she even had a picture of him in her bag. After all, this man was the reason she'd come to Africa in the first place. The strongest. Cran turned around without responding to her. He was looking at the spot where Gullard and Lee Jong-hak were standing. It seems a troublesome guy has appeared. Gullard turned to look at Lee Jong-hak as he muttered, "It would be really annoying if you two were to work together." Bang! At that moment, a huge shadow struck Lee Jong-hak in the side. The attack was so fast and unexpected that Lee Jong-hak was unable to react in time and was sent flying with a shower of blood. His body only stopped after he'd completely destroyed two buildings. Guruk, Lee Jong-hak coughed up a mouthful of blood as he finally saw what the large shadow that hit him was. It was a giant bat-like wing that had sprouted from Gullard's shoulder. "You guys are fighting a duke." When Cran said those words in a slightly mocking tone, Joanna couldn't help but become a bit flustered. That. "You weren't really fighting him with just the two of you, were you? There were more of us, but they died. But that would still only be 4, wouldn't it? You're pretty brave. We got caught. We didn't plan on fighting him. Didn't you guys know that there was one of the 5 dukes in the city? That." Cran snorted. "No one in that little association of yours can defeat the 5 dukes. Otherwise, that bastard Neil would have already broadcasted the news." "You know the association president." Cran didn't answer her question. Instead, he looked at Gullard for a moment before opening his mouth again. "You guys are pretty lucky. He doesn't even have half of his strength right now. I'm not sure if it's because he wanted to play with you or if he had some other goal." Joanna almost collapsed at those words. He didn't even have half of his strength. This being who had been playing with the human dragon Lee Jong-hak and whom she could only restrain for a few seconds with her spell. Joanna took a deep breath and pulled herself together. Ever since Cran had appeared, she'd shown nothing but a pathetic appearance. She couldn't let herself show any more of it. "How do you know that?" In response to her question, which was asked in a much calmer tone, Cran pointed to the corpses of the demons he'd just killed. "Those guys are Gullard. He has the ability to divide himself. He can use this power as many times as he likes, but the power in his body decreases every time he splits." If that was the case, then it was highly likely that the Gullard double that they were after was actually an alter ego of Gullard himself. Ha ha ha. Gullard burst into laughter, but his eyes remained cold. He stared at Cran with a fierce glare. "You seem to know a lot about my power. Whom did you hear it from? That coward in Egypt." Gullard could no longer smile when he heard those words. Like his eyes, his expression became as cold as ice. He'd also heard the reports that the duke he'd stationed in Egypt was dead. "I'm a hunter." Although he said these words in a soft tone, Cran's voice sounded like the roars of a beast. "I wouldn't have come all the way here if I wasn't confident in my hunt. You will die here today. Cuckoo. Right, should I say, as expected of the top three, F-whoosh." Gullard's bat-like wings spread out. When they were fully extended, they were larger than many of the buildings on the street. Return. Oh. At that moment, all of Gullard's alter egos from across the city flew to him. Gullard's alter egos all took the shape of large bats, and almost all of them had something dangling from their feet. Corpses. They were still far away, but it was immediately clear whom those corpses belonged to. They were members of the Grey Sun. Flutter. Gullard accepted the alter egos one after the other. Like clay, the alter egos stuck to his body before being absorbed, and with everyone that he absorbed, the pressure that he released steadily grew stronger. Before long, Joanna's face became pale. Irk. She'd just gotten her act together, but it seemed that her composure was about to break again. Biting her lip, Joanna forced herself to remain calm. Gullard must have known the location of the Grey Sun members from the start. Nevertheless, he hadn't made his move before he was certain that he would catch every single one of them. Cuck. She bit her lip even harder. Lee Jong-hak forced himself to stand up. Multiple ribs had been broken, and the pain was so intense that he found it hard to breathe, but he couldn't remain on the ground at that moment. Pot. Finally, the last alter ego was absorbed into Gullard's body. Demonic energy erupted from his body like an explosion. The enormous pressure that this energy unleashed made it hard for them to breathe. However, Gullard's expression was a bit strange. He looked as though something outside of his expectations had occurred. "What is it?" When Cran asked this in a curious voice, Gullard looked up at him. "Is this not your true power?" Of course it wasn't. One of his alter egos hadn't returned. It was an alter ego that had 30 of his power. Elijah Kipitosh, the big boss of the Grey Sun. The alter ego who had 30 had naturally gone to kill him. He never thought that it wouldn't be enough. Rather, it could even be called overkill. After all, 30 of Gullard's power was comparable to most ordinary dukes. Suddenly, someone appeared in the sky. When Joanna saw him, she couldn't help but stare blankly for a few moments. Frey. Now he had the power. Lucas had this thought as he looked down from the air at the people who were standing below him. The strongest, Cran, the human dragon, Lee Jong-hak, and the archmage Joanna. And Pot, a large number of people poured out of a building on the side of the street. There were dozens of them. All of them looked like they had barely managed to walk off of a battlefield alive, and the large man at the front of the group was someone whom Joanna was familiar with, Elijah Kipitosh. Elijah looked around with a solemn expression. His eyes then settled on the corpses of Camilla and Joffrey. "We lost some of our precious people. At least you are safe, right? We might not look so good, but at least we're alive." Elijah let out a deep sigh as he said those words. Originally, his troops numbered more than 200, but now only a few dozen, including Elijah himself, were still alive. Looking at the survivors who stood around him, he spoke in a bitter tone. He knew the locations of most of our hideouts. The Vampire Duke's alter egos appeared at around the same time and launched a series of attacks. The damage we suffered was devastating. Joanna sighed for a moment before nodding slightly. "Nevertheless, since you managed to come here, you must have been able to defeat the alter ego. We received help just in the nick of time." "Help from whom?" Tot. It was at that moment when Lucas landed on the ground. While keeping his eyes on Gullard, he spoke in his normal, calm tone. "I'll be taking charge of this battle." Joanna couldn't help but make a face when she heard this unexpected declaration. "What the hell are you talking about? Now isn't the time to be messing. We should listen to him." "Elijah." Joanna turned around in surprise, but Elijah's expression was as serious as usual. From the firm look on his face, she could tell that he wasn't joking. He was genuinely willing to devote his full power to Lucas. Elijah looked at the silent Lucas for a moment before speaking. "Joanna Goldberg, you're on a mission with this man, but you don't know anything about him. What do you mean? He is the one who helped us." Seeing Joanna's blank stare, Elijah shook his head slightly before speaking. "He is the one who saved us from Gullard's attack. Without his help, we wouldn't be here right now." Joanna stared at Lucas in shock, but his gaze was focused on someone else. Someone who was staring at him with a heated gaze as well. Cran, HMPH. Cran snorted with a displeased expression, but he didn't draw his sword and attack like he had during their first meeting. At that moment, Gullard was Cran's greatest enemy. Gullard couldn't help but stare at Lucas. He'd just received the memory of this man after merging with his alter ego. He'd suddenly felt a strange aura in Zynga, so he'd sent an alter ego over to investigate it. There, he'd seen two people standing in a dirty alleyway. Among them was a woman. As he recalled the fight, Gullard couldn't help but shudder inwardly. What if he hadn't sent an alter ego there and had gone there himself? Would he have been able to defeat her? No, that much was easy to see. He would have lost even if he'd gone there in person. It might have been much more of a fight, but the outcome wouldn't have been very different. And this man was someone who could talk to that unknown woman as an equal. Lucas. That was the name that woman had called this man by. Lucas Troman. No, it couldn't be. Gullard shook his head. This man was not a demon, so he couldn't have set foot in the demon world. That much was clear. Then why? Why did it feel like he had mana from a foreign world like Azazel? He probably wouldn't tell me the answer. That much was obvious. Gullard couldn't help but think that this man had something he wanted to know as well. How fun. Gullard smiled widely, revealing his sharp fangs. This was simple. The winning side would hear what they wanted, and Gullard didn't think that he'd lose. Even if he himself was weaker than Lucas, Africa was his territory and this city was his home. Whoosh. Gullard spread his wings before flying up into the sky. His large black wings seemed to cover the night sky. I'll make you regret ever setting foot in this place. Lucas looked up at the sky before slowly opening his mouth. He intends to one-sidedly attack from the air. He's chosen a pretty annoying tactic. He would be out of reach of most long-range attacks. Elijah frowned slightly at Lucas' words. Then what should we do first? Suddenly, Cran stomped on the ground before taking a big leap into the sky. He kicked the ground so hard that the earth shook for a moment. Cran's body, which shot into the air like a bullet, quickly hit Gullard. Everyone in the area couldn't help but stare at this scene with their mouths agape. It was a display of physical ability that far surpassed human limits. He jumped all the way there. Is he really human? Lucas clicked his tongue inwardly. As expected, Cran wasn't willing to work with him. I'll have to assist Cran. While I do that, you guys will have to take care of them. It was at that moment when they noticed strange shadows appearing on the street. Elijah frowned. Demons. Right. Gullard wasn't the only demon in this city. Bang, he twisted his shoulder to avoid the bullet. It wasn't a normal bullet that he would usually ignore. Gullard couldn't help but glare at them while a thought ran through his head. The top three were undoubtedly the most threatening and annoying beings to deal with among the humans. Apart from that, he couldn't help but rethink the thought that those high-ranking demon nobles who died at their hands were fools. After all, he'd always thought that no matter how strong they were, they would never exceed human limits. This guy is different. He was a man who seemed to be created for the purpose of hunting demons. He used almost 10 different weapons, and the number of hidden weapons that he used was innumerable. He's not someone who learned martial arts systematically. It didn't seem like he'd learned to use mana or divine power either. And yet, Cran was probably the most difficult opponent Gullard had ever had to face. He always found ways to attack in the most unexpected and annoying places while they were locked in a tense brawl, creating a situation in which Gullard always suffered whenever he tried to launch an attack. At the same time, his occasional surprise attacks caused Gullard's back to become covered in cold sweat. His primitive fighting style seemed to be based on instincts and his first-hand experience. Nevertheless, it was a fighting style that seemed to work perfectly in battles against demons, battles that required fast reflexes and fast judgments. However, Gullard managed to catch his fist for the first time. Then he increased the strength of his grip, threatening to crush the hand he was holding. Cran didn't seem to be shocked by the pain of his fist being crushed and instead tried to pierce Gullard's throat with a dagger he held in his left hand. This attack was stopped by Gullard's bright red tongue. Nevertheless, Cran didn't stop attacking. He leaped into the air, twisted his waist to the limit and kicked. It was like a scene from an action movie, because he'd managed to jump despite floating in the air. The secret to this feat was his shoes. His shoes were a type of magic item which helped him move relatively freely in the air. Nevertheless, Cran's actions would have been impossible without tremendous flexibility and abdominal strength. Crack. However, it still wasn't enough. Gullard's wing hit Cran in the side, and his body was sent flying to the ground like a meteor. Ha ha ha. Gullard let out a deep laugh before slowly descending. Cran got up from the crater his body had created, using his sword as a cane. If you were an ordinary human, that attack would have shattered all the bones in your body. Then what about Cran? He had only been slightly injured by the attack. Gullard's smile grew larger. I see why you were able to defeat a duke. I know what you are now. But I have to ask, why are you attacking me, rather than me? Boom, a lightning bolt from the sky penetrated Gullard's body. It was literally an attack that came without warning. Even Cran, the strongest hunter in the world, couldn't help but be shocked by this attack. Then, Lucas appeared behind him. This is your chance. Cran glared at him with clear displeasure, but he still lifted his sword and charged towards Gullard. Such lightning, Gullard exclaimed, white smoke escaping from his mouth. Whoosh. His body once again became thousands of bats that covered the entire street. This was a smart idea. After all, in their brief skirmish just before, he'd noticed that Cran lacked a way to launch wide-range attacks. The vampire bats tried to bite Cran with their sharp fangs, but Cran used his weapons to defeat them. He even took out grenades from his pockets and threw them into the group, but in the end it still wasn't enough. Modern weapons couldn't do much damage to Gullard. In the end, he would have to shoot him with special anti-demon bullets or cut each one of them with his sword, but there were too many of them. It was at that moment when Lucas entered the battle once again. Eye of the Typhoon. Whoosh, a powerful gust of wind swept through the area. Cran tensed his muscles, but the devastating winds did not affect him at all. Keek. As if they were pulled by an invisible force, the bats began gathering in one place. The intense gale forced the bats to one location as though they had a mind of their own. Cran couldn't help but turn to Lucas in surprise. This guy, what kind of sophisticated control was he displaying? Such a wizard was definitely more powerful than the head of the Wizard Association who had come to meet him last time. Who the hell is this guy? While forcibly suppressing his doubts about Lucas, Cran ran towards Gullard. It was at that moment when Lucas' expression changed for the first time. Wait. Kiek, the bats, who had all been pushed together, let out a loud screech before exploding. Boom. The sound of the explosion was so powerful that it deafened everyone who heard it for a moment, and the force that followed was even more fearsome. An explosion dozens of times stronger than the grenades Cran had thrown before engulfed one of Zynga's main streets. Blood from the bats' bodies was sent flying in every direction, carried even further by the wave of explosive force. Even Lucas, who had been standing a distance away, could not withstand the force and was sent flying into a building. Kirk. It seemed his head had been injured in the collision as blood trickled down his forehead. I should avoid taking damage with this body. Lucas wiped the blood away with an expressionless face. If Lucas, who had been far away from the explosion, had ended up in such a state. Whoosh, the dust cleared, revealing Cran. Damn it, it was a strained voice. Calling Cran's current condition horrendous was an understatement. The left side of his face had been completely destroyed, to the extent that his skull was visible. His right arm had been completely ripped off by the explosion, and both of his legs were twisted in bizarre ways. There wasn't a single part of his body that was uninjured. Cran stared at Lucas with his remaining eyeball. Don't look over here. Lucas ignored him, his eyes turning to the slowly dissipating dust cloud. Gullard walked out of the dust without hesitation, as expected of one of the 5 dukes. He was only slightly injured at that moment. Why are you fighting the demons? Why the hell are you asking something like that? Because I'm curious, and because you... Crunch. Crunch. At that moment, Cran's face began to slowly return to its original form. Flesh surged out of the bloodied stump of his torn arm and began twisting and melting together to form a new arm. As if they had minds of their own, his twisted legs began to unravel and straighten themselves. His muscles and bones knitted back together. In less than a minute, Cran was completely healed. Lucas continued to look at this shocking sight. Are not human. Looks like there's about a dozen or so nobles. The rest are either demonic humans or demon beast. Elijah spoke with a heavy voice. 10 demon nobles. It was fewer than he expected, but that didn't make it much better. There were only a few dozen fighters on their side. Everyone gulped subconsciously. The ground began to shake as monsters larger than houses with teeth larger than fists, forearms, and even larger than an adult's body began to advance in unison. With the sole purpose of completely eradicating the group of humans in front of them. Everyone there was a veteran. Great warriors who had risked their lives countless times before. Nevertheless, they had never felt the threat of death more than at that very moment. Anxiety and fear. They could not picture a future that didn't involve them dying there. Seeing this, Elijah prepared to speak once again, but someone beat him to it. That's a good number. Elijah turned around. There he saw Lee Jong-hak walking forward with an unsteady gait. It's surprising that he's even standing. Elijah could tell that Lee Jong-hak was in a serious condition that he needed to receive medical treatment as soon as possible, but Lee Jong-hak did not show any indication of this. Do you have any strength left, as you can see? Lee Jong-hak spoke briefly before taking a deep breath. He forced himself to swallow the blood that had climbed up his throat. Maybe his condition was worse than Elijah thought. But he couldn't possibly tell him to rest and not overdo it, because as soon as Lee Jong-hak made his appearance, the tense expressions of everyone around them eased a little. That was the power of fame. A man like the human dragon, Lee Jong-hak, could boost the morale of those around him with simply his presence. Knowing that Lee Jong-hak must have suppressed his desire to collapse and still came forward. What an amazing man. While he had this thought, Elijah turned to look over at the fight against the vampire duke. The strongest, Cran and the man Frey were there. How strange, the 5 dukes. He knew how monstrous their power was. A duke was a being who could sink an entire island without taking a single scratch, and the 5 dukes were a step higher than other dukes. And yet, it was only 2 humans that were holding back this walking disaster. Besides, he didn't know why, but he didn't think that the 2 of them would lose easily. After having this thought, Elijah couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh as he wondered if he was just trying to make himself feel better. Kiek, Kiek, Kiek. By this time, the demon beasts had already come close to them. The demon nobles were just watching the situation from a short distance away. They probably wanted to test their side's strength at the expense of the demonic humans and demon beasts before choosing the safest and surest moment to launch their attacks. Disgusting bastards. Elijah slowly took off his shirt. It was one of the things he did when he got serious in a fight. Clothes, he didn't need them. He was a warrior who had finally tuned his muscles until they were stronger than armor. The teeth of the demon beasts would only scratch him at most. Kook. Today, strange steam began to erupt from Elijah's body. We're going to have the fiercest fight of our lives. Even though he spoke in a soft tone, his voice still reached the ears of everyone nearby. You should all be prepared to die, but that doesn't mean you should throw your lives away. All of you are the strongest shields on this continent, and I hope you will continue to shine till the very end. Roar, the steam exploded. It was strange to say, but this was an explicable phenomenon. The steam that had instantaneously surged to the sky had actually been formed by his tense, wriggling muscles. This cloud which had instantly appeared swirled around in the night sky. It was a state known as extreme, a level that most warriors might not reach in their entire lives, but that every one of them wished for. Elijah Kipitosh, the big boss of the Grey Sun, seemed to be overlooking the entire world at that moment. He took his stance, clenched his fist, and punched out in front of him. K-R-R-R. The sound came slowly, then a miraculous sight followed that simple punch. Roar, a wave of air that was released from Elijah's fist rushed towards the horde of demon beasts like a tsunami that covered the entire street. Kiik, despite their shrieks, the demon beasts only watched this wave approach them with casual curiosity. After all, they were beings that were known for their impressive defenses. They knew better than anyone just how strong their armor was. Most attacks couldn't even leave a scratch on their bodies, so they expected this attack to be the same. Crack, these expectations were brutally smashed, and smashed was the best word to describe it. As soon as the wave hit them, the demon beasts' bodies were crushed like the walls of a sandcastle. The wave didn't stop at just breaking their armor. Instead, it pierced their skin and tore their muscles before finally crushing their bones. The demon beasts all became piles of flesh whose original appearances were not visible at all. The wave of air released from Elijah's fist destroyed everything in its path and continued forwards without losing momentum as if it contained an unknown destructive energy. Kiek, Kuk, Kok, the demon beasts, who had confidently stood in place at first to take the attack, cried out as they scattered in every direction. The demonic humans, who were much smarter than the demon beasts, had cleverly hidden behind them like the demon nobles. If anyone saw this scene, it was clear that their jaw would drop open at that moment. Just one human. With a single punch, he'd managed to slow the advance of hundreds of demon beasts. The expressions of the demons at the back hardened considerably. This was natural. After all, what was this place? This was the home of the vampire Duke, Gullard. Naturally, the demon beasts who protected this place were the most elite soldiers who had been created through special biological experiments and breeding. Even an experienced hunter would have trouble defeating even a single demon beast in this place, and yet, 1/3 of the entire group had been killed in that attack. Remaining demon beasts had all suffered from large and small injuries, so they were the only ones who had escaped from the attack unscathed. This will be tough. Elijah suppressed the throbbing pain in his right arm. It felt like thousands of small razors were tearing apart his muscles. He wasn't yet at the age to retire, but it was clear that his body was much weaker than it was when he was in his prime. Stop shaking. He could not show it, suppress it. He had to suppress it for now. He could cry about it later. It wouldn't matter if he screamed and rolled around on the ground because of the pain. However, he couldn't do it right now. In this situation where everyone's eyes were trained on him, he couldn't show any weakness, even if he would die. God, please let me endure this for a bit longer. It was possible that they would achieve the greatest victory in history today. He wasn't afraid to give up his life for that. Wawa, big boss, big boss. The voices chanting his name rang out in his ears like drums. There were only a few dozen of them, but their voices rang out with unprecedented momentum. It was a strange feeling, but it felt amazing. When he heard the roars, the pain in his right arm faded as if he'd taken drugs. His brain felt like it was gushing endorphins. Let's go, warriors. Clenching his fist, Elijah let out a laugh. Justice is with us. Killing intent flashed in Cran's eyes for a moment, but it disappeared faster than it appeared. Then he turned to look at the vampire Duke, who was standing in front of the cloud of dust again. But Lucas realized that this guy had just thought about killing him, although it was only for a moment. Perhaps he'd thought about killing the witness. It seemed that he'd revealed something he didn't want people to know. Nevertheless, the vampire Duke takes priority, his hatred for the demons. He'd thought that there might be some special reason for it, but it might have had something to do with his peculiar constitution. What about you? What are you talking about? From what you say and what he said, you can tell that I'm not human, but you're the same. Lucas shook his head. I only used a few spells. Do you think I don't know anything about magical science? Your control over the spells that you just used surpasses human ability. As he retorted with a sneer, Cran checked his equipment. Because of the explosion that had just occurred, most of his equipment was either completely unusable or partly destroyed. He then pulled new equipment from a fist-sized pouch on his waist and re-equipped himself. Luca's eyes shined for a moment. A subspace bag, one of the rare magical items in the world. Actually, now that he thought about it, this man seemed to be covered in magical items. The cloak that was wrapped around his body had considerable defense, and the shoes on his feet allowed him to move about freely in the air, not to mention the weapons in his arsenal. Even Lucas was not completely certain about the components of the bullets he used. I've killed hundreds of demons. It felt more like he was muttering to himself than to Lucas, and those are just the ones I remember. Of course, I don't remember most of their faces, let alone their names. I only remember the fact that I killed them. He didn't even bother counting the lesser demons like demonic humans and demon beasts or the other wild beasts because the number was too large. Lucas listened to him in silence. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I don't need your help. You're better off helping those idiots over there. He gestured to where the members of the Grey Sun were fighting against the demons and demon beasts. At the front of the group stood Elijah and Lee Jong-hak. They roared loudly like wounded beasts as they took on wave after wave of demon beasts. Neither of them was in good shape. In particular, Lee Jong-hak looked like he would collapse at any moment. Just as Lucas was about to answer, Gullard leaped through the dust cloud and into the sky. Now that his body was revealed, it could be seen that he wasn't completely unharmed. His entire body was covered in blood. Looking up at the sky, Cran spoke slowly. The vampire Duke Gullard Fistfounder. Aside from his transcendent physical ability and other abilities that are common among high-ranking demon nobles, his best features are his division ability and his wings. Wings. The reason why the 5 dukes are called the 5 dukes is because they each have a special body part that other dukes don't have. In Gullard's case, it's his wings. Lucas was almost certain that even Neil Prand, president of the Hunter Association, didn't know this information. According to him, almost everything about the 5 dukes was a mystery except for their names. Most people didn't know what powers they had or how much power they had, but they knew their characteristics. Are you saying that you can take him on your own? Right, it would be difficult. I've never had an easy fight. Following Cran's gaze, Lucas looked up at the sky before muttering. Did you say division and wings? Perhaps he has other abilities as well. What? Gullard looked down at the city from the sky. He was incredibly frustrated at that moment. The strongest, Cran and Lucas. These two who dared to face him like they were equals, and the other humans, who continued to fight fiercely despite only being a few dozen. He'd never imagined that something like this would happen on the continent of which he was in charge, not to mention his home, Zynga. What was going on? Was it because he hadn't destroyed the Grey Sun? Was it because he'd let Cran do as he pleased in his territory? Or was this wizard with considerable power the real problem? Crunch. Gullard gritted his teeth. He couldn't think of a reason why all of this was happening. There was only one thing that mattered at that moment. The unpleasant garbage was still alive. How dare they come to his land and do this? Gullard took a deep breath to calm himself before speaking. Our king always told us, the 5 dukes, to be modest and to keep our guards up. He told us to constantly improve our strength, no matter how strong we might be, to not be proud of our current power because anything could happen at any moment. Cran's expression became strange at those words, not to be conceited and constantly increase their strength. That didn't sound like the demons he knew at all. Lucas, on the other hand, paid close attention to Gullard's words. Something is about to happen. Was he simply reacting because of the upcoming great game? Pot. Gullard spread his wings apart. Cran tensed up immediately, but the stretching of his wings didn't seem to be an attack. Instead, strange sounds could be heard from the giant wings. Ki-ai, ki-ai. It was a very ominous sound, something one would never expect to hear from wings. A sound similar to a cat scratching an old tree with its claws filled the entire street. Cran, who stared blankly at Gullard at first, slowly began looking around the street, his guard fully raised. Lucas also felt the sudden movement of hundreds of presences, and it wasn't long before these presences revealed themselves with clumsy footsteps. They are. Cran's expression hardened. This was the same for the Grey Sun members who were fighting the horde of demon beasts. Now, when the number of enemies had finally been reduced by a considerable amount, they were being reinforced by a large number of humanoid figures. When he saw them, Elijah couldn't help but speak in a solemn tone. Hybrids. Ha-ha-ha, Gullard laughed in a faux, cheerful voice. I must commend you. I didn't plan to make use of them at the start, so you guys should be proud of pushing the vampire duke so far. Cut. Joanna, who was chanting a spell, choked. Hybrid. These beings whose appearances were a mixture of the features of demons and humans were staring at their group with blank expressions as though they weren't conscious at that moment. Nevertheless, the demonic energy erupting from their bodies was as fearsome as those released by normal demon nobles. Elijah slowly closed his eyes. He knew the most about the combat power of hybrids than anyone else there. Hundreds of hybrids. It wasn't a problem that he had to think too deeply about. Regardless of how the situation changed, he didn't have any intention of giving up. no matter what happened and no matter how much despair he felt. Because of this extremely large man was able to remain calm without being shocked and scared like the others, and in his calm state he concluded that it was all over. Ha ha ha. Gullard's laughter pierced the night sky. He could see it, he could feel it. The despair was slowly consuming them. And soon they might show the ugly expressions that he wanted to see the most. What would they do then? Would they abandon the others and try to save themselves? Would they surrender to him and beg for their lives? Would they blame each other and start infighting? Gullard loved to predict human behavior in situations like this. As the king had taught him, he wanted to see their ugliest side. At that moment, a man had flown up to Gullard, who was happily waiting to see how the situation would unfold. He hadn't stopped at the same height as Gullard. Instead, he'd stopped slightly higher than him. How dare this man look down on him? Gullard's pride was hurt, but he still smiled without showing any of it. Such childish provocations were proof that this man had lost his composure. Gullard looked at Lucas and spoke with a calm voice. I saw my alter ego's memories. I know you are hiding a considerable amount of power. However, you're not as strong as that mysterious woman. If you were, you wouldn't have brought Cran to help you. Cran had been about 1,000 kilometers away from Zynga. He knew that it was Lucas who brought him over. He also knew that the spells he'd used in their previous skirmish were very powerful. Nevertheless, he didn't think that this man could reverse this situation. Lucas then looked down and said, "Those are hybrids, that's right. Aren't they amazing?" Gullard's voice had a hint of pride. They are the perfect hybrid. Created by combining the best characteristics of humans and demons as well as my own DNA. Then, Lucas only paid attention to the most important part of that statement. You're saying they're not demons. Fr. Frey, what the hell are you doing? Joanna looked up at the sky with shock. Despite being rescued by him earlier, Elijah's expression was the same as hers this time. Of course, he knew how strong this man who was facing the vampire duke at that moment was. He was very strong. No, calling him strong was still an understatement. Elijah pondered for a moment, but he couldn't think of a better expression than on a completely different level. Nevertheless, he had seen the fighting style of wizards numerous times before. The Grey Sun was hated by humans as well as the demons, so they had clashed with the hunters from the Hunter Association numerous times. Naturally, this meant that he had the experience of fighting a wizard. They were tricky, annoying, and dangerous beings. Usually, the first one that they aimed for when a fight started was the wizard. In Elijah's opinion, they were much more annoying than priests, who were in charge of healing. Nevertheless, they had one fatal weakness, and that was that they had an inherent disadvantage when it came to close-quarters combat. Their skills could only be truly displayed when they had a front line to stand in front of them. But the fight that he'd seen between this man and the vampire duke's alter ego had caused this thought to shift slightly. It was a fight that had unfolded in very close proximity. This scene had caused his common sense to take a hit. Wizards were weak in close combat. No. Elijah shook his head. It's just very, very difficult for them to fight close-ranged battles. An ordinary wizard had to perform calculations at every moment, to the point that their brain felt like it was on fire. When performing simple actions like retreating first, a warrior or a swordsman would simply have to kick off from the ground to propel themselves backward. But that wasn't the case for wizards. They had to decide whether they would shoot an energy bullet to the ground and use the force generated, use a movement spell like fly or blink, or create some kind of opening with a feint or a restraining spell. As a result, the amount of concentration they expended was much more than simply moving one's body. The conclusion that was reached was concentration, the ability to maintain one's composure regardless of the circumstances. He wasn't sure exactly how strong this man was, but he at least had the ability to maintain his composure under any circumstances. Even when the vampire duke was right in front of him, he didn't seem to be affected at all. He had trained the skills required to be a good wizard to the peak. However, in the end, his opponent was a duke. He didn't think that he could win just with his composure. After all, Gullard wasn't the only enemy. Jerk. Li Jonghak wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead while looking at the army of hybrids in front of him. He'd fought many hybrids since coming to Africa. The average strength of any one of them was comparable to a low-ranked demon noble, but there were cases where they had power comparable to counts. Their powers were also extremely varied. In any case, there was one reason why they were much more dangerous than normal demons: tenacity. The hybrids had a fierce tenacity that could not be found in the demons. It didn't need to be said just how terrible this one fact was. As most hunters knew, the only reason humanity still existed was because of the demons' arrogance. They never kept their guards up, and they rarely cared about the humans, and when they met an opponent who was stronger than them, they were willing to submit. Even dukes were not an exception to this rule. However, hybrids didn't have that arrogance. And even if they were barely alive, they would still try their very best to take down their opponent. The danger that these beings posed was not small. Lucas was confident that he could defeat a demon baron on his own, without any major injuries, too, but he would have to risk his life against a hybrid who had the power of a baron. The difference in mindset was extremely important. There are hundreds of hybrids. Dealing with hundreds of enemies was not something that they could do. Lee Jong-hak could only think of one solution. Notice up. Could they overcome this desperate situation by praying to him as Kim Go-hyuk had? Half. Elijah stepped forward as he said that word. He turned to look at Lee Jong-hak and smiled. Let's get rid of at least half of them, but I don't think we'll be able to kill them all. Lee Jong-hak wasn't sure what he was thinking. On the surface, however, it seemed that he hadn't given up despite this desperate situation. He couldn't tell what Elijah was thinking, but this alone was enough to let him know that he was a great man. Well, something like that. It's like weight training. If you set a ridiculous goal, then you'll be exhausted before you even start. So I'm just setting a realistic goal. Lee Jong-hak let out a light snort, killing half of the hybrids. They both knew that such a task was impossible. Nevertheless, Elijah was still able to joke in the situation, just to relieve the tension of the situation a little. He's a great man, really, to boost the morale of the troops in response to the rapidly changing situation. This wasn't something that could be taught or learned through training. It was innate charisma and leadership ability. The fighting ability that Elijah had displayed was incredible, but he might have been even more talented when it came to commanding troops. Let's pray to God, so that we can take down a few more. Pray. Lee Jong-hak rolled this word over in his mouth a bit before slowly speaking. Do you believe in God? I do. Then are you praying because you want God to solve this crisis? Elijah looked at Lee Jong-hak's eyes for a moment before he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Is the human dragon Lee Jong-hak asking me about theology? It's not like that. Lee Jong-hak shook his head as he said that. Right, that wasn't the case. He couldn't help but recall the past. The miserable death of his mother and the fact that his young self was forced to witness it had caused hatred to be etched directly into his brain, and Lucas and Notisup. They were beings whose power surpassed Lee Jong-hak's imagination. They were probably the same kind of being, but their values were completely different. Lee Jong-hak had met both of them, and that had allowed him to indirectly learn their thoughts, and in all honesty, he didn't like either of them. However, the one whom he was most uncomfortable with was Notisup. Unlike Lucas, who had chosen to save humanity and hid in the shadows despite his overwhelming power, Notisup revealed his power without hesitation, and a lot of humans had been saved by him, or at least that was what he'd thought at first. But it didn't take very long for that image to become cracked. Notisup pitted humans against each other. As a result, there was now a gaping void between Europe and Asia that could never be filled. This was something that he had never thought could happen. In addition, the fact that Notisup used his power without restraint filled him with a strange sense of unease. It was a feeling that didn't have a logical explanation, which in turn made it even more pronounced. I'm not praying for our troubles to disappear. Because life can't always go smoothly. It is natural for there to be curves and bumps and for us to encounter large and small hardships as we go. Sometimes we will even be left with indelible scars, but those are what make us who we are. Do you have such scars? I lost my son 7 years ago. Elijah's voice remained calm as he spoke. At first, I couldn't accept it, and for a while I was like a cripple, but that changed nothing. So I decided to look for a reason why my child died while I survived. Those words created a strong stir in Lee Jong-hak's heart. Was there a reason why his mother died that day while he survived? He'd never thought of it that way. He'd only taken out his negative emotions on the demons. Hatred and anger was a good driving force, but in the end, all he was left with was a pile of black ashes. I give a brief prayer before every crisis. I ask God to lend me the strength to overcome whatever hardships I encounter. Joanna wasn't paying attention to the conversation Lee Jong-hak and Elijah were having. Instead, her eyes were locked onto the figures of Frey and Gullard high in the sky. It was faint, but she could feel something from the palm that Frey was pointing downward. He was gathering his mana. What the hell was he going to do? As Joanna looked up with a worried expression, she slowly became filled with a different emotion. Her eyes grew wider and her mouth opened bigger. It was a storm of mana. This wasn't a spell of some kind. Rather, the mana that was simply being released from his hand had created a storm. How dense and powerful was this magic power? And what kind of spell did he intend to cast with that much mana? Bang! The spell that appeared was something that Joanna was familiar with. Nevertheless, it still took her a moment before she realized what it was. This was because the spell that appeared was on a completely different level from what she knew. Hyperbolt, a 6-star spell. Although it was a spell that only required the condensing and firing of a mass of energy formed from mana and had a relatively simple formula, it required a large amount of power to cast. But this Hyperbolt was different from the ones Joanna knew. If she had the authority to give this spell a new name, she would have given it as many strong-sounding modifiers as she could, such as King, God, Emperor, General, Majesty, and so on. Even a top-tier classification like Hyper felt like it wasn't enough to describe its strength. Only a soft sound managed to escape his open mouth. Gullard looked down at the scene below him, his eyes wide open. It was truly an unbelievable sight. Dozens of hybrids had been swept away by a single spell. The fruit of decades of hard work and research had amounted to nothing, dying like weak worms. Bang! Lucas fired another hyperbolt, once again killing dozens of hybrids. Then he glanced over to Gullard, as if he was mocking him. With that nonchalant expression, crunch. Gullard's calm demeanor was broken for the first time. How dare you? The hybrids, the invincible army he'd created with great care and effort. It was Gullard's long-treasured dream and desire to show their strength to the Demon King one day. But that dream had now been completely destroyed. His great army had been injured or killed before he had even gotten the chance to show them to the Demon King. Gullard's rage at that moment reached a level that it had never reached before. His huge wings swung towards Lucas, but he wasn't able to hit him. Clang! Just in the nick of time, Cran, who had jumped into the air, managed to block Gullard's attack. He couldn't withstand the full force of the attack, but he was still able to block it. So annoying. Ignoring the screams of his muscles and joints, he pushed the wings to the side. Then he borrowed some of the remaining momentum to kick Gullard in the face. Pock! Roar! Gullard let out a loud roar as he was sent crashing to the ground. The damage of the attack might have been minimal, but it was wise to create distance from an opponent who had lost their rationality. Cran looked down at where Gullard landed for a moment before he turned to Lucas with an expression of disbelief. Who the hell are you? What are you talking about? Why did you bring me to Zynga if you're that powerful? Can't you just kill Gullard on your own? He just killed hundreds of hybrids. Cran probably had the most knowledge about their true identities. 7th generation, no, they were probably at least 8th generation. 8th generation hybrids. The most perfect specimens were created after countless experiments. Of course, this wasn't to say that they were more powerful than the previous generations. In fact, the demon blood would have been much thinner at this point, so in terms of combat power, they would be weaker. However, this allowed for a balance between the human and demon parts, which made up for the loss of combat power. Those were the hybrids whom Gullard was making use of now. Roar, roar. It was at that time when several of the hybrids who were capable of flight started flying towards them, their enraged expressions reminiscent of Gullard's. Lucas turned to look at Cran. Can you handle Gullard for a while? Cran looked a bit offended, but in the end he had to admit that he needed this man's help. That's enough. Letter 1d4 N letter 1d4c3, letter 1d5ff, E letter 1d6 letter 1d485. After saying those words, Lucas dropped down to where the Grey Sun group was standing. He would have to deal with the rushing hybrids with magic. There were no signs of reason in their eyes, and it seemed the only things left were their instincts. They were artificial beings who had been created by experiments, and at birth, they were deprived of their right to think and reason. This was done to create puppets who would only follow orders faithfully. Tot. Lucas landed in front of the Grey Sun members, and immediately everyone's eyes locked onto him. It was like they were looking at their savior. He turned to the woman closest to him, Joanna Goldberg. She was staring at him with disbelieving eyes. Have you used Medusa? The spell I deciphered. In your notebook. Yeah, I did. I used it. Joanna nodded and mumbled blankly for a moment, but Lucas felt it wasn't the time to mention it. You probably used it against the Vampire Duke, but it didn't work since you are not on the same level as Gullard. He was right. When she used the spell, she was only able to stop Gullard for a short time. Of course, even that was still enough to twist the battle in their favor. Increase your mana. Don't neglect your training just because you're an archmage. You need to have a mindset of meditation, to the point where you'll do it even in your sleep. Then you will be able to display a sight like this. What are you? This is what would happen if you had 10 times the mana you do now. Lucas took a step forward. The hyperbolts had reduced their numbers by a lot, but there were still many of them left, and there weren't many spells that he could use to deal with all of them. They were much too fast and durable, so the most effective method was to suppress them with overwhelming power. Medusa, Juck. It was as if time stopped. No, it was right to say it stopped. Or at least the hundreds of hybrids had been stopped in time and would never move again. Their entire bodies had been petrified, and they were unable to lift even a single finger. The only thing they were allowed to do was look around. Their eyes rolled around in their sockets, their gazes containing only fear and confusion at the unreal situation. PSHK. Then the hundreds of frozen hybrids began to crumble like old stone statues. The 7-star spell Medusa. Lucas continued to explain in a quiet voice. As long as you have enough mana, the spell can become a large-scale attack spell instead of a simple restraint. Although he said all of this, no one really heard his voice at that moment. Cran continued to fight Gullard. Throughout the fight, Gullard gained a lot of injuries and bled constantly. In fact, just from looking at his appearance, it wouldn't be strange if he collapsed at that very moment. But Cran knew that that wasn't the case. As one of the 5 dukes, his regenerative ability must have been beyond imagination. As long as his brain wasn't destroyed, he would survive even if he lost the rest of his body, and he would be able to regenerate. It's impossible to defeat him unless his energy is exhausted. Pot. Suddenly, Gullard split into 4 beings who then moved to surround Cran from 4 directions. 4 was the best number when one needed to encircle a single person. If he left them alone, the situation would become annoying. Cran noticed this fact quickly and tried to break through the point closest to him, but Gullard was one step ahead of him. Pure luck. The 4 Gullards spread their wings at the same time and wrapped them around Cran. Then, as though thick curtains had completely blocked all the light, a pitch-black space was created in an instant. His night vision wasn't bad. In fact, it was quite good. For example, even if it was the middle of the night without a hint of moonlight, he would still be able to distinguish the features of someone standing a few kilometers away. But this artificially created darkness was different. It wasn't that it was dark, but that it was as if black walls had been erected around him. Shick, something flew forward. Gullard had finally started his attack. Cran sensed it purely by using his hearing and feeling the flow of air. He swung his sword. He wasn't sure what it was, so he couldn't afford to hold back. Shuck. His sword easily cut through the thing that had been flying towards him. It was much softer than he expected it to be, and it fell to the ground with a scream. A vampire bat. It was just as Cran had guessed. Dozens of bats shot towards him ferociously. Cran could feel all of them, but his vision was limited, and he wasn't able to defend himself completely. Soon afterward, a vampire bat clung to his thigh. Then he felt its sharp fangs pierce his flesh, followed by the unpleasant feeling of his blood being sucked out. This is dangerous. Cran grabbed the head of the bat with his left hand. Then he popped its head with a simple squeeze. Crack. Nevertheless, the blood that had been sucked out couldn't return. I can't let this continue. In this space, just standing there and defending consumed a lot of his stamina. Cran hesitated for a moment. There were a lot of humans around at the moment. Would it be okay for him to go all out in this situation? It was at that moment when his instincts screamed at him. Such warnings could not be ignored. Cran forcibly twisted his body and spread his cloak out in front of him as the bats rushed forward madly. The fluttering cloak hardened in the air, becoming a solid shield in front of him. Boom! Immediately afterward, a powerful force shook the cloak. If it had been a normal cloak, it would have been torn to shreds in an instant. However, this cloak was a special magic item that had defense and shock absorption stronger than steel walls and even some magical engineering techniques. Nevertheless, this cloak, which could even withstand anti-tank weapons, could not completely block the explosion. And Cran, who was standing behind it, was forced back a few steps by the shockwave. Is this the explosion ability he used earlier, so it could be used at a distance? The destructive power was only half as much as the previous time, but even that was still tremendous. It seemed that he did it by grouping the vampire bats together, before forcing them to explode by overstimulating the veins in their bodies, turning them into biological bombs. Boom, boom, and seeing that the attacks continued without any signs of stopping, the technique was less troublesome than he expected. Cran's cloak, on the other hand, was slowly being torn to shreds. Won't be able to last much longer, so he had to think of something before the cloak was completely destroyed. Cran took a deep breath before changing to the place where the bombardment was the strongest. Boom, boom. As he expected, the attacks from this area were the fiercest. Running to the place with the strongest attack was something that no rational person would dare to do. Nevertheless, there was a reason for this seemingly suicidal behavior. The cloak could only truly defend attacks that came from the front. So heading towards the area with the strongest attack allowed him to pay less attention to it while increasing the attention he paid to his sides and back. In fact, as he forged ahead at full speed, he found that it was much easier to withstand Gullard's attacks than before. Before long, he realized he'd reached the end of the space, Gullard's wing. As soon as he saw this black wall, Cran thrust his sword forward without any hesitation. Crack. Naturally, that alone wouldn't be enough. He couldn't escape through a hole this small. Cran forcibly twisted the sword that was stuck in the wing. The blade became twisted in an instant. This was a barbaric move that swordsmen who treasured swords would never do. However, for Cran, the most important thing was efficiency. The blade was damaged, it lost its edge, that was fine. It was better to rip through the wings this way. Crack, crack, the hole in the wing became larger, and he could finally see the outside. Cran forced his body through the hole. Blood gushing from the hole in the wing turned his entire body red. Roar. With a roar, Cran finally managed to escape. Cran, who had finally emerged outside, looked like a demon from the pits of hell. Pot. Gullard recalled his alter egos. I didn't think he could escape from the Black Wing annihilation world. Gullard had a record of annihilating thousands of humans with this one technique. Of course, this one was smaller than that time, but he never would have thought that it wasn't enough to deal with a single being, even if that being wasn't a human. Gullard, who was looking at Cran, finally opened his mouth. I don't understand. I don't need your understanding. Looking at Cran, who answered coldly, Gullard asked with genuine curiosity, why are you baring your fangs at me? Why is your hatred directed at me? If you think about it, in a way, I am your parent. As he said that, Gullard looked over Cran's shoulder. The hybrids had almost all been wiped out. There were only a few of them remaining, but they were close to death. In less than 10 minutes, the invincible army that he dedicated decades to create had been wiped out. At that moment, the rage that filled Gullard's head cooled down as if cold water had been poured on him. He looked at Cran with a cold expression. Those dead creatures are the perfect result of my hybrid experiment. There could be no better soldiers, because they would never doubt an order that was given to them. However, I'm very disappointed in their combat power. It was true. His idea was similar to what Cran had thought when he first saw the hybrids. The king always reminded us of the disadvantages we demons have, our innate strength. He said that it was the innate strength we received at birth that hindered our evolution, and he's right. There is hardly any precedent of demonic humans becoming demon nobles, and even if they did, they never became more than a count. In Gullard's eyes, it didn't matter if a high-ranking demon noble was arrogant, but the demons below that level shouldn't. For example, he didn't believe a baron had the right to show off in front of the demonic humans, or even the humans. That's why Gullard created beings like the hybrids. Or to be precise, it was the king who had given him the order to do so. He'd said that they needed the fighting spirit that humans were known for, and the tenacity to fight against opponents who were stronger than them without backing down. When he'd heard it at that time, Gullard hadn't paid much attention to it. If it hadn't been for the Demon King's orders, he wouldn't have even bothered to do it. But it was his king who gave him the order. Even if he had been told to murder his own kind, Gullard would have done it without hesitation. The experiments he did were difficult and time-consuming, but Gullard didn't give up, and eventually, he was finally able to achieve weak results. It was only then when the first-generation hybrids were born. Unfortunately, they were out of control and almost indistinguishable from demon beasts. In other words, they were more like beasts and monsters than trainable soldiers, so he continued to experiment. As more and more generations were created, they gradually became more stable. With just a little more effort, he was certain that the result he wanted could be reached. But it was at that time the Demon King said to him, "There's no need to experiment anymore. He must have been disappointed in me." He must have made a mistake. Because of this thought, which plagued him day and night, Gullard disobeyed the Demon King's orders for the first time. He continued to experiment in secret. Those guys were the 9th generation. Their stability was the highest, and their demon blood was the thinnest. But when it came to pure combat power, the 3rd generation was stronger than any other generation. Gullard's gaze turned to Cran. Unfortunately, the 3rd generation hybrids couldn't suppress their innate ferocity, and they escaped after destroying the lab. At that time, I didn't bother tracking them down. I felt that it wouldn't be worth the effort because I could always make stronger ones, but it seems I was wrong. The 3rd generation were more unstable and dangerous than walking time bombs. At that time, their intelligence was on par with beasts at best. But what about Cran now? He could speak fluently. He had a good understanding of civilization, and he was skilled at using all manners of tools. This meant that they had evolved. Cran just snorted coldly. "Don't you feel anything from the death of your brothers? Brothers, enough of your shit." Anger was clear on Cran's face. He pointed his sword at Gullard with a fiery gaze. "Where I came from doesn't matter. There is only one thing that you need to pay attention to right now, and that's that you will die here today." Gullard chuckled. "By your hand. Or will you borrow that man's power?" It was obvious which man Gullard was talking about. He is strong, unreasonably strong. That's why you also have your doubts. Could a human really have such power? Do you know who he is? Who are you curious? Right, however, I don't need to ask you. After saying that, Cran drew his gun and fired. Bang, Gullard avoided the magic bullet fired from the gun. There was a fierce killing intent in his eyes, because I can ask him directly after I kill you. You speak really well. You must be trying to buy time. Did he notice? Cran didn't express his worry on his face. That was the only reason why he continued this meaningless conversation. Well, it's fine. Because I was able to make plans as well. Plans. Gullard turned to look at Lucas. I can't defeat that man. If I fight you, I'll probably die. While it might not have been the case for other demons, that wasn't something that one of the 5 dukes would say. Realizing this, Cran couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. It was true that Lucas was strong. However, he still wouldn't be enough to completely overpower Gullard. The scene of him annihilating the hundreds of hybrids in an instant was truly frightening, but in truth, it was something that the vampire duke who was standing in front of him was also capable of. In his head, Cran also added, "If no one was around to see it, I could also do something similar, even if it would take longer." Most importantly, Lucas hadn't dealt with Gullard on his own. Instead, he'd brought him from over 1,000 kilometers away. Of course, it might have just been because he wanted to defeat Gullard perfectly, but Cran couldn't help but have a strange feeling at some of Lucas' behavior, which didn't have a logical explanation. He looked at Gullard and said, "So, since you think you will die, do you plan to run away?" "Right, what?" At the same time as Cran said that, Gullard's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Even Cran was a bit too slow to react to the sudden move. He swung his sword hurriedly, but he hadn't had time to fix his posture, and the sword's edge had already been damaged. Crack! The blade stopped without being able to cut through even half of Gullard's arm. Not caring about the blood that dripped from his forearm, Gullard grinned. "I'm running away, but I'm gonna take you with me. Let's go together, you son of a bit." Zhug. Before Cran could finish his curse, he and Gullard disappeared from the spot as if they had evaporated. Although he had been dealing with the hybrids, Luca's attention remained on Cran and Gullard. At first glance, it seemed that they were both fighting a fierce battle, but Lucas could tell that they were both still hiding trump cards. Cran was definitely strong. Lucas had the vague impression that he might be a hybrid, but something about him was different when compared to the other hybrids he'd just exterminated. Perhaps Cran was truly an important clue to how he could trick the world's laws. As he had that thought, Cran disappeared, his wings. At the last moment, Gullard's wings had flapped with a strange sound. Then he moved at a speed that even Lucas had not been able to react to before disappearing with Cran. Lucas didn't panic when this happened. Instead, he just looked for any traces that Gullard left behind. They were faint, but traces of his demonic energy were still there, and Lucas concluded that it was enough to track him down. Gug. Cran staggered to his feet. His entire body felt sore at that moment. It was strange. His condition hadn't been that bad just a moment ago. We traveled to a really distant place. He had been brought there by Gullard's mysterious teleportation. It was a dark, humid room which made it feel like a giant cave. Suddenly, Cran felt someone behind him. Drawing his sword, he quickly spun around. There were huge statues. If it wasn't for his excellent night vision, the low lighting would have caused him to mistake them for giants simply because of the pressure that each of them exerted. There were a total of 5 statues. However, despite their enormous size, each of them was delicately and elaborately sculpted. Every detail made him feel like the best artists of the century collaborated to make these masterpieces. Their clothing was unique. They looked like they came from the Middle Ages or like they were heroes from a fantasy novel. It was only then when Cran, who had been transfixed by the statues, realized something strange, worshipped them. Gullard emerged from the dark. Toronto, Ontario, Canada, North America. Canada's largest city and economical hub was now in ruins. The buildings had collapsed, acrid smoke polluting the air. The streets were filled with overturned vehicles and corpses. For the Canadians, who had been living peacefully for a long time, this was a horrifying sight, but for the Rose Duke, this scene was as familiar as the air she breathed. She sipped on scarlet whiskey while calmly looking down at the ruined city. With her glass in hand, she enjoyed the feast of slaughter that was progressing beneath her. The more clearly she remembered the original appearance of this place, the more stimulating this destruction was. Just thinking about it made a shiver of pleasure roll down her spine. You really are like cockroaches, aren't you? She wasn't talking to herself. As she glanced back, her eyes fell upon a young boy who was completely bound and shivering slightly. Leo Freeman remained completely silent, showing no reaction to Rose's alluring voice. Pursing her lips slightly, Rose walked over to Leo, her high heels clicking softly on the ground. Is my analogy too outdated? I heard that humans describe persistent opponents as cockroaches. That wasn't the case. The expression was very much still in use. However, the cockroaches, whom this demon was talking about, were the humans in the city who had been desperately trying to survive. Leo would never agree to those words. Why won't you kill me? Leo bit his lip as he said those words. He cursed inwardly as he tried to stop his shivering. This was because the massacre that she had unleashed was clearly inscribed in his mind. This woman, this demon duke who suddenly appeared in Toronto, had wiped out almost everyone in the area as soon as she appeared. Blood-red vines erupted from the ground and quickly drained the blood from anyone who had been unlucky enough to be near them. The victims also included the person who was meant to be Leo's teacher. He was an outstanding master who would not have been at a disadvantage when compared to those famed warriors from the East. Unfortunately, his opponent was a duke. With her transcendent powers, she simply wrapped a vine around the man's body before bursting him like a water balloon. In less than a second, the strongest hunter in the entire city had become a puddle of blood. This woman was probably one of the 5 dukes. Leo instinctively realized this fact. He'd only ever heard of them from rumors, beings who could be called Grand Dukes, beings who were a level higher than dukes. He hadn't thought they truly existed, but every cell in his body screamed the moment he saw this woman. This woman was one of the 5 dukes. In a short period, she annihilated every hunter in the Canadian branch before subsequently wiping out every other person in the city, except for one person. Leo was the only one left. Pathetic, he thought he'd changed. After meeting his master, meeting Min Ha Rin and defeating Gerard. But Leo knew what he'd done when Rose began her slaughter. He'd frozen, just like every other time in the past, and had only managed to move his body at the end. Even now, Rose had not released any kind of intimidating aura or pressure. And yet, Leo knew that he would faint if he relaxed for even a moment. However, in a way, this was natural. After all, this was Leo Freeman, someone who froze even if his opponent was a demon beast. And the one who stood before him now was someone who stood at the peak of the demons in this world. He hadn't fainted instantly. That was a great improvement. Of course, this knowledge did nothing to comfort Leo. Why the hell are you doing this? Do you know just how many people you killed? Leo's voice shook slightly as he spoke. Rose tilted her head to the side at his question as though she was unsure what he meant. What are you talking about? I didn't kill that many. At best, I only killed a few hunters here. Those words made Leo speechless for a moment. What did she mean by not many? Leo had personally witnessed hundreds of people dying to the vines. And if he counted those he hadn't seen, he knew there would be at least a few thousand. Toronto was a densely populated city whose residents were unfamiliar with evacuation measures to take in case of emergencies. This was a sad sight for Leo, who had spent most of his life in Europe. They had enjoyed peace for far too long. When Rose appeared, fear was not the greatest emotion that appeared in the eyes of the people in the city. Instead, the disbelief in their eyes was greater. Their expressions said the same thing concurrently. Why was a demon here? Then why haven't you killed me yet? Because there is something I want to ask you. What is it? Rose's eyes shined with a bloody light. Where did you learn the warrior king fist? Cut the crap, Cran glared at Gullard. Why are we here? Is this the place you chose to be your grave? Ha ha ha, as expected. Even when you're in a situation like this one, you won't shut that mouth of yours. I wonder if you'll go quiet if I pull out your tongue. Gullard spoke in a cheerful voice. He even put his wings away. Is it a hobby of yours to stand here and admire these crappy statues? You really are a pitiful man. It was a rough response, but this time he got a response. Take that back. Gullard's expression had become solemn. There was no way that Cran would stop after seeing this. Instead, his lips twisted into the most irritating smile he was able to form. The statues. It seemed that he had some kind of connection to them, and maybe they're the key to his anger. Cran drew a pistol and twirled it around his finger for a moment. Bang, a demon-slaying bullet pierced one of the statues, the statue that stood in the middle. This was intentional. After all, it was this statue in the middle that gave him the strangest feeling. It was truly possible to get so angry that your mind went blank and you forgot how to speak. Gullard's twisted face was proof of that. Why you trash who doesn't know anything. You dare to damage the king's statue. His twisted expression slowly morphed into something that was distinctly inhuman. The impression of a proper, middle-aged gentleman slowly disappeared, turning into a terrible visage that was a mixture between a human and a bat. No, in the first place, he had never been human. This was his true appearance. I will tear you to shreds. I will kill you in the worst ways imaginable. I will rip you apart and feed you to my bats. Are you saying you want to eat me, Batman? Cran's sarcastic and completely unapologetic voice raised Gullard's anger to even greater heights. Gullard no longer tried to converse with him. Instead, he rushed towards Cran with a roar, and shortly after, his entire body collapsed to the ground. Crack. An instant, Gullard was half buried into the ground with a bewildered expression on his face. Then he realized that he couldn't move. Don't move a muscle. Cran turned his head to the sudden voice. On the shoulder of one of the statues, a man stood calmly. Lucas. At that moment, he had a strange feeling. What the hell, the gray-haired man and the statue had completely different features and characteristics, but somehow they felt similar. No, they weren't similar. It was like they were the same person. Roar Gullard screamed and struggled, but he couldn't shake the pressure that held his entire body down. Then Lucas came down. Suspicion appeared in Cran's eyes. What's going on? What the hell was the power that man was using now? It was not magic. What the hell did you do to? Cran closed his mouth mid-sentence. This was because he felt power from Lucas that he hadn't felt before. Ignoring Cran, Lucas walked up to Gullard and stepped on his back. Cuck, I want to ask. That statue in the middle, is that your king? Lucas spoke in a cold voice. Cran looked on from the side with a tense expression. He thought that this man was someone who didn't show his emotions easily. He believed it. After all, in all the time that he'd known him, he'd never seen his expression change even once. And yet, it was the same man who was practically oozing with emotion now. He looked calm, but Cran could tell. This man was already on the brink of exploding. Then he pointed at a statue. Was it because it was the statue that Cran had just put a bullet into? There is only one demon statue. It was true. Of the 5 statues that stood there, only the one in the center was a demon while the other 4 were humans. Tell me. Lucas applied more strength to his foot. Gullard screamed. Tell me. Cran grabbed Lucas' shoulder. Aren't you trying to extract information from him? He's dying. Those words seemed to get through to him. Lucas stopped applying pressure, and Gullard, who was in pain, couldn't help but look at him with a blank expression. This power as expected. I couldn't defeat you. Right, that woman called you Lucas. You're not really Lucas Troman, are you? Troman. Lucas had never revealed his last name in this world, in order to know that. Lucas nodded silently. I am the great mage. Gullard's eyes widened, and Cran also stared deeply at Lucas' back. This guy is the great mage. He'd heard it from Ringo, about the divine being, the god of magic, or the great mage, or whatever. He'd thought that it was just a rumor among the wizards, but not only was he apparently real, he was standing right in front of him. How is that pose? Tell me who that is. This time, Gullard doesn't hesitate to answer. Instead, he does so in a low voice. He is our king. Nonsense. That guy can't be your king. Are you trying to insult me before I die? Gullard chuckles, his vision beginning to fade. King. He is our king, the one and only ruler of the demon world who will never stop training even when he runs out of rivals. Those words reverberated in Luca's head, but they were followed by someone's name. No, it couldn't be true. He was dead, however. Luca stumbled backward, unable to withstand the shock. All the questions and suspicions he'd had in this universe seemed to converge together in his head before the answer revealed himself. Someone who never gave up on their training even when they no longer had any rivals. A man who liked the word king more than anyone else. That's why he called himself the Warrior King and claimed that his martial art was the best amongst all martial arts. There is someone from your homeworld in this universe. Just as Lucas remembered God's words, Gullard spat out a mouthful of blood. Long live the Demon King Cassigen. At the same time, back in Northern Ireland, Seti felt ill at ease. Come out. As soon as she spoke with a frown, a pale person appeared in front of her. Seti immediately felt the obnoxiously strong demonic energy circling his body. Who the hell are you? You killed the demons and demon beasts in this place. So, this is the end for you. You want to kill me? It would be impossible for you alone. The man laughed at those words. Of course, I'm no match for you. I can tell the difference between us. Suddenly, the man bowed politely. Then another being appeared. No, he had been standing there from the start. It was just that he'd only revealed his presence now. In other words, Seti hadn't realized he was there until he revealed himself. Despite her overwhelming fighting spirit and unyielding personality, Seti was left speechless for a moment. You. Seti Glaston, how do you know my name? You will die today. Pak Ka-Huck, her heart was destroyed. It was funny. This was the first thing that Seti realized instead of the fact that she was sent flying, her blood splattering in every direction. She released her full power. This universe would not be able to handle the strength contained within her body, but she didn't care. Her deal with Lucas, that wasn't as important as her life. Seti gasped and raised her head. You will die, Seti Glaston. Damn it, that annoying voice sounded in her head once again. Did Let It predict this? Seti got to her feet, stumbling slightly. Then she took out her soul weapon and pointed it at the giant being who was almost as tall as a building. Demon King. Right, this being was probably the Demon King. This was what her instincts were telling her. Demon King. It had pretentiously taken on such a name. She couldn't understand. Wiping the blood from her lips, Seti murmured. I understand now that I've seen you for myself. You're one of his men. Him, the black-horned demon god. Seti was referring to the ruler she followed. Moreover, he was a higher rank than she was. A lord. No, he felt different from any lord she'd ever met, but he was certainly not a ruler. Right, she could see now why Gullard hadn't submitted to her before. In the first place, he served someone who was a higher rank than she was. But is he really a demon? She had many questions to which she could not find the answers, but there was one that stood above all of the others. You are also his subordinate, so why do you dare to claim the title, Demon King? You are too arrogant. Are those your last words? Ha ha ha. Do you really think that you can kill Seti Glaston this easily? Of course I do. Demon King Cassigen clenched his fist, because I am currently the strongest being in this universe. Ha-ha-ha. Ledip let out a cheerful laugh. He could feel the aura of transcendent beings releasing their power all over the world at the same time. Noticeap could probably feel it too. Right, it was impossible from the start, putting a large number of transcendent beings into a universe and expecting them to not unleash their power. That was impossible. It was like putting several predators in a small cage. Luca's and Seti's agreement was pointless from the start. Well, poor vulnerable Seti would die tonight anyway. I'm looking forward to it. How would Lucas react when he learned the truth? How would Novelrecap respond? What would the Demon King do next? Ledip shivered in excitement. Finally, it finally begins. The great game, the prelude to the final battle. Jerk, blood spilled from every orifice on Gullard's hideous face. The bright red liquid poured from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Covering his nose and mouth with his sleeve, Cran took several steps backward. There were many demons whose blood was extremely toxic, but Gullard seemed to be even stronger than the ones he'd encountered before. Long live the Demon King. Bang! After muttering those words again, Gullard's entire body exploded. Cran retreated instinctively as he remembered the destructive force Gullard had displayed earlier, but the strength of this explosion wasn't that large. Moreover, Lucas erected a barrier around Gullard's body which contained the explosion. Realizing that he wasn't in danger, Cran emerged from his hasty cover. Then he looked over to where Gullard had been. Now all that was left of him was a pile of burnt, bloody flesh that oozed a very disgusting smell. Is he dead? Almost. What? Cran turned to look at Lucas, not quite understanding what he meant. Lucas didn't elaborate any further. Instead, he simply sat on the ground with a complicated expression before covering his face with both hands. I used in tongue and against a scapegoat. This was, without a doubt, Lucas' fault. He'd allowed his emotions to take control. In all honesty, he still hadn't calmed down. His head still felt dizzy. There were few events that could shock Lucas, who had become an absolute to this extent. As he tried to clear his thoughts, Cran, who had been observing him for a while, asked again, What do you mean by almost? Did you forget his ability? Cran's eyebrows furrowed. Division, I see. Was that just a decoy? A decoy that was stronger than his true body. He left 90 of his power in an alter ego before escaping with the other 10. He assigned most of his power to an alter ego. I didn't think he would do something like that. Generally, it is probably not something that he would do. Lucas had a rough idea of what Gullard was up to. He'd avoided fighting him head-on. When he saw Lucas annihilating the hybrids in quick succession, he'd probably realized that he couldn't defeat him on his own. No, perhaps he might have heard about him from Cassigen. Gullard knew about him. He didn't know about Lucas, the god of magic of this world. Instead, he knew about Lucas Troman, the great mage who fought against the demigods a long time ago. Looking up at the statue of him, Lucas couldn't help but wonder. Now that he looked at it closely, he realized that the statue's appearance had a few minor differences from his true appearance. This was probably because it was created based on Cassigen's memories, or maybe there was another reason. Once again, he looked down at what was left of Gullard's body, or to be precise, the body of the alter ego. In terms of efficiency, putting 90 of his power into a single alter ego was the worst choice he could make. The alter ego, which received more power than the main body, would be unable to fully utilize it, which meant that it would be easier to defeat than if he were to use the power himself. The main body, which only had 10 of its power left, would also be in danger. After all, losing most of his power meant that Gullard was slowly dying. He never would have expected a being like Gullard to try to escape at the expense of his life. It was even clearer now that he had a mentality that differed greatly from other demons. Why was he so bent on self-preservation? The answer was obvious. He probably wanted to announce Luca's existence. He still couldn't believe it. No, he wouldn't believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. Lucas looked up at the statues once again. 5 statues, each one with a familiar appearance. They were faces that filled Lucas with nostalgia but also sorrow. Standing between the Black Witch, the Great Sage, the Sword King, and the Great Mage was a person who no longer had the appearance of a human being. The Magic Warrior King. No, the Demon King. A huge physique, gray skin, sharp, protruding fangs, and large red horns on both temples. Indeed, this was a being who suited the title Demon King, but there was no denying that he looked like Cassigen. Cassigen. Why did he create these statues? Why did he give their last names to demons? Was he really the Demon King? And if he was, did that mean he was willing to kill the humans in this universe? To treat them like bugs? What the hell are you doing? What could he possibly have been thinking? Just as this question seemed to fill his entire mind, Lucas suddenly raised his head. He felt something that only an absolute could feel. The universe was creaking. He knew what this phenomenon meant. It was something that only occurred when someone exerted more force than the universe was able to withstand. In other words, when an absolute decided to release their true power. At first, Lucas thought that it was because of him. After all, his tongue was a power that far surpassed the limits of this world. But it wasn't him. The start of the wave hadn't come from Africa. Instead, it was from Northern Ireland, the place that Seti had claimed as her territory. Lucas realized that a fight between absolutes was happening there. She broke the agreement. In the first place, it was only a weak agreement that had no penalties even if it was broken immediately. Nevertheless, it had to be noted that they had met each other only a few hours ago, and yet, within such a short time, she broke the agreement. This meant that it was a truly dire situation, and in this case, it could only mean that her life had been threatened. Noticeap or Letip. He could only think of 2 beings that could possibly threaten Seti's life, the other absolutes who had entered this universe. However, Luca's eyes were unconsciously drawn to Cassigen's demon statue, SSS. The universe, which had started to creak, suddenly calmed down once again. The meaning behind this was tremendous. It meant that the match between the fighting absolutes had already been decided. I am Lucas, this is what he said to Cran, who asked about his identity, but Cran frowned at those words. I wasn't asking for your name. It seemed he hadn't let down his guard around Lucas yet. You said you were the Great Mage. Is that true? It is. Lucas didn't have any reason to hide it, so he simply nodded. After a moment of silence, Cran spoke in a conflicted voice. Being who advised wizards stuck at a certain level and unable to progress, I always thought it was a legend that the wizards spread to make themselves sound more impressive. The top 3. It was a bit strange for Cran, who was something of a legend for most hunters, to say, "Why have I never heard of you before?" Cran was genuinely curious when he asked this question. If this man had decided to act, the top 3 wouldn't have been called the top 3. This guy was just as strong as himself, the Black Witch and the Saint of Salvation. No, he was many times stronger than them. At least for Cran, this man standing in front of him was stronger than any wizard he'd ever seen before. What was that power that you just used? Was it magic? He was talking about the power Lucas had used to force Gullard into the ground. Even if it had only been an alter ego, it was clear to Cran that it was a power strong enough to overpower most dukes. And yet such a being had been forced to the ground without a way to resist. He didn't think that it was a powerful spell because the casting time was much too short for something so powerful. More importantly, he hadn't felt any mana fluctuations, something that foreshadowed every spell. Gullard didn't even have a chance to realize what was happening before his body had been crushed to the ground. Lucas turned to look at Cran, third-generation hybrid. There was a high probability that this was the man's true identity. He supposedly had the clue to deceiving the laws of this world, but Lucas could not see anything despite meeting him in person. Cran was a being who had been artificially created through biological experiments. Nevertheless, he couldn't be considered to have been created from nothing like the golems Lucas knew about. This man had a soul. He was a being who was created by mixing two different species, demons and humans, together. In a way, he was similar to Frey Blake, whose body Lucas had occupied in the past. Just like his body had been able to hold both mana and divine power at the same time, Cran's body was able to contain Kai and demonic energy. However, he couldn't see more than that. This was the same even if he used clairvoyance. Of course, Cran was strong. He'd managed to reach a level of strength that was rare for mortals to achieve. If he had to compare, Lucas would say that he was as strong if not stronger than he was before he was imprisoned in the abyss. However, what did that have to do with the clue? Lucas couldn't tell, and he felt that he couldn't figure it out even if he continued to mull over the problem in his head. Lucas decided to put that aside for now. At least, there was one thing that he could be certain of. The strongest, Cran, what is it? Would you like to defeat the demons with me? For the time being, he would have to work with this man. Gullard traveled so fast that his wings tore. This was also a power of his wings, but it was something that only the Demon King and the Five Dukes knew about. Nevertheless, he couldn't use this power freely with only 10 of his power. Already, his entire body looked like a torn rag, his flesh and blood falling like rain as he was unable to overcome the strong wind pressure. Nevertheless, Gullard didn't stop, nor did he slow down. At that point, he could no longer feel anything but pain, and he knew that his death was inevitable. But his sense of duty overpowered the fear of death. Then finally, he arrived at his destination. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Gullard felt an intense demonic energy piercing into his skin. This demonic energy was so powerful that even demons would be overwhelmed with fear, but that wasn't the case for Gullard. Instead, he felt comfortable as if he had returned home after a long time. Gullard, he heard Azazel's voice. By that point, Gullard could no longer see, but luckily his tongue could still move. Azazel, what the hell is going on? Who did this to yo? The king, is he in front of me? Gullard cut Azazel off. He couldn't afford to waste any time. He could feel his tongue gradually stiffening. This meant that his time was running out. Azazel seemed to realize this. His head lowered sorrowfully as he said, "Yes, he's looking at you." Gullard knelt. No, it was more like he collapsed to his knees. "My king," Gullard fistfounder. The king's voice sounded. When he heard it, Gullard felt the pain racking his body gradually begin to subside. "Please forgive me for greeting you in such a shameful manner. It seems you have something to tell me. Say it." The king spoke in a blunt tone. A faint smile blossomed on Gullard's lips. Right, this was the king. The king was stronger and more straightforward than anyone else. Even the death of one of his most favored subjects wouldn't faze him much. Gullard smiled brightly for a moment before speaking. A man suddenly appeared. He called himself the Great Mage. It was Azazel, not the Demon King Cassigen, who appeared stunned at those words. Cassigen just remained silent. He looked at Gullard with an unfathomable emotion hidden in his eyes. "He's strong. He seemed to be holding back, but he was still too much for me. I see. Yes, however." Gullard continued confidently. "He's weaker than the king." Gullard coughed slightly, followed by the sound of him swallowing his blood back down. Unfortunately, that was the deciding factor. After doing that, he knew that he wouldn't last much longer. Please forgive this weak servant. I'm sorry I will not be able to achieve the great cause together with you, my king." After saying that last word, Gullard fell silent. He died on his knees, bowing before his king. Azazel looked at his corpse with a solemn expression. "You did a great job. Rest well, comrade." Then he turned to Cassigen. "I remember what you said about Lucas Troman." "Stop," the king interrupted him. "That is a thing of the past. A very, very long time ago. Now those memories are nothing but a blur." There was a brief flash on Azazel Troman's face when he heard those words, but that was it. Azazel didn't react more than that. He didn't dare show rudeness by refuting the king's words to his face, even if he thought he was lying. "Then, if I meet Lucas Troman, tell me you wouldn't be able to take him on." Cassigen continued in a low voice. "I will kill him myself." The spell that man had just displayed was amazing, because that single spell had completely wiped out the hybrid army, which had caused everyone to feel the threat of death. Joanna couldn't help but recall the Medusa he'd just shown. Was that the real Medusa? Compared to the spell she'd used, the range and power were on completely different levels. Why hadn't he shown his power before if he was so strong? Joanna couldn't help but think about this. There were still demons and demon beasts in Zynga, and a few hybrids had managed to survive. Of course, they weren't in good condition, and they wouldn't be able to display much of their strength in the fights to come. Nevertheless, they were still a formidable force for Joanna and the rest of the Grey Sun to face. Ba ba bang. Fire spells constantly exploded on the ground. However, the demon beasts whom they were facing now were different from the demon beasts they'd faced before. Even when hit by 5-star spells, their skin was only slightly singed. Joanna's face became pale once again. She was in a hyper-focused state. At the same time, she felt free. This is a real battle. She could feel it. The amount of experience she would gain in just a few seconds on this battlefield was something she wouldn't be able to learn in her previous, sheltered environment, even if she spent 10 years. She didn't have the time to think. But that was exactly why she couldn't stop thinking and planning. She couldn't give up thinking just because she didn't have the time to. What she had to look at wasn't one of them, but the entire horde. Instead of the single demon beast in front of her, she had to see the movements of the enemies as a whole. Instead of just herself, she had to pay attention to all of her allies. In other words, she had to see the entire battlefield. She had to constantly collect information and use the right spells in the right place at the right time without making any mistakes. Of course, if she was an ordinary wizard, she wouldn't have to go that far. However, she wasn't an ordinary wizard. She was Joanna the Archmage. No, she was the great mage's chosen. This meant that she had to endure such hardships. A pair of red eyes stared at her. It was a demon, the second in command of Zynga, Count Parado. None of the humans there had noticed his presence yet, but it couldn't be helped. Even now, Parado hadn't released any demonic energy and instead was calmly observing the situation from a distance. He hadn't revealed himself. Parado was a demon to the core. This meant that he valued his own survival more than anything else. There were only 2 moments when he would make his move. Either when his safety was guaranteed or when he found the key to victory. Parado looked around the battlefield thoughtfully. The humans were clearly at a disadvantage, be it in terms of individual strength, numbers, or geographical location. Nothing was in their favor, and yet it was the demons who were dying one-sidedly. Of course, this wasn't too surprising. It was common knowledge that humans on the verge of death were the most annoying. But even when that was taken into account, this situation didn't make much sense. After thinking about it for a while, Parado finally realized what the problem was. It was the presence of characters who played a key role in maintaining the line of defense. 3. Li Zhonghak slaughtered demon beasts at the front. Elijah commanded and encouraged their troops from the middle. And lastly, Joanna, who paid attention to the entire battlefield from the rear and bombarded the enemy with spells. All 3 of them were annoying, but it was clear who the most annoying one among them was. That woman, the wizard. Even Parado couldn't help but admire her wide field of view. If that woman didn't constantly use the right spells at the right times to help her allies while also providing them with vital information, the humans would have already been wiped out by now. In other words, if that woman dies, we'll win. After coming to this conclusion, Parado's gaze suddenly grew cold. Suppressing his presence, he quickly closed the distance to Joanna. 2 guards stood on either side of Joanna, but they weren't a problem. Shirk. With a purple glow surrounding them, Parado's nails became abnormally long and sharp. As soon as he appeared, he tore the 2 guards apart in an instant, his claws ripping them to pieces at the slightest touch. The guards became scattered pieces of meat before they were even able to scream. It was only then when Joanna sensed Parado's presence and gasped in shock. She was already exhausted from her constant stream of spells. She had very little mana left, and her mental strength was as thin as a thread. And just when she reached her limit, a high-ranking demon noble made his appearance. Clang! The bright purple claws that were heading directly for her were inexplicably blocked. Then Joanna felt the presence of someone standing behind her. Frey, good job. With just 2 words, all the tension in her body was relieved. Joanna stumbled slightly, but Lucas caught her by the shoulders. It's over. You can rest now. This was a lot to ask, but Joanna nodded and closed her eyes without hesitation. Great, Lucas had acknowledged her. She could tell even without looking at him. Up until she fell unconscious, Joanna was the one who had been in control of the battlefield. She had faithfully performed her role far beyond Lucas' expectations. The battle wasn't over yet, but she had earned the right to rest. Parado's eyes widened. He knew that this man in front of him was a powerful wizard who had driven even Duke Gullard away. Should he run or should he fight? More importantly, where was Duke Gullard? He was indecisive, and this indecision created a small opening. Crack, and Cran would never miss such an opening. The tip of his sword pierced through Parado's chin before slicing up through his brain. Parado died before he could even make a sound. This was a futile death unbefitting of a count, but it was a natural result when his opponent was one of the top 3. HMPH. Cran wiped the blood off of his sword with a snort. Then he turned to the battlefield and clicked his tongue. You all haven't managed to get rid of this trash yet. How pathetic. Killing intent surged within his eyes. Then he jumped into the battle without hesitation. Kiek, cuck. It was as though a huge gust of wind had appeared on the battlefield. Nothing but his sword, Cran slaughtered demon and demon beast alike as he easily moved forward. Most of the demon beasts could not handle even a single strike from his sword, and even the stronger demons did not last much longer in front of him. When they noticed his presence, the members of the Grey Sun froze almost subconsciously. Cran looked over to them and shook his head. "You're all in the way. Fall back. I'll take care of this on my own." After those short words, Cran resumed his slaughter. Li Jonghak watched this scene unfold with a blank gaze. Cran's appearance quickly brought the confrontation to a close. He once again proved why he was one of the top three. It was hard to believe that a single human was able to reverse the tide of the battle, but Elijah was thankful that such a human existed. Elijah approached Lucas, his tone much more polite than when they first met. This was natural. After all, he'd just seen Lucas single-handedly annihilate hundreds of hybrids. He continued in a cautious voice. "What about Gullard? Dead?" Lucas covered Joanna, who had fainted, with his coat as he answered. The answer was short, but the effect that it had was by no means small. Dead, the vampire duke. The survivors of the Grey Sun were shocked speechless. Even Elijah could not hide his surprise. The same went for Li Jonghak, who was resting a short distance away. "You killed him. To be precise, I helped Cran kill him." It was around that time when Cran returned, covered in blood. He shot Lucas a dissatisfied glare for a moment before turning away, not bothering to correct him. No way. To defeat one of the 5 dukes. Top 3. Slowly, the heat of enthusiasm began spreading through all the people gathered there. It was so strong that they could practically feel it in the air. Elijah couldn't help but look at Lucas differently. "Who the hell are you?" Lucas looked at him for a moment before giving the answer that he'd thought of a while ago. "I'm a member of Argento Spell." The value or fame of a name. He knew just how important it was to humans, so Lucas decided to increase his fame as well. It was a necessary process in order to eliminate the differences between the humans and unite the world into one. The defeat of the vampire duke, Gullard Fistfounder, one of the 5 dukes, was an achievement that would become a cornerstone for this process. Sooner or later, this achievement would spread throughout the world, not just to humans but to demons as well, and to the Demon King. The vampire duke, one of the 5 dukes, the worst calamities for mankind, and the de facto ruler of Africa, had died. Nevertheless, no large or significant changes happened right away. There are still many problems to deal with. For one, there are still countless demons left on this continent. What are you going to do now? We'll continue doing what we've been doing from the start. Only, it'll be a lot better than it was before. First, we will get rid of the demons and demon beasts still in Zynga, and use this place as our base of operations to confront those bastards from the association. What about the humans here? Elijah couldn't help but fall silent for a moment at Luca's words. The humans living in Zynga were practically traitors who had colluded and submitted to the demons. And now, their masters had been defeated by the Grey Sun. "We'll try to persuade them, but if they won't listen to us, then we'll have no choice." "We'll have no choice." Lucas didn't say anything for a moment because he understood the weight behind those words. "I will let the North American and European branches know that the Grey Sun isn't a criminal organization and that it is the African branch that has become rotten." "Is that possible?" "I will make it possible. It wouldn't be easy." It was highly likely that Neil Prand already knew the situation in Africa, and yet he had done nothing about it. Nevertheless, Lucas spoke in a clear voice. Elijah couldn't help but smile slightly at those words. This created an allied force for the newly launched Argento Spell. Of course, they would be busy dealing with their own situation, but it wasn't a bad thing to have this relationship. Lucas nodded to Elijah before going to look for Cran. He found him in the middle of the deserted street, scavenging through the bodies of the demons. Lucas could guess what he was doing. He was looking for their soul crystals. While carrying out his task with robotic efficiency, Cran raised his eyes to meet Lucas. Then he spoke in a blunt tone. "Is Frey an alias?" "It is. Looks like you've got a lot to hide. It's my opinion that guys with a lot of secrets are the ones you should never trust." Cran looked down at the soul crystal that he'd just taken from a body. The crystal glowed resplendently in the dark. "I'm sorry, but I can't share these with you. I used too much against that guy Gullard. Even if I harvest all of these, I'll still be in the red. I don't need it." "Ah, right, you never answered the question I asked earlier. The one about joining your Argento Spell or whatever and working together to defeat the demons." Cran said it as though it was not worth thinking about. "I refuse." "Why?" "Because I prefer to fight alone." "You're lying." Lucas said these words in a low voice. Then he continued before Cran could say anything to refute him. "Did you think so during the fight with Gullard?" Cran froze for a moment. He hadn't. "You are strong. There's probably no humans stronger than you. Only demons." Cran let out a soft chuckle. "Did I say something funny?" "You did. You just compared me to humans." "Why was that funny?" When he saw this question in Lucas' eyes, Cran shook his head. "You saw me regenerate my limbs and destroyed Skull in an instant. Do you think humans could do something like that? There's nothing wrong with that. There are all kinds of unusual abilities in the world." "Bullshit." Cran couldn't help the swear word that escaped from his mouth. This was because Lucas said those words with a straight face. Lucas' words came from experience. He had seen at least a few thousand humans who had even stranger abilities than Cran. Cran could also faintly sense that he was serious. Of course, he couldn't actually tell what Lucas was thinking. He just realized that this being in front of him was not saying those words just to comfort him. He opened his mouth and spoke in a soft voice. Could you still say that if you saw my real appearance? At first, I also thought of myself as a human. There wasn't any real reason for it. It was just that I had an innate disgust for demons, so I thought my essence was closer to that of humans. But it isn't, Tuduk. Cran's face began to change. Lucas silently looked on. The small changes on Cran's face slowly began spreading to the rest of his body. His skin turned black and his eyes turned golden. Fangs protruded from his lips and large horns sprouted from his forehead. After his transformation was complete, his appearance seemed similar to a human's, but it wasn't human. Now, do you still think I'm a human? A soft wind blew through the street. Lucas looked at those strangely colored eyes. Unlike his devilish appearance, his golden eyes shined brilliantly in the darkness. You are. After a short moment, Lucas finally spoke in a calm voice. You're human. When he heard that declaration, Cran became speechless for some reason. Arid, you can see souls. Of course, it wasn't the fact that he could see souls in itself that was terrifying. When one achieved a certain level of holy power, they could accumulate soul energy in their eyes. The resulting soul eyes allowed them to look beyond the material world and get a glimpse of the mystical world. What Lucas paid attention to was the fact that Arid had accurately pinpointed his location, although he was using Ghost. There were probably no more than 10 humans in this world who could notice him when he was in this state, and even if they did notice him, it would still be almost impossible for them to look at him. Now that Lucas had separated his body and soul, his soul was now in an unfiltered and unsuppressed state. This meant that if an ordinary mortal were to look at him, their brain would probably become fried. But this human named Arid was different. He didn't seem to be burdened at all despite looking directly at Lucas' face, nor did he seem to perceive him as anything other than a soul. This was proof that he had formidable talent. But I've never seen a soul as large as you. Arid smiled innocently. An indescribable admiration flashed in their eyes. Really, you're so big that it's hard to see all of you with a glance. This is my first time seeing a soul like you. I'm not sure I'd succeed. Succeed? Yeah, I send souls to the happy country. The happy country. There was no country with such a name in this world, and it seemed that the name was referring to something else. Ahem. Arid suddenly cleared his throat and spoke with a reverent expression. Now then, Mr. Soul, tell me what troubles you have that prevent you from finding peace and make you wander around the world. I will help you. I have no troubles. Huh. Arid seemed to have not expected such a response and lost their persona for a moment. But with a soft cough, they quickly schooled their expression. Excuse me. Are you saying that nothing is troubling you? That wasn't possible. Arid tilted their head to the side. It was very difficult to become a soul without troubles, regrets, or anguish. Well, I do, but I don't think you would be able to solve them. I'm sure that a soul as large as you would have quite a few troubles. Arid said this in a solemn tone as they patted their chest. Nevertheless, you have troubles. I can assure you that you will feel much lighter after confiding in me. I will gladly listen. Troubles? Of course, Lucas had countless troubles. If he were to talk about the thing that was troubling him the most lately, it would definitely be Cassigen. But Lucas shook his head and asked instead, what about you? You seem to have a lot of troubles as well. A look of surprise crossed Arid's face. You're quite sharp. You're different from other souls. This is the first time I was asked something like that. It's all right though, my troubles are insignificant. There is no such thing as insignificant trouble. That's a contradiction. If it was insignificant, then it wouldn't be a problem. Lucas looked carefully at Arid. After looking at them for a moment, he opened his mouth. You were born with a very rare gift. It must be God's will. A long time ago, I met someone like you. Arid's eyes widened at those words. It was as though they'd never heard those words before, but Lucas wasn't lying. While he hadn't been able to completely see through their soul's eyes with his clairvoyance, he was still able to see its essence, and the image of a woman immediately appeared in his mind. A woman who came from an island country. The name of the country was Haitum Ikar, and that woman held the title Great Medium in that country. And the being Dawns that was worshipped in that country turned out to be God, the one and only creator who created all of the 3,000 worlds. The Great Medium had probably been the only one in that universe who could hear the voice of God. Arid was probably the same. Can you hear the God's voice as well? Lucas looked at Arid's surprised expression. He was certain at that moment. This person with a neutral appearance was the Saint of Salvation, one of the top 3. Letter 1D65E, letter 1D45B, letter 1D4F7, letter 1D4C7, letter 1D486, a letter 1D451. Wow, Arid's voice was filled with genuine admiration. How did you know? Your eyes told me so. Ah, these. Arid touched their eyes. Then they suddenly turned to the table beside them and picked up the white strip of cloth that laid there. I usually cover my eyes with this. There was no need for them to explain. There were only two reactions an ordinary person would have upon seeing Arid's eyes, awe or fear. It wasn't necessary to mention the latter, but the former was also not very good for Arid. After all, there was no feeling more one-sided than awe, but Mr. Soul wasn't very surprised when you saw my eyes. Is it perhaps because you met people like me before? The person who's like me, is it possible for me to meet them too? It's impossible. Ah, I see. Arid scratched their cheek as they muttered this. Can you heal the injured? Wow, you even know about that. Arid shrugged and muttered in a slightly smug voice. Not to brag or anything, but it is one of my best talents. What about the dead, huh? Can you bring the dead back to life? This was to verify the authenticity of the rumors he'd heard about the saint before coming here. That. Arid paused for a moment at those words. They seemed to seriously ponder about something before finally opening their mouths. Ah, is this question related to Mr. Soul's troubles? You could say that. In truth, his immediate goal was to heal Neil Prand. The second question about resurrecting the dead was only his personal curiosity. After thinking for a while, Arid finally shook their head slowly. I can't resurrect them. That was natural. Resurrecting someone who had already died was something that was difficult for Lucas even if he were to use all of his power. Of course, it was possible to forcefully pull a soul from the afterlife and place it in an artificial body, but that couldn't be called resurrection in the true sense of the word. But Arid then said something strange. However, I can let you meet them. Let me meet them. Yeah, I can. If there is anyone that you want to meet, then I can help you meet them. Even if they are already dead, or if their soul has crossed over to the other side. Arid smiled naively and said, that's my ability. Was that the truth or a lie? Lucas looked Arid in the eyes. This was a habitual action when he was trying to see through the other, but it didn't have much of an effect against Arid. Their soul eyes perfectly countered his clairvoyance. Then, just as Lucas was about to respond, Chichik. Sparks began flying off his body and Arid stumbled backward, covering their eyes. What's going on? Lucas couldn't maintain the ghost state for much longer. If he continued to roam around without a vessel like his body, his soul would gradually return to its original form. In other words, his full power as an absolute would be unleashed. That was the reason for the sparks. Lucas' aura was gradually beginning to swell. I can't keep this up for much longer. No matter how amazing Arid's soul eyes were, it was still a difficult task for them to look at his true essence, so he had to return to his body to regulate and suppress his soul once again. I have to leave now. Ah. A strange look of regret appeared on Arid's face. They twiddled their fingers for a little bit before finally opening their mouth. Hey, Mr. Soul, what is it? Mr. Soul said that you don't need me to bother with your troubles, but it would be better for a soul to go where it belongs instead of wandering the world. So. Seeing them stutter like that, Lucas realized what they were trying to say. He nodded, I'll be back. Ah. Arid smiled brightly. Yeah, the author really goes back and forth with the 3,000 worlds concept. One time they say that there are countless universes, and the next time they say it's 3,000 worlds. So in truth, I'm not entirely sure which is correct. For now, I'll just keep translating as the author has it, and hopefully, we'll have some confirmation in the future. Why do you hunt demons? Where does your hatred for them come from? Why? Cran shook his head. I never thought about stuff like that. I just don't like the thought of demons. It wasn't for moral reasons or justice. Cran never thought of himself as a good person. He was an extremely selfish and self-centered man. The reason why he'd started hunting the demons was simple. He didn't like them. To him, their thoughts and behavior were disgusting, so he killed them. He killed them because he didn't like them. Even a little child would probably be able to think of a better reason, but it was the truth. As he kept killing them, stronger and stronger opponents kept appearing. And as a result, Cran's life became more and more hazardous. But every time he managed to overcome the struggle, he grew stronger. He faced bloody battles day after day after day, and before long, his vision felt like it was constantly enshrouded by a red veil. Then when he finally awoke from his blood-fueled haze, Cran realized that he was suddenly being called one of the top 3 by everyone, humans and demons alike. I suppose that's why you always hid your true identity, so that you would be able to use it as a trump card when faced off against strong enemies. Why did you bother saying it if you knew already? Cran spat those words in an irritated tone. The way this man spoke as if he knew everything was really annoying. Lucas looked at him for a moment before opening his mouth. Let me express my respect. What? I would like to express my respect and admiration to you for becoming the master of your life, your actions, and your beliefs. Did you not understand what I just told you? I just did as I pleased without caring about anyone else. I've never done anything to deserve anyone's respect. You said you didn't like the demons. Right, so. You were able to instinctually tell that their thoughts and actions were wrong. This shows that you are a good person in nature. Cran had probably been ostracized by humans in the past. No, Lucas was certain that was the case. When he was more innocent than he was now, when he thought that he was more human than demon. He wasn't sure how that memory affected Cran, but the important thing was that despite having those memories, he still chose to walk the path that he thought was right. But the strong would always stand out from a crowd, especially if they didn't have any discretion about standing above others like Neil Prand. Cran didn't have the talent nor the charisma to be a leader. Nevertheless, it couldn't be denied that he could be living a much better life than he was right now. Gullard's attitude was the best evidence of this. He could have become the demon's subordinate, spending his days slaughtering humans without fear. In fact, it wasn't even just the demons. For example, North America would gladly welcome Cran with both arms wide open if he chose to join them. There was no organization in the world that would refuse the strongest, Cran, but Cran didn't join any of them. He still stayed on the front lines, the most dangerous place in the world, on his own. He still continued to fight for his life every day. He did something so troublesome and dangerous simply because he didn't like them. Or, in other words, because he couldn't tolerate what they were doing. It was clear that Cran had lost a lot over the years, but one thing he didn't lose was his pride. For a while, Cran didn't say anything. Instead, he just quietly stared at Lucas. Then he looked away from him and turned around. Seeing this, Lucas was also about to turn around. After all, there were still a lot of things for him to do, but something suddenly flew towards him. Tack. Lucas caught it and looked at it. That's your cut, for helping me with Gullard. It was a soul crystal. Moreover, the energy within it was pretty dense. This meant that it was at least a Count's soul crystal. Lucas turned around again, but Cran had already disappeared. The process of occupying the city of Zynga took exactly half a day. After all, Gullard had made use of all of his means in the previous battle. The demon beasts, demons and hybrids, or in other words, the troops who usually guarded the city, were already dead. The Grey Sun was also not in the best condition, but they still had the presence of strong individuals like Cran, Lee Jong-hak, and Elijah. The residents of Zynga, who lived with the demons, and the Africa branch's hunters were unwilling at first and ran wild. But this uprising quickly subsided when they were overpowered with brute force, and their leaders were made an example. In the first place, that was the type of people they were. Leech-like individuals who latched onto whichever side was stronger. This trait of theirs was remarkably similar to the demons. This made Elijah even more disgusted with them, and he had the urge to just kill all of them, but if he did that, he would be no better than the demons. So instead, he suppressed his dark desires, pulled himself together, and focused on organizing the newly acquired Zynga. The next day, Lucas was told that Joanna had woken up. Now, they had to get ready to return to North America. Of course, there was no reason to rush since their mission hadn't taken as long as they anticipated. With an unhurried gait, Lucas headed towards the room that Joanna had been placed in, and in front of the door that he soon arrived at was a man with a familiar face. Lee Jong-hak. This is the second time we're facing each other like this. His eyes were serious, and it seemed he had something important to talk about. Although Lucas had an idea of what he wanted, it was still hard to ignore him. He stopped and looked at him. After hesitating for a while, Lee Jong-hak finally spoke with a determined expression. Are you Lucas? Please answer me. I don't think the ability to use magic like that is common. This was only an assumption based on a logical analysis at best. However, as he said those words, Lee Jong-hak's voice was filled with conviction. After thinking about it for a moment, Lucas nodded. Lee Jong-hak let out a small breath. As I thought, you look like you have something to say to me. Something to say. Of course, he did. Lee Jong-hak was still stunned by that incredible scene. Letter 1d4b and letter 1d4a tef letter 1d69b letter 1d5f2 alphid. He knew just how tricky and troublesome the hybrids were in battle, and yet hundreds of those beings were wiped out in the blink of an eye, without much effort. The transcendent power of that scene reminded him of the man he'd met not so long ago. Do you have any idea about what's happening in the Asia headquarters right now? No, it has become a kingdom in which one man decides everything. There was no need to ask who that man was. Notisip revealed his power and took control of the Asia headquarters, and he also took the loyalty of the hunters in the process. Lee Jong-hak couldn't find a better word to use than take. From the start, he showed off his overwhelming power without giving anyone a chance to think. And anyone who disobeyed him was killed. It was a reign that was built purely on fear. What kind of power did he reveal? His power can extend anywhere in the world. For example, in a desperate situation like the one we were in yesterday, if I had said his name and prayed for his help, he would have helped us, with his miracle-like power. Lucas's expression became serious with those words. He wasn't sure what power Notisip had, but Africa and China were thousands of kilometers apart. If he wanted to use his power across such a large distance, then he would have to use his powers as an absolute. In other words, Notisip doesn't care what happens in this universe. It was irresponsible. Noticeable alone had probably shortened the lifespan of the universe, pushing it closer to destruction. However, this concept wasn't something that mortals could understand. Li Jonghak continued, "When I saw that, I couldn't help but feel that something was wrong." Luca's eyes shined slightly when he heard this, but Li Jonghak didn't notice. "I'm not saying that it's wrong to kill the demon beasts, demonic humans, or demons. I just wonder whether he could use such great power so freely. He might have been just overthinking." However, Li Jonghak couldn't help but feel as though Notisup's actions were breaking some fundamental rule of nature. After all, he displayed the ability to kill thousands of demons with a single finger. Li Jonghak looked at such power with awe, but at the same time he felt fear. "Notisup wants you to search for me. I could go back to the Asia headquarters and report your location." "Will you kill me here?" "No." When Lucas answered with a firm tone, Li Jonghak couldn't help but ask, "Why? Do you want a confrontation?" "It's not that either." He didn't seek a confrontation. It had been so in his days as a human, and it continued to be so after he became an absolute. Li Jonghak bit his lips slightly before speaking. "Then why did you kill all of the Asian hunters in Europe?" This was probably the question he wanted to ask the most. "They attacked me first. Many more lives were lost on the European side, but that caused the relationship between Europe and Asia to reach a boiling point. Asia's distrust and hatred towards Europe was growing by the day, but this was funny. After all, they were the ones who attacked first, and yet no one thought about that. Instead of reflecting on their actions, they continued to declare their hatred as if they had all been possessed. All of this was a mark of Notisup's demonic charisma. Now, even Li Jonghak wasn't able to stop their momentum. That might be the case if everyone died. "What are you trying to say? What if I told you they're still alive?" Li Jonghak's eyes widened. "I knew that they had been incited to do what they did, and that if I killed them, the regional feud would only deepen." "Are they still alive?" "Not all of them. Those like Kim Go-hyuk had to die. However, those who questioned their actions and stopped themselves from killing others despite their orders to do so were spared. This referred to people like the Sword Saint. Where are they now? I sent them to the Korean peninsula in Asia. They should be wandering around there somewhere." "I asked them about you." Li Jonghak's eyebrows furrowed. "What role do you want me to play?" "I don't want anything. Think for yourself and act in whatever way you think is right, just like you have done all your life." That was all Lucas had to say. After that, he walked past Li Jonghak. It was a soft whisper. When Lucas turned around, he saw that Li Jonghak was bowing deeply to him. Then he raised his head and met his eyes before straightening up, turning around and walking away. As he left, Li Jonghak's footsteps appeared more determined and powerful. Lucas turned around again and grabbed the doorknob to Joanna's room. When Lucas started turning the doorknob, he suddenly heard tumbling inside the room. He paused for a moment, the doorknob in his hand, before opening the door slightly. Why, yo, you're here." Joanna called out to him with an awkward expression. She was sitting on the bed and seemed a bit nervous. Lucas pretended not to notice. "How are you feeling?" "I am fine." But my mana room seems to have become a bit larger. Yesterday's experience must have caused your mana room to expand." "That's a good sign. It would probably pay off sooner or later." When he said that, Joanna responded with a bright expression. "Yeah." "Wow." Then her expression became nervous once again. She kept glancing at Lucas out of the corner of her eye before taking a deep breath and turning to him with a determined expression. "Hey, is there a chance?" "Frey, are you there?" The door opened and Elijah walked in. If looks could kill, Elijah would be dead thousands of times over as Joanna glared at him with a hand on her pounding heart. His timing couldn't have been worse, but Elijah didn't notice her reaction as he approached Frey with a serious expression. "There you are. What's the matter? We finally restored the communications equipment here in Zynga. Using the channels that you told us, we established communication lines with Europe and North America." "I see." Elijah hadn't come here just to report that. Luca's gaze told him to continue, and we immediately received an emergency call from North America. From North America, from the association president, Neil Prand. Elijah spoke with a serious expression. "He's urgently looking for you." After giving his explanation, Elijah didn't say anything for a while. Instead, he looked at Lucas before speaking in a cautious voice. "There is warp equipment in Zynga as well. It's an old and outdated model, but it should still be functional. If you want to leave now, we will start maintenance right away. What do you intend to do?" The North America headquarters had already given their approval. They hadn't truly acknowledged the existence of the Grey Sun yet, but under the orders of the association president, they did not express any resistance to opening a portal between the two sides. In Elijah's opinion, this could already be considered quite beneficial. Even if it was only temporary, they had managed to form a connection with North America. He still didn't like their attitude and behavior, but he didn't deny the strength of the North America headquarters. He couldn't. He had to put his reason in front of his emotions, use whatever is available. In order to bring peace to the African continent, he was willing to throw away his pride 1,000 times. Lucas bowed to him and spoke. I will have to ask for your help. I will forever be indebted to you. This is nothing. Elijah chuckled softly before leaving the room. After he left, a heavy silence befell the room. Lucas seemed to be lost in serious thought. Joanna looked at him for a moment before speaking cautiously. Leo is the boy who came with you, isn't he? Yeah, Lucas replied with a nod. Joanna fell silent after that because she didn't know what else to say. No, in truth, she was also quite shocked. The Canadian branch has fallen. Of course, it was just Toronto, Canada, and not the entirety of the Canadian territory that had been occupied. Nevertheless, that news was no less shocking. After all, Joanna knew who the branch manager of the Toronto branch was, Marcel Morgan, a master-rank warrior and the president of the Canadian branch. He was also one of the most influential members of the council who actually controlled North America. She'd only ever met him once during a meeting at the North America headquarters. At that time, he refuted Neil Pran's words directly and shared his thoughts without backing down. It also seemed that Neil was reluctant to openly go against him, but it was clear that the relationship between the two of them wasn't good. The fact that he could directly oppose the association president showed that he was not a weak man. He was not a man who would die easily, or at least that would have been the case if his opponent hadn't been one of the 5 dukes. Joanna shuddered. It had only been for a moment, but she had felt the power Gullard released when he became serious. The only expression she could think of to describe it was natural disaster. To be honest, Joanna still couldn't believe that monster was dead. After fainting, she had a terrible nightmare. She dreamt that she'd become a shriveled corpse after all her blood had been sucked out by Gullard. That's why I wanted to return to America as soon as possible. After having that thought, Joanna couldn't help but feel a bit depressed at how cowardly she was, the 5 dukes. The highest-ranking demons, who had been moving in the shadows before their existence was finally revealed not so long ago. Was it a good sign, or was it bad? She turned to look at Lucas once again. Unlike Joanna, who was terrified, there were no changes in Lucas' expression. Even though he'd heard everything that Elijah said, his expression made her feel strange. She couldn't tell if he was shocked, upset, or if he didn't care at all. Lucas then turned his eyes to look at Joanna, but as soon as their gazes met, Joanna looked away, her heart pounding. As she was now, she didn't dare to meet Lucas' gaze. After coughing slightly to regain her composure, she opened her mouth. First, we should head back to America. Lucas nodded. What? Rose, the Rose Duke, asked as she looked at the shadowy figure of a man before her. Her pupils had dilated because of the shocking news she'd just heard. Azazel, the blurry figure in front of her, repeated his words. Gullard is dead. That I letter 1D62F, letter 1D4F7, letter 1D69B, letter 1D41E, letter 1D4EA, letter 1D41D. Calm. Was he serious? Rose restrained herself before she could ask this question, because she knew the man in front of her would never lie or joke around, especially about something as serious as the death of one of the 5 dukes. Rose bit her lip before asking, who the hell did it? Lucas Troman. Rose froze slightly when she heard that name. She stared at Azazel with an incredulous expression. What did you say? Lucas Troman killed Gullard. Rose, if you find out that man's location, don't try to face him alone. We are no match for him. This is a direct order from the king himself. Killing that man is the king's job. Nevertheless, Rose's expression didn't change much. She bit her nail and appeared lost in thought. Lucas Troman, that was a familiar name. She knew who he was. Of course she would. That man was someone who held a position that Rose greatly desired. But why does the king want to kill him? She couldn't help but have a strange feeling at that, but it was swiftly followed by a deep sense of pleasure. What if? What if she killed that man? Not only would she be able to satisfy her own desire, but even the king's favor. She cut that thought off before it could go any further. You've been with us for a long time. Rose shuddered slightly when she heard Azazel's deep voice, and there have been many times when you didn't follow the king's orders. When she lifted her head, his cold eyes made her freeze. In this case, such an attitude cannot be dismissed as individuality or deviation. It will be considered as outright disobedience. Understood. This matter is very sensitive for the king, so don't do anything stupid. This is my first and last warning to you. Rose gulped before forcing a small smile. You didn't have to say all of that. I know, I hope so. After saying those words, Azazel's blurry figure began fading. Azazel, wait. Are you with His Majesty right now? The king isn't here right now. Again, did he enter seclusion again? That's not it. I don't know the details. Just that he went to Asia. What is it? Is there something you need to report to the king? Then. Rose suddenly closed her mouth before shaking her head. No, it's nothing. She grimaced slightly when Azazel gave her a silent look. I will tell him in person later. Is that a problem, Lord Grand Duke? Of course not. You are also a duke. You naturally have the right to an audience. Azazel had probably realized that Rose was hiding something, but he didn't try to pressure her for it. He'd already told her. This was her first and last warning. The consequences of whatever Rose did would be hers to bear. SSS. It wasn't until Azazel had completely left when Rose turned around. There, she saw Leo, who was covered by vines. This situation, she might be able to make use of it. A pleasant smile stretched across Rose's lips. In the underground facilities beneath the Pilsky Tower, this was no ordinary underground space. It was a space that extended several kilometers below the surface. Very few people knew about this place. Several of the builders who constructed this place had been deliberately selected, and they even had their memories altered afterwards. Of course, Neil Prand, the president of the association, knew about this space as well as its purpose. This underground facility even had a special elevator that connected directly to the president's quarters on the 177th floor, and that elevator was currently in use. Ding. Elevator stopped and the door opened. A rough hallway with dim lighting was revealed. Neil's destination was the communication room, which was at the end of this hallway, but he stopped walking before he got very far. This was because he found someone standing in the middle of the hallway. Unperturbed, Neil simply looked at him before finally opening his mouth as the elevator doors closed. What do you want? I'm just curious. Why are you here? After saying that, Ledip stepped forward. You have a question. I thought you were all-knowing. Omniscience is not a concept that mortals should talk about carelessly. Ledip smiled for a moment before pointing towards the communication room. You haven't been to this communications room where you contact demons for a while. What brings you here now? Do you expect me to answer? No. But from what I know, you told Lucas you wouldn't contact the demons anymore. This wasn't something that he'd spoken about in Ledip's presence, but Neil wasn't surprised. Instead, he spoke with a sour expression. You eavesdropped. I didn't mean to hear it. Your voices just leaked out and I happened to be nearby. In this world, that's called eavesdropping, I see. And this isn't something you have to worry about. Neil's voice was cold. If you have nothing else to say, can you leave? I'm in a hurry. Sure. Not caring about his attitude, Ledip smiled before mockingly stepping to the side and disappearing. Neil couldn't be sure if he had truly left or if he was still hanging around. If Ledip wanted to conceal himself, then Neil Prand would have no way of finding him, so he decided to stop worrying about it. Ledip, as always, was someone who was driven only by his personal interest. Trying to understand his intentions would only give him a headache. It was better to just let him do what he wanted without caring about it. Fortunately, he never seemed to be too interested in what Neil was doing. After a fingerprint scan, iris scan, and password, the door opened. Inside this room was a small computer. The monitor was a type of CRT-1 monitor that had been phased out as science advanced. Click. When he clicked a button, the monitor lit up. As if they had been waiting, the figure of a person appeared on the screen. It's been a while since I last contacted you. You're late. The quality of the video was very bad and the image was blurry. Nevertheless, the figure's features allowed him to immediately recognize who they were. It was none other than Rose, the Rose Duke, who appeared on the screen. Did you forget the situation? I did kill a few, but not that many. Neil's gaze sank slightly. Then he spoke curtly, getting to the point. Tell me what you want. Do you see this boy? The image turned slightly and he saw Leo hanging from vines. I want you to find the person who taught him the Warrior King Fist and send them here. Neil didn't know what the Warrior King Fist was, but he knew who Leo's master was. He's not someone you can handle. Did I ask you that? Rose's voice became unpleasant. You just need to answer, just like before. Will you do it or not? Neil thought for a moment. He's not in America right now. It'll be a bit hard, but I'll send him as soon as possible. Good boy, Neil Prand. Rose smiled brightly at Neil. Our deal will continue for the time being. Neil didn't answer and the monitor went blank once again. He sat there in the darkness for a while. Everything for America. After solidifying his resolve, Neil got up from his seat. After a while, they received a call from Elijah, and Lucas and Joanna headed over to the warp equipment with their gear. Coincidentally, the warp equipment was located in the mansion where Gullard had been staying in the past. Joanna made a disgusted expression. Gullard was no longer around, but the fact that this place had once been his lair made her very uncomfortable. It was almost like stepping into a haunted house. But the moment she entered the mansion, her expression changed immediately. Archmaid Joanna, we owe you a lot this time. This was because she found the members of the Grey Sun bowing their heads towards her. She could tell from their expressions that their words weren't just to be polite. Instead, their faces were covered by genuine expressions of gratitude and respect. It was different. Joanna couldn't help but think about the praise she received daily back when she was in America. The youngest Archmage, the most brilliant female wizard, the young woman who would lead America to greater heights. However, those words of praise were nothing but polite comments. I was such a fool. How had she not realized? Why had she been so pleased by those perfunctory remarks in the past? Thinking back to herself at that time, Joanna felt ashamed. I just did what I had to. Joanna avoided their emotional gazes as she muttered those words. She tried to answer calmly but failed spectacularly. She didn't know why she felt so shy all of a sudden. She hadn't been this embarrassed even when participating in shows that had hundreds of thousands of viewers. Haha, she's completely different from what I'd thought at first. It's nice to see. The members couldn't help but smile when they saw Joanna's human side. Their attitude caused Joanna's face to flush red. Why, you're looking down on me. They're not. They will never forget what you did for them. Joanna's face went blank for a moment as she heard Luca's words. Never forget. Those words caused a strange feeling to fill her heart. It was different from any other emotion she'd ever felt in her life. It was a warm and extremely overwhelming feeling that reminded her of the pride or feeling of accomplishment that she got whenever she progressed in magic or was commended by a superior. It's the same in America as well. What do you mean? People who leave for battlefields such as Europe, Africa, and Asia to carry out missions. People who risk their lives day and night to save others. Of course, the America Association branch didn't like them very much. I also thought that they were stupid. Despite their strength, those people were always neglected. In fact, their positions in the America Association branch could only be described as poor, and yet they always seemed devoted and proud. Lucas silently listened to Joanna's voice. After a short pause, she opened her mouth again. Now I understand how they felt. That's good. That smile that you just showed was very beautiful. Lucas spoke his honest opinion. After all, he felt truly happy at that moment. Joanna had found the sense of satisfaction that only came with doing good deeds. Her outlook on the world would certainly be different from now on. She would definitely shine brighter. So even Lucas couldn't help but admire the beauty of this moment. But unbeknownst to him, his statement had sent Joanna's brain flying hundreds of millions of light years away. Joanna stood there with an absent-minded stare on her face for a moment before instantly turning beet red. Wah, what did you just? Hey, a man appeared behind Joanna, whose lips were flapping up and down like a fish. It was Cran. He was still dressed as sloppily as usual. With his ragged covering his lips, he spoke in his normal, blunt tone. I heard you're going back to America. Right, will you come with me? I already turned you down, didn't I? Then why was he here? No matter how he looked at it, it seemed that Cran had been waiting for them for a while. Cran frowned when he saw Luca's questioning gaze. I got a place I have to go for now. I need to fix my broken tools, replenish my equipment, and deal with the soul crystals. Right. Cran crossed his arms and tapped his feet on the ground in a strange rhythm for a moment. Then he spoke in a voice that felt like a mixture between nervousness and irritation. It's called Argento spell, right? Right, I'll remember that. After saying those words, Cran turned around and disappeared. It was only then when Joanna came back to her senses and looked at Lucas with a confused expression. What did he stop us for? For the day we meet again? That was the best he could do. We have to respect that, I see. Joanna said this, but her expression said otherwise. She couldn't help but feel like Cran's interaction with Lucas was different from anyone else's, but she wasn't exactly sure where the difference was yet. It wasn't long before they arrived at the warp equipment. There they found Elijah waiting for them. Come quickly. All the preparations are complete. Joanna, who had been looking around for a while, finally tilted her head to the side. By the way, where did Mr. Lee go? Naturally, she was talking about Lee Jong-hak. Elijah shrugged. He already went back to Asia. He seemed to have urgent business. Well, when one considered the position of the human dragon, Lee Jong-hak, it was understandable why he wouldn't be able to stay for a long time. His mission in Africa had already been completed, so it was natural that he'd head home immediately afterward. However, Joanna couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed in the fact that he'd left without saying goodbye despite having fought for their lives together. After doing one final check of the equipment, Elijah turned to them. You're heading to the North America headquarters in Manhattan, New York, right? Yeah, confirmed. Woo-woong. The warp portal let out a hum as it came into existence. Elijah gazed deeply at the portal before speaking in a solemn tone. His eyes then turned to Joanna. And you, Joanna Goldberg, Ami, of course, you are also our benefactor. In fact, in the final battle against the demons, the Grey Sun would have been annihilated if it hadn't been for Joanna. Elijah added with a serious expression. When I first heard the nonsense about you being chosen by the great mage, I honestly thought you'd hit your head. Hey, no, how did this man know that? After thinking that, Joanna realized that everything she'd said had been heard by the Grey Sun. Crazy, that was crazy. However, Elijah's next words caused her expression to change. But now I feel like it might be true. Elijah looked at her and let out a soft chuckle before schooling his expression. Then, I wish you best of luck in America. Pot. A bright light enveloped them. It was time to return to America. The warp portal in Manhattan Square. They were immediately greeted by bright flashes of light and loud noise. They were back. Joanna felt her body relax when she saw the familiar scenery, smelled the familiar scents, and heard the familiar sounds. It hadn't been that long since she'd left, but she felt like a soldier returning home after a few years. Lucas looked around before opening his mouth. There are fewer people than last time. Oh my God, what's with the depressing comment? Can't you see I'm trying to enjoy the feeling of returning home? Home, Luca's expression softened slightly. It's because today is a weekday. Besides, at that time, there were more people because of the press confer. Joanna's voice cut off before she finished her sentence. This was because she remembered how rudely she treated Lucas when they first met. It was a strange feeling. It hadn't been that long ago, but she felt embarrassed, like she was remembering the mistakes she made during childhood. In any case, we should probably hurry over to the headquarters. After saying that, Joanna pulled out the smartphone that she'd kept deep in her bag. Of course, it was a communication device that could only be used in North America. There's a scratch on the screen. In the past, she would have immediately gotten a replacement, but now she only wondered where the scratch had come from. After fiddling with the smartphone for a moment, she called one of her contacts. "It's me. Yeah, I'm back. Right, I'm in the square right now." Then she hung up. Soon after, a black limousine pulled into the square. It was the man who had been stuck to Joanna's side the first time they met who opened the door and stepped out. "You're back. I'm glad you're safe. Have you been well, Frank?" "Yes." His eyes then turned to Lucas, who was standing beside her. Irritation flashed in his eyes for a brief moment. Lucas and Joanna. He'd been very upset when he learned that the two of them would be going on a mission alone. Of course, he knew that it wouldn't matter if Joanna's personal assistant or manager was to express dissatisfaction, since the order came directly from the association president. Venting his anger, he spoke in a harsher tone. "You didn't cause any trouble for Miss Joanna, did you?" "Frank." The sudden shout surprised Frank. It was none other than Joanna who'd shouted. She even looked at him with a reproachful glare. "Be polite, but. Do I have to repeat myself? And no, I'm sorry. Am I the one you need to apologize to?" "All that." Frank bit his lip before bowing his head towards Lucas. "I'm sorry, it's fine. We should hurry up." Joanna nodded before stepping onto the car, followed by Lucas. Frank looked at their backs with a complicated gaze. As expected, America is still the best. I can't wait to go home and take a bath, with steaming hot water and rose petals. Hoo, is your house nearby? I have a few, but the one here is the one I use most. Ah, it just so happens that I can see it from here. It's that high-rise building over there. Although it's a bit small, the night view is unbelievable, so it's worth the inconvenience. I see. When it comes to the night view, the food at the cruise ship restaurant is absolutely wonderful. I'll invite you sometime, so come with me. What was this atmosphere? Frank couldn't help but wonder inwardly as he drove. He didn't know what Joanna's mission was, but now he was curious. What the hell happened to cause them to become so friendly in such a short time? Frank knew just how noble Joanna was. His feelings towards her were closer to those of worship, and even though he was only in charge of chores, he took great pride in the fact that he could assist her in any way. And as far as Frank knew, the only person that Joanna showed such a friendly attitude to was the association president, Neil Prand. No, it felt like her attitude now was even better than that. Frank stopped thinking about it and slowly pulled over. This was because they'd arrived at the North America headquarters. "Wait here, Frank." Yes, they got out of the car and walked into Pilsky Tower. Like last time, a man who looked like a security guard handed her an earpiece. Joanna took it and hesitated for a moment. Then she opened her mouth. "Ah, no problem." The security guard appeared bewildered for a moment before bowing and walking away. "It's a security in-ear. It allows us to connect to the network inside the tower. You can change channels according to your clearance level. Wait a moment." Joanna tapped the in-ear as she said that, and Lucas nodded. Then Joanna heard something from the in-ear and her expression changed slightly. "They want us to go to the 58th floor. Is something wrong?" Joanna spoke with a slightly cautious expression. "That's the emergency room." It was the emergency room that only housed critically ill or fatally injured patients. The emergency room on the 58th floor was spacious and open. The ceiling wasn't just higher than other floors, it was several times higher. It was so large that it seemed to have been created from multiple floors. At least 5 floors had to be combined to create such a large space. This naturally meant that it looked incredibly spacious. Nevertheless, there were so many people on this floor that the large space still didn't seem like enough. Doctors, nurses, and those who appeared to be priests ran around busily to the extent that one couldn't help but pity them. Luca's eyes turned to the far right side of the floor. There, a hazy light that didn't quite suit the modern atmosphere shined brightly. This light was coming from what appeared to be small warp portals. There seemed to be a dozen of them lined up along the wall. This place has the most state-of-the-art facilities and equipment, as well as the very best medical staff. Its services aren't just limited to North America. Depending on the circumstances, every branch all across the world can send their critically ill patients here. "I see," Lucas nodded. In other words, it meant that each of these portals was linked to a different branch. It was at that moment. A portal hummed loudly before a large group of people stepped out of it. There were perhaps 10 of them. They all wore distinctive costumes, which seemed to be a mix between robes and lab coats, and each of them had a staff in hand. The reverberation of mana could be felt from every part of their bodies. Lucas immediately recognized them as wizards, and they were all quite talented. Among them, it was the woman at the front of the group who truly caught his attention. She had dark hair with a slight hint of blue, and her eyes were deep and calm. This woman was a powerful wizard. At the very least, she was a wizard who was much stronger than Joanna. This was quite surprising considering Joanna's improvement during their trip to Africa. In short, this woman was the strongest wizard Lucas had met since entering this world. She's approaching 9 stars. The woman then turned her head in their direction. She hadn't felt Lucas' gaze. Instead, she was looking at Joanna. Then the woman's lips slowly opened. Joanna, Vice President. Joanna greeted her in a pleasant voice. Vice President. Lucas realized that this woman was the second in command of the Wizards Association, an organization comprised of only the most outstanding wizards in North America. It seemed Joanna knew her well. I heard that you were sent on a top-secret mission, but it seems you've returned. Yes, fortunately, we were able to complete the mission quickly. I see. The vice president's voice was clear and bright. Her voice alone was enough for one to get a hint of just how much she'd accomplished. Soon, her clear gaze turned to Lucas, who was standing beside Joanna. By the way, who is this beside you? Ah, this person is. Joanna seemed to hesitate for some reason as she turned to look at Lucas. Lucas stepped forward and opened his mouth. Nice to meet you. I'm Frey Blake from the Europe branch, Frey Blake. The woman narrowed her eyes for a moment as if trying to recall the name before she made an embarrassed expression. I'm sorry. It seems my knowledge is still limited as I haven't heard your name before. Don't worry about it. I'm not well known. The woman's expression became a bit strange when she heard that. Lucas realized that she had noticed his status to an extent, or at least she considered him a formidable opponent. It was the same case as with Destin and Elijah in Africa. Humans who had reached a certain level could not disregard Lucas as a nonentity, and instead, they felt that there was something about him that they couldn't ignore. Cran was probably the same. That must have been why he'd attacked so fiercely the first time they met. Pardon my rudeness. My introduction is late. My name is Gloria Pinia. It's nothing special, but I am the vice president of the Wizards Association. I've heard many things about you. Joanna watched the meeting between Gloria and Lucas with anticipation, but their conversation didn't go any further, so she turned to Gloria with a brief look of disappointment. By the way, Vice President, what brings you to the headquarters? The Wizards Association's headquarters was located in Texas, and it was extremely rare for one of the wizards from the association to leave the area. The Wizards Association was a very sequestered organization. This was why Joanna had left in the past, and yet these reclusive people had come to the headquarters in a group, including Vice President Gloria. All of the wizards behind here were high-level executives in the association. It was not easy to see all of these wizards in the same place like this. Instead of answering, Gloria tilted her head to the side. Of course it's no. Wait, Joanna, didn't you hear what happened? Huh, just as Joanna blinked in confusion, another portal activated. This time it was a group of men who appeared. The man standing at the front had a rock-like body and a fierce gaze that seemed to be filled with fighting intent. Brazilian Fighter Squad. More importantly, the man at the front of was the legendary fighter squad leader, Anderson Hammis. He took a crude but firm step forward and chuckled cynically when he saw Gloria. What a rare sight. I didn't expect the dear vice president to lift her heavy ass off her seat and come all the way here to the headquarters. Anderson, it seems your childish provocations haven't improved at all over the years. Gloria smiled similarly as she replied. Anderson let out a cheerful laugh. Haha. A fighter doesn't need to provoke, but it is fun to play with you. HMPH. Well, take your time. I'll be going ahead. After saying that, he walked past Gloria. Unlike the two leaders who seemed to be exchanging playful banter, the groups behind them exchanged fierce gazes as though they would jump on each other at any moment. Joanna subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva as the two groups passed each other, from the vice president to the fighter squad leader. What the hell happened? Joanna was shocked, but that seemed to just be the beginning. As she stood there, the portals activated time and time again, with powerful individuals or groups appearing each time. From influential executives to famous hunters who represented each region to even a group of Catholic cardinals. She'd been active in the North America headquarters for a long time, but this was the first time that she'd ever seen so many big names gathered together. What the hell happened? That. Master, then someone called out to Lucas. When he turned, he saw Minha Rin and a man he'd never seen before. You're here too, Master. Minha Rin ran over to Lucas with a face that could not hide her joy. Lucas smiled faintly. It's been a while. Yes, I'm glad you returned safely. Minha Rin smiled brightly for a moment before she heard a soft cough from the man standing behind her. This is Vincent J. Hyder. He is the one who taught me while you were away. Vincent. As he said this, the man held out his hand to Lucas. Lucas took his hand and he responded. Frey Blake, I heard about your mission. Vincent's expression became a bit strange as he said this, not letting go of his hand. I'd like to formally commend you for your achievement. You're flattering me. No. Argento spell soon. Everyone in the world will have heard this name. Min-ha-rin tilted her head to the side, an expression that showed she hadn't heard the news yet. Letter 1D5F6, letter 1D697, letter 1D62F, RE letter 1D41AD. Lucas wasn't too surprised, though. They'd probably heard about it from Elijah, about him slaying one of the 5 dukes. It was an achievement that would surely shake the world, but Lucas didn't intend to talk much about it. It was so absurd that the more he talked about it, the more distrust and resistance he would get. Instead, it was better to let it spread at its own pace. Of course, most of those who heard it would only dismiss it as a bluff or hearsay. They would ignore it and carry on their duties. This would continue until the thought, maybe, appeared in the minds of the doubters. This wasn't a difficult task. In the past, when Lucas and his team first defeated a demigod, the various tribes and kingdoms didn't believe it. Some even criticized Lucas, claiming that he'd shaken a beehive for no reason. Back then, every day was hard, but he missed it. A young man who was only able to survive because he had a like-minded group of friends. I was ignorant back then. I'm sure they knew that. Lucas suddenly remembered the voice of a man. He'd spoken in an arrogant tone with his arms crossed. You just have to think hard and show me the way to go. In exchange, the man, Cassijan, smiled so brightly that even a man might have fallen in love with him at that moment. I'll protect your back. Lucas awoke from his brief reminisce. This wasn't the time to get sentimental. Joanna turned to Vincent. Vincent, what the hell happened? Are they holding an emergency meeting because of what happened in Africa? They followed Vincent without a word. The place where they stopped was a special ward, but Joanna was surprised by the huge crowd standing outside of the room. Vincent approached the doctor who was standing at the door. Anthony, how is he doing? Not good, he's still on the fence, the doctor replied with a heavy expression. Then his eyes turned to Lucas, who was standing behind Vincent. He spoke in a quiet tone. That's them, Frey Blake and Joanna Goldberg. Right, I'll allow you to enter, however please do not stimulate the patient too much. Vincent nodded before slowly opening the door and entering the room. Joanna followed him, filled with confusion. When she first heard that they should go to the emergency room, she thought that it was Leo Freeman who was in critical condition. After all, as far as she knew, there were only 2 people in North America who were related to Lucas, and one of them was Min-ha-rin, who was beside them. But it wasn't. The large group outside consisted mostly of hunters from various regions, group leaders, and high-ranking officials. There was no way these figures would gather just for Leo Freeman. Most of them probably didn't even know the boy existed. More importantly, this room was a special hospital room, one that could only be used by senior officials and higher-ups of the association. Dak. The door opened and the inside of the room was revealed, and Joanna finally received an answer to her questions. At first, she thought it was a corpse. That was how miserable the man lying on the bed looked. Being moved to this place meant that he'd already received the very best treatment available, and yet it didn't seem that way at all. To be precise, it felt like he hadn't received any treatment whatsoever. Joanna couldn't help but call out with a stunned expression, association president. Because lying on the bed in a state between life and death was none other than the president of the Hunter Association, Neil Prand. He's afflicted with rose poison. Joanna's eyes widened slightly when she heard Vincent's words. It's the poison that the Rose Duke uses. It's so toxic and corrosive that even a warrior with a well-trained body would become a puddle of blood after a short while. If the president's body hadn't been so powerful, he would not have lasted this long. Why did this happen? Vincent let out a bitter chuckle at Joanna's question. There's only one case that would cause the association president to take such risks. He looked down at the bedridden Neil Prand before continuing, for America. Joanna remained silent, a complicated expression on her face. In fact, Vincent's expression was the same. He looked down at his watch. He remains unconscious for most of the day, but there are times when he regains his consciousness. That time is approaching. Frey Blake, there is something he has to tell you. Lucas nodded at those words. Vincent then turned towards the rest of the group and continued. The association president would like to meet him in private. I'm sorry, but the rest of us will need to step outside. At those words, the rest of the group went outside, leaving Lucas alone in the room. Before she left, Joanna looked at Neil with an incomprehensible expression. Lucas stopped Min-ha-rin as she was about to step through the door. Ha-rin, yeah, where is Leo now? In another room, Lucas fell silent at Min-ha-rin's words, so he wasn't in Canada. Lucas had been told that Leo had been captured by the Rose Duke, who had occupied that region. In other words, Leo had escaped that monster's clutches some way or the other, if so. How is he? He's fine physically, but he's not very stable mentally. It seems that he's still in shock. Nevertheless, he's much better than he was when he first got here. At least he can walk and talk to some extent now. After saying that, Min-ha-rin paused for a moment. Leo. Then her eyes turned to Neil, who lay prone on the bed. The association president rescued him. He went to Canada on his own. No one knows what happened there. However, when he returned to the headquarters with Leo, the association president was already on the brink of death. After saying that, Minha-rin nodded. "That's all I know, master. I'll be in Leo's room. I'll be there soon." Yes, Leo's condition might improve if he met with their master face to face. With that expectation, Minha-rin left the room. Huff, huff. Lucas looked down at Neil. He was breathing heavily and slowly as though he would stop at any moment. A white glow emanated from Lucas' eyes. Clairvoyance. This power wasn't limited only to clearly seeing distant objects. Depending on the usage, it was possible to analyze an opponent's weaknesses as well. And being able to analyze weaknesses meant being able to tell their physical condition with a single glance. The results didn't surprise him. Neil was slowly dying. His entire body was covered in white bandages, but the skin beneath the bandages was discolored, appearing to be the same shade of red as a rose. More than 80 of his intestines had been corroded by the poison, for which the expression "deadly poison" still wouldn't be enough. In fact, it was a miracle that he was still alive. Somehow, he was still managing to stay alive despite the fact that poison strong enough to melt steel was eroding his insides. Tot. Lucas put his hand on Neil's head. The demigod power which had previously belonged to Norn appeared. Wu-woong. It was that demigod's ability to see the past. Originally, it would have been quite troublesome to view the past of someone with strong mental power like Neil, but at that moment, he was so weakened and fragile that it wouldn't be surprising if he suddenly died. The strong barriers that once protected his mind were now nothing more than feeble, crumbling fence posts. This allowed Lucas to enter his mental world without difficulty. Whoosh. Then he gradually assimilated with Neil's memories and his past. Neil Pran slowly walked through the streets of a ruined city, his eyes slowly taking in everything around him. Toronto. He couldn't help but remember the splendor of the city that used to be the economic capital of Canada. He remembered the people who lived here, people who had no sense of danger, who had now become corpses that filled the streets of the city. The shattered peace weighed on Neil's heart. "What are you doing here, Tot?" A figure fell from the sky. It was a beautiful woman with a voluptuous body and blood-red hair, a woman who seemed to be in a pleasant mood despite their gloomy surroundings. Rose, the Rose Duke, tilted her head slightly. "Why are you here? It doesn't seem like you've brought that man with you either." Rose Duke. Neil spoke in a calm voice. "Why did you break the agreement?" "What agreement? Did you agree not to touch America?" "Ah." Rose shrugged nonchalantly. "But I didn't touch it. Isn't this Canada? Quit your wordplay. Our non-aggression agreement applied to the entirety of North America and every territory under its jurisdiction. You couldn't have forgotten that." "I did forget. Honestly, I'll pay more attention next time." Rose said this with a smile, making Neil speechless for a moment. "I see. She forgot because she never cared about it in the first place. The deal, promise, and decision that he'd made after careful deliberation. That was how much it meant to this being. It wasn't a bad deal. He meant it." Neil didn't regret making the deal with Rose. Because of their agreement, he was able to save hundreds of thousands of lives. So even if he was given the chance to return to the past, he would make the same choice. "What's with your tone? Do you intend to end our pact?" "That's right. I'm not sure I understand." "You don't understand." For the first time, anger mixed into Neil's voice. "Look around. Look at what you've done. Rose Duke, do you know just how many people you killed here?" "A few hundred." "It wasn't that many. After all, this is only one out of hundreds of cities. I killed most of the humans in this city, but that shouldn't be that much of a deal breaker." Rose looked at Neil with an incomprehensible expression. "You're going to break ties with me because of a few hundred people. That doesn't seem like a logical decision at all." She meant that he couldn't control his anger at the moment and was using his emotions to decide. If they were to end their relationship now, America would no longer be a safe haven from the demon's invasion. If that were to happen, an even larger number of people would end up dying. Even Rose could not estimate just how high it would be, but one thing was certain. The bloodshed of the people in this city would be but a drop in the ocean by comparison. Rose narrowed her eyes as she observed the human standing in front of her. Neil Prand was a useful human with whom they could communicate. Because of her deal with him, many things had become many times more convenient. Information on the locations of hunter hideouts, the distribution of human slaves, and even advanced warnings on planned attacks on demon nobles. All things that were difficult for the demons to learn. It was for this reason that she didn't want to break ties with him just yet. For the demon king's sake, her relationship with this man had to continue. After making her decision, Rose nodded her head. "Fine. I'll admit it, it was my mistake." She steeled her resolve and admitted to her mistake. In retrospect, her attack on the Canada branch was an impulsive decision that had been made in the heat of the moment. "Think about it carefully, Neil Prand. I heard that the humans called America the Utopia. If you break ties with me, that would come to an end. You shouldn't take such a risk because of one small mistake. You don't understand the weight of that mistake. For her, it was just one mistake. The cracks it had created could not be reversed. Even if they left them alone, the cracks would eventually become bigger. It would be foolish to try to touch them, just as it would be to continue this relationship. Neil looked around. Corpses of all genders, ages, and sizes littered the street. beings who thought they were absolutely safe. Was it their fault that their city was in ruins? Was it their fault that they had become so intoxicated by peace that their complacency and inattentiveness had reached such a level? No, Neil denied it. They were innocent. He was the one who was guilty. It was Neil who had given them an excessive sense of security. Neil had wanted to protect the lives of everyone living in America. He wanted to recreate the peaceful nation from the 21st century where the public was never exposed to such dangers. He wanted to make it so that everyone living on this land could take peace and security for granted. He'd hoped that they would be indifferent even when hearing about war in a distant country, watching the demons and demon beasts causing havoc on the TV from the safety of their homes. He wanted to protect their lives, their homes, and their jobs. But above everything else, Neil had wanted to protect their smiles. Now that duty has been shattered by the being in front of him. And it was all because Neil had foolishly believed her. A spark of emotion briefly flashed in his eyes, insulted my duty. Then a bloody battle ensued. Neil's fighting prowess was amazing. He showed combat power that did not shame his position as president of the Hunter Association. From the strength he displayed, it was clear that he hadn't neglected his training for a single day. His effort was proven by the fact that he was able to fight against one of the 5 dukes on his own. The bitter struggle continued. However, it was Neil who became more and more disadvantaged as time passed. They were ill-matched. Neil's entire body was gradually stained red with poison. He felt terrible pain from every part of his body, and his vision was gradually becoming blurry. He knew that it wouldn't be long before he fell unconscious. On the other hand, Rose, who had only suffered a few minor injuries, appeared fine, foolish, just as Rose snorted and prepared to swing a vine forward. Boom, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Lucas silently looked down at Neil for a while, only to protect America. I see. Lucas was able to realize something. The reason why there was no sense of crisis in the faces of the people living in North America. The reason why they didn't seem to have any awareness of the demon threat. Humans are weak beings. You can't protect all of them. He heard Neil's voice from when he was just a boy, so I'll just protect what I can grasp. Master, I'll only protect America. In the end, he took responsibility for the choices he made. Lucas still didn't think that it was the right thing to do, but now he no longer felt ashamed of Neil. Neil was looking up at Lucas with hazy eyes. With a shaky hand, he took off his oxygen mask. Then he opened his mouth. Rose is still alive. He only said a few words, but he panted as though he would collapse at any moment. However, his next words were clear. Don't kill her. Neil's hazy eyes focused as he grabbed Lucas' wrist. It is a challenge that we must face. Many people will die. It is a necessary wound. There will be more bloodshed in the future. It was then when Lucas realized that Neil had made some sort of decision. His resolution hadn't changed, and he would still put America first, but it seemed that he had finally realized it was impossible to coexist with the demons. The man with the greatest transformation power out of anyone Lucas had met in this world had finally recognized the demons as enemies. From now on, he would no longer take the safe road and would instead fight the demons with his full power. Of course, all of this was dependent on whether he could survive this ordeal or not. Neil fell unconscious again. Lucas looked down at him for a moment before placing the oxygen mask over his mouth once again. A long, rectangular table filled a large room, at which a dozen or so people sat. As she took her seat, Joanna looked around the room. Those who sat at this table were all great figures whom most hunters would know by name. Just from looking at the faces of these people, she found it hard to breathe. Even though she was pretty well known herself, she hadn't yet reached the stage where she would be known regardless of where she went. Don't be intimidated. Joanna took a deep breath before straightening her shoulders. Sitting at the head of this table was none other than Vincent. This fact caused a few of the people there to feel a bit strange. After all, while Vincent was a fairly well-known hunter, he still lagged behind quite a few of them when it came to skill or fame, but it couldn't be helped, since he was attending the meeting as a proxy. First, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for taking time from their busy schedules to come here today. Aware of his position, Vincent's tone was very polite as he spoke. Although not much, I am Vincent J. Hyder, and I will be the host for this meeting. There was no applause. There were more than a dozen people gathered in the room, but no one could even hear the sound of breathing. This was unspoken pressure for him to quickly get to the main point. Vincent tried to ignore the feeling that he was being crushed by the weight of the atmosphere. Then an old man spoke. Cardinal Thomas, I'd like to hear from you about the association president's condition. He was one of the board members. Although he lacked personal power, his influence could be ranked within the top 5 among the board members. It's not good. Cardinal Thomas sighed as he answered. Have you heard of rose poison? It is very heinous. I managed to use my holy power to slow down its diffusion rate, but that is only a temporary measure instead of a true solution, as I could only slow down and not stop the spread. In that case, will the president die at this rate? Thomas hesitated for a moment at the board member's blunt question before nodding. That's right, the atmosphere in the room became heavier as though a lump of lead had been placed on it. This was natural. President of the Hunter Association, Neil Prand. The symbolism, influence, and authority that he had were beyond compare. It would not be as simple as one person dying. His death would impact the hunters in every association branch in North America and even humanity as a whole. They couldn't even begin to imagine how large the ripple effect would be. I don't understand. Where and what the hell were the Manhattan hunters doing? It was Anderson, leader of the fighter squad, who opened his mouth with a harsh tone. His hostile gaze turned to Vincent. This is none other than the president of the association, the leader of millions of hunters. A man like that goes to fight one of the 5 dukes on his own and no one stops him. Are all the hunters here stupid? Vincent just bowed his head. He couldn't refute Anderson's words. After all, he was right. It was true that Neil had gone on his own to confront one of the 5 dukes, but the hunters in Manhattan were also at fault for not stopping him. It has already happened. Is this really the time to point fingers? It was the Wizard Association's vice president who spoke with a cold voice. Anderson stared at her in displeasure for a moment before folding his arms and leaning back in his chair with a snort. What we need to do now is discuss a way to save Neil. The association president cannot die. When most of those sitting at the table nodded to show their agreement, her eyes turned to Vincent. Vincent, you called us here because you thought of a solution. Isn't that so? Vincent was silent. Gloria was right. Regardless of if he was temporarily taking Neil's place or not, there was no way he could bring these people together without a clear solution. Nevertheless, he couldn't open his mouth easily. This was because he expected to receive a lot of resistance to the words he was preparing to say. However, he couldn't stay silent forever. So, with reluctant determination, Vincent opened his mouth. We intend to ask the Saint of Salvation for help. The Saint and the sounds of astonishment came from every part of the table. There were a few who immediately made unpleasant expressions. Most of them were the religious individuals. This was natural. The Saint of Salvation, one of the top 3. Despite his title as saint, he had absolutely nothing to do with Christianity. So for them, a normal man calling himself saint was sacrilege. It was Cardinal Thomas who spoke on their behalf, Vincent. Thomas was an extremely benevolent man who didn't get upset at most things, but now he had a glimmer of displeasure on his face. This couldn't be helped. Thomas, who was a very famous religious figure with great faith in Catholicism, had been unable to drive the poison out of Neil's body with his holy power. Under these circumstances, asking the saint for help was no different from propagating the Catholic Church's incompetence, and if the saint managed to succeed in curing Neil of his ailment, that would be a major blow to the faith of Christianity as a whole, not just Catholicism. Vincent knew that as well. He knew just how rude his actions were at that moment. However, time was running out. If it had been another cardinal and not Thomas who was sitting at that table, then they might have burst out in anger or even left directly. Is that really the only way? Yes. Nevertheless, Vincent could only bite the bullet, not back down. He wanted to show his determination to everyone at the table. Even if there would be strong backlash from the Catholic Church, saving Neil was the top priority. Thomas sighed softly. He could see the desperation of Vincent, no, of the entirety of America. Do you know where the saint is right now? Vincent nodded and answered. It said that he's currently in Korea. It said that he's currently spreading his eternal life religion. Thomas bit his lip at those words. Selling faith, it's unacceptable. From a business perspective, it's a pretty good market. The religious business works well in Korea. It was Anderson who said these words with a chuckle. However, the fact that he's in Asia, that will be a pain in the ass. Notice it. The fact that an unidentified man had suddenly taken over the Asia branch of the Hunter Association was something that was known to everyone capable of sitting at that table. It was highly likely that Korea was also not free of his influence. After all, the Korean peninsula was not very far from the Asia headquarters in Beijing. Have you come up with a solution to this, Vincent? Vincent was silent for a moment before he answered. There is a Korean person with whom I recently became personally acquainted. I'm thinking of asking for her help. Can you tell us who it is? Min Ha-rin. I letter 1D62F, letter 1D697, letter 1D5FF, letter 1D5F2, alpha letter 1D659. NBSB.com, where have I heard that name? Are you talking about the white flower? The hall became noisy for a moment. Min Ha-rin was a well-known rookie from Asia. Her fame hadn't yet crossed the ocean to North America, but there were a few people at the table who'd heard of her before. She certainly should have some independent line of communication to the Korean branch. Then let's leave the case of the association president there for now. In truth, nothing had been resolved yet. There was no way to know if the Korea branch would accept Min Ha-rin's communication request or if they would help them find the saint in Korea. More importantly, it was possible that after they'd found the saint after tremendous effort, he would refuse to assist. Or even if he did agree to assist them, he might not be able to fix the problem, and above all else, it was possible that Neil wouldn't survive until then. There were a lot of things that they were unsure about, and anxieties were mounting, but Vincent decided to stop thinking negatively, worrying like this would only cause him to become sick. Besides, there were still issues in North America that needed to be addressed. After the attack by one of the 5 dukes, the civilians were filled with tension and fear at the thought that North America was no longer a safe zone. They had to come up with solutions for all of these problems within the day. This meeting, which would surely go on for a very long time, had only just begun. "You're really kind." Lucas turned around at the sudden voice. Ledip was standing there. He sat at a small table in the corner of the room, reading a book with his legs crossed as if he'd been there from the beginning. There was also a packet of sweets opened in front of him, after looking at him for a moment before finally opening his mouth. "Why did you save Neil?" The lightning bolt at the end had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. It was easy to guess who had intervened. At that moment when Neil was on the verge of death, it was Ledip who had interfered and saved him, and it was probably him who'd saved Leo as well. Ledip replied with a smirk. "First of all, I was simply protecting a friend. I couldn't just watch him die." It was only then when Lucas finally realized why Neil had gone to face a duke on his own. He seemed to have been driven by emotion, but he still would have been able to make rational decisions. It turned out that Ledip was Neil's insurance. He had to have known that Ledip would save him if worse came to worst. "Then why didn't you kill Rose? If I did that, I'd have to fight the Demon King. So you want to stay neutral." Tack. Ledip closed the book. Then he took a sip of cold water from a glass in front of him before getting up from his seat. Contrary to what he'd shown before, there was now a serious look in his eyes. "Seti is dead," Lucas knew, or to be precise, he'd gotten a vague feeling. The influence the death of an absolute had on a universe was by no means small, especially for a small and fragile universe like this one. And yet the reason he hadn't been entirely sure was because of how sudden it was. But now Ledip was telling him directly that Seti was dead. This meant that Seti had truly died, perhaps within hours of their last meeting. "She disregarded my advice, and now she has disappeared from this weak world. I'm sure I don't have to tell you who killed her." The Demon King, he didn't say that it was Cassigen. Lucas wasn't sure if it was his own stubbornness or for some other reason. "The Demon King noticed up in me as well. We don't care what happens to this universe. It doesn't matter to us if it collapses if we use power that exceeds its capacity. You felt it, didn't you? There are already a few cracks in the universe after the fight between Seti and the Demon King. You're not usually this long-winded. What is it that you want to say?" The corners of Ledip's mouth rose once again. Ruler, Lord, Manager, Assistant. From top to bottom, Ledip listed the different levels of absolutes. Lucas remained silent because he didn't know what he was trying to say. Only an absolute who rules more than one concept deserves to be called a lord. The same goes for you, Lucas Troman. In other words, among lords, there are some who rule over more concepts than others. This is why there can be large power gaps between lords despite them being on the same level. Lucas had a feeling that Ledip was about to say something very important, and his hunch wasn't wrong. The Demon King, for example, is the black-horned demon god's right-hand man. Right hand, the right hand of a ruler. This was Lucas' first time hearing such a concept. Whether he read Lucas' expression or not, Ledip continued to explain. "It's not surprising that you don't know about it. Most don't even know they exist. Personally, I call them conquerors, but well, their title isn't important. Just know that each of them is within the top 5 of all lords." The Demon King appeared like a gust of wind. One day, he suddenly appeared and killed the Absolute who used to serve as the demon god's right hand before taking his place. He's an Absolute with mysterious origins, but his power is clear to all. This was the first time he'd heard any information about Cassigen since he disappeared. With a strange feeling in his chest, Lucas continued listening to Ledip. "I'm also a conqueror." "The lightning god, he's my one and only master." Ledip nodded his head slowly. "I received a call from God not too long ago. He probably wanted to give me a hint on how to deceive the laws of this universe. Do you know why I didn't go?" He answered his own question before Lucas could open his mouth. "Because there's no need to care about that at all." Lucas, stop paying attention to trivial things. "The Demon King has begun to move. You seem pretty wary. Are you afraid of him?" Lucas asked, a hint of provocation in his voice. However, Ledip nodded with a scarily calm expression. "Right, I'm afraid of him." "What?" Then he said something that was even more shocking. "Because at this moment, the Demon King is stronger than me." Now the Demon King has gone to Notisop. If my predictions are correct, then the two's goals coincide and there is a high chance that they will work together. I don't have to tell you whom they want to kill, do I? As if opposed to Ledip's assertion, Lucas refuted him. "The Demon King might not be hostile towards me." "Why?" "Because you know him and the two of you came from the same world." Ledip's hoarse voice made Lucas' head become cold. Just a moment ago, he'd said that Cassigen's origins were mysterious. It couldn't be said that he lied. He said Cassigen's origins were mysterious, but he didn't say that he didn't know them. Ledip had once again twisted his words to suit himself. Ha ha ha. Ledip let out a hollow laugh. Then he furrowed his eyebrows. That little friendship game you played back when you were both humans. I don't know for sure, but I'm certain that it didn't last more than a century. Human lifespans are the same regardless of the universe. It has been a long time since he became an absolute. Do you think the memories of when he was a human, a period of only a few decades, would still be important to him now? Are you trying to say that you know more about Kassajan than I do? I don't know anything about the human Kassajan, but I know the absolute Kassajan better than you do. To become an absolute is to say goodbye. Goodbye to the world in which you were born and lived. Goodbye to your fate as a mortal. Goodbye to anything you might have created. In order to rise to new heights, it's necessary to empty your vessel. I'm sure you've seen it before. Absolutes who have become completely different from their mortal days. Memories of the past are nothing more than bits of data for absolutes. They are driven only by their mission, their responsibility, and their sense of duty. Letter 1d6 5e, letter 1d6 2f, letter 1d6 2f, letter 1d6 6 7, letter 1d4 8 6, letter 1d6 2 2. Calm. Ledip's eyes grew cold. You are the only exception. He spoke with certainty. Don't try to generalize your case. You are the only special one. There was never and will never be another absolute like you who is bound to their past, origin, and race. Can't you see why all absolutes are so hostile towards you yet? Ledip's voice was like cold daggers. There wasn't a single wrong word. Even before Lucas began acting as he pleased, there hadn't been any absolutes friendly towards him. Among the absolutes, who were extraordinary beings from all over the multiverse, he was the only exception, the only one who was different. You're unusually talkative today, Ledip. What exactly is it that you want? Help me kill the Demon King. That was a ridiculous request at this point. Ledip nodded expectantly when Lucas remained silent. Even if I say all of that, you will continue to trust him unless you see it with your own eyes. That's fine, too. Sooner or later, you'll get to meet the Demon King. Then you'll be able to see for yourself and make your own decision about what kind of being Kassajan is now. Zhao. An unusual downpour was raining down on Beijing, China. The inside of the president's office was completely dark without a single shred of light. In this darkness, which had a strange, fear-inducing depth, Notisip sat comfortably in a large chair. He looked out the large glass wall which served as a window and into the distance with a seemingly lonely stare. He found this universe to be extremely disgusting and annoying, but he quite liked views like this one. It felt like the heavy rain would wipe this world clean. He closed his eyes gently. He liked times like these, when he could listen to the sound of the rain against the window or even just watching it fall. He couldn't believe that these large skyscrapers, the products of science, and the rain, a product of nature, could create such perfect harmony. This was probably one of those miracles called coincidences. It was a time he wished he could enjoy forever, but today he had an uninvited guest. Flash. A lightning bolt struck down, and before he knew it, a huge shadow was standing above the headquarters. The owner of the shadow appeared to be a demon. He had a body that was several times larger than a normal human, and within his large, destructively powerful body, an immense amount of demonic energy could be felt. Notisip looked up at the shadow before muttering calmly, "Have you chosen me next after Seti, Demon King?" Kassajan stood in the pouring rain with his back against the glass. The occasional bolt of lightning revealed his terrifying, frightening visage. Even the bravest of men would scream in fear the moment they saw those fearsome eyes in the darkness. And if I have, it was only a short phrase, but the pressure behind it was enough to distort the space in the room. It won't be easy, don't be so sure. After saying that, Kassajan turned to face Notisip. In an instant, he appeared in the office. It was fortunate that the president's office was quite large otherwise. It might not have been able to contain his large body. He walked right up to Notisip, who remained seated in his chair, before looking down. "I came here because there's something I want to talk about." Talk. It was something that he never would have expected. From the moment he sensed Kassajan's presence, Notisip had prepared to use his external force at any time. This was because he thought he'd come here to fight him. However, he couldn't see any signs of treachery from Kassajan. Was this a trick? There was a chance that was the case, but he didn't think that this guy would go through all of the trouble of tricking him. After all, he was someone who stood at the pinnacle of lords. "You must have heard of the way to deceive the laws from God. What hint did he give you? I didn't expect you to be interested in it," Notisip murmured in a blunt voice. "Do you expect me to tell you that? It doesn't matter if you want to tell me or not. After all, no one in this world understands him better than I do." It was a strange thought. Unable to contain his curiosity, Notisip asked, "What do you mean?" "Notisip, I'll teach you. God told me about the laws and deceiving the universe. I'll tell you the results of the various experiments I've done." Then Kassajan began explaining in a low voice. As a result, Notisip's expression gradually began to change. This change increased as Kassajan continued. By the time Kassajan finished talking, Notisip's expression was a mixture of shock and disbelief. He rose from his seat and walked towards the wall of glass that overlooked the city. For a while, the only sound in the room was the sound of the rain pattering against the glass. Then Notisop sighed and opened his mouth. Why did you tell me all of that? Why didn't you kill me like Seti? Seti joined hands with Lucas, although it was only temporary. So you're saying that you're targeting Lucas, right? At that confirmation, Notisop burst into laughter. He turned around sharply. Brilliant gold eyes shined ominously in the dark. They were the eyes of a predator. This was different from the pressure Kasijin was releasing. Anyone who looked into his eyes at that moment would be frozen in fear. You made a foolish decision, Demon King. I wouldn't have any problems killing him without your help. At best, he's just a foolish kid who doesn't know the true power of a lord he can't begin to compare to the years of experience I, Notisop, have. Did the eons wear away your judgment? Is the amount of time you lived the only thing you're relying on? Do you think you can defeat Lucas Troman with just that? He is very accustomed to fighting beings stronger than him. You, Notisop, who was promised the fate of an absolute from birth, would never understand what it means to constantly struggle just to survive. Rage flashed in Notisop's eyes. His external force began to flow from his body. Shaya, suddenly, the rain began to fall even harder. It was so heavy that it felt like a hole had been ripped in the sky. It pounded against the window to the point where the wall began to creak ominously. What are you trying to say? Risk your life. Try to have the idea that you will lose. Learn that fear, otherwise. Kasijin closed his eyes for a moment, and he seemed to think about something, but he then let out a long sigh and said, You will be defeated by Lucas' tenacity. In an ominous forest. Letter 1D5 F6, letter 1D5 FB, letter 1D6 6-3R, letter 1D4 5-2, letter 1D4 4, letter 1D6 8D. Calm. The air felt sticky and clung to one's skin as though it was alive, and an unpleasant breeze tickled the ears. With the faint stench and hazy fog that surrounded this forest, any normal person would never dare to think about entering this forest. Nevertheless, Cran walked in this swamp like he was used to it. With every step he took, his feet sunk into the mud. The water that entered his shoes made him uncomfortable, but he ignored it. Eventually, he arrived at a cabin that was hidden deep in this swamp creek. Without hesitation, Cran opened the door and stepped inside. Inside, he saw a dusty room in which sat nothing but a small table and a crystal ball. Cran put his hand on the ball, and a faint light began to leak out of it. The light lit up the room for a moment before gradually taking the shape of a woman. Your call was pretty late this time, Cran. The hazy figure of the woman spoke softly. It was a tough hunt. Well, I suppose one of the 5 dukes would certainly be tough prey. Where'd you hear that from? Ringo's hoo-hoo. Well. The woman, Ringo, chuckled softly at Cran. Cran frowned at her for a moment before shaking his head. I met a guy called the Great Mage. Ringo's image shook for a moment before finally stabilizing. Because it was a figure made of light, no appearance or expression could be seen. Cran could only see the curves that were unique to women. It was a bit depressing. I see, so you were able to defeat one of the 5 dukes with his help. Cran looked offended when he heard that, but he couldn't deny it. After all, she wasn't wrong. He was strong, but the 5 dukes were monsters. If it wasn't for Lucas' help, he probably would have died. More importantly, all the equipment I prepared for you has been ruined. It was really expensive, you know? I'll pay for it. I obtained a lot of soul crystals this time, though I missed the dukes. Chuck. As he said this, Cran upturned his bag and dumped all of the soul crystals on the table. Seeing this, Ringo grinned slightly. That's unfortunate. Well, this should be enough to cover it. Take off your coat and turn your back to me, Cran. I'll help you recover. She then whispered in a voice that could barely be heard. Ledip disappeared after saying what he had to, but Lucas couldn't help but remain frozen in his spot. Kill Kasijin with his own hands. That was something that he never could have imagined. I should be happy instead. He should be happy that Kasijin was still alive, that he'd become an absolute like him, and that he'd finally found someone he shared a past with. It was lonely. The absolutes who wandered around the multiverse were essentially strangers wherever they went. This was why most of them chose to serve rulers. Just by putting themselves in a large group, they were able to suppress the inherent loneliness that came with their task. Lucas didn't do that, so his life as an absolute was even more lonely than the others. He hadn't felt this lonely even during the 4,000 years he'd spent locked in the abyss. Then, he learned of Kasijin's existence. One of his oldest friends was in this universe and shared the same goal as him. Being who knew the Great Mage, Lucas Troman, and not the absolute Lucas, suddenly a laugh escaped his lips. He could feel something creak. It wasn't just in his head. Deep within, he felt something that helped form the foundation of his existence shake. Are you tired already, Lucas? It shouldn't be. The path he was currently walking on did not allow him to stop or rest. He decided that he wanted to become the god of humanity. Did he think it'd be easy? Had his resolution only amounted to this much? If he had to think of a problem, then it would just be one thing, and that was that this path was much longer and harder than he'd initially expected. He thought that he could endure it, but what if that wasn't true? What if he was just turning a blind eye to the fact that he'd already reached his limit? The Thunder God, a ruler, had told him. Lucas was an absolute with emotions and a very strong personality. But Lucas couldn't help but doubt those words now. Was he really different from the other absolutes? Wasn't he also only focused on his mission to save humanity? At this point, he knew that a clash with Cassigen was inevitable. As long as he called himself the Demon King and worked against humans, there were also things that he could not tolerate, things that Cassigen had done. Lucas still didn't like Letip. Nevertheless, he had been helpful in the end, because he had allowed Lucas to prepare himself to kill Cassigen in the hospital room with only the electronic sound of the equipment to accompany him. Junior brother, do you feel better now? Yeah, I'm fine. Leo smiled softly as he answered, but it was clear that it was a weak smile and that he was just doing it for her sake. This was natural, for he'd gone several days without having anything to eat. Nevertheless, Min-Ha-rin simply nodded her head without revealing any of her inner thoughts. She couldn't help but think about her two younger siblings in Korea. Although their personalities were different, they were very similar in stubbornly pretending to be strong even when they didn't have to be. In a situation like this one, arguing would just be counterproductive. It's understandable. He'd been held captive by one of the 5 dukes for several days. He hadn't even managed to fully overcome his trauma towards the demons before he was forced to face a being who stood at their peak. His entire body must have frozen in front of her like a frog before a snake. In addition, almost every hunter in the Canada branch had died. Leo was the only survivor. For Leo, who had lost his entire family in a similar event, this was a disaster. Min-Ha-rin looked down at her one and only junior brother before saying bitterly, "Make sure you eat properly. How will people look at us if we're all skinny? Master is already very thin." Others might say that the skinny people are uniting. Haha, Leo let out a light laugh. You're right. The most important thing for a warrior was the maintenance of their body. Although the significance of their mental state couldn't be ignored, martial arts were originally meant to hone and polish the body. You saw Master, right? Yeah, how is he? Did his mission go well? I think so, but... When Min-Ha-rin's voice faded at the end of her words, Leo turned to her with a serious expression. Did you notice something strange? Min-Ha-rin didn't answer immediately and was silent for a moment. She was thinking about Joanna Goldberg, the woman who had been unforgettably disrespectful to them when they first met. When she first heard that Lucas was going on a mission to Africa alone with that woman, Min-Ha-rin was shocked. Of course, she hadn't been worried about Lucas' safety. Min-Ha-rin could not imagine her master encountering any danger. However, the thought that Joanna might be rude to him when she wasn't around made her shudder with displeasure. But today, Min-Ha-rin seemed to feel a different atmosphere from the two of them. She wasn't entirely sure what it was, but she was certain that the dynamic between them was very different from before they left, as if they had some kind of connection. Of course, these were all just simple guesses without any confirmation. In fact, it was possible that nothing had happened between the two of them and that Min-Ha-rin's thoughts were only a misunderstanding. If that were the case, then Min-Ha-rin's thoughts would have been nothing but a delusion. Nevertheless, she wouldn't tell Leo this delusion. No, it's nothing. Just as Min-Ha-rin shook her head, they heard a knock on the door. Come in. Min-Ha-rin and Leo thought that it was Lucas who'd arrived, and they turned with large smiles on their faces. But it wasn't him who opened the door and revealed himself. Mr. Vincent, do you have a second? When Vincent said this with a heavier expression than usual, Min-Ha-rin nodded with little hesitation. Vincent then turned to Leo, who was sitting on the bed, and said, You look much better now. Yeah, but didn't you have a meeting, Mr. Vincent? Is it over already? No, the meeting is still underway. I simply excused myself for a moment. After saying that, Vincent didn't say anything more and remained silent for a while. This was the attitude he was displaying despite coming here to them. Was it a topic that he couldn't broach easily? With that thought, Min-Ha-rin decided to open her mouth first. How is President Neil doing? To be honest, it's not looking very good at the moment. It wouldn't be strange if he died right now. Leo's expression darkened at those words. This was because he knew it was Neil who'd saved him. This fact caused Leo to feel a deep sense of gratitude and guilt. Vincent's eyes turned to Min-Ha-rin. Min-Ha-rin, I heard you were active in the Korea branch for a while. Ah, yeah. To be precise, she had been active in the entire Asian region, apart from Japan. Of course, she'd been more active in Korea. It was her greatest wish to achieve peace in her homeland more than anywhere else. In truth, such patriotism was rare in this day and age. After all, it was hard to feel patriotic when the distinction between countries was not as clear as it had been in the past. Letter 1D4B, letter 1D4ATF, N letter 1D5FF, letter 1D486, A letter 1D451, com. Now the act of asking a hunter about their country was more to identify which branch they belonged to rather than where they were from. There is something urgent that needs to be done in Korea. Can you help us? In Korea? Why there? Vincent roughly explained the situation to an astonished Min-Ha-rin, but as his explanation progressed, her expression became more and more serious. After hearing everything he had to say, she muttered with a serious expression, Saint of Salvation. One of the top three, she'd heard that he used holy power even more powerful than that of the cardinals and the popes of the Catholic Church. There were several reasons why he was famous, but one of his greatest achievements was his feat in Australia. There were rumors that he single-handedly killed 5 marquises and raised the dead note. Marquis is between duke and count. I'd like to dismiss those as false rumors, but the testimonies of the eyewitnesses prevent that. In truth, the part that was the most shocking wasn't the slaying of the marquises, but bringing the dead back to life. Resurrection. That was why he was called the saint. Of course, Min-Ha-rin and Vincent were very skeptical about the rumors. It was different from other rumors. For example, it sounded far less credible than Cran, another of the top 3, slaying a duke alone. Since you want to find him, does that mean that America knows the saint's true ability? That's not the case. Very little is known about the top 3. Vincent muttered in a bitter tone. It was an honest statement. Unlike Cran, who never hid himself, moved alone, and usually didn't care if people were monitoring him, the other paid close attention to remaining hidden. The Black Witch who had never exposed her real appearance to the world, or the saint whose true appearance was still unknown because of the inconsistencies given by various eyewitnesses. The two of them also had their own supporting forces. The Black Witch's Shroud of Night, the saint's Eternal Life Church. Both forces had fanatical loyalty to the 2 members of the top 3, who were their founders and leaders. Min-Ha-rin could feel the slight desperation and resignation in Vincent's voice. It was only then when she realized just how desperate this man in front of her was. Glancing down at Leo, who was lying on his bed, Min-Ha-rin slowly opened her mouth. I know the communication line that connects to Korea. Really? Avoiding Vincent's gaze, she continued in a heavy voice. Yeah, however they wouldn't let anyone other than me use the warp portal. Even if I talked to them and asked to bring companions, they wouldn't let me bring more than 2. No, 3, I see. Vincent, who'd appeared hopeful at first, deflated with a disappointed expression. He remained silent for a moment with his head lowered before finally looking up at Min-Ha-rin. The look in his eyes changed as though he'd finally made up his mind about something. Then, without saying anything else, Vincent kneeled on the floor. Mr. Vincent, I know this is a very shameless act, but this is the only option left. Please save the association president. Thud. Vincent's forehead hit the floor with a dull sound. Please, I beg you to help us. Min-Ha-rin looked down at Vincent, unable to say anything for a long time. When Lucas finally arrived at Leo's hospital room, he immediately noticed the heavy atmosphere. Ah, master, you're here. Nevertheless, the expressions of the 2 in the room immediately changed when they saw him, and they greeted him with bright smiles. Lucas nodded and turned to Leo. Leo, how are you feeling? I'm a lot better now. Sorry for making you worry. Leo responded in a calm voice. Lucas looked him in the eyes for a moment before speaking. Are you okay? Yeah, all right. Lucas didn't ask him any more questions and instead turned to look at Min-Ha-rin. Your mana flow seems much more stable than before. It was that guy I saw earlier, Vincent, who taught you, wasn't it? Ah, yeah, he's a great teacher. As expected of her master, he could tell that with a single glance. Min-Ha-rin couldn't help but smile as she had that thought, but her expression was a bit awkward. What's wrong? Min-Ha-rin blinked in surprise at the unexpected question before smiling bitterly. How did you know? It's written all over your face. When Min-Ha-rin gently lifted a hand to her face, Lucas smiled softly. I'm joking. It was a little strange for Lucas to say something like that. It was only then when Min-Ha-rin noticed that there was something strange about Lucas' attitude. Did something happen to you, master? This was a question that she wanted to ask, but Min-Ha-rin couldn't open her mouth. There were many reasons for this, but the most important reason was that she wasn't brave enough. Lucas stood on a level way above her, so she could only imagine how great whatever was bothering her master had to be. Because of this, a thought pervaded Min-Ha-rin's mind. What could she do even if she heard it? Tell me what happened. This was said in a much softer tone than usual, discomforting her even more. Suppressing the strange feeling, Min-Ha-rin slowly summarized everything she'd heard from Vincent. After hearing what she had to say, Lucas remained silent for a while. So what did you say? I told him that I needed time to think. I wanted to talk to Master first. What do you want to do? I want to help. After saying that, Min-Ha-rin turned to look at Leo. Because he saved Junior Brother, and because I have this feeling that it's not the association president's time to die. That was an opinion Lucas could agree with. It was not yet time for Neil to die. Of course, it could just be because of his biased views, but he felt that humanity still needed a being like Neil Prand. Then let's do it. I happen to have business with the saint too. Master too? Right, I'm going to ask him to heal Nina. Min-Ha-rin felt a tiny shred of hope. Nina Rednikova. She'd been severely injured during the attack by the Asian hunters, especially her eyes, which had been cursed. The diagnosis determined that treatment would be impossible with the normal methods, but if the rumors of the saint were true, then it might be possible. I can take up to 4 people to Korea with me. There's me and Master, and Mr. Vincent will probably want to go too. as for the last person. Minha-rin's eyes turned to Leo, and Lucas followed. Leo must have felt their gazes. Nevertheless, his expression didn't change. Instead, he slowly lowered his head. I'm sorry, huh? There was a deep sense of shame that squeezed out of Leo's calm face. Don't think I will go with you this time. Minha-rin headed over to meet Vincent after her short conversation with Lucas and Leo. It seemed he'd returned to continue the meeting, but as soon as she alerted the guard waiting outside the room, he came out. When he showed up, Vincent's face appeared to be much more haggard than when he'd left Leo's hospital room. It was as if the meeting was sapping all of his energy. You came. There was a hint of tension that couldn't be hidden by his tired voice. Seeing that Minha-rin had come to him, it meant that she had made a decision. However, her expression was so calm that he could not predict what choice she had made in the end. Fortunately, Minha-rin didn't intend to procrastinate with this matter. She immediately got to the point. I'll accept Mr. Vincent's request. From now on, I will do my best to save the association president. Ray, really? Yes. In return, I have a few conditions. I hope Mr. Vincent can accept them. Vincent hurriedly schooled his expression. I'll do whatever I can. Minha-rin nodded before mentioning the condition that she and Lucas had discussed. First of all, I'd like North America to officially acknowledge the establishment of Argento spell. Vincent couldn't easily respond to this condition, and instead he made a soft sound. There was a mixture of confusion and embarrassment on his face. Is it hard to agree to? Personally, I would love to agree to it immediately. I would agree even if you mentioned a more difficult condition than that. However, this is not something that I'm able to decide on my own. I see. Minha-rin nodded as though she'd expected it. Authorizing the establishment of an organization was by no means simple. After all, it would mean that the North America headquarters, which was the most powerful force in the world at the moment, recognized the establishment of Argento's spell. In short, they would be able to carry some of the prestige of North America. This was a necessary process for Lucas to create a global organization that went beyond the reach of each region and branch. Of course, Minha-rin didn't understand the entire process and framework. After all, what she trusted wasn't the feasibility or validity of the plan, but Lucas' existence. Even if he had decided upon a plan that seemed even less plausible, she would still give him her unconditional trust. In any case, this was a matter of utmost importance. Vincent didn't have a low position in the North America headquarters, but he was not powerful enough to make such decisions on his own. Vincent clenched and unclenched his fists nervously. He seemed concerned that Minha-rin would take back what she said if they couldn't agree. There are a few council members in the meeting hall right now, aren't there? Right. Then wouldn't you be able to accept my offer if you persuaded them? That's right, it was easy to say. Vincent spoke with a heavy expression. It's not that easy. Fortunately, most of the people in the meeting hall had a good relationship with the association president. It might take some time, but I'm confident I could convince them to accept your conditions. However, Vincent's voice faded at the end, but Minha-rin understood what he was trying to say. There are some people who are pleased with the fact that the association president is injured. Who? Vincent let out a heavy sigh. Minha-rin couldn't help but feel surprised. It seemed that even in North America, which she thought was perfectly united, some were antagonistic towards each other. The reason was unexpected, but the outcome was something that Lucas had already anticipated. Of course, Argento's spell already has the extraordinary achievement of taking down one of the 5 dukes. It's not widely known yet, but if they found out about this achievement, they would certainly not oppose you blindly, even if they have high positions. In other words, it will take time. I'm sorry. Minha-rin nodded at Vincent's apology. That means my condition will be put on hold for now. Is that all right with you? Yeah, including myself, only 4 people will be able to go to Korea. So far, the list is myself, Mr. Vincent, and Master. As for the other person. Vincent shook his head before Minha-rin could finish talking. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to go with you. I can't leave the association president's side for now. He cannot be left alone. Someone has to watch over him. Vincent's expression showed that he meant his words and that there would be no changing his mind. Was he preparing for a possible assassination attempt? This would make sense, especially if there were people who wanted Neil dead. Minha-rin's expression became a bit troubled. Then that means we'll have to find 2 more Mr. Vincent. Would it be possible for you to gather some of the strongest and most reliable hunters in North America right now? Minha-rin's request was quickly accepted. Vincent vowed to use all of the connections available to him to gather the very best hunters they had. This was the selection of elite personnel who would be sent on a mission to save Neil. This matter was much more important for Vincent than it was for Minha-rin, so he would definitely find the most skilled and trustworthy hunters that he could. They would most likely be hunters who weren't just renowned in North America, but in the entire world. I'll probably be the weakest. That thought made her feel depressed. Minha-rin had managed to increase her combat power by a level through her fights with Vincent, but she knew that she was still lacking a lot. She wanted to at least return to the level of the white flower of the past, but for now she was at best a 4-star wizard. I have to reach 5 stars as soon as possible. Of course, she knew that reaching 5 stars wouldn't help her master much, slaying one of the 5 dukes. Her master's achievement in Africa was amazing. Of course, she'd personally seen him easily get rid of Duke Sandro with her own eyes, but she still found it hard to believe that he killed one of the 5 dukes. Why did Master take me as a disciple? All of a sudden, this question appeared in her mind. In her opinion, Lucas was close to perfect. Whether it was his skill, personality, or spirit, she could not find any flaws. No matter how she looked at it, she could not find how she could be useful to such a master. As she silently contemplated this question, the door to the meeting hall opened and a group of people came out. The meeting wasn't over, but it seemed they were taking a short break. Minha-rin looked at their faces with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Powerful, she could tell from a glance. Each of these people had an aura that was as strong as if not stronger than Nina Rednikova's, the head of the Iron Blood Division, or Li Zhong-hak's. These were some of the most powerful people in the entire world. Minha-rin couldn't help but feel even smaller. It was then that she saw a familiar face among the group of unfamiliar faces. She didn't have her usual arrogant expression, but she still appeared confident. Of course, she wasn't someone that Minha-rin was particularly close to or even fond of. The woman also saw Minha-rin, which caused her expression to become a bit strange. Then, with a slight cough, she began walking towards her. Hello. Minha-rin didn't expect her to greet her first. She wanted to ignore her, but in order to not appear rude in front of the group of important individuals, she could only respond in a dull tone. Hello, Joanna coughed again. What are you doing here? I'm waiting for Mr. Vincent, I see. Silence. It was extremely awkward. Minha-rin felt frustrated because of the uncomfortable atmosphere that had descended around them. The fact that Joanna had come to talk to her meant that she wanted something, but from the look on her face, it seemed that she wouldn't bring it up easily. After being silent for a long time, Joanna finally opened her mouth. How is that person? Frey Blake. That was the alias Lucas was currently using. He left a short while ago. Where did he go? I don't know either. Is there something you need to say to Master? Subconsciously, her voice became sharp at the end. Had she been offended by the fact that she called her master's name so recklessly? Or was it because of the hint of familiarity in her voice when she mentioned Lucas? Are you Frey's disciple? She answered a question with a question. Minha-rin decided to nod her head without mentioning it. Yeah, then you must also be a member of that group called Argento Spell. That's right. Joanna's expression became one of deep contemplation for a moment. Joanna Goldberg. While staying in America, she'd learned a bit about her. She hadn't even needed to go looking for information. For example, it was easy to see broadcasts she'd appeared in while watching TV. And since Joanna was also a fashion model, she would see her image whenever she opened a magazine that she got from a store down the street. She was the youngest archmage as well as a celebrity. At the very least, it was safe to say that there was not a single young person living in America who didn't know who she was. It was understandable. After all, from an objective perspective, she could admit that Joanna was extremely beautiful, and she was also quite skilled at talking. In addition to that, she was also a talented hunter. However, among all of her traits, the thing to which Minha-rin paid the most attention was her skill in magic. There is not much of an age difference between us, but she's already an archmage. Lucas had once told her the difference between a 6-star and a 7-star wizard. Simply put, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was a gap that could not be closed despite being only one level apart. On your mission in Africa. Huh? Oh yeah. Joanna, who seemed to have been lost in thought, regained her senses with a shake of her head. Did something happen between you and Master? Something? I feel like your attitude has changed a lot. Minha-rin spoke in a direct tone. Joanna's expression became a bit sullen. For her, her first meeting with Lucas had already become dark history. Now that I think of it, I never apologized for my attitude at that time. I'm sorry, I was immature. It's fine. I'll be sure to apologize to Frey later. After saying that, Joanna pointed to the seat beside Minha-rin. Can I sit there? Yeah. Even after she sat down, Joanna remained silent for a long time. Then, after their surroundings had become almost completely silent, she opened her mouth again. Do you know Frey's true identity? I'm not trying to pick a fight or anything. I'm just curious. Luca's identity. In truth, Minha-rin didn't know much about him. When she slowly shook her head, Joanna spoke in a cautious voice. I might know Frey's true identity. Minha-rin couldn't help but blink slowly at those words. He arrived at his destination. As he landed, Lucas looked around, a city in Northern Ireland. To be precise, it was the city that Seti had once used as her hideout. Currently, the city had taken the appearance one would expect to see from a city that wasn't protected by the association. In other words, it was in ruins. Lucas slowly walked down the street, where he could barely sense any human presence before stopping at a certain place. Even in the ruined city, this place could only be called the scene of a disaster. He could hardly imagine what had happened to give it such an appearance. Even if the greatest natural disaster imaginable to man had swept through this place, it wouldn't have been this devastating. However, for the sight of a battle between absolutes, it was still lacking. Lucas knelt down as he slowly inspected the deep hole that seemed to stretch to the very core of the world. It was as though a giant worm had drilled its way into the ground. Warrior King Fist. Lucas could easily feel Cassigen's traces. Suddenly, he felt a faint presence. Lucas' eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a hint of disbelief appeared in his eyes. No, it wasn't possible. Despite his denial, Lucas still spread his senses toward the presence. He got up from his seat and gradually began walking towards it. The closer he got, the clearer the presence became. At that point, it became difficult for him to deny it. After a while, Lucas stopped in front of a collapsed building. As soon as he waved his hand, the rubble of the building split apart and the limp figure of a little girl was revealed. She wasn't dead, she was simply unconscious. This was the first time Lucas was seeing this girl, but it wasn't the first time he'd met her. As strange as that sounded, it was true. Lucas could easily tell the true identity of this being, who had taken the form of a young girl. Seti. Letter 1D4B, letter 1D5FB, letter 1D427, letter 1D4C7, letter 1D486, letter 1D4B6. C0M. The absolute Seti, she was still alive, only she was different from before. Cassigen was carving a statue. He was holding a large piece of wood, but when it sat in Cassigen's huge hand, it looked like a wooden chopstick. Shuck shuck. He didn't use any special tools. The nail of his index finger was sharper than most famed swords, so they performed the task better than any carving knife. Over time, the piece of wood held in the large hand gradually began to take shape, and before long, it turned into the figure of a man. After he was done, Cassigen looked down at the finished sculpture, Lucas Troman. He didn't feel emotional. In fact, he didn't feel anything. What he sought now was practicality, efficiency, and balance. My king. Then Azazel's voice sounded. For a moment, his eyes locked onto the wooden statue Cassigen had sculpted. There was a brief flash of emotion in Azazel's black eyes, but it disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. He spoke politely. Duke Rose has once again gone against your will. Deep anger was clear in Azazel's voice. After all, Rose had ignored his advice and instead continued doing as she pleased. On the other hand, Cassigen's voice was as calm as ever. I see. It is time for her to be punished for her insolence. You don't need to act personally, my king. Just give me the order. I will ensure to properly imprint the authority of the Demon King into her foolish brain. You don't need to do that. Cassigen shook his head. There is something more important I'd like you to do. A task. Summon Ugkas and Sipakna. Azazel's eyes flashed with surprise. He could understand why he might have wanted Ugkas, but Sipakna as well. Did this mean that whatever he needed required the strength of 2 of the 5 dukes? What orders should I give them? Cassigen stopped fiddling with the statue and placed it down. Capture Cran of the top 3. From the moment she was born, she felt like there was a large hole in her heart. It just flowed. All of the components that made up the concept of I became thin liquids that blended and mixed before becoming part of a calm river. They began following a current that had a beginning but seemed to have no end. In some cases, some parts became more prominent while others were lost entirely. But Seti Glaston's thoughts were the same from the start. I feel dirty. Her body had already disappeared, but she was still able to look around. Up until now, her body had been floating in the river like pieces of a broken star. Each piece contained hundreds of years of memories, but most of them were just trivial things. A cynical smile stretched across Seti's lips. Is this what they meant by your life flashing before your eyes? It was a funny thought. Seti never would have thought that she'd die like this. Then a broken star piece touched her. Pot, and Seti saw her past unfold before her eyes. Seti found herself standing on a wasteland, where the sun blazed down on the barren, cracked ground with never-ending sandstorms. Seti realized that this was a memory from when she was immortal. She calmly looked around at this nostalgic scene as though she'd simply found an old diary. It was a planet of fighters who never stopped fighting. In this world, where everything was fought for, Seti was treated like a traitor. This was because of her unique appearance. On this planet where night didn't exist, no one else had pale skin and black hair like she did. This was probably the reason why the large hole had formed in her heart. Seti's parents had abandoned her at birth. Nevertheless, she was lucky enough to survive. And when that luck ran out, that is, when she was able to stand on her own 2 feet, Seti took her life into her own hands and worked to gain her own food and weapons. Her story wasn't grand or extravagant. In fact, it was quite simple. On the planet of fighters, Seti fought more than anyone else and lost less than anyone else. And one day, the fighters began calling her the Reaper. At that time, I felt the most alive. As she had this thought, the memory that Seti was witnessing quickly progressed. When she turned 30, she had the final battle with the Lord of the planet. He was a half step from becoming a transcendent, and said he had nearly died no fewer than 5 times in their fight. But in the end, she was the winner. Said he tore out his heart with her bare hands and ate it. The Lord had laughed loudly one last time as he accepted his defeat, and with that, Seti was able to step past the shell of mortality. What came after was a tale that anyone who'd become an absolute had experienced. God came to her and offered her a chance to leave, and without even the slightest shred of hesitation, she took his hand. She thought that there was nothing more for her in that universe, and that by becoming an absolute, she'd be able to fill the hole in her heart. But the work of an absolute was more tedious than she'd initially expected. The pursuit of universal harmony. The words sounded grandiose, but in truth, she was little more than God's errand boy. In fact, she couldn't help but feel that it had been more rewarding to constantly risk her life back on the planet of fighters. After carrying out the same task over and over again for a long time, her sense of self gradually began to fade. Her individuality gradually disappeared, and she became a rigid, inflexible existence just like the other absolutes. Then she found the ruler, the black-horned demon god. When she met him for the first time in her life, Seti gave up the thought of fighting. She'd finally found someone whom she was afraid of, and naturally she submitted to him. From that day forth, Seti was bestowed the name, Glaston, by the demon god and was taken under his wing. Seti worshipped the demon god with all her heart. She truly believed that despite being a ruler, he was a being greater than God. She believed that if she served him, the hole in her heart would be filled. In fact, whenever she followed his orders, she never had to think about the pain in her chest. Feeling satisfied with that fact, she followed the demon god unconditionally. Seti thought that the demon god would also care about her, in particular to some extent. After all, there were few absolutes who carried out orders as faithfully as she did, and yet it's the demon king, not me. The demon king. Seti had realized it the moment she met him, whom between her and the demon king, the demon god cared about more. She couldn't understand it, and she fought desperately and resentfully, but she was defeated horribly. A devastating defeat was worse than anything she'd experienced in her long life. The demon king took everything from Seti, not just the external force that made her an absolute, but even the demonic energy that the demon god had personally bestowed to her. Seti didn't have any complaints about it, because the law of the jungle, in which the strong preyed upon the weak and the defeated lost everything, was already deeply entrenched in her mind. Nevertheless, her misery didn't disappear. Did I live just for this moment, to give up everything she'd built to that demon king? As she had that thought, Seti couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Why did she think that? Was she trying to make her death seem more noble? Did she still think of herself as an absolute? No, that wasn't it. Seti was just upset that everything she'd achieved until now had been in vain. Of course, she had made several achievements as an absolute. After all, she'd saved at least a few hundred universes from destruction, but she didn't feel any sense of accomplishment in that. Seti wasn't satisfied. I guess I'll disappear into the post-extinction world now. The post-extinction world, it was the underworld to which absolutes, whose bodies and souls had separated, were sent. It was a place no absolute had ever returned from. It was only then when Seti finally understood her true feelings. I don't want to die yet. Suddenly. The calm flow of the river suddenly sped up as it began to be sucked in a specific direction. Seti, who was blankly drifting along the river, was caught up in the flow and sucked in as well. Then a pure white light enveloped her body. And a voice sounded. Sensing the sudden change, Seti opened her eyes, and after blinking a few times, her blurry vision cleared up. It was an abandoned building. No, it was a half-destroyed building that could barely be called abandoned. She could see the night sky from the completely broken ceiling. It was a familiar sight. It took Seti a few moments to realize that this was the half-destroyed house she'd been staying in since she arrived. She sat up. Then she collapsed again as a throbbing pain racked her entire body. It was at that moment when she heard a voice. It would be best not to move. A familiar voice. When Seti turned her head, she saw Lucas leaning against a wall, looking at her. I'm amazed you're still alive. I'm alive, I gurged. Seti spat out a mouthful of blood. Then she looked at the blood she just spat out with a startled expression. This feeling. A feeling that she hadn't felt in a very long time, that of a body of flesh and blood instead of the body of a transcendent. She spoke up with a confused voice. My body. What the hell happened to my body? Do you really not know, Seti Glaston? Or do you not want to know? Seti looked at Lucas with a blank expression. The voice that she heard after carried a slight hint of bitterness. You have been demoted from your position as an absolute. What are you talking about? You are now. Lucas paused for a moment before finishing his statement. Mortal. Seti looked at the strange girl that was reflected by the broken mirror in front of her. On the outside, she appeared to be no more than 15 years old, and her hair was so long that it stretched down to the floor. That wasn't all. There was a hint of redness on her normally pale skin, and her characteristic gloomy aura seemed to have disappeared. The reason for these changes was obvious. It was because Seti had lost her external force and the demonic energy that she had as an absolute. This is me.
How was it?
Seti burst into hysterical laughter as though she'd lost her mind. The ear-splitting laughter resounded horrifically in the air for a while. Lucas understood her feelings to some extent. After all, she demoted from an absolute to a mortal. It was worse than if a bird, who flew high in the sky, had been turned into a worm, who crawled on the ground. Nevertheless, Seti was the only person who could truly understand the shock and loss that she was currently experiencing. After laughing for a while, she finally spoke in a bitter tone. I am now a native of this universe. It was true. After being downgraded to a mortal, Seti's soul was automatically bound to this universe. It was now impossible for her to travel to other universes as she had in the past, and after her death, she would either go to this universe's afterlife and be judged, or she would be reincarnated as an entirely different being. This process would probably be repeated dozens of times. This meant that the absolute, Seti Glaston, would disappear completely. No matter how one looked at it, it was a terrible end for a being who had once been one of the strongest in existence. Lucas looked at Seti. She looked miserable, and it wasn't just because her physique was smaller. Nevertheless, Lucas didn't have any intention of sympathizing with her. In the first place, Seti and Lucas had nothing to do with each other. They weren't enemies, but they weren't companions either, they just knew each other. In his opinion, she had simply paid the price for the choices she made, so what he had to say next was not because he felt pity for her. Seti looked up at Lucas with dead eyes. Staring into those eyes, Lucas spoke. I have an offer for you. Seti Glaston, what do you want to do now? I want to. Even if he asked, she couldn't give him an answer. Seti spoke in a weak voice. Fight the demon king again, so that I can take back what he stole from me and take everything he has as well. Do you think you can do it? Are you serious? Seti spoke in an angry tone. I lost everything. My external force is gone and my demonic energy has been robbed. I can't even summon my soul weapon anymore. What the hell can I do now? Lost everything. Are you sure about that? You what the hell do you know? As she said this, Seti shot a glare at Lucas, and she immediately regretted it. The moment she saw the look in Lucas' eyes, her pride was wounded even more. You think I'm pitiful? Why do you say that? Because you're looking at me like that. I don't pity you. Lucas' voice became cold. It's just the fact that you're acting so ridiculous, pitiful, miserable, and weak that it makes me speechless. What the hell did you just say? Just as Seti was about to explode in anger. Have arms? When she heard those words, she shuddered subconsciously. She could clearly hear the anger hidden beneath the quiet voice. You still have feet, you have eyes, you have your ears, nose, and mouth. Your entire body is still intact. It's not like you were crippled or imprisoned. And yet you say that you don't have anything, that you lost everything. It's so ridiculous that I can't even laugh at you. Do you really think that? Then are you telling me to face an absolute with this fragile body? Can't you do it? It's suicide, don't be so hasty. It's an act that might be infinitely close to it, but it's not suicide. You said. He looked at Lucas with a complicated expression. It couldn't be helped. This wasn't just advice. For some reason, she felt like she could see Lucas' path. His bitter memories floated in his words like a mirage. What the hell kind of life had this man lived? You don't need to give up. Even if it's thinner than a thread, the fact remains that it is still possible. Nevertheless, if you're afraid to fight alone, I will help you. Help me? How? I will make you my incarnation. Incarnation. Seti uttered this word in a startled voice. A being who could borrow the external force of an absolute. You, from what I can tell, you have been in this universe for quite some time. But you haven't found an incarnation yet. I never found anyone who would be able to completely withstand my external force. Cran, whom he'd met recently, was able to barely meet the threshold, but even he was still lacking. However, a vessel like Seti would be completely different. She would be able to perfectly digest his external force. It'll be a path wrought with extreme difficulties. Right, it would be several times harder than in the past. Think carefully. Becoming my incarnation means to completely sever your ties with the black-horned demon god. Those words made Seti hesitate for a moment. The black-horned demon god, the ruler she'd followed wholeheartedly. In all honesty, she hadn't thought about betraying him. Even if the demon god chose Cassigen over her, she still wanted to follow him like a fool. That was what a ruler was. From the moment they were born, they were destined to rule over all things, truly cosmic beings. However, Seti still had her pride. That lofty pride did not easily allow her to continue following someone that had thrown her away once. She looked at Lucas. The man in front of her was the only absolute who dared to stand opposed to all of the rulers. Madman. She was now certain that there was no better word to describe this man. Lucas was probably the only person who continued to have a conflict with the rulers for so long. It was at that moment when a thought appeared in her head. What if there were 5 rulers, not 4, and Lucas was one of them? Ha ha ha. Seti let out a loud laugh. She realized that at some point she'd become attracted to this being named Lucas. Fine, Lucas Troman, I'll be your incarnation. However, there's one condition I'd like you to agree to first. What is it? Seti's expression became serious. As a result, Lucas' expression also became serious. Once she became an absolute, she would become the subordinate of Lucas, who wasn't even a ruler. Whether she was just an incarnation or something else, no matter how nicely it was wrapped, that was the truth. This would be an extremely difficult decision for a being as prideful as Seti was, so it was understandable that she would have reservations. However, the words that came out of Seti's mouth next took him by surprise. Father, what? I want to call you father. For the first time, Luca's expressionless facade cracked. Not caring about that, Seti continued. I want to be your daughter. In all honesty, in terms of how shocking it was, what Seti had just said was greater than anything they said before. What do you? Lucas stuttered helplessly. Seti, on the other hand, remained expressionless to the point of innocence. When he saw that, Lucas realized that she hadn't said it out of malice or mischief. That's why it felt even weirder. If she wasn't playing a joke on him, did this mean that she was serious? If I become your incarnation, then in a way I will become your blood relative, which means I become your daughter. No, that's not. Lucas paused. This was because he had some idea of the reason behind her startling request. Some absolutes tended to call their rulers father or mother. Of course, Seti was no longer an absolute, and Lucas was not yet capable of accepting another absolute. When she saw Lucas' troubled expression, Seti's expression changed as well. To his surprise, she muttered in a soft tone. You don't have to if you don't like it. Seeing her slightly pale face, Lucas understood Seti's feelings to an extent. She had only just been abandoned by the black-horned demon god, and just by following a ruler, an absolute was able to feel fullness and a sense of belonging. As strangers in every universe they entered, it was the sweetest fruit for the absolutes who spent their lives in solitude. Seti must have also enjoyed this sweetness while following the demon god. But now Seti had been deprived of her external force and demonic energy and had become a mere mortal. So naturally, she could no longer feel the fullness and sense of belonging from a ruler. In this state, she could only be able to embrace her loneliness like she was alone in this universe. She might have looked fine, but mentally, she was in a very precarious situation. Perhaps the thing she needed the most now was a home to rely on and a barrier to protect her. That's why she accepted my offer so easily. It seemed to show the role she expected him to fill. After a moment of silence, Lucas nodded slowly. No, I don't mind it, then you'll allow me to, if that's what you really want. Seti's eyes lit up. Perhaps it was because of the loss of her external force and demonic energy and had lost her gloomy aura. Or perhaps it was because she was no longer an absolute. But Lucas was getting a completely different impression from Seti, so I can call you father. Lucas couldn't muster the courage to open his mouth, so he simply nodded. Seti's face became noticeably brighter at the confirmation. Great, then please take care of me. Father. Lucas didn't have any children, but he felt that this wasn't the way one would usually talk to their father. With that thought, he looked down at Seti, who tilted her head at him. Why do you look like you just ate a bug? I'm just not used to hearing that term. Liar father should have lived for at least tens of thousands of years by now. I'm sure you met a lot of women in that time and mercilessly sowed your seed. No, I never did. You should still have a few kai. I don't. When Lucas said these words firmly, Seti stopped talking and looked at him with an incredulous expression. Really, why would I lie about something like that? But even if father doesn't want children, that doesn't mean you wouldn't have any, right? Things can happen even if you don't intend for them to, so you might have at least one child. It's not possible, because I never did that. The silence that fell this time could not be compared to before. After staying silent for a long time, Seti finally spoke slowly. I'm sorry, you don't have to apologize. No, I'm really sorry, I didn't know. Lucas wasn't sure how to feel at that moment. Lucian is a former mercenary, so I can speak confidently about his skills. Few hunters in North America are more versatile than him. Lucian's extensive experience and composure would be a great help in the event of an emergency. Lena is a spirit lord. She can control spirits of ice and fire. The spirit that she is especially Min-Ha-Rin. Are you listening to me? Yeah, sorry. Min-Ha-Rin, who came to her senses, bowed apologetically. You don't have to overdo it. Comparing the personal information of dozens of people at once can be exhausting, especially if you have no experience doing it. If you're having a hard time, I can shorten the list for you. No, it's fine. Vincent was not a man with much free time. In fact, he was probably the busiest person currently in the North America headquarters. There were still a lot of things that needed to be done, so he couldn't spend too much time with her. Realizing this, Min-Ha-Rin looked at the list and asked, how much time do I have? Considering the fact that we'll have to contact the hunters and explain the situation to them, I think the earliest you could leave is by dawn tomorrow. It was currently past 11 p.m. Considering the time it would take them to prepare, it was much sooner than she thought. Min-Ha-Rin nodded. I'll tell you in an hour. You can go back to your work. Are you sure? Yeah. After saying that, Vincent left in a hurry. As she expected, although he didn't show it, there were still many things that he had to do. Min-Ha-Rin sipped on her cold coffee as she was left alone in the room. Even though her eyes were currently focused on the list, her thoughts were elsewhere. I'm probably the only person who knows who Frey really is. She recalled her conversation with Joanna. For all the anticipation that her words had built up, what she said next had honestly been a bit disappointing. Lucas, or Frey Blake as she called him, seemed to be an extremely talented wizard, maybe even stronger than the president of the Wizard Association, the strongest wizard she'd ever met. But that was natural. After all, Minha-Rin's master could be called magical science in itself. There was no one in this world who knew more about magic than Lucas did. Joanna had then gone on to say that she believed Lucas might have been chosen by the great mage. When she heard that, Minha-Rin had to do her best to not let out a laugh. The great mage, a legendary being who was also called the god of magic. Minha-Rin knew that this being was, in fact, her master. Not a chosen, instead, her master was the main character of the legend. Nevertheless, it was Joanna's next words that threw her for a loop. Like me, like you. When she'd asked this, Joanna's expression had become filled with pride. Yeah, I was also chosen by the great mage. She then went on to briefly explain to Minha-Rin what had transpired in Africa, about the fact that she'd heard a voice while surrounded by demon beasts, the voice of the great mage. It was only after hearing those words when Minha-Rin realized what happened. Lucas had helped Joanna, and it was only then that Minha-Rin understood her change of attitude. It was what Lucas had taught her, not just magic but also character. Why me? This question had never left her mind. The world was large and there were many talented people. Of course, this didn't mean that she didn't think she was talented. It was just that she was certain some people were far more talented than her. Just look at Joanna, for instance. Click. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and Lucas walked in. Seeing him, Minha-Rin suppressed a sigh and stood. Master, are you finished with your business? For some reason, she couldn't help but feel that Lucas appeared tired. Right, what are those documents? It's the personal information of the hunters Vincent selected. I'm looking for someone who can go to Korea with us. You don't need to look anymore. I found someone who can help us. It was only then when Minha-Rin noticed the slim figure who stood behind Lucas like a shadow. It was a young girl who looked at her with a slightly sour expression. The young girl was quite pretty, with black hair that seemed darker than ink and bright red eyes which contrasted nicely with it. Who is this child? Child? The girl snorted. Lucas glanced down at her and muttered, "This girl is my." He paused, wondering how to explain it. As Lucas hesitated, thinking about how to properly structure his sentence, the girl, Seti, spoke. "Daughter, isn't that right, father?" Lucas let out a sigh as Minha-Rin's eyes grew wide with astonishment. He told her to not make a fuss when they got here. How was this not making a fuss? It felt like she had misunderstood his intentions. Master, is that true?" Minha-Rin stuttered like a broken record, and after thinking for a while, Lucas nodded. Gulping slightly, Minha-Rin opened her mouth. It might be rude to ask, but... "What is it, then? Who is your wife?" At that moment, Minha-Rin thought about Joanna for some reason. Two hunters who went alone to a dangerous foreign country and encountered various hardships and difficulties before finally making a mistake one night due to their frustration. Of course, considering Seti's age, the probability of there being any connection was zero, but Minha-Rin didn't seem to realize that. "My adopted daughter." When she heard Lucas' answer, she nodded in understanding. In truth, she couldn't imagine what kind of woman her master would like. Still, why did you suddenly adopt a daughter? Because you guys are too weak. It was Seti, not Lucas, who answered with a smug grin. Her venomous remark made Minha-Rin's expression harden. She was putting up with it because it was her master's daughter, but she realized that this girl in front of her was very rude. Nevertheless, she simply glared at her without saying anything. HMPH. Even after receiving Minha-Rin's glare, Seti simply snorted. Then she walked up to the table and snatched the documents that Minha-Rin had been perusing. "What are you do?" "Let's see here, None of these guys are useful. I think they would only be a burden if we took them with us." Seti flipped through the documents in an instant before giving her review. Then her bright red eyes turned towards Minha-Rin, "Including you." For some reason, Minha-Rin felt like those words pierced into her heart like a dagger. She flinched like someone who had been backed into a corner before speaking in a heavy tone. "What did you say? Father, why are you teaching someone like this?" Seti turned to look at Lucas with clear confusion on her face. She still had the insight of an absolute, so she was naturally able to see through Minha-Rin with a single glance. From what she could tell, Minha-Rin's talent was only above average. Of course, if she was taught in earnest, she would certainly become strong enough to stand above most mortals. She didn't seem enough to be taught by someone like Lucas. Listen here, even if you're master's daughter, you still have to be polite." Minha-Rin could no longer endure it when she heard those harsh words coming from the mouth of a girl who seemed to be the same age as her little sister. Seti, on the other hand, simply smiled coldly. "Do you really want to talk to me about politeness? Brat, I think you should look in the mirror, then you'll see who the brat really is. You're the size of a water flea." "A water flea, Seti snorted before pointing at the papers. "I was just telling the truth. None of those guys would be useful. They're all weak." Even if they all worked together, they wouldn't be able to touch my fingertips. I can't listen to you say that. It was at that moment when a displeased voice came from the side. It belonged to a woman who was standing in front of the open door. It was Joanna. She entered the room before casting a disapproving glare at Seti. The people in those documents are all top-class hunters in North America. Top class, those guys. I guess your country is only on that level. Who are you to be so rude? That's my father. Joanna's expression hardened when Seti pointed at Lucas. How are you deaf? I'm his daughter, F. Frey. I can't believe you had a daughter this big H. How old were you when you got her? Lucas couldn't help but wonder for a moment why he had to say this every time he was asked that question as if it was an excuse. Seti, on the other hand, glanced at Joanna with a curious gaze. You're pretty good. You barely meet the requirements, but the rest won't do. They would only hold us back if they went with us. Even if you're Frey's daughter, I can't stand here and let you say that. Can you take responsibility for your words? Of course. Fine. Joanna glanced down at her watch before continuing. I'll get those hunters to come here. Please prove your words in front of our eyes. After a while, Joanna brought a group of hunters. There were 11 people in the group, all of whom were included in the documents. They were all filled with enthusiasm to take part in this mission. In fact, if the number of persons was limited, they all would have participated. After all, it was a mission with Neil Pran's life at stake. Most of them had the thought that they wanted to help even if they could only do a little. What's going on? Who's this kid? Is this our opponent? Don't let your guards down. Joanna, who stood at the front of the group, reminded them. She couldn't feel any traces from Seti. However, she was well aware of Luca's power. It wouldn't be strange if Frey's adopted daughter has special powers as well. Therefore, even though she gathered 11 hunters this time, she told them to remain vigilant and do their best. Then I'll go first. When Lucien, the former mercenary, stepped forward, most of the others made sour expressions. Most of them knew how skilled he was, so they felt that if he went first, they wouldn't have a chance after. They were certain. But Seti frowned when she saw Lucien step forward alone. What are you doing? Is something wrong? Kid, why are you coming forward on your own? It's best if you all came at the same time. Lucien had a daughter who was around the same age as Seti. Therefore, he could see that her rudeness went beyond simply acting cute. Nevertheless, using such a tone before a battle could only be described as trampling on their pride as hunters. It seems I'll have to knock you down a peg for a cuck. Lucien didn't get to finish his sentence. Before he could, Seti had appeared in front of him and hit his jaw with her palm. Lucien felt a terrible pain and belatedly realized that several of his teeth had been crushed. With blood dripping from his mouth, he was unable to bear the pain and fell backward with his eyes rolling up into his head. While silence filled the room, Seti swung her right arm with a discontented expression on her face. She still hadn't fully adapted to having a mortal body. Luckily, she would be able to use this chance to properly get used to her new body. What are you waiting for? Come on. The hunter's expression finally grew serious. Joanna stared at the training ground, speechless. After Lucien's defeat, the hunters had all raised their guards. None of them had even seen exactly what Seti had done. They only knew that she defeated him with a single blow. Nevertheless, 2 other hunters still stepped out for a one-on-one fight. It was only after 3 consecutive defeats that the hunters decided to work together. The results of this battle to regain their pride were disastrous. It couldn't even be called a proper fight. Seti was standing alone in the center of the training ground, and the prone figures of the hunters could be seen around her. It was a complete victory, and yet Seti didn't appear pleased. Instead, she frowned in clear displeasure. The reason for this was the small cut on her palm. Even if she hadn't fully adapted to her new body, she never thought that she'd be injured by a human. Then a voice sounded. This should prove her power. It was Luca's. It was a bit harsh, but he had no choice. After all, this was the best way to prove Seti's power. As Vincent said, they didn't have any time to waste. Who the hell is this girl? Joanna stared at Seti in disbelief. A girl who looked no older than 15 had single-handedly defeated a group of North America's best hunters, without even showing her true strength. But Joanna didn't try to pry any further. There was only one thing that was important now. Seti had proved that her words weren't simple arrogance. The futility of the group's attacks against her made that clear. This girl was the strongest among all of the individuals they could mobilize at the moment. I'll tell Vincent. All of the people going on the mission have been selected, but is it going to be just the 3 of you? When Joanna asked this question, Lucas spoke. Joanna, can you really not come with us? Yeah, I'm busy too. Unfortunately. Joanna felt a little pleasure at the fact that Lucas wanted her to go with him. Unfortunately, she was probably the one person who had a busier schedule than Vincent. The Rose Duke's attack on Canada has terrified the civilians all over America, so I will be traveling all across the region. I plan to help ease their anxiety as much as I can. Joanna was one of the most well-known and well-liked hunters for the people living in North America, so she would be touring the entire region to cheer up the anxious citizens. There was probably no one more suited for this role than Joanna. Lucas felt that it was unfortunate. In his opinion, Joanna was a talented individual. Although he didn't intend to accept her as a disciple, he honestly felt that it would be good if he could recruit her into Argento's spell. He had been thinking of raising the idea to her if she joined them on this mission. It can't be helped. Joanna's mission was important as well. It would be rude of him to insist. I'll call the medical team first. Did you say her name was Seti? I'll inform Vincent about this girl. Ah, and since the portal should be ready soon, Miss Ha-Rin. Yeah, Min Ha-Rin had not yet escaped the shock that Seti's power had induced, but she raised her head as her name was called. Shouldn't you send a message to Korea soon? Oh. All right, Min Ha-Rin dejectedly followed Joanna out of the training room as medical staff rushed in and took all the hunters away. Seti walked over to Lucas, who looked down at her. Wasn't that a bit too heavy-handed? I didn't kill them rather than that, father. What is it? Lucas's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he answered, still not used to the form of address. Seti tilted her head to the side. What does father intend to do from now on? I plan to save Neil Prand, the president of the Hunter Association. We're going to meet the saint who might be able to heal him. Not that. Seti shook her head, her soft hair flowing like a curtain in the wind. What are you going to do next? Now that you don't have a pact with me, you don't need to spare demons anymore. Letter 1d4 F2, letter 1d4 27, letter 1d6 63, letter 1d4 C7, letter 2 1 2 F, letter 1d4 EA, com. What do you mean, CHCH? Lucas lifted his hand, and divine power began swirling in his palm. By being demoted to mortal and becoming part of this universe, the level of the entire universe has risen a little. Ah, Seti nodded after realizing what he meant. She also knew that the level of this universe was terribly low. If it had been allowed to progress normally, it would probably take hundreds of millions of years before someone could reach the level of absolute. And then a being like Seti had become part of the universe. Although she had been demoted to mortal, she had once been an absolute. As a result of a being who would be unparalleled among mortals becoming part of the universe, the level of the universe increased. This meant that the amount of power it could tolerate also increased. With the power he could use now, Lucas could probably wipe out all of the demons without putting any strain on the universe, and with Seti's help, it would be much easier. And yet, he was still not making his move. Is it because of Nodisup and the Demon King? Right, I can't move recklessly until I drive them out completely. True, and there's still no telling what Letip is really thinking. Then what will you do? Do you remember the hints we got from God about the way to deceive the laws of the universe? Right, Lucas nodded. One of the top 3, a man named Cran. I think he might be a clue. What kind of clue? I'm not entirely sure about the details yet. I didn't notice anything even when I met him in person. For the time being, I intend to wait and see. Then wouldn't it be better to keep an eye on him? Where's that Cran guy right now? Well. Seti frowned at Lucas' soft murmur. Isn't that too risky? What if the Demon King or Nodisup get their hands on him first? Cran is no pushover. They'd have to use more power than they thought to capture him. That way, regardless of where it is, I'd know the location immediately. Even when taking that into account, I feel like you are relying on something else. Seti narrowed her eyes as she observed Lucas. Father, you're planning something, aren't you? I don't know what it is, but it is definitely something that will turn the tables, right? Right. Lucas calmly admitted it. Seti was immature in many ways, but she still had the sharp intellect that came with being an absolute. What is it? It's not the right time to reveal it yet. It is literally the last resort. It's a gamble. And I don't want to use it if I don't have to. So the best option would be to learn how to trick the laws of the universe. Of course, if that method failed, then it couldn't be helped. He would have no choice but to gamble. Cran opened his eyes, babump. At the same time, he felt a strong pulse from his heart. He could feel a stronger power swirling inside of him. This newly acquired power rushed wildly through his blood vessels as though it was desperate to show off its strength. Cran got up from his seat, put on his clothes, and glanced at the crystal ball. I think this was a lot stronger than the soul crystals I used before. That's good news. That means it's getting more efficient. Doesn't that mean I'm becoming more of a monster? Ringo paused for a moment before speaking in a cautious tone. Should we stop now? I will always respect your wishes, Cran. Cran put on his cloak and chuckled. It's too late to turn back now. I'll see this through to the end. Tell me about the next target. Where is it? Aren't you going to take a break? I don't need it. My body has already recovered. There was a brief silence before the voice came from the crystal ball again. The Korean Peninsula. That's where the next target is. The Korean Peninsula. Cran slowly closed his eyes. Help me prepare, Ringo. I want to leave right away. The communications room. Min Ha-Rin operated the communications equipment while sitting across from Joanna. It was nothing special. All she had to do was enter the password for the confidential communications line that she knew and wait for a response. When was the last time you were in Korea? About 3 years ago. I think it's been about that long. That's longer than I thought. Yeah, the damage to Korea wasn't that great. As my performance improved, I was dispatched to China more often. Later, I moved to stay there. Joanna nodded slowly before asking in a slightly cautious tone, What about your family? I have two younger siblings in Korea. I guess they're not hunters. Yeah, Joanna smiled softly. That's good. Having a family, I mean. What about you, Miss Joanna? You can just call me Joanna. Perhaps it was because she was American, but Joanna was much more open than she expected. While having that thought, Min Ha-rin repeated herself. What about your family? I don't have one, I'm an orphan. Ah, that was a bit surprising. From her attitude, Min Ha-rin had thought that she was born and raised in a wealthy, or at least a well-off family, but that wasn't the case. In other words, she felt and behaved like a scioness of some major family or force. Joanna seemed familiar with this reaction. That's why I call the association president my father, because he brought me up as a child and showed me my path. A tender light shined in Joanna's eyes as she said that. Min Ha-rin could understand her feelings to an extent. Perhaps the same respect and admiration that she now had for Lucas, Joanna had for Neil Prand. Joanna's expression became earnest as she met Min Ha-rin's gaze. So please save the association president. Yes, just as Min Ha-rin's determination was renewed, she finally got a response from the screen in front of her. I think the line has been connected. Yeah, wait a moment, Pit. Suddenly, the screen lit up. Min Ha-rin blinked. The person on the screen was obviously someone she knew, but it took her a moment to realize that. No, she still wasn't sure even though she was looking at them with her own eyes. She licked her lips a few times before hesitantly opening her mouth. Uncle Min Chul, as expected, it's Ha-rin. The man behind the screen smiled brightly. Min Ha-rin couldn't help but feel a hint of disbelief as she saw this. Why is it you, uncle? What about big brother Sung Hyun? He's dead. Min Ha-rin's eyes widened. A lot has happened. There is so much that I want to talk to you about. Since you contacted this communication line, it should mean that you're coming back to Korea, right? When will you return? Those words made Min Ha-rin speechless for a few moments. She did intend to go back to Korea, and she was confident that they would let her in, but she thought it would take some time to persuade them. But Kim Min Chul's attitude made her hesitate. It felt like he wanted her to return to Korea as soon as possible. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. The doctor's words floated in his mind in a loop. There was nothing wrong with his body. In truth, he knew it better than anyone. Hup. He took another deep breath and prepared his mind. Then he closed his eyes and relaxed his body as much as he could. It wasn't hard for him to remember that time. In only a few moments, the image of a woman appeared in his mind. A woman with hair as red as blood. A being who was so fearsome that her harmless appearance made her all the more frightening. Duke rose. Rattle. Just imagining her face caused his entire body to quiver violently. If he hadn't been lying on his bed, his feet would have given out and he would have collapsed. He no longer feared the demons as he had in the past. He was certain that he had overcome that to an extent, if the first demon he encountered hadn't been one of the 5 dukes. He shook his head. All of those thoughts were just excuses. In the end, all of this came down to the fact that he was too weak. He wanted to overcome it. He wanted to move on. He wanted to say goodbye to his weak, pathetic self and fight the demons confidently. This was the future that he'd shed tears of blood to achieve. He thought that he would reach it if he pushed a little further, but now that goal that he thought was in his grasp was even further than before. No. He was the one who had run away from it. In the end, he was not a man who was able to overcome his trauma. He was still a weak, young English boy who could not get over his fear of demons. Damn it, crack. Unable to contain his anger towards himself, Leo Freeman smashed his fist into the table beside his bed. This was the first time he'd ever acted in such an emotional manner, and yet the sense of shame didn't disappear. On the contrary, his negative emotions grew stranger as he felt that his patheticness was even clearer now. Damn it, damn it. Blood gushed from his lip as he bit down on it. Stop hurting yourself. Leo turned his head quickly. Without him realizing, Lucas had entered his room and was standing beside his bed. Master. Without a word, Lucas walked over to him and handed him a tissue. Leo accepted it and pressed it to his lips. The white tissue became stained red. Lucas looked down at Leo for a moment before taking a seat in the chair beside the bed. For some reason, the ticking sound of the clock's second hand became exceptionally clear at that moment. I'm sorry. Even after he said that, Lucas didn't say anything. I know this is an opportunity that I'll probably never receive again, and I really wanted to do well this time, but it didn't work out. Leo's voice was strained and hoarse. He felt that if he continued talking, he would begin to cry. He knew that he already looked pathetic, but he didn't want to embarrass himself any more than he already had. Nevertheless, since he'd started, he would have to finish, because the subdued silence was urging him to continue. I saw a video of what happened in the training ground. A group of some of the best hunters in North America had faced a girl no older than he was. And yet this girl, whose hair flowed down to her feet, had defeated them with ease. It was such a beautiful fight that he didn't even feel jealous. It was clear to Leo that he would have to work hard his entire life, but he wasn't sure he could reach that level with just his talent and hard work. There was only one thing that Leo was certain of. He wouldn't be able to reach even half of that level even after 10 years had passed. It took a lot of determination for him to open his mouth again. "Why are you apologizing?" Lucas interrupted him. "I feel like I disappointed Master. Did I ever tell you that or show such an attitude? No, but then why are you making your own assumptions and judgments?" The words were filled with blame, but the tone they were said in was soft. Leo fell silent for a moment, speechless. "That. You're doing great." You're doing great. You haven't done anything wrong." Luca's eyes were shining so brightly that it hurt to look at them. The brilliance in his eyes was so dazzling that it felt like he wanted to drive away the dark clouds in his mind. "It's as I said, you are always trying to face your fears head on. That is not an easy task. Anyone can just think about it." Leo's voice grew louder at the end. His face became contorted. "I'll try harder next time. Tomorrow will be different from today." Those easy thoughts are things that everyone repeats to themselves in bed before they sleep right. It just keeps repeating. "I feel like my resolution has faded and I've become self-indulgent. What really mattered was to not lose the drive." But Leo felt like he couldn't do that. Everyone has their time. Time, right. People usually call it fate, but I personally call it the time of blooming. The time of blooming. It's just a difference of timing. Just because a flower blooms later doesn't mean it's any less beautiful. And Lucas smiled. When Leo saw this smile, he felt his heart swell and his throat close. He could feel it just from looking at this smile, just how much this person in front of him believed in him, and just how high his expectations for him were. "I believe that you will bloom into a flower that is more brilliant than any other flower." Gulp. Leo was unable to stop his hot tears from pouring out. There had never been someone who had so much faith in him in his entire life. He was someone who couldn't even lift a finger in front of a demon. How ridiculous was this for someone who wanted to become a hunter, someone who would risk their life on every mission? "Why do you have so much faith in me?" "Because I am your master." Luca's smile widened. "Do you trust me?" "Yeah, then trust in my eyes too. The Leo Freeman I have seen and judged is by no means a man who would bow down to this level of frustration. Master, I look forward to the flower you will bloom into." When Lucas stepped out of the hospital room, he encountered a black-haired girl with a sour expression. Seti Glaston, no, it should be Seti Troman now. She had become strangely attached to Lucas since becoming immortal. Seti pointed at the hospital room, her expression still sullen. "Is he your disciple as well, father?" "Right, he's really weak." Lucas looked down at Seti for a moment. "What, Seti, what do you think a father should be?" "Someone bigger and stronger enough than me." "Then you call me father because I am stronger than you." "Right, there are only 4 people in this universe right now that are stronger than me." She was referring to the 4 absolutes: Notisip, Letip, Lucas, and Cassigen. Naturally, Lucas was the only one among them who was kind to Seti. There was no need to mention Notisip, who she seemed to have a bad relationship with, and Cassigen, who made her the way she was. Letip, who appeared to be neutral, was a wild card, and no one knew what he was thinking. "I've never had a daughter. I know, you never did it." "Right, that's not really the point right now, but anyway, I know that you and I don't have a normal father-daughter relationship." A normal father-daughter relationship. Seti tilted her head to the side. It had probably not been intentional, but her action was filled with innocence that matched her apparent age. "What does that mean?" "I don't know." "What are you talking about? Are you trying to crack a joke?" "No, as I said, I've never had a daughter." He knew about the bonds between friends, masters, and parents. Just recently, he'd learned how to treat a disciple. This was Luca's first time having a child. Though the origin of the relationship was a bit strange, he did not want to treat this bond carelessly now that it had been formed. Even if she wasn't his child by blood, he still wanted to treat their bond seriously and form the most desirable relationship for the both of them. As he had this thought, Lucas looked down at Seti. "So I'll think about it from now on." "Think about what?" "How a father should treat his daughter, what I can do for you, and what an ideal father-daughter relationship should be like." Seti looked at Lucas with a blank expression for a moment. She felt strange. She didn't know why, but Lucas' words touched her heart deeply. For the first time, Seti felt like that missing part of her was being temporarily filled. "So you should also think about it seriously about what you want from a father." For some reason, she could no longer look at Lucas. Seti turned her head away and said, I see." She didn't know why, but her face was burning. Unable to contain her nervousness, Seti tapped her foot on the ground. The Korea branch connected the warp portal much more easily than they expected. Min Ha-rin couldn't help but wonder how Kim Min-chul, who had been an ordinary civilian just a few years ago, had obtained that much authority. She was a bit skeptical about the fact that he accepted her words without asking about the particular circumstances, but she couldn't ask that at the moment. One of the reasons was that they were using an emergency communication line, which meant that they couldn't talk for a long time. "The portal will be open for 1 day, so please come over before it closes." Kim Min-chul had said these words with a smile. That meant that they could go to Korea as soon as they were ready. Now they just needed to step into the portal, and with the push of a button, they would immediately be sent over to the Korea branch. Vincent looked at the three people who would be embarking on the mission. Lucas, Min-ha-rin, and Seti. They all stood in front of the warp portal looking at him. Letter 1d6 5e, letter 1d6 2f, letter 1d6 2f, letter 1d6 6 7, letter 1d4 8 6, letter 1d6 2 2. Calm. Are you going to be okay? Yes, it seems Notisup's influence hasn't reached there yet. This wasn't necessarily good news. Regardless of whether it was Notisup or not, the atmosphere of the Korea branch that they had seen through the monitor was different from before. Unfortunately, they would only be able to learn the details by going through the portal. Are you sure you don't need more pee? It's fine, Vincent. You saw the video from the training ground, right? Right? Vincent's gaze subconsciously shifted to the side, to Seti, who was yawning with a bored expression on her face. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen the video of the fight with his own eyes, that this thin young girl was able to single-handedly overwhelm a group of the North America headquarters' best hunters. She's stronger than a branch president. It was possible she might have been much older than she looked. The higher the level of a being, the slower their body aged. And if they went a step further and reached a certain level, their entire body could be reconstructed. Of course, these were only conjectures that had been written in martial arts manuals for centuries, but he'd heard that some warriors had experienced this phenomenon. This girl should be a member of Argento's spell as well. Vincent felt a brief hint of admiration. Following the defeat of one of the 5 dukes, if this mission was a success and they went on to save the president of the Hunter Association, there would be no hunters who didn't know their name. There's no time to waste. Please activate the portal. Vincent nodded at Luca's words. I wish you good luck, Pot. Then a bright light enveloped the area around the portal. The feeling of weightlessness gradually disappeared, and she became aware of the fact that she was now standing on the ground. The warp had been successful. Cough, cough. Before the bright light that surrounded her body had even fully dissipated, Min-ha-rin began to cough. The quality of the air was horrible. It was like she had just breathed a bunch of dust into her lungs. Was it because she had just come from a place with incredibly clean air? No, the air in Busan shouldn't have been this bad. After a short while, the light completely disappeared and the surroundings became visible. Like North America, the warp portals were installed outside in an open area, not in a building or underground. But the landscape they saw was a perfect contrast to the beautiful North America. Busan. It was once one of the port cities that represented East Asia. Of course, the appearance of the demons caused some damage, but it hadn't been as bad as in other regions. That's why the Korea branch was established in this city. However, the view of the city that she could see now made Min-ha-rin speechless. Collapsed buildings, hazy smoke, and utter silence created an image similar to that of a world on the brink of destruction. Lucas also took a breath of the air. The air wasn't bad because it had been contaminated by demonic energy. Instead, the air itself had been contaminated by several harmful gases. Welcome to the Korea branch. A man standing beside the portal smiled and spoke to them. Min-ha-rin immediately recognized him as Kim Min-chul, whom she had known since childhood, but at the same time she didn't recognize him. This was probably because of the clothes he was wearing. His clothes were similar to those worn by clerics of the church, but instead of black they were bright, pristine white. It was a strange sight, almost as though the dust that circulated in the air avoided him. Uncle, you look even prettier in person. You grew up so beautifully. I'm glad you're okay, Ha-rin. Kim Min-chul smiled gently. It was the same warm smile that she often saw in the past, but there was a strange feeling hidden behind it that made Min-ha-rin speechless. Kim Min-chul's eyes turned to Lucas and Seti at the back. And who might you be? I'm Frey Blake, a European hunter. Min-ha-rin and I are in the same sect. Ah, I see. For a moment Kim Min-chul was puzzled by what he meant by being in the same sect, but he quickly hid his expression and bowed politely with her unique, gentle smile. I'm Kim Min-chul. I'm just an old man who watched Ha-rin grow up. I knew her since she was just a kid with dreams of becoming a hunter, and now she's all grown up. Time is a scary thing. Ha ha ha, I see. It seemed that he was trying to lighten the mood, but Lucas only nodded his head in a businesslike manner. This attitude made Kim Min-chul a bit embarrassed, and he scratched his head with an awkward expression. By the way, why are you here in Korea? We heard that the saint is here. Lucas spoke in a blunt tone. Min-ha-rin looked at her master with a slightly startled expression. They hadn't talked about this before coming. Kim Min-chul looked at Lucas with a strange, indecipherable gaze before nodding. That's right. Excuse me. Mr. Kim Min-chul, do you know the saint? Hoo-hoo. Kim Min-chul chuckled and shook his head. I don't think there is anyone in this city who doesn't know him. He smiled, turning around. The group nodded and followed Kim Min-chul. It seemed that it had rained a short while ago as there were small puddles scattered across the street. As they walked down the muddy street, only the patter of their feet could be heard. This street had probably been something of a shopping center in the past, but now the only proof of this was the slanted, flickering neon lights attached to bent poles. Uncle, did you hear anything from China? Ah. Do you mean the man named Notisap who became the new president? Yeah, he contacted the branch president a few times. What did the branch president say? He said no. How did he respond to that? I'm sure he must have pressured you. Kim Min-chul smiled at that. We do not have to be wary of the Asia headquarters anymore. Not to mention Asia, even the demons won't come to this place anymore. You'll find out soon enough. After saying that, Kim Min-chul increased his pace, leading them further into the city. Lucas and Seti, who were walking at the back of the group, exchanged glances. Father, this guy is suspicious. Seti's voice rang in Lucas' head. He nodded slightly. I could get this guy to tell us everything he knows. It would only take me a minute. This time, he shook his head. If they were to use Seti's method, Kim Min-chul's mind would be destroyed and his body wouldn't be left in much better shape. However, as he was Min Ha-rin's acquaintance, they couldn't do that without any confirmation. Seti turned her head away and pouted in dissatisfaction at Luca's refusal. Is big brother Sung Hyen. Min Ha-rin deliberately trailed off at the end of her sentence. It was about 2 years ago. He fought bravely, but in the end, he could not escape death. Kim Sung Hyen was Kim Min-chul's only son and a hunter. Unfortunately, his talent was only ordinary. So unlike Min Ha-rin, who traveled throughout Asia, Kim Sung Hyen served as a security guard for the Korea branch. Korea had not been directly exposed to the threat of the demons yet. That's why she hadn't thought that Kim Sung Hyen would lose his life. Min Ha-rin looked at Kim Min-chul's back. She could imagine how terrible it must have felt when he lost his son. His wife had died shortly after giving birth, so Kim Min-chul gave Kim Sung Hyen all of the affection that was meant for his wife. If it was the Kim Min-chul she knew, it wouldn't be strange if he collapsed after the death of his son and become a wastrel. That was why Min Ha-rin's doubts deepened. Suddenly, Kim Min-chul stopped. We're here. Here, it was a place that Min Ha-rin knew well. It was the entrance to the Korea branch of the Hunter Association, which was a renovated underground shopping mall in the center of Busan. But it felt completely different from back then. First of all, the people guarding the hideout weren't Korean. Also, instead of clothes that normal hunters wore, their clothing was similar to Kim Min-chul's. The skyscraper that sat above the shopping mall had originally been used only as a decoy, but now the entire building was lit. Above all, flags and banners covered the building. Each of these flags, which fluttered in the wind, had the symbol of 2 eyes on a pure white background. When the guards spotted them, they bowed politely. Father, you've returned. The people behind you, they are the guests I mentioned before. I see. One of the guards looked over to the group and bowed slightly. Welcome to the Church of Eternal Life. Church of Eternal Life, isn't this the Korea branch headquarters? When he heard this, the expression on the guard's face became a bit strange. I'll explain in a little bit. Let's go inside first. Kim Min-chul stepped forward, cutting off the conversation. The guards bowed once more before opening the doors. After going inside the building, they went into an elevator and went up. When they stopped at the 5th floor, Kim Min-chul guided them to a room. Please wait here for a moment. Uncle. Wait a minute, what is it? Where are my younger siblings now? Min Ha-rin's face was a bit flushed when she said this. Although she didn't want to admit it in front of Lucas, the main reason why she agreed to come to Korea this time was because she was worried about her younger siblings. Of course, she knew that they were older now and she didn't need to baby them, but it had been a few years since she'd last seen them, and she was a bit worried. It would also be a lie to say that she didn't miss them. Kim Min-chul's expression darkened slightly. He stood there for a moment before muttering briefly, I'll bring them to you. Wait here. After saying that, Kim Min-chul left the room. As soon as he was gone, Seti sat on the well-made bed and shook her hips a little before frowning. This place is unpleasant. Her gaze then turned to where Kim Min-chul had been standing before, especially that guy. I have a bad feeling about him. Uncle Min-chul is not a bad person. Who said he was a bad person? I just have a bad feeling, more importantly. Seti turned to Min Ha-rin. Why do you keep talking informally to me? I should be the one asking you that. Strangely, Min Ha-rin felt that she didn't want to lose to Seti. She'd felt this way the moment she learned that she was Luca's daughter. In other words, from the very beginning. Although this little girl was probably strong enough to survive being hit by a truck, she didn't intend to lower her head. I'm older than you. You bare-faced liar. You look younger than my younger siblings. You cheeky mortal. Lucas ignored the 2 bickering women and opened the window. He blocked the dirty air from entering the room with a barrier and looked at the landscape outside. The streets below were so hazy that it was hard to believe it was only midday. In all honesty, Lucas felt quite frustrated at that moment. The streets were narrow and seemed to have not been built with any consideration for the locations of the buildings. The sizes were also different, so there was no uniformity even if one squinted one's eyes. It was completely different from the sophisticated streets and skyscrapers that he saw in North America. It also felt even worse because of how close together they were. To make matters worse, most of the streets were built on a mountainside, and there were many side streets which seemed much more complicated than even the worst slums. It's a country with a small territory compared to its population. When he recalled the characteristics of Korea, Lucas understood to an extent. Click. Then the door opened again. Kim Min-chul had returned. It's too late for today, so I'll arrange for a meeting with the saint tomorrow morning. Is that all right? When Lucas nodded, Kim Min-chul smiled. And Ha-rin, I brought your younger siblings. He then turned around and beckoned. Ha-min, Ha-yun, come here. Min Ha-rin turned to look behind Kim Min-chul, but when she saw her younger siblings for the first time in quite a few years, her heart sank. In confirmation of Min Ha-rin's earlier words, although they were clearly teenagers, they both looked older than Seti. But it wasn't their age that Min Ha-rin noticed. She hadn't seen them in years. But there was one reason why her heart sank instead of becoming filled with pleasure at their reunion. Both of them were covered in injuries. Of course, they couldn't be called serious injuries, but they both had scars all over their bodies. Some of them appeared new, some looked like they were almost finished healing, and some were completely healed. Min Ha-rin had never seen these scars before. You guys. For the first time in a long while, she called out to her younger siblings. Her call caused them to flinch back before slowly raising their heads to see who was calling them. Their eyes, which were half filled with doubt, grew wider before becoming filled with tears. Big sis, big sis. Then they rushed over to Min Ha-rin and hugged her. Big sis, Huck. As she wrapped her arms around her crying brother and sister, Min Ha-rin felt like crying as well. Forcibly suppressing the tightness of her throat, Min Ha-rin spoke slowly. I'm sorry I wasn't able to contact you. Why are you guys so injured? What happened to you? Now that she could see them up close, Min Ha-rin was in a rush to find out what happened. The pain she felt at that moment was much greater than when she suffered from serious injuries. When she mentioned their wounds, the two flinched and exchanged glances. These wounds. They are medals. This answer came from Kim Min-chul. He was watching the reunion of the three siblings with a pleased expression. Medals, your younger siblings are currently undergoing trials to enter the Church of Eternal Life. Originally, they wouldn't have been able to contact outsiders while undergoing their trials, but we made a special exception for you, Ha-rin. After all, you haven't seen your younger siblings in years. Min Ha-rin's gaze became sharp. She slowly turned to Kim Min-chul and asked in a pointed tone, These trials, are they taking them voluntarily? Of course. That's impossible. Unlike herself, her two younger siblings had never dared to undergo any hardships. They were naturally gentle and timid, and they had never even fought against others when they were younger, let alone demons. She knew that better than anyone. She had raised them by herself since they were babies. She would never believe that her younger siblings would willingly undergo any kind of painful trial. Min Ha-rin looked down at Ha-min and Ha-yun. Their lips twitched slightly as though they wanted to say something, but in the end they both lowered their heads, remaining silent. This sight made her stomach churn. Min Ha-rin's eyes turned to Kim Min-chul once again. I will never forgive anyone who dares to touch my family. I know, you've always loved your younger siblings dearly. What the hell is the Church of Eternal Life? It is the light, the only hope that we can get through these desperate times. After saying this, Kim Min-chul's calm expression became serious. Ha-rin, you should join our church as well. I'm sure the saint and the bishop would accept you with open arms. At your level, you wouldn't even have to undergo the trials. I'm sorry, but I don't intend to follow some kind of mysterious religion like that. Kim Min-chul's expression became one of displeasure. Are you insulting our Church of Eternal Life with the things you did to Mai? We have no intention of doing that. Ha-rin is just overreacting a little. It was Lucas who interrupted Min Ha-rin before her tirade could begin. Then Min Ha-rin's aura, which had begun to rise, slowly settled back down. Kim Min-chul watched this with a slightly surprised expression. Ha-rin listened to him so easily. The Min Ha-rin he knew, while not rude, was very independent and stubborn at the same time as being extremely hot-headed. She was the type who would never back down if she thought something was wrong, so she was often called the child who grew up too quickly to be cute by the adults. That was why Kim Min-chul found it strange that Min Ha-rin listened to Luca's words so easily. Lucas walked over to Min Ha-rin's siblings, kneeled, and looked them in the eyes. Min Ha-min and Min Ha-yun, both of them looked very similar to Min Ha-rin. The boy appeared to be a few years older. Hello. Ah, hello. Hi, who are you, Opa? I'm Ha-rin's master, her master. Right. Lucas smiled gently after saying that, and one of the eyebrows of Seti, who was standing behind him, twitched slightly. Suddenly, Kim Min-chul coughed in his hand. It's getting late, and you must be tired after a long-distance teleportation, so we'll get going. Now, children, it was nice to see her again after a long time, wasn't it? It's time to go back now. The warm atmosphere, which had just formed, was destroyed by his voice. Min Ha-min and Min Ha-yun lowered their heads, not daring to refute him. We'll see you later, big sis. Min Ha-min turned around first, but Min Ha-yun hesitated a bit before looking up at Min Ha-rin and opening her mouth. Hey, big sis, by chance. Min Ha-rin realized what her little sister wanted to say and spoke in a firm tone. I'm not going anywhere. Ah, don't worry, just trust me. Everything is going to be all right. It was only then when Min Ha Min and Min Ha Yun's expressions brightened for the first time. Kim Min Chul sent them away first, but he didn't leave immediately. Ha Rin. Yeah, there was a big change. There was no longer any affection in their voices. The leader and the branch president want to meet you. Can you meet them right now? The branch president, the person he referred to as leader, should have been the head of the Church of Eternal Life. In all honesty, she wasn't fond of the offer. However, she had to meet the president of the Korea branch. If she met him, she would be able to find out what the hell happened here. Understood. Good. Let's go right away. Why don't the two of you wait here for a while? Kim Min Chul looked over to Lucas and Seti as he said the last part. In an unexpected display of cooperation, Lucas nodded. No problem, yeah. Min Ha Rin made eye contact with Lucas before following Kim Min Chul. Lucas simply nodded without saying anything, but that alone was enough to fill Min Ha Rin with confidence. She didn't know what the Church of Eternal Life was or what was going on there. However, she didn't think they would be a threat to her with her master here. Min Ha Rin clenched her fist and walked confidently behind Kim Min Chul. Tack. The door closed. Seti looked at it for a while before muttering softly. That was unexpected. What was that girl, Min Ha Rin or whatever? I feel like she's different when she's with you. I think I just saw an expression I never saw her make before. She saw an unexpected side. Lucas nodded. That's because you've only seen her rely on me. But there are things that Min Ha Rin has to protect as well. When he protected those weaker than himself, he grew stronger. Min Ha Rin appeared to be the same. Without even giving herself enough time to grieve after losing their parents, she steeled herself to raise her two younger siblings who were more frightened and anxious than she was. Perhaps what you're seeing now is Min Ha Rin's true form. That's enough of your human anthem. In any case, this place is suspicious. The Church of Eternal Life. A condescending smirk spread across Seti's lips. That's not a concept mortals should talk about. So what are you going to do? Are you going to stay here? No, I need to go for now. Lucas was silent for a moment before looking up. There's something that concerns me. Tap. They walked down a dark hallway. The only sound that could be heard was their soft footsteps, and the lights above them flashed as though they hadn't been maintained for a long time. The people they encountered as they walked all bowed deeply to Kim Min Chul. To Min Ha Rin, they were more like puppets than people. Unable to bear the silence, Min Ha Rin opened her mouth. Are we going to see the branch president? Kim Min Chul answered without looking back. We're going to the bishop first. They went down to the basement, not by elevator but by stairs. They descended down a spiral staircase that had clearly not been there before. The deeper they went, the darker it became and the more unsettled Min Ha Rin became. It felt that not just her body but also her mind was being buried beneath the ground. After an unknown amount of time passed, they reached the end of the spiral staircase, which felt like it led down into a bottomless abyss. Several candles placed in a straight line along the hallway subtly illuminated their path. Kim Min Chul walked down this hallway without hesitation, as though he was very familiar with it. Was there such a place in the Korea branch? Suppressing her doubts, Min Ha Rin continued to follow Kim Min Chul. Eventually, they arrived at a door at the end of the hallway, and when it opened, they saw a person in the room. At first, Min Ha Rin thought that the figure sitting in the middle of the room was a corpse. He was so old that she couldn't help but think that. The skin on his entire body was severely wrinkled to the point where he appeared shriveled. His thin cheeks and wrist were reminiscent of an old tree. The old man wore a priestly robe similar to what Kim Min Chul was wearing, but his robes were embroidered and were much more colorful. Of course, with his thin body, he looked more like a scarecrow wearing a sack than a religious leader. Looking at this old man, Min Ha Rin couldn't help but feel that it wouldn't be strange if he died at any moment. She'd met people who were around 80 or 90 years old, but this old man in front of her looked much older than them. It was as though he was the embodiment of the concept of aging. Nevertheless, there was one thing that stood out. His eyes were sharp. Like a nocturnal animal's or a predator's, they stood out in the dimly lit room. You must be Min Ha Rin. His voice was as rough as his appearance, a terrible sound similar to when one scratched their nails on an old tree. However, Kim Min Chul bowed his head reverently when he heard this voice as if he'd heard the voice of God. I heard a lot about you from your younger siblings. I'm Slay Paperston, the bishop of the Church of Eternal Life. Min Ha Rin, right? Slay smiled slightly as he looked Min Ha Rin over with his bright eyes. I heard you were a swordsman, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Are you a wizard? That's right. A swordsman became a wizard. That's not a simple process. Slay did not hide his interest in Min Ha Rin as he pointed upwards. Was it your master upstairs who did that for you? Yes, right. As we expected, he is a great being. Min Ha Rin narrowed her eyes at those words. Do you know my master? Right, Slay chuckled. We've been waiting for him. Come and have a seat, Min Ha Rin. We have so much to talk about. I'll use this chance to explain to you the doctrine of our Church of Eternal Life. Lucas used Ghost to look around the base. After becoming an absolute, he no longer needed to distinguish between his body and soul, but this time he made an effort to leave his body in the room. This was because he thought someone might stop by to check on the room while he was roaming around the base. If that were to happen, it would be very suspicious if Lucas wasn't present. Of course, the most important reason for this decision was the fact that he had a reliable bodyguard now. Lucas thought about SETI for a moment before resuming his search. Few of the people there appeared to be hunters. Instead, most of them wore priestly robes like Kim Min Chul. Of course, there were some differences from the robes worn by Catholic priests. What concerned him was the heavy atmosphere that seemed to cover the entire branch. Instead of going underground, Lucas headed up, to the very top of this large skyscraper. That was where the thing that concerned him was. Shuck. At the very top of the building was a large room from which one could overlook the entirety of Busan. In this room, which was so bright that one could forget the darkness of the city, stood a single figure. This figure suddenly turned around. This figure had a strangely neutral appearance. There were no traits or indicators of gender among this figure's neat facial features. Above all, it was their white eyes that truly drew Luca's attention. These eyes with no pupil or iris shined brightly, even in the brightly lit room. In fact, it felt like the brightness in the room was actually light that was pouring from their eyes. They looked towards Lucas. At first, Lucas thought it was a coincidence. After all, it was impossible for even a great wizard who had reached 9 stars to see Lucas when he was in his ghost state. But after this person's gaze turned to Lucas, it didn't turn away. Instead, as more time passed, the certainty that they were looking at him increased. Ah, hello. Finally, they smiled softly, their expression a mixture of purity and naivety. How can I help you, soul? What did you think when you first heard the name Church of Eternal Life? That it's a cult? Min-ha-rin spoke in a blunt tone, and Kim Min-chul's eyes widened. Min-ha-rin, ahaha, Slay, on the other hand, burst into laughter. Min-ha-rin wondered briefly where that thin body found the energy to let out such a loud laugh. This old man in front of her was the bishop, the highest authority in the Church of Eternal Life. So she wanted to see how he would react if she insulted his religion in front of him. It was very rude, but she couldn't think of any other way. For Min-ha-rin, it was more important than anything else to figure out exactly what this mysterious religion was and how to get her younger siblings out of it. Actually, there was a cult that carried this name in the past. However, we are very different from them, and so is our path. Immortality is not something mortals can hope to achieve. Then why do you call yourselves the Church of Eternal Life? Eternal life, everlasting life, what do you think it means to have such a life? Does it end when your body dies? It doesn't. As long as the soul doesn't disappear, the being will not disappear. The same goes for the path we walk on. Everything will be reincarnated. Reincarnation was a religious term that was mainly used in Buddhism. So when this old man in priestly robes said this word, it felt a bit strange. It seems to me that the Church of Eternal Life took concepts that belonged to other religions and interpreted them as they please. It's natural for us to take from them. After all, we are latecomers. Religions that were created before we were knowledge worthy of their age. If the things that they say are the truth, it's not unreasonable for us to say it as well. The old man's stiff lips twisted slightly. But do you know the crucial difference between us and them? I don't. Out of all religions, the Church of Eternal Life is the only one able to prove the existence of souls and the afterlife. Unable to understand, Min-ha-rin blinked for a while. Then she shook her head and responded. Isn't it just if you believe in the God we believe in, you'll go to heaven or something like that? I don't see how that makes you different from other religions. There are a lot of differences, because we don't have the gods that most religions believe in. Slay chuckled. There are many religions in this world, but the holy power that they use doesn't come from the God they believe in. Instead, it comes from their own faith and belief, in other words, their own willpower. And you are different, that's right, because we borrow the power of the God we believe in. Slay once more before gesturing to Kim Min Chul behind him. Would you mind giving us a minute? I would like to speak to Min-ha-rin alone, but Bishop. Don't worry, no matter how old I am, I can still deal with this child. Understood. Kim Min Chul was reluctant, but he dared not disobey a direct order from the bishop. With heavy steps, he left the room. Tack. Door closed and silence fell once again. Slay let out a soft chuckle. What do you think of when you hear the word God? God, the creator, the being who made all things. She didn't believe in God. Min-ha-rin swallowed her words before she could say them, but Slay was able to pick up on what she was thinking. You're an atheist. There used to be a lot of atheists in Korea. Is that so? Nowadays, there were often crosses and other religious symbols wherever one looked, so she wasn't aware of it. However, before the advent of the demons, the percentage of atheists in Korea was among the highest in the world. Omniscience and omnipotence. These are traits that only God is qualified to possess. In that sense, there can only be one being who can be called God in all universes. Most beings don't know that fact, but we were able to recognize it. All universes. These words sounded strange to her, but Min-ha-rin chose not to point it out. The absolute being, the one true God. You're not trying to say that's you, are you? Most cult leaders tended to refer to themselves as God or claim to be the sons of God who had inherited their blood. The world was already broken. Crowds of wounded and desperate people wailed in the streets, their hearts and wills shattering at the slightest touch. Ironically, this was the best time for religions to flourish. Those who were injured, sick, or had lost their loved ones instinctively sought something to rely on. Minha-rin never thought that religion was a bad thing. After all, she was happy that the wounded and ill could find shelter. What she really hated were those who used the weak for their own means, people who treated faith like a business, who were no better than trash. Hoo-hoo. Despite Minha-rin's harsh tone and rude attitude, Slay remained calm. Of course not. I'm nothing more than a mortal who was lucky enough to sit on this seat through the hand of fate. His attitude took Minha-rin by surprise. She could tell from his expression. This man wasn't trying to be humble, nor was he pretentious. He genuinely thought so. Let's get back to the main topic. The soul is our source, a repository of our memories of our path so far. Generally, no being has the right to extinguish a soul, so it can be said to have some degree of immortality. So as long as our souls don't disappear, our lives won't disappear. Couldn't that, then, be called eternal life? Slay stood up, his face slightly flushed and his breathing noticeably quicker. It seemed that he was so excited that he could no longer contain it. But eternal life is also a poisoned holy grail. How long would it take for the blessing of eternal life to instead feel like a curse of eternal torture? 100 years? 1,000? I don't know because I haven't lived that long, but I'm certain that it would be much shorter than I thought. So I thought, pondered, agonized about it before finally finding the answer. In order to live an eternal life, one must be accompanied by those one truly loves. Minha-rin's eyes widened at the unexpected remark. Slay let out a low laugh. Whether it's your family, siblings, friends, or lovers, anyone will do. As long as there is someone to accompany you through the eons, the blessing will never become a curse. Slay's expression changed as he muttered in a low voice. Everlasting life together with the ones you love. That is the doctrine of our Church of Eternal Life. Are you trying to say that if I entered the Church of Eternal Life, my siblings and I could be together forever? It's not just that. Didn't I say earlier, we have proven the existence of souls and the afterlife? Minha-rin's eyes suddenly went wide at those words. There's no way. We can also revive the dead. Minha-rin took a deep, heavy breath. At that moment, the faces of Kim Min-chul, who had seemed strangely calm all this time, and Kim Sung-hyun, whom she'd loved dearly, appeared in Minha-rin's mind. I didn't force any of your younger siblings to join us. I simply told them one thing. In return for joining the Church of Eternal Life, you will be able to see your parents again. Those kids have no memory of our parents. That doesn't mean they wouldn't want to meet them. Letter 1D5F6, letter 1D4C3, letter 1D4F7, letter 1D493, letter 1D626, a letter 1D41D. Calm. Minha-rin belatedly realized that the defiance in her voice had become dull. Perhaps Slay noticed it too. He fixed his expression before speaking in a low, heavy tone. Ha-rin, don't you want to see your dead parents again? Lucas realized that the person in front of him had the most powerful soul eyes that he'd ever seen before. No, it wasn't just soul eyes. The power that he could feel from those eyes could not be described with just one term. A white glow appeared in Lucas' eyes. He started to examine the person's eyes with clairvoyance, and soon he received a startling result. To Lucas' surprise, even his clairvoyance was unable to see through their eyes. Lucas looked at them properly once again. Pure white eyes without even the slightest blemish stared back at him unblinkingly. Soul, they called me a soul. It seemed that this person had mistaken him for a soul. Lucas decided to use this misunderstanding to his benefit. I want to know your name. The person smiled and answered this absurd question without any hesitation. My name is Arid. When Lucas returned to the room, he found Seti fiddling with his body. The expression on her face was so serious that one would think she was conducting some extremely important research. What are you doing? Seti didn't seem to be surprised by Lucas' voice and instead raised her hand to her chin contemplatively. I'm just checking exactly what you are. As I expected, you're an absolute who was once a human. Nevertheless, Father's body is pretty high quality. From what I can see, you were probably the best among humans. Shaking his head at Seti's strange praise, Lucas returned to his body. But even after entering his body, she didn't let go of him. In fact, she actually began to act more aggressively. With her two small hands, she stretched Lucas' cheeks to their maximum. This was the first time he had ever experienced something like this, so Lucas was speechless for a while. Wow, amazing. What is? Father's face got warmer when your soul returned. By the way, how can you separate your body and soul? Is that one of your Lord abilities? Forcefully moving Seti's hands away, Lucas rose from his seat. Seti pouted slightly but obediently backed away. Did you have any harvest? Right, I met the saint. Oh, how was it? They are certainly a strange person. I couldn't fully see through them. Yukal, just as Seti asked back in surprise, the door opened and Minha-rin appeared. Kim Min-chul was nowhere to be found. However, Min Ha-rin's attitude was a bit strange. She staggered around as though she was broken. "What's wrong with you?" "You look like you've seen a ghost." Those words caused Min Ha-rin to subconsciously shiver. Lucas walked up to the small refrigerator in a corner of the room, took out a small plastic bottle, and handed it over to Min Ha-rin. Min Ha-rin lowered her head as she received the bottle of water. What happened? Min Ha-rin's face was extremely pale. Not only that, but her lips were also as white as snow. She hesitated for a moment before finally lifting her head and speaking for a moment. "Master, there is something I'd like to ask you." "What is it? Is it possible to bring the dead back to life?" Lucas was silent for a moment. "No, it's not." As far as Lucas knew, only God and the rulers, as well as very few absolutes who had powers relating to life or creation, were able to resurrect the dead, and there was no absolute with that power currently in this universe. "I just met the bishop of the Church of Eternal Life. He said he would let me meet my parents." He already knew that Min Ha-rin's parents were dead. Min Ha-rin continued with a heavy expression. "Then I met my parents." At that moment, Seti opened her mouth to say something, but Lucas discreetly shook his head at her. Min Ha-rin shook her head for a moment before taking a deep breath. It seemed as though she was steeling her resolve and determination. "Master, I would like to make a request." "What is it, for the time being?" Min Ha-rin hesitated one last time. Lucas could feel that this was because she was preparing herself to make an incredibly difficult choice. Nevertheless, it seemed that she'd already made up her mind. She wouldn't back down now. Since she had already come this far, she might as well go all the way. Forcibly suppressing her hesitation, Min Ha-rin spoke in a clear voice. "For the time being, I would like to move around on my own." After Lucas agreed to her request, Min Ha-rin went to stay in a completely different room. Fortunately, her room wasn't very far. It was only a few doors down from this room, but that wasn't the point. The point was that for whatever reason, Min Ha-rin had voluntarily chosen to walk out from Lucas' shadow. "I didn't expect you to accept her request." "Why's that?" It could be that she fell for the bishop's schemes. After all, it usually isn't hard for cult leaders to rope others in. "That's a narrow-minded way of thinking. I have faith in Ha-rin." "Ah, I see." Seti looked at Lucas with a blatantly unbelieving expression. "Nevertheless, why do you look so happy?" "Of course I'm happy. My disciple is already preparing to stand on her own." Although it was earlier than he expected, it was natural for a teacher to feel happy when their student became more self-reliant. That was why a smile was currently stretched across Lucas' lips. That child will certainly become stronger. The experience she gains from this place will be fertilizer for her growth. Seti, who looked at him with a slightly displeased expression, muttered under her breath. "You know, you're supposed to be closer to your daughter than your disciple, aren't you? That should normally be the case, yes, but why are you asking that all of a sudden?" "No reason. Does father have anything else to say?" "I'm sleepy, so I don't want to talk anymore." Now that he thought about it, since she now had a human body, Seti probably needed to sleep. This was probably incredibly inconvenient and annoying for Seti, who had still been an absolute just a few days ago. Thinking about that, Lucas ended the conversation, allowing her to go to sleep. Instead, he sat down and closed his eyes. Then he became immersed in his thoughts about their mission. There was a time limit to saving Neil. To put it bluntly, it was probably a week, or it might even be shorter than that. This meant that he had to persuade the saint, who resided at the top of the building, within that time. It would probably not be an easy task, but it would certainly be impossible if he were to act hastily. Lucas decided it was best not to rush. The next morning, Kim Min-chul came to them. "Mr. Frey, the saint has accepted your request. They said they would be available in the evening 4 days from now." 4 days from now. Considering the length of time, it was a bit tight, but Frey wasn't in a rush since he had already found a way to contact the saint separately. "Then I will meet them then. Ah, by the way." Then he spoke as though he'd suddenly remembered something. "Would Mr. Frey also be willing to become a member of our Church of Eternal Life?" "Sorry, but I am an atheist." "Ah, come to think of it, you did mention that you were a wizard." Kim Min-chul nodded with a disappointed expression. At that moment, Seti, who was lazily sprawled on the bed, suddenly spoke up. "Can we get a tour or something like that?" Kim Min-chul didn't seem to mind the attitude of this girl who was young enough to be his daughter and instead smiled. "Of course you can. Then I'd like to take a look around to pass the time. Is that all right, father?" Lucas nodded his head without much thought. Since it was Seti, there naturally wasn't any reason for him to worry. Just come back before evening. This was because he had decided to meet with Arid that evening. Seti simply nodded before leaving the room with Kim Min-chul. Lucas sat on the bed and meditated. By the time Lucas awoke from his meditation, the sky was already dark and Seti had already returned. "How was your tour?" It was boring and annoying. Seti grumbled for a moment before looking at Lucas. "Are you going to visit the saint tonight?" "Right." The expression of Seti, which had been depressed until now, immediately brightened. She smiled slyly and waved her hand. "Go have fun, father. Daughter will protect your body." "Don't do anything weird." I won't. Lucas tried his best to erase the strange feeling of anxiety that welled up in him at that moment before he once again headed to the top floor of the building with Ghost. Just like the day before, Arid was calmly overlooking the city below. However, as though they felt Lucas' presence, they suddenly lifted their heads and turned around. "Ah, Mr. Soul, you're back, as I promised. Heh. Arid chuckled. "I've been thinking about it since yesterday. Is there anyone that Mr. Soul would like to meet?" "Someone I'd like to meet. Yeah, that's what I'm best at. Helping others meet those that they want to meet." Now that he mentioned it, Lucas did recall hearing something like that the day before. Someone he wanted to meet. Of course there was, but it was impossible for the human in front of him to fulfill his wish. After all, it was qualitatively different from contacting souls that had already passed to the afterlife or who were still wandering around the world. Nevertheless, Lucas wouldn't easily reveal that. After all, his priority was to build a good relationship with Arid. There is